Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 3102 to Chapter 3186. The Eternal Emperor Road was the only chance of survival before the immeasurable calamity arrived. According to the evil spirit in Ling Zhao's body, when the immeasurable calamity arrived, all the worlds would fall into a state of emptiness. Billions of living beings would die, and the world would be bathed in blood. That would be the most terrifying moment. When that time came, everything would cease to exist. Even great emperors would be turned into ashes under the immeasurable calamity. Therefore, countless living beings were fighting for the chance to transcend. This time, the Eternal Emperor's road was the most bitter, cruel, and powerful one in the past 108 epochs, precisely because the secret of transcendence would appear. Rumble, all the worlds in the universe seemed to be trembling slightly, forming a mysterious resonance with each other. Strange ripples spread out, causing the heavenly secrets of the myriad worlds to become even more chaotic. Large-scale killings occurred in all the worlds. Prodigies fought against each other, and countless living beings died, emitting strong resentment. The resentment gathered, forming the calamity of a world. In a place where no one could see, the power of calamity gradually gathered, as if an incomparably illusory road was about to appear from the void. That illusory road ran through all the worlds, leading to the unknown depths of chaos. Endless starry sky. A huge black beast, like an immemorial divine mountain, was millions of feet tall. It lay on a huge sun, swallowing the essence of the stars. Its body was pitch black, but there were holy white spots flashing. It looked mysterious and immortal, and its body emitted a terrifying aura that could devour the heavens and the earth. Every time it breathed, the surrounding void would tremble, and the starry sky would darken, then regain its brightness. Billions of rays of starlight gathered around it, making it look like a resplendent sun. I am the Kuan Pung, destined to dominate all the worlds and become the supreme ruler. Eternal Emperor Road, who else but me? A slightly childish voice came from the huge beast's mouth, like thunder, exuding endless pride and confidence. Rumble, it suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed with all its might. It was as if a huge black hole had appeared. It was incomparably terrifying and could devour everything. It swallowed the sun in one gulp. Its wings suddenly spread out like clouds in the sky, covering the river of stars and shrouding the endless darkness. With a sudden shake, boundless astral winds swept out in all directions. Its incomparably huge figure turned into a black bolt of lightning, instantly shooting into the depths of the starry sky and disappearing without a trace. Lava World. This was a world that had been destroyed because of the war between emperors. There was lava everywhere and spatial cracks that could tear everything apart. The raging flames burned forever, causing this world to be devoid of any life force. It was completely dead silent. Powerful cultivators from the surrounding worlds would come here in search of natural treasures. However, on this day, at the very center of the lava world, endless lava gushed out, and blazing flames rose. A huge figure shrouded in endless flames walked out of the lava. He was 30 kilometers tall, and his entire body was covered in blazing flames. His eyes were like the sun, and they flickered with a bloodthirsty, crazy, and cold aura. As soon as he appeared, the flames of the entire lava world seemed to burn with him, causing many powerful cultivators to tremble in fear. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear. Oh no! It's the legendary sealed lava giant. Let's go. The lava giant has appeared. This world is about to rise again. Go back and report to the emperor. Those powerful cultivators were at least in the Saint realm. One by one, they instantly leaped into the sky, wanting to tear open space and leave the lava world. Rumble, at this moment, the lava giant slammed his palm. Across the sky. A huge palm print covered the sky and earth, shrouded in blazing flames, instantly covering an area of 1,000,000 miles. Those powerful cultivators had no chance of escaping at all. They were instantly smashed into powder by the palm, and then burned into ashes by the raging flames. You destroyed my home and killed my people. All of you deserve to die. The lava giant let out a roar that sounded like a tsunami. His eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. The Eternal Emperor Road has opened. Wait until I sweep through the heavens and become a great emperor. Then, I will settle accounts with all of you. The lava giant looked up at the void, where endless tribulation chi was gathering. Vaguely, a mysterious passage to the world seemed to have opened. he did not stop at all. After venting his anger and killing all the cultivators in the lava world, he leaped into the sky and entered the endless tribulation chi. The underworld. This was an incomparably mysterious greater thousand world, even more so than the immortal realm. No one knew where it was. Legend had it that countless eras ago, there was a peerless genius of the underworld tribe who became the emperor of the underworld. He had the secret reincarnation technique and comprehended the great Tao of reincarnation. He wanted to deduce the 6 paths of reincarnation, establish order for heaven and earth, and turn the underworld into a resting place for all living beings. From then on, the living would have a place to return to after death, and the dead would have an end to reincarnation. But in the end, the emperor of the underworld failed. Since then, the underworld tribe went into seclusion and did not appear in the world. The Eternal Emperor Road is about to open. It's time for the underworld tribe to come out. In the underworld, there were figures shrouded in black robes. They were extremely strange, and only their ghostly eyes could be seen. They were arranged in a phalanx like an army, as if they were about to go to war. Her Highness the Holy Maiden has found a place to reside in. She has found that person and seized his destiny to welcome her back. The Holy Maiden will inherit His Majesty the Emperor of the Underworld's unfulfilled wishes. She will open the 6 paths of reincarnation and obtain the heavenly merit. She will lead the Underworld tribe to become the epic lord and reclaim the glory of the past. Let's go. In the underworld, the ghostly fire in the eyes of the black-robed figures flickered with fanatical worship. They lined up neatly and stepped into a mysterious void passage. Ferocious beast despair. This was a mysterious continent located in the chaotic void. Legend had it that it had once nurtured countless primordial beasts. However, due to a great battle, many powerful beasts had died here. Their blood dyed the continent red, and their shattered primordial spirits nourished all living beings. Ferocious G shrouded everything, turning this place into a desolate region. However, at this moment, at the very center of the ferocious beast despair, countless primordial beasts seemed to have awakened. They let out earth-shattering roars. An extremely ugly young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a huge blood pool in the ferocious beast despair. The blood pool seemed to have gathered the essence blood of countless beasts. At this moment, it was gushing into his body, making his physical body stronger and stronger. The rising blood chi seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. It's so painful. Old man, are you trying to kill me? The ugly young man's face was distorted. Because of the extreme pain, he was sweating profusely. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Kill my ass. If I wanted to kill you, I would have strangled you when I took you in back then. Yi Liangchen, you bastard. You don't want the fortune that others dream of? Don't you know that this is the 10,000 spirit beast blood pool? Only here can the Zhou Tian Great Star formation in your body be completed. Beside the blood pool, a sloppy old Taoist wearing a tattered Taoist robe said in disappointment. What 10,000 spirit beast blood pool? Other than making me suffer for dozens of years, my cultivation did not improve at all. Old man, I seriously suspect that you are deliberately messing with me. It hurts so much. Yi Liangchen held miserably. His voice was filled with resentment. Anyone who had suffered here for dozens of years would not be able to stand it. It was a kind of pain where one's body was torn into countless pieces and then bitten by countless ants. It was even accompanied by the shattering of the primordial spirit. It was a process repeated countless times. Yi Liangchen did not go crazy from the torture. His willpower was extremely strong. Previously, the sloppy heavenly master told him that he would bring him to a place to obtain the ancient fortune. As long as he could endure it, he would be reborn and step into the Imperial Emperor realm. He came over excitedly. Moreover, he jumped into the 10,000 spirit beast blood pool without hesitation. He looked forward to the day when he would be reborn and invincible in the world. However, what he did not expect was that what followed was endless pain. In this 10,000 spirit beast blood pool, he suffered for dozens of years, but his cultivation did not improve at all. Until now, he was only in the great sage realm. You bastard, I am doing this for your own good. The cosmic star's formation in your body is innate and blessed by fate. Logically speaking, after absorbing the blood essence of the ominous beasts, you should be able to transform into the ominous beast's origin. Why did you take so long to absorb it? Is there something wrong with the records in this incomplete book? The sloppy heavenly master muttered to himself in confusion. Hearing sloppy sky sovereign's words, Xianxia almost fainted from anger. This rotten old man is very bad. You don't even know if the fragment you have is feasible or not, and you want me to jump in and suffer? Moreover, this was a few decades, Xianxia had relied on his last breath to hold on. Now that he heard the words of the sloppy sky sovereign, he felt that he could not hold on any longer. He wanted to scold someone. He had to scold this rotten old man, but right at that moment, something strange happened. Rumble, the 10,000 spirits' blood pool suddenly began to boil. This huge pool of blood with a radius of tens of thousands of meters began to boil like a surging sea. Beads of blood floated up like stars, turning into terrifying shadows of ancient beasts in the void. As the blood-red light rose, the shadows of the ancient beasts became more and more real, as if the ancient beasts were about to come back to life, exuding a mighty peerless emperor's aura. Yap Liangchen and Sloppy Heavenly Master were so scared that they almost peed their pants. These ferocious beasts were at least of the imperial monarch realm. If they were to be revived, then they would probably be able to slap them to death. What should I do? The smile on Sloppy Sky Sovereign's face froze. He felt very flustered and did not know what to do. Rumble, right at this moment, Xianxia's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Mysterious and abstruse runes rose from his body. In the sky, there seemed to be 360 supreme stars that appeared and gathered together. The starlight was vast, and a terrifying power rose as if it could tear everything apart. Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. Zhou Tian Great Star Formation appeared around Xianxia, exuding an ancient, mysterious, and powerful aura, making Xianxia become incomparably dignified. Rumble, those condensed ancient beasts seemed to have sensed some kind of summoning and quickly flew towards Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. To be exact, they flew into the 360 stars. Xianxia's aura began to soar instantly: early Great Saint Realm, intermediate Great Saint Realm, late Great Saint Realm Perfection, Sage King, Peak Sage King, Supreme Sage King, Heavenly Sovereign. Xianxia's cultivation seemed to have no bottleneck. It soared rapidly from the Great Saint Realm to the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Crack, in the chaotic void, endless lightning gathered. The Imperial Emperor Tribulation had descended. Ha ha ha. I knew it. You will definitely be able to condense the 10,000 beasts' origin body. My hope that was once shattered by others has finally been realized by you. Xianxia, you must cultivate well for me. Whether you can sweep through all the heroes on the Eternal Emperor's road depends on you. The sloppy Heavenly Sovereign began to laugh maniacally. As he laughed, his face was already covered in tears. He looked like he was crying tears of joy. After being here for decades, Xianxia could not hold it in anymore. Wasn't he also at his limit? In order to pursue that slim hope, he not only staked his own fate, but also Xianxia's fate. If it were not for his encouragement and laughter, Xianxia would not have been able to persevere. Fortunately, he did it. Xianxia did it too. At this moment, Xianxia did not hear what he said at all. Otherwise, he would have laughed at him again when he saw his sorry state. Xianxia was already enveloped by the Imperial Emperor Tribulation. However, Xianxia's Imperial Emperor Tribulation could be said to be the easiest. The Zhou Tian star formation around him gathered the blood essence of hundreds of millions of fierce beasts. The lightning tribulation that filled the sky fell and struck the blood essence of the fierce beasts. On the contrary, it destroyed the murderous aura and obsession within, turning into the purest energy that merged into Xianxia's body. Behind Xianxia, a divine dragon that was 1,000,000 feet long roared and soared into the 9 heavens. There was a huge 3-legged golden crow that burned the world and swallowed the sun. There was an incomparably intelligent Baizé sitting alone on the peak of a mountain and deducing the truth of the great Tao. There was a Taotai that devoured the heavens and the earth. There was a Xianxia that fought bloody battles in all directions. There was a Jiaoying that dominated the netherworld. All sorts of mysterious scenes appeared behind Xianxia. He sat cross-legged in the void. His originally ugly face looked incomparably dignified at this moment. the aura around him erupted in a mighty manner. He was like the lord of all beasts. The all beasts' origin body is complete. The sloppy heavenly master muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. From now on, Xianxia also had the qualifications to step into the Eternal Emperor's road. He had the qualifications to compete with the countless geniuses of the various worlds since ancient times. The all beasts' origin body will definitely shine brightly on the Eternal Emperor's road. The sloppy heavenly master muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the void. It was as if he could see the illusory and mysterious ancient road slowly taking shape. P.S. In the previous chapter, Xianxia was indeed in the Sage King realm and the slovenly Taoist was in the Imperial Emperor realm. Muyu remembered wrongly and has corrected it. Thank you for your correction. Rumble, in the endless chaotic void, blazing lightning flashed, revealing a mysterious nine-colored light. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, shattering the void. Outside the myriad worlds, endless murderous aura rose, and the power of tribulation gathered, forming an illusory and majestic path. At this moment, the mysterious nine-colored lightning pierced through the void for hundreds of millions of miles. Each bolt was as thick as a mountain, enveloping the path. Crack, as if the world was being split open, the void in all directions shook at the same time, and the myriad worlds trembled. Therefore, all the living beings in the myriad worlds saw an incomparably mysterious scene appear in the sky. The 3,000 great Daos were like 3,000 divine chains of order. At this moment, they actually materialized and intertwined with each other, condensing a dazzling light that illuminated the myriad worlds. The 3,000 great Daos materialized, and in an instant, like a torrent, they surged into the illusory great Daos. The boundless power of tribulation surged, and the illusory great Daos gradually solidified. Boom, in the end, the myriad worlds shook at the same time, and the chaotic void spewed out chaotic light. The great Daos instantly pierced through the myriad worlds and rushed into the depths of chaos. Like a dazzling golden bridge, it emitted endless dazzling light. The Eternal Emperor Road has opened. In the myriad worlds, all the geniuses and demonic beasts were devoured. At this moment, all the living beings raised their heads at the same time, and the same thought appeared in their minds. The Eternal Emperor Road had opened. This meant that the most heroic, cruel, vast, and powerful journey in the 108 eras had begun. Countless powerful beings rested their heads on their weapons as they rubbed their palms together. Those supreme geniuses who had awakened from their seals had eyes filled with an invincible battle intent. This was a journey that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. To be able to return from the Eternal Emperor Road, even if they did not make it to the end, they would be able to obtain countless opportunities. Among them, the geniuses could even prove their Tao and become emperors, especially the legendary secret of transcendence. It made everyone's blood boil, and they were all unable to control themselves. The Eternal Emperor Road has opened. Quickly find the passage. If you can enter the Eternal Emperor Road first, you will be able to obtain more opportunities and opportunities. Someone shouted and instantly soared into the sky. Rumble, the vast Eternal Emperor Road, mysterious and immortal, pierced through the myriad worlds. After appearing in front of everyone for a moment, it disappeared again. However, everyone knew that the Eternal Emperor Road had opened, and the most important thing now was to find the passage to enter the Eternal Emperor Road. Every greater thousand realms had a node that connected to the Eternal Emperor Road. After a moment Emperor Road, the Eternal Emperor Road without the slightest bit of hesitation. The Eternal Emperor Road, the Emperor. The Eternal Emperor Road. They went to find the passage to Eternal Emperor's Road. Even though they knew that death, blood, mountains of corpses and seas of blood lay ahead, they did not hesitate at all. This was the power of the universe. They believed, the realm Emperor Road, the Emperor. That was a kind of invincible aura, only then would they be qualified to step on the Eternal Emperor Road. What a group of lovely young people. Without fear in their hearts, they can be invincible in the world. They have limitless possibilities. It's as if I can see endless hope from them. An incomparably old emperor sighed softly, his eyes full of emotion. That's right. They are the hope of our world. We are old and have fear in our hearts. Even if we step on the Eternal Emperor Road, we will only be cannon fodder. The only thing we can do is to protect their home. The great calamity of the new era is coming. Who will be able to take the lead? In the era of great battles, the geniuses will compete. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have awakened, and they are all aiming for the secret of transcendence. The secret of transcendence? How difficult. I don't expect them to obtain the secret of transcendence. I only hope that one or two of them can prove their Tao and protect our race in this chaotic era. The opening of the Eternal Emperor Road stirred up all the worlds. The originally chaotic Myriad worlds had become strangely calm. Even those geniuses who had grudges against each other had given up on fighting. Instead, they focused on finding the passageway and stepping onto the Eternal Emperor's Road. Immortal World, Immortal Demon Grotto. The Immortal Demon Grotto was still a huge whirlpool, spewing out endless blazing immortal and divine light. However, the space within was distorted and time was in chaos. It seemed to lead to a strange world. Outside the Immortal Demon Grotto, the ninth prince was still sitting cross-legged in the Immortal Emperor chariot. His face was blurry, but there was an invincible aura about him. Behind him, there were 8 figures with terrifying auras. There were both men and women, and each of them exuded an air of arrogance. Their bodies were full of Emperor aura, and their expressions were incomparably cold. Each of them was an immortal lord who had formed their body of origin. Their strength was unfathomable. They were the 8 immortal lords under the 9th prince. All 8 of them were peerless geniuses of the eternal immortal dynasty. They were supreme experts who could dominate a region. However, they had been subdued by the 9th prince and became his followers. Every single one of them was a high-level celestial high immortal. After all, even Taiyuan was not qualified to become the 9th prince's follower. This showed how harsh the conditions were. Originally, the 9th prince had hoped that Ling Xiao would become his 9th immortal lord, but Ling Xiao had rejected him. Other than the 9th prince and his followers, there were also some geniuses of the eternal immortal dynasty, saints and saintesses of the 9 great immortal sects, and self-proclaimed supreme experts. Among them was a figure with a terrifying aura. His Highness great-grandson still looked cold and arrogant. He wore a dragon robe and a jade crown on his head. His figure was extraordinary, and his aura was unfathomable. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes constantly scanned the crowd, as if he was looking for something. Your Highness great-grandson, that Lei Ling is not here. We have investigated and found out that he is not a member of the immortal tribe. His true identity is that of the human tribe, the heaven's chosen one, Ling Xiao. An old man with white hair and beard beside his Highness great-grandson said slowly. The heaven's chosen one, Ling Xiao? Very well. This way, when I kill him and take his fortune, I will be the heaven's chosen one. I believe that he will definitely enter the Eternal Emperor Road. When that time comes, I will settle all the old and new debts with him. His Highness great-grandson said coldly. Your Highness great-grandson, you must not be careless. Although you have obtained the first prince's cultivation and his supreme treasure, Ling Xiao has the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the wordless heavenly book. Now, he even has the Chaos Supreme Treasure of the divines, the cauldron of creation. The old man reminded him. Chaos Supreme Treasure? In the Eternal Emperor Road, we can only rely on our own strength to fight. The stronger the treasure, the greater the suppression. Even an extreme grade Emperor weapon's strength is weakened by half, let alone an extreme grade Emperor weapon. If he dares to bring it here, I don't mind changing the owner of the wordless heavenly book and cauldron of creation. His Royal Highness great son sneered. Seeing how stubborn his Royal Highness great son was, the old man stopped persuading him. It seemed like he hated Ling Xiao to the core. After all, his Royal Highness great son was arrogant, but he was killed by Ling Xiao. If not for the resurrection treasure of the eternal immortal dynasty, he would have died long ago. If he did not kill Ling Xiao, his Royal Highness great son would have an inner demon in his heart, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. Rumble, when the distorted spacetime in the immortal demon cave became clear again, the passageway was completely opened. Everyone's eyes shone brightly. They were filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Let's go. On the immortal emperor chariot, the 9th prince's indifferent voice rang out. Swoosh, the 8 immortal lords bowed at the same time. They then soared into the sky and pushed the immortal emperor chariot into the passageway. Seeing that the ninth prince had taken the lead to enter the Eternal Emperor Road, the rest of the people did not hesitate. They instantly soared into the sky and rushed into the Eternal Emperor Road. The Eternal Emperor Road was the land of creation and the land of epics. It was also the land of chaos, the land of lawlessness, and the land of slaughter. Although they had entered the Eternal Emperor Road through this passageway, no one knew where they would appear. On the Eternal Emperor Road, not only did they have to constantly kill and destroy the sneak attacks of the strongest, but they also had to find the real path to enter the final destination. Just as the Eternal Emperor Road opened, Ling Xiao, who was in the Hall of Gods, opened his eyes. Buzz, two dazzling light beams pierced through the void, blazing and dazzling. Ling Xiao stood up from the ancestral god mountain peak. He was dressed in snow-white robes and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bright and resplendent, and his entire body exuded an ethereal and mysterious aura. After sitting alone on the ancestral god mountain's peak for 10 years, Ling Xiao had used the vast providence of the god race to break through to the third heaven of the immortal emperor realm. His primordial immortal body had reached perfection. However, the most important gain was that the 16 fruits of Wei in his body had become perfect and flawless. They had completely become a part of him, allowing him to control the vast power of the origin of the great ways with a wave of his hand. Has the Eternal Emperor Road opened? Ling Xiao lifted his head and looked into the depths of the void. There was a strange look in his eyes. He seemed to be able to see the depths of the endless chaos. The Eternal Emperor's Road that was shrouded by 3,000 great Daos seemed to lead to a mysterious world. It's time for me to leave, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. After 10 years of development, the Hall of Gods in front of him had begun to develop immensely after the bloodline shackles of the entire god race had been lifted. His cultivation base skyrocketed, showing a state of eruption. Countless geniuses of the god clan emerged one after another, gradually revealing the powerful potential of the clan that was once the #1 clan in the world. Ling Xiao believed that it wouldn't be long before the god clan would give him a big surprise. This was especially true for the 120 divine generals led by Zhang Chen, Wu Hen, and Ting Shan. Each of their cultivation bases was rapidly improving. Ling Xiao had no intention of taking them to the Eternal Emperor Road. They had accumulated enough. There was no shortage of resources in the Hall of Gods. That was why they could improve so quickly. The Divine Clan Seal and the Cauldron of Creation floated in the void. These two supreme treasures of the God Clan were incomparably terrifying. The Cauldron of Creation could extract immortal matter and origin energy from the immortal world. This was no different from snatching food from the Longevity Tower's mouth. The fortune of the God Clan was like a vast sea of clouds. As the boundless immortal matter and origin energy surged in, the 1 billion God Clan members' cultivation base improved faster and faster. With the Divine Clan Seal, the Cauldron of Creation, and the protection of the 5 great sect masters, the Hall of Gods is very safe. Even a great emperor would have a hard time breaking through. It's time for me to go. Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the Hall of Gods one last time, then took a step forward and soared into the sky. He could sense that the 5 great sect masters had already discovered his awakening. However, the 5 great sect masters did not come. The 5 great sect masters had mixed feelings about Ling Xiao. They were all peerless imperial emperors. It was impossible for them to submit to Ling Xiao so easily. However, they could sense that Ling Xiao's cultivation base was improving every day. Now, it was even more unfathomable. This made them feel a little apprehensive. They all believed that it would not be long before Ling Xiao would surpass them. In that case, they might as well not meet him. Farewell, Lord Divine Master. Farewell, Lord Divine Master. At the foot of the ancestral mountain, 120 divine generals knelt down and bowed to Ling Xiao's figure at the same time. Their voices were as loud as thunder. They watched Ling Xiao leave with fanatical eyes. They looked forward to their Lord Divine Master conquering the myriad of worlds and sweeping away all the sky prides. One day, the Eternal Emperor Road would return in glory and lead them to rebuild the heavens. Ling Xiao did not turn back. The corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile. His eyes instantly became incomparably sharp, and a shocking battle intent erupted. He left the Hall of Gods, tore through the void, and directly entered the immortal demon cave. Master, I'm afraid the other worlds have not found the node of the Eternal Emperor Road yet. You've gained a great advantage by entering the Eternal Emperor Road from the immortal world. The evil spirit's voice rang in Ling Xiao's mind. Do you know anything about the Eternal Emperor Road? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Rumble, he entered the passage of the immortal demon cave. Blazing light flickered around his body. The scene in front of him changed and looked extremely strange. A faint trace of anticipation grew in his heart. However, the evil spirit was incomparably excited. It was as if it could not wait to enter the Eternal Emperor Road. Ancestor God Shura and Tai Xian are both geniuses who had once stepped onto the Eternal Emperor's Road. They had also reached the end of the Eternal Emperor's Road. The Eternal Emperor's Road is chaotic and disorderly. It's different every time. Only some information is useful. Master, I will tell you slowly. However, there's one thing. The evil spirit's voice was a little hesitant. What is it? Ancestor God Shura and Immortal Emperor Tai Yi reached the end of the Eternal Emperor's Road and discovered that it was a vast sea of chaos. Vaguely, it seemed to be connected to an ancient world. However, this was only their guess. After all, they had never entered it before. The evil spirit said. The Eternal Emperor Road leads to a world? Ling Zhao's heart trembled. That's right. It's an untouchable world. Unfortunately, there's no road at the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. Otherwise, they would have gone to explore it. I'm guessing that the so-called secret of transcendence is likely to be in that untouchable world. The evil spirit said slowly. Devour. The secret of transcendence is in that world? What proof do you have? Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly felt that the evil spirit wasn't being honest. He didn't know how many secrets this guy had, but he didn't tell him the truth. As if sensing Ling Xiao's thoughts, the evil spirit hurriedly said, Master, please don't misunderstand. I'm just an evil spirit after all. I only have the fragmented memories of Ancestor God Shura and Immortal Emperor Tai Yi. I only knew some information after the Eternal Emperor Road opened. Get to the point. Ling Xiao said coldly. Because according to Ancestor God Shura and Immortal Emperor Tai Yi's later discoveries, every time the Eternal Emperor Road opened, the end of the road would be the Chaos Sea. There were also others who discovered that untouchable world. That's why I guessed that this time, the Eternal Emperor Road would definitely open in that world. The secret of transcendence is very likely to be there. The evil spirit hurriedly said. In that case, we'll have to fight our way to the end of the Eternal Emperor Road first, right? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. His eyes instantly flashed with a glimmer of light. Rumble, in front of them, a dazzling light flashed and an incomparably strange space appeared. Ling Xiao left the passage and stepped onto the Eternal Emperor Road. There was a faint mist of chaos all around. The world was vast and dark. There was no sun or moon. No one knew where the light came from. However, in the distance, there were broken ancient stars. Most of them were dead and silent. There was no sign of life. The road under Ling Zhao's feet pierced through the chaos and extended into the distance. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was surrounded. They were strange people with octopus heads and human bodies. They held black demonic blades in their hands. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Their long tentacles were constantly twisting and they looked very disgusting. Not bad. I didn't expect a fat sheep to appear as soon as the Eternal Emperor Road opened. This kid looks so soft and tender. If we catch him, we can definitely sell him for a good price. The octopus monster leader sneered. His eyes were filled with incomparable cruelty. Master, on the Eternal Emperor Road, there will be some strange races and creatures. They are cruel by nature and born with the power of darkness. Most of them are extremely evil. They especially like to capture geniuses from all over the universe. There's no need to show mercy to them. Evil Spirit asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded, expressing his understanding. However, what surprised him was that although these octopus monsters looked disgusting, they were not weak. They were all imperial emperors with emperor's aura lingering around them. There were more than 10 imperial emperors. If it were any other genius expert, they might have been captured. I'll give you a choice. Join me and be my guide, and I won't kill you. What do you think? Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the leader of the octopus monsters calmly. Rely on you? Ha ha ha. Brat, looks like you still don't understand your situation. Did he really think of himself as a genius? Little ones, catch him. However, don't hurt this brat. His skin is soft and tender. Her Majesty likes this the most. The leader of the octopus monsters was stunned for a moment before it burst into laughter. Its eyes were full of mockery. The surrounding octopus monsters also laughed along with him. Following the leader's order, the octopus monsters seemed to have been prepared. Immediately, a large black net fell from the sky. It flickered with a black light and instantly enveloped Xianxia. There were some barbs on the black net that flickered with a dark light. They were extremely sharp and were about to pierce Xianxia's body. They contained an extremely strong anesthetic power. The octopus monsters had cold smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they had done this countless times. Once the net was out, Xianxia would have no choice but to surrender. The anesthetic was extracted from Her Majesty's body. An Imperial Emperor expert could not resist at all and would instantly faint. Xianxia was only a third heaven Imperial Emperor. He could not resist at all. However, what surprised them was that after the black net enveloped Xianxia, the black barbs pierced Xianxia's body, producing the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere, and not even a white mark was left behind. Needless to say, they pierced Xianxia's flesh and paralyzed him. Is this interesting? Xianxia smiled faintly. Then, he grabbed the black net and tore it apart. Boom, the black net released a blazing light like a twisted poisonous snake. It seemed to be extremely intelligent. Black runes rose and tried to resist Xianxia's tearing. However, under Xianxia's unparalleled divine power, the runes on the black net exploded with a loud bang. The entire black net exploded in front of Xianxia and turned into dust. Rumble, dark Xianxia's blood rose and emitted a terrifying and dazzling light. He was like an ancient giant beast that had been born. The octopus monster leader's heart trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That was the net woven from Her Majesty's tentacles. It was extremely tough. Only an extreme great emperor weapon could break it. However, Xianxia had torn it apart with his bare hands. A bad feeling arose in his heart, and he hurriedly roared, "Kill him for me." Rumble, black light rose from his body. The octopus monsters around him recovered from their shock. Ferocious light flashed in their eyes as they slashed at Xianxia with their ghost head sabers. The black saber radiance wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. It was a terrifying sound that could cause one's primordial spirit to collapse. It was extremely strange. The saber radiance swept out from all directions and enveloped Xianxia. Clang clang clang, Xianxia did not block at all. The sharp saber radiance slashed at Xianxia's body. However, it only left a white mark. It did not even break Xianxia's skin. What? The octopus monster leader's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was extremely terrified. Is he still human? His physical body was even more terrifying than an ancient giant beast. Such a terrifying person would be the most dazzling peerless genius on Eternal Emperor Road. How dare they target such a person? He was extremely flustered. The eyes of the octopus monsters were also filled with panic. Too weak. How dare trash like you block my path and rob me on Eternal Emperor Road? Xianxia shook his head. There was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Rumble, the blood energy around him surged. His eyes were sharp and unparalleled divine light swept in all directions. In an instant, the octopus monsters were sent flying. Xianxia threw out a punch. The void exploded. The domineering and terrifying fist print pressed down like a mountain. A few octopus monsters were directly blown apart by his punch. The remaining octopus monsters wanted to escape, but none of them were able to dodge Xianxia's tyrannical fist. In just a few breaths of time, apart from the leader of the octopus monsters, everyone else was killed by Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze fell on the octopus monster leader. The octopus monster leader trembled. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees. "Sir, don't kill me." The octopus monster leader stammered. His eyes were filled with terror. Although this group of octopus monsters were all immortal emperors, they were only low-level immortal emperors. How could they withstand Ling Zhao's invincible fist mark? Without a doubt, they had all died in Ling Zhao's hands. Moreover, they had all been blasted apart. However, it was very difficult for the octopus monsters to accept. Their prey had suddenly become the hunter, and all the octopus warriors had been killed. The octopus monster leader was almost scared to death by Ling Zhao's glare. Therefore, without any hesitation, he knelt down. For the living beings on the Eternal Emperor Road, there's only life and death. What honor and disgrace is there? Only by surviving can one have unlimited possibilities. Only the geniuses of the various worlds would value their honor more than their lives. The evil spirit explained. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he had not experienced the tragedy of the Eternal Emperor Road, he could understand. Do you want to live or die? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. I want to live, I want to live. Sir, please spare my life. I'll do anything you ask. The octopus monster leader bowed and begged for mercy. His eyes were full of flattery. Answer my question obediently and I won't kill you. Why are you here? The nodes of the Eternal Emperor Road should be randomly teleported, right? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Sir, you don't know. When the Eternal Emperor Road opens, the node passageways of the myriad worlds may be randomly teleported, but when they are teleported, a strange phenomenon will appear. Her Majesty the Empress has calculated that this is a node passageway, which is why she has us wait here, the octopus monster leader quickly said. So that's how it is. How many people have you caught while you were guarding this place? Where have they been taken to? Ling Xiao nodded and said. Although it was randomly teleported, there must be many geniuses in the immortal world who had entered the node passage. There should be many people who had been teleported here with him. Sir, we have only caught 3 people before you. They have been sent back and handed over to Her Majesty the Queen. The octopus monster leader said honestly. How many people are there in the octopus clan? What are their strengths? Who is this Her Majesty the Queen? Ling Xiao asked. He had just stepped onto the Eternal Emperor's Road and needed to obtain some information in order to prepare for the upcoming battle. Countless geniuses stepped onto the Eternal Emperor's Road. Even though the Eternal Emperor's Road was vast and boundless, there would always be a day when they would meet. If they could learn more, they would have the upper hand. My lord, our octopus clan has a total of more than 3,000 people. Only a little more than 100 imperial emperors have formed a hunting team to hunt challengers for Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen is our queen and our mother. She gave birth to us. As for Her Majesty's cultivation, according to what all of you said, she should be at the 9th level of the imperial monarch realm. The octopus monster leader said honestly. There are more than 100 imperial emperors among the 3,000? Ling Zhao's heart trembled slightly. If that was the case, then the octopus clan was truly a powerful clan. As for the queen of the octopus clan, she was actually at the 9th heaven of the imperial emperor realm. This surprised Ling Xiao. A peerless monarch was considered an overlord on the Eternal Emperor Road. My lord, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to tell you everything about the octopus clan. I'll even tell you about Her Majesty the Queen's weakness. The octopus monster leader gritted his teeth and said. Her Majesty the Queen's weakness? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed brightly. That's right. My lord, you might not know this, but the reason why there are so few people in our octopus clan is because we are all Her Majesty the Queen's children. Her Majesty the Queen is an ancient giant beast, an octopus monster. Although she's powerful, she can't transform. Moreover, Her Majesty the Queen is about to give birth to a child. After that, she'll enter a period of weakness and her strength will be greatly reduced. As long as you kill Her Majesty the Queen, you'll be able to obtain her origin pearl. That's a complete heavenly filth origin pearl. The octopus monster leader said hurriedly. He was very respectful and there was a strange hint of temptation in his voice. Heavenly filth origin pearl? Is that it? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed brightly. He stretched out his hand and there were dozens of black Dao fruits in his palm. They shone with a bright and mysterious light and were filled with the aura of the great Dao. These were the Dao fruits of the octopus monsters that he had killed. However, the Dao fruits contained very little origin Dao and were even a little incomplete. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't refine them. That's right. That's it. However, we're all Her Majesty the Queen's children. Although we've also condensed heavenly filth origin pearls, they're not as perfect as Her Majesty the Queen's heavenly filth origin pearl. If my lord obtains Her Majesty the Queen's heavenly filth origin pearl and assimilates it into your body, your cultivation will definitely increase greatly. The octopus monster leader said hurriedly. The heavenly filth origin pearl he mentioned was actually the heavenly filth Dao fruit. Xiao had to admit that he was a little tempted. Although he had 16 Dao fruits in his body, it was far from enough. He had very strict requirements for Dao fruits. Only perfect Dao fruits would be refined by him. As for the Dao fruits condensed by ordinary imperial lords, due to insufficient accumulation and foundation, the Dao fruits condensed by them were not perfect or even incomplete. His main purpose in entering the Eternal Emperor's Road was to collect all kinds of Dao fruits and assimilate them into his body. The heavenly filth Dao fruit in the Octopus Queen's body was indeed a very good choice. Master, this guy has bad intentions. He's definitely trying to send you to your death. The evil spirit's voice sounded in Ling Zhao's mind. How could I not know? However, what he said about the Octopus Queen giving birth to a child should be true. Let's go take a look and act according to the situation. Let's see if we can kill the Octopus Queen. Ling Zhao sneered in his heart. He naturally understood what the octopus monster leader was thinking. He was trying to lure Ling Zhao to the Octopus clan and then borrow the Octopus Queen's power to kill him. Unfortunately, he had the wrong idea. Very good. What's your name? From today onwards, you'll be my guide. Bring me to the Octopus clan. If I can obtain the heavenly filth origin pearl, I'll definitely reward you. Ling Zhao's gaze fell on the octopus monster leader as he smiled faintly. My lord, my name is Zhang Yun. I'll definitely do my best for you until the day I die. The octopus monster leader pretended to be happy and quickly knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. Zhang Yun? Bring me to the Octopus clan. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a strange smile as he said indifferently. Yes. Under Zhang Yun's lead, Ling Zhao walked toward the Eternal Emperor's Road. This was a vast starry sky ancient road, surrounded by huge stars. Although most of them were dead stars, there were all kinds of strange life forms, as well as some heaven and earth treasures that had long been lost in the god world. However, when these life forms sensed Zhang Yun and Ling Zhao's aura, they were very frightened and ran away. An emperor was considered a powerhouse on the Eternal Emperor Road. Although there were many emperors among the life forms on the Eternal Emperor Road, they were still in the minority. The chaotic fog rose, and the surrounding scenery looked very strange. It was colorful and dreamy. The Eternal Emperor Road was different from the God world, the demon world, the immortal world, and any other world. It felt like an illusory world. Soon, Zhang Yun brought Ling Zhao back to the Octopus tribe. This is the Octopus tribe? Ling Zhao looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but gasp. In the chaotic void ahead, there was a huge octopus beast floating. It looked like 1,000,000 feet tall, like a floating immemorial divine mountain. The octopus beast was pitch black, but its eyes were like blood moons, half open and half closed. The tentacles on its body were like huge black pythons, wriggling slowly. However, the energy fluctuations emitted by the giant octopus beast made Ling Zhao extremely shocked. The 1,000,000-tall octopus was surrounded by a huge transparent barrier. Inside the transparent barrier, there was mist and immortal light. There were huge buildings and people flying here and there. That's right. This is the Octopus tribe. That octopus beast is Her Majesty the Octopus Queen. The huge barrier around it is formed by her power, and it is also the ancestral land of the Octopus tribe. Zhang Yun nodded and said. I see. Ling Zhao nodded, and there was a bright light in his eyes. Anyone who saw this scene would be incomparably shocked. The huge octopus beast had formed the Octopus tribe. No wonder Zhang Yun said that all the Octopus tribe members were the Octopus Queen's children. My lord, this is my plan. We will wait here for a while. Today, Her Majesty the Queen will give birth to a child. Later, you will pretend to be my captive, and I will bring you to see Her Majesty. After Her Majesty gives birth to a child, she will become extremely weak and will need to eat, so she will not be too wary of you. Her Achilles heel is her eyes. As long as you can blind her eyes, you can kill her. Xianxia said respectfully. Since you've already planned it, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said noncommittally. Thank you for your trust, sir. This subordinate will not let you down. Xianxia quickly expressed his loyalty. While they were talking, a strange change occurred in the distance. Rumble, the octopus behemoth shook slightly, causing the surrounding void to rumble. Its body emitted dazzling nine-colored divine light, making the octopus behemoth look extremely holy in an instant. The black light on her body faded away, and she was enveloped in nine-colored divine light, nurturing an incomparably majestic aura of life. Sir, let's go quickly. Her Majesty is about to give birth to a child. Xianxia eyes flashed as he hurriedly said. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Together with Xianxia, he walked towards the octopus behemoth. Black ropes appeared on his arms and bound his hands. As if because the octopus behemoth was about to give birth to a child, Ling Xiao could feel that the power of the huge boundary around the octopus behemoth had weakened. Xianxia led him and passed through the boundary easily. Ling Xiao saw many octopus monsters within the boundary bowing to the octopus behemoth with fanatical worship in their eyes. Greetings, General Xianxia. General Xianxia seems to have gained a lot today. You actually caught such a handsome young man. Her Majesty will definitely reward you generously. Where are your subordinates? Why did you come back alone? Along the way, they met many octopus warriors. They smiled and greeted Xianxia, and Xianxia responded with a smile. However, Xianxia was very obedient from the beginning to the end and did not make any strange movements. She led Ling Xiao all the way to the octopus behemoth. Rumble, the octopus behemoth spewed out a dazzling nine-colored divine glow. Endless life essence erupted and formed a cloud of life around it. Finally, it gathered to form a lake of life. At this moment, the octopus behemoth's aura was released to the extreme. The majestic life aura erupted like a blooming flower. Crack, the octopus beast's body cracked open and a dozen or so giant eggs rolled out from within. Each of the giant eggs was hundreds of feet in size and had strange dark golden patterns on them. They contained a majestic aura of life. These were the octopus eggs that the octopus behemoth had given birth to. In the future, the octopus eggs would definitely give birth to powerful octopus tribesmen. Boom, after giving birth to a dozen huge eggs, the octopus behemoth's aura began to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao could feel that the octopus behemoth was emitting a very tired fluctuation as if its vitality had been greatly damaged. At this moment, the octopus warriors guarding at the side pulled out a dozen figures with powerful auras. They were all in the immortal emperor realm. However, those people were all shackled by the black chains. Each of them looked dispirited, and their eyes were filled with shock and anger. Among them, Ling Xiao also saw three figures emitting immortal light. They were from the celestial tribe. Ling Xiao understood in his heart that they were probably the three people that Xianxia had mentioned, the three people who had been captured earlier. My children, offer your sacrifices. An old and hoarse voice sounded. It sounded like the voice of an old woman, and it gave people goosebumps. This is the octopus queen? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. She was clearly a rotten old woman. The octopus behemoth's blood moon-like eyes swept across the crowd. After seeing the dozen people, it revealed a trace of satisfaction. Finally, its eyes landed on Ling Xiao, and it could not help but light up. It could feel that Ling Xiao's vitality was majestic. His life aura was extremely powerful, far surpassing that of the dozen figures. Xianxia, my child, you actually prepared such a perfect sacrifice for me? Very good. I will definitely reward you handsomely. The octopus behemoth's voice boomed like thunder. Then, the black tentacles around its body wrapped around Ling Xiao and the dozen figures like pythons. Xianxia retreated without showing any emotion. He did not make a fuss, nor did he say anything. He thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die. After all, Her Majesty's invincibility and power had long been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. However, he still did not dare to tell the truth. If the fact that he had betrayed the octopus queen and brought the enemy back to the octopus tribe was exposed, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Therefore, the best solution was for Ling Xiao to die, Zhang Yan's eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. He could even see Ling Xiao dying in the octopus queen's mouth. Rumble, the octopus queen's tentacles were as thick as towering ancient trees. They shone with a metallic luster and were filled with black light. They were as fast as lightning as they swept towards Ling Xiao and the others. The only difference was that Ling Xiao wasn't actually imprisoned. On the other hand, the dozen or so people were all imprisoned. At this moment, all of their eyes were filled with incomparable despair. Boom, a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. An extremely terrifying aura fluctuation erupted from his body. Chaotic light gushed out and an endless amount of mighty power erupted. Clang, the sky-devouring sword was unsheathed. It was like a divine rainbow that bloomed with a vast and dazzling light. Ling Xiao soared into the sky and slashed down with his sword. Everyone's vision turned white. It was like a snow-white waterfall. It was dazzling and extremely bright. Poof, black liquid splattered in all directions. The black tentacles that were sweeping towards Ling Xiao and the others were cut off by Ling Zhao's sword. Ling Zhao's speed was extremely fast. He used the great teleportation technique and appeared in front of the octopus queen's eyes in an instant. He held his sword and stabbed horizontally, wanting to blind the octopus queen's eyes. The octopus queen was a genuine peerless emperor. However, after giving birth, her cultivation had been greatly damaged. In Ling Zhao's opinion, she was barely at the level of a high-level emperor. The octopus queen's black tentacles were extremely sturdy and contained the mighty power of the Great Path. If her cultivation had not been greatly damaged, Ling Xiao would not have been able to cut it off so easily. Zhang Yan did not lie to him. The octopus queen's Achilles heel was her eyes. Ling Xiao could feel that behind those blood moon-like eyes was the octopus queen's vast life source. And the indestructible primordial spirit, therefore, Ling Xiao did not hesitate to attack. After the sky-devouring sword had merged with the 4 heavenly immortal swords, it was not an extreme path emperor weapon. However, it was even more powerful than an extreme path emperor weapon. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it was also extremely fast. All of this happened in an instant. In fact, the people from the octopus clan did not even have time to react before they saw the octopus queen's tentacles being cut off. The dozens of supreme cultivators were originally in despair. They thought that they would be buried in the octopus queen's stomach. However, they did not expect to be instantly enveloped by a huge surprise. Someone had broken free from the bindings and attacked the octopus queen. Who is he? More than a dozen trial takers stared at Ling Zhao's figure, their hearts filled with doubt. Roar, the octopus queen was furious, it let out a roar that sounded like a tsunami. In an instant, it caused the surrounding space to tremble. The terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. It had never thought that the ant that it regarded as food in its stomach would actually bite back. At the same time, it also felt the fatal threat of the sky-devouring sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bloody light shot out from its eyes and intertwined with each other, forming a huge blood screen in front of Ling Xiao. Moreover, the blood screen was wriggling like a living creature, trying to suck Ling Xiao into it. Break! Ling Xiao's eyes glowed with a blazing light as he roared. The heaven-devouring sword shone brightly in an instant as an unparalleled sword chi swept out in all directions. The blood veil was instantly torn apart by the sword chi. The sky-devouring sword did not slow down. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the octopus queen's eyes. Clang! At this critical moment, the octopus queen closed her eyes. Her huge eyelids were as sturdy as a stone door. There were even black scales on them. Although the heaven-devouring sword had pierced a few scales and left sparks, the octopus queen's eyelids were unexpectedly sturdy and blocked the attack of the heaven-devouring sword. After all, the octopus queen knew that her eyes were her lifeline. Therefore, her eyelids were like defensive treasures that could withstand all attacks. Die. 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 Ant, you have completely angered me. A thunderous roar erupted from the octopus queen's mouth. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, tens of thousands of black tentacles swept across the sky at an extremely fast speed. They intertwined around Ling Xiao and covered the sky like an inescapable net. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He could feel the powerful force attached to the black tentacles. If he was really trapped by the black tentacles, it would be difficult for him to break free in a short time. Boom, Ling Xiao threw out a punch. The chaotic fist print was unparalleled. It collided with a huge tentacle and caused the surrounding void to tremble violently. Ling Xiao felt an incomparably strong recoil, and his entire body was involuntarily sent flying. Behind him, the tentacles intertwined with each other. The heaven-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's hand emitted a dazzling light. It slashed through the air and was invincible. Every ray of sword chi seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Even though the octopus queen's tentacles covered the sky, they were unable to trap Ling Xiao for a while. This giant octopus queen has such a terrifying physical strength. Is this the power of an ancient beast? Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He collided with the black tentacle. Although it could be said that they were evenly matched, Ling Xiao could still feel the incomparably terrifying power within the giant octopus's body. It was like a volcano, and it made him extremely fearful. He can actually fight Her Majesty to such an extent? Could it be that he really has a chance of killing Her Majesty? Among the octopus clan in the distance, Xianxia's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond his imagination. Although he did not know who would win between Ling Xiao and the octopus queen, Xianxia knew that he would not have a good ending. While the octopus clan members were shocked and angry, and they were in chaos, he turned his eyes and quietly rushed out of the octopus clan. It was too terrifying, it was too dangerous, he had to leave this place. It would be best if he never saw Ling Xiao again. No one noticed Xianxia's departure. Many octopus clan members were shocked and furious. They were extremely anxious, but they could not do anything at this moment. The battle between Ling Xiao and the octopus queen was too intense. Ordinary octopus clan members could not interfere at all. Woo, some octopus clan members took out strange treasures and let out strange whimpers. The whimpers spread to the surrounding chaotic void. Whoosh! 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 As though they were summoned by the strange sound wave, numerous figures with powerful auras flew over from afar. They were all imperial emperors of the octopus clan. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. There were many imperial emperors in the octopus clan. If they all rushed back, it would be extremely troublesome when the octopus queen joined in. Therefore, it was best to kill the octopus queen before they rushed back. Clang, the sky-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's hand glowed even brighter. He activated the devouring fruit of Tao, and his body exuded a boundless devouring power. The sky-devouring sword struck through the air at an extremely fast speed. The tentacles were cut off one by one. Instead of retreating, Ling Xiao charged towards the octopus queen's eyes. Although the octopus queen's eyelids were extremely sturdy and could withstand the power of the sky-devouring sword, Ling Xiao believed that if he attacked with all his might, he would definitely be able to break through that powerful defense. As long as he could pierce the octopus queen's vital point, the octopus queen's cultivation level would be greatly reduced. Then, he would be able to kill the octopus queen easily. Although the octopus queen's cultivation level had been greatly reduced due to the birth of her son, her body was too huge. The octopus queen was like an ancient sacred mountain that was filled with boundless power. Rumble, the octopus queen was completely enraged by Ling Xiao. Black light gushed out from her body and shrouded Ling Xiao in an instant. The black light was extremely viscous, like a black sea. However, Ling Xiao could feel a strong filthy power from the black light. It contained the power of the Great Path origin and seemed to be able to pollute everything. Is this the octopus queen's heavenly filthy origin? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the octopus queen had been forced by Ling Xiao to unleash her full power. Even the heavenly filthy origin had erupted. After all, Ling Xiao was extremely fast, and the sky-devouring sword could destroy everything. The octopus queen's tentacles were useless against Ling Xiao. Those black tentacles were only able to slow Ling Xiao down slightly after being cut off by the sky-devouring sword. Moreover, because of the octopus queen's boundless life origin, those black tentacles could quickly regenerate even if they were cut off. Ling Xiao felt that the void around him had become stagnant, causing his speed to slow down. The surging black light was formless and formless. It surged into Ling Xiao's body, wanting to corrode his vitality and pollute his origin, completely assimilating him. Rumble, Ling Xiao felt the power of the heavenly filth origin and didn't dare to be careless. Instantly, unparalleled chaotic light gushed out from his body, blocking the invasion of the heavenly filth origin. At the same time, he attacked through the air. Sword chi swept through the surroundings with unparalleled sharpness, constantly cutting off the tentacles in front of him. Once again, he stood in front of the octopus queen's eyes. Boom, the light of the sky-devouring sword blazed like a flame. The sharp sword chi swept across the void and turned into an incomparably huge sword aura in an instant. The sword energy was extremely sharp and contained a sharpness that could pierce through everything. It pierced toward the octopus queen's eyes. Clang, the octopus queen closed her eyes again. The huge double eyelids fell like a dragon-breaking rock, blocking the heaven-devouring sword. Blazing sparks flew in all directions, and the octopus queen's eyelids trembled violently. The scales on her eyelids were pierced by the sky-devouring sword, and spiderweb-like cracks started to appear on them. It looked as if they would shatter at any moment. However, at this moment, an overwhelming black light screen swept across the sky towards Xianxia. There were black barbs on the black light screen. They flickered with a sharp and cold radiance that could pierce through everything. That was the octopus queen's tongue. Rumble. At this moment, all the black tentacles shrunk by tens of thousands of times in an instant. Like a black waterfall, they crisscrossed and formed a huge net that enveloped Xianxia. At the same time, the heavenly filth origin swept over from below, wanting to pollute all life. A cold radiance flashed across Xianxia's eyes. He did not expect the octopus queen to be so intelligent. She even took the initiative to set up a trap. This was clearly a trap that the octopus queen had deliberately set up for Xianxia. She wanted to capture and kill Xianxia in one fell swoop. The spiderweb-like cracks on the octopus queen's eyelids, which were about to shatter, instantly disappeared and became extremely sturdy again. Xianxia did not continue to aim at the octopus queen's eyes. The sky-devouring sword in his hand soared into the sky. The sword chi was extremely sharp, and it wanted to tear the huge black net apart. Clang! 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 Although the huge black net was trembling, it managed to block the sharp radiance of the sky-devouring sword. However, the radiance dimmed a little, and it continued to envelop Xianxia. The octopus queen's huge tongue and the black sea formed by the heavenly filth origin drowned Xianxia in an instant. The octopus queen opened her eyes again, and there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Do you really think that I don't know that this is a trap that you set up?" Suddenly, an extremely abrupt voice was heard. The octopus queen's body trembled, and there was a look of uncertainty in her eyes as she looked around. Swoosh! At this moment, Xiao's figure suddenly appeared in front of the octopus queen, and he punched out. Crack! Chaotic light bloomed, and the unparalleled fist print contained the power to split the heavens and earth. It was as though it was going to restart the era and recreate chaos. Epic fist. The speed of this punch was extremely fast, and Xianxia and the octopus queen's eyes were too close. The octopus queen did not even have time to close her eyes before Xiao's punch landed on her eyes. Poof! Blood spurted out, and the octopus queen's eyes suddenly exploded. Xiao moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Without any hesitation, he charged into the octopus queen's body through the eye that had been blasted open. Clang! The sky-devouring sword made a clanging sound and instantly pierced through the octopus queen's tongue. It flew across the sky and landed in Xiao's hands. With the sky-devouring sword in hand, Xiao was unstoppable. He wantonly destroyed everything around him as he charged towards the core of the octopus queen's body. Roar! The octopus queen let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, it was mixed with intense pain and fear. Her other undamaged eye was filled with confusion. She did not understand how Xiao could appear out of thin air when he was already imprisoned by her tongue. However, she did not know that Xiao's teleportation secret skill, after fusing with the power of time and space, was almost like an avatar. It formed an illusory Xiao and deceived the octopus queen's eyes. While she was scheming against Xiao was also scheming against her. Rumble! The octopus queen's gigantic body began to writhe wildly due to the intense pain. In an instant, countless buildings were destroyed and many powerful octopus warriors were crushed to death. The octopus queen's body did not have any flaws. It was extremely sturdy. Even Xiao's sky-devouring sword could not cause any substantial damage to it. However, its eyes were its only weak point. Xiao smashed one of its eyes and charged into its body. His wanton destruction caused the octopus queen's cultivation, which had already been greatly damaged, to dissipate even faster. Moreover, the intense pain was unbearable. It roared furiously, and at the same time, its gigantic body twisted and destroyed everything in the octopus clan. Is he really able to kill the octopus queen? The trial takers hid at the side and looked at the octopus queen, who was twisting violently in front of them. The members of the octopus clan were fleeing in all directions. At this moment, no one cared about them. Although some of the emperors of the octopus clan had rushed back, Xianxia had already entered the octopus queen's body. The emperors of the octopus clan could only be anxious. The octopus queen is an ancient beast. The bloodline in her body is a good treasure that can allow us to be reborn. Especially the heavenly tainted origin pearl. That is a complete origin pearl. If it is integrated into one's body, one's cultivation will skyrocket. Someone said enviously. So what? If the octopus queen dies, we won't get the bloodline or the heavenly tainted origin pearl. Someone sneered. If only the young master was here. With the young master, he would definitely be able to kill the octopus queen. Even if we can't get the heavenly tainted origin pearl, it would be good to get the octopus queen's bloodline. Someone said regretfully. That's right. That brat is just lucky. Also, the sword in his hand should be an extreme emperor weapon. It could even cut off the octopus queen's tentacles. What a good treasure. The young master would definitely like it. Unfortunately, the young master isn't here. If only the young master could find us, the group of people gathered together and discussed softly. As for the three immortals, they looked at each other with pity in their eyes. Without leaving a trace, they distanced themselves from the dozen or so immortals. They really don't know what's good for them, that fiend saved you. It's fine if you don't thank him, but you want to take advantage of him? At first, they did not recognize Ling Zhao's identity. However, when Ling Xiao took out the sky-devouring sword and released the aura of the God clan, they instantly recognized him. The son of God from the God clan, the divine master, this was a ruthless person who dared to reject the ninth prince. He was the person who killed the Taiyuan saint and the sword heart saint. The three of them were independent cultivators. Although they did not enter the immortal demon cave, they were outside and witnessed the battle with their own eyes. These dozen or so reckless fellows are dead for sure. The three of them could only hope that Ling Xiao would not kill them because of their status as immortals. Within the octopus queen's body, Ling Xiao wielded the sky-devouring sword and destroyed everything around him. He entered the octopus queen's head through her eyes. Her heavenly filth origin bead emitted a mysterious light that surged toward Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's primordial immortal body was perfect and impenetrable. The primordial immortal body was able to resist all attacks from the origin of heavenly filth. After devouring the Dao fruit, he could even refine the origin of heavenly filth. Furthermore, the light emitted by the heavenly filth origin pearl had also pointed the way for Ling Xiao. Crack, the sky-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's hand cut through everything. Finally, he saw the sky-tainted origin pearl and the octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit. Is this the heavenly filth origin pearl? Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. The heavenly filth origin pearl in front of him looked like a dazzling sun. It flowed with colorful light, but it was black and contained an extremely evil energy fluctuation. On the other hand, the indestructible primordial spirit of the octopus queen looked like a small octopus. Its entire body was as black as ink, and it contained extremely powerful mental strength. At this moment, it was looking at Ling Xiao with eyes full of resentment. "Aunt, you've angered me," the octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit said coldly. "Angered you? What can you do about it?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said with interest. "As punishment, I'll let you taste the most painful death in this world. The last thing you should have done was to barge into this place." The octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit said coldly as if she was looking at a dead person. Boom, as soon as she finished speaking, an extremely powerful sound wave burst out from her mouth. It was as if it had materialized and shrouded Ling Xiao. Crack, the void trembled and the surrounding heavens and earth rumbled. The octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit was like a black ray of light. It was extremely fast and shrouded Ling Xiao in an instant. The heavenly filth origin pearl came across the sky and emitted the purest polluting power. It surged wildly into Ling Xiao's body. After all, the octopus queen had the cultivation of an unparalleled emperor. Even though her cultivation had been greatly damaged because she had given birth to a child, which gave Xianxia an opportunity to take advantage of her, her primordial spirit did not suffer much damage. With the soul core of a peerless imperial monarch, annihilating a third-level imperial monarch was simply an extremely easy task. Rumble, Xianxia's entire body was enveloped by a dense black light. The octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit was like an awl. It was extremely sharp and wanted to penetrate Xianxia's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and enter it to pollute his primordial spirit. In the octopus queen's opinion, Xianxia was definitely going to die. Xianxia's expression was extremely calm and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint mocking smile. Chaotic light filled his body and purple gas rose. The Hongmeng indestructible origin body gave him the ability to be invulnerable. The power of the heavenly filth origin pearl could not penetrate his body at all. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't an ordinary third-level imperial monarch. Rumble, instantly, a terrifying devouring power erupted from his body. The devouring heaven sacred domain appeared and shrouded the entire area majestically. This was the octopus queen's sea of consciousness. It was the place where her primordial spirit and the heavenly filth origin pearl resided. It was also the place where the life origin gathered. As Xianxia urged the fruit of devouring, a terrifying devouring domain instantly formed around him. The vast life origin and the power of the heavenly filth origin pearl were devoured by the devouring Tao fruit and surged into Xianxia's body continuously. You actually cultivated the devouring Tao fruit? So what if you devour the Tao fruit? Do you really think that the devouring Tao fruit can devour my heavenly filth origin pearl? The octopus queen was shocked and furious. Her expression became extremely ugly. The devouring Tao fruit was one of the top 20 Tao fruits in the universe. It was extremely powerful and much more powerful than the heavenly filth origin pearl. If Xianxia's cultivation was not much weaker than hers, the devouring Tao fruit could refine the heavenly filth origin pearl in one fell swoop. Even so, the octopus queen still felt that something was amiss. If the devouring Tao fruit doesn't work, what if I add other things? Xianxia said with a faint smile. His eyes instantly shone with an incomparably bright light. Rumble, chaotic light rose around him. The power of destiny was ethereal and the aura of reincarnation surged. The light of karma intertwined and the power of time and space began to distort. 12 Tao fruits appeared and displayed a destructive aura fluctuation. These were the Tao fruits of the 12 ultimate great paths. When Xianxia activated them at the same time, the heavenly filth origin bead was completely suppressed. Moreover, with the support of the 12 Tao fruits, the devouring Tao fruit shone brightly as if it was going to devour the heavenly filth origin bead. The octopus queen was scared out of her wits. You're a robber? The octopus queen screamed in shock. Her eyes were filled with fear. Swoosh, she gave up the idea of killing Xianxia instantly. Her indestructible primordial spirit quickly moved away and chose to escape. Robber? What's a robber? Xianxia was confused. The words robber seemed to have a special meaning. However, Xianxia did not understand why the octopus queen would think that he was a robber. Are you still pretending? Who else can refine so many ultimate Tao fruits other than a robber? Let me go and I promise I won't be your enemy. The octopus queen screamed. Her eyes were filled with fear and even a hint of pleading. She realized that her indestructible primordial spirit could not escape the seal of the 12 Tao fruits. The threat of death loomed over her heart. Let you go? Leave the heavenly filth origin bead and I can spare your life. How about that? Xianxia smiled faintly. He had spent so much effort to kill the octopus queen because of the heavenly filth origin bead. This was a perfect origin bead. If he could refine it, it would definitely allow his strength to increase greatly. His cultivation would also increase by quite a bit. Leave the heavenly filth origin bead? Don't even think about it. Aunt, do you really think I'm afraid of you? At most, we'll perish together. The octopus queen screamed fiercely. The heavenly filth origin bead was her foundation and the source of her cultivation and power. If she left it to Xianxia, not only would her cultivation be greatly damaged, but she would also be killed if her powerful enemies found out about it. Therefore, she was unwilling to give up the heavenly filth origin bead even if she died. If you're unwilling, you can go to hell. Ling Xiao sneered. Boom, he activated the 12 ultimate Dao fruits without hesitation. The terrifying power of the devouring Dao fruit shrouded the octopus queen's primordial spirit and the heavenly filth origin bead. At the same time, the sky-devouring sword in Ling and Ling Zhao's primordial spirit gave out a blazing light. It was extremely sharp. The sky-devouring sword, sky-devouring heavenly emperor weapon, eternal emperor's weapon was emperor's weapon. It was sky-devouring heaven emperor. Devouring sword emperor sword had sword heaven sword sword heaven sword was sword. Even the octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit did not dare to face the sky-devouring sword, let alone her physical body. To be. Shall to be, to be sword. To be. Sword. To be. To s to her was she of hers her was. The 12 Dao fruits continued to compress the space. The devouring Dao fruit unleashed a terrifying devouring power that suppressed the octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit and the heavenly filth origin bead. Soon, Queen Octopus was in a desperate situation. You forced me to do this. If you want my heavenly filth origin bead, then die together with me. Queen Octopus's eyes were filled with despair as she roared. Rumble, her indestructible primordial spirit gave off a dazzling light. An extremely terrifying aura filled the air. It was furious and crazy. The heavenly filth origin bead was also spewing out heavenly filth origin energy. It was like a black sea that was surging wildly. It contained an extremely crazy power. Queen Octopus was going to self-detonate. Suppress. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and yelled out loudly. Dazzling light bloomed between his eyebrows. The 9-colored divine glow rose and the wordless heavenly book flew across the sky. It floated above Queen Octopus's indestructible primordial spirit and the heavenly filth origin bead. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura. Queen Octopus, who was about to self-detonate, was shocked. There was a look of horror and disbelief in its eyes. Swoosh, but before she could finish her sentence, the sky-devouring sword flew across the sky like a divine rainbow. It was dazzling white and extremely sharp. It cut her in half. The devouring Dao fruit exploded with a terrifying devouring power. It instantly enveloped Queen Octopus's primordial spirit and began to devour and refine it. The heavenly filth origin bead was suppressed by the wordless heavenly book and then slowly absorbed into Ling Zhao's consciousness between his eyebrows. The 17th origin Dao fruit, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in Queen Octopus's head. He was refining Queen Octopus's primordial spirit and devouring her majestic life origin at the same time. His aura began to strengthen rapidly. Queen Octopus's million-foot body had lived for countless years in Eternal Emperor's Road. It contained an extremely terrifying amount of vitality. The pure life origin contained a vast amount of immortal matter. Although it couldn't raise Ling Zhao's cultivation base by much, it could strengthen his foundation. After Queen Octopus's indestructible primordial spirit was erased, it turned into the purest form of primordial spirit energy and merged with Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. Even though Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was powerful now, the indestructible primordial spirit of a peerless emperor could still raise his indestructible primordial spirit significantly. Queen Octopus is indeed powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that she gave birth to a child, her cultivation would have been reduced to the 6th or 7th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm at most. I probably wouldn't have been able to kill her or even break her defense. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He was really lucky this time. However, he had also gained a lot. Queen Octopus's life origin, indestructible primordial spirit, and heavenly filth origin bead were all treasures that could only be found by chance. It's a pity that I still had to use the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Ever since the evil spirit had told him about the origin of the wordless heavenly book, he had been very cautious and unwilling to use it too much. When Queen Octopus's indestructible primordial spirit self-destructed, only the wordless heavenly book could suppress it. Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the wordless heavenly book. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was better to use the chaotic treasure as little as possible in Eternal Emperor's Road as he might trigger some unknown existence. Master, it's useless to think so much. Anyway, you've already been targeted by the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book. The only thing you can do now is to raise your cultivation as quickly as possible so that you can protect yourself. The evil spirit seemed to know what Xianxia was thinking and said aloud. I understand. However, I still hope to keep a low profile as much as possible. Before I have absolute strength, I don't want to attract too much attention. Xianxia nodded and said. Master, do you think you can keep a low profile? You're the chosen one and you possess the heavenly Tao's providence of this epoch. I'm afraid not only the geniuses of the universe, but also the monstrous geniuses of the past. They won't let you off so easily. This is an era of great competition. Stepping onto the Eternal Emperor Road means that you must fight for everything. If you don't fight for it, others will. So, it's better to fight. Kill everyone who stands in your way and ascend to the peak of the Eternal Emperor Road. The evil spirit said eagerly. There was a strong bewitching power in its voice. I understand what you're saying. Let's not talk about this for now. Tell me, what's a robber? Why did the octopus queen call me a robber when she saw me reveal so many Tao fruits? Xianxia smiled faintly. Robber? That name sounds familiar. I need to think about it. The evil spirit said with some confusion. You don't know either? Xianxia was a little surprised. I really haven't remembered, but a robber should be someone like Master who has many Tao fruits. Anyway, robbers are very dangerous. Master must be careful of them. The evil spirit said vaguely. Many Tao fruits? Is that a robber? Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. When an Imperial Emperor realm expert condensed an origin Tao fruit, it represented the origin Tao that the Imperial Emperor was walking. If one reached the peak of an origin Tao and eventually mastered a great Tao, it was also called Tao affirmation. The Tao affirmation was an emperor, therefore, many imperial lords would only condense a single Tao fruit. Even if they obtained another's Tao fruit, as long as their quintessence was similar, they could absorb the Tao fruit and allow their quintessence Tao fruit to evolve, allowing them to walk further on the quintessence Tao. Very few people would condense more than one Tao fruit at the same time. Of course, some people who knew that they had no hope of Tao affirmation would condense more Tao fruits to improve their strength. There were also some amazing geniuses who thought that they could control more origin Taos, so they would condense more Tao fruits. But those were the minority. Only Xianxia would be able to condense multiple origin Tao fruits without the slightest scruple. Because the path he walked was different from others. He wanted to gather 3,000 great Taos and walk the path of 10,000 Taos as one. In the end, he had to break through 10,000 Taos and return them to one, then use strength to affirm his Tao. This was destined to be a path that no one had ever taken before, and no one in the future. However, the words robber that the octopus queen had mentioned made Xianxia instinctively feel that something was amiss. It seemed to have a special meaning that did not belong to the above categories. Perhaps, when I meet a real robber, I will understand. Xianxia thought to himself. The octopus queen had been killed by him, and her most precious life origin, indestructible primordial spirit, and heavenly tainted origin pearl had all become his. Xianxia didn't leave either. He sat cross-legged in the octopus queen's head to refine the life origin and the indestructible primordial spirit. Outside, everyone saw that the octopus queen's huge body, which was still twisting violently, had stiffened and lost all signs of life. The octopus queen really died in the hands of that brat. The dozen or so surviving trial takers and prodigies all had incredulous looks in their eyes. In that case, the heavenly filth origin pearl has also fallen into his hands? There's also the life origin of the octopus queen. Such a huge body, I wonder how much life origin it contains. Perhaps it can help our cultivation to improve further. That brat still hasn't come out. Could it be that he wants to take the octopus queen's treasures for himself? Damn it, how dare he look down on us? When the young master arrives, we must teach him a lesson. The dozen or so trial takers and prodigies all had indignant looks on their faces. It was as if they had forgotten who had saved them from the octopus queen's mouth. After the octopus queen was killed, the imperial emperors of the octopus clan all suffered a huge backlash. Their life origin was damaged after their mother's body was killed, and their strength was rapidly draining away. All of them were extremely terrified. They were afraid that Xianxia would rush out to deal with them, so all of them fled in all directions. Soon, the ancestral land of the octopus clan was empty. Crack! At that moment, a blazing thunderbolt exploded in the void. The sky was filled with thunderbolts, surging like an ocean, flashing with a dazzling light. A young man with purple hair walked out from the thunderbolt, holding a purple gold war spear. He was clad in armor and had a head of fluttering purple hair. His face looked as if it had been carved by a knife and axe. It was very three-dimensional, and his purple eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. His gaze was cold and domineering, and it was so sharp that no one dared to look directly at him. His aura was extremely violent, as if the god of thunder had descended upon the world, exuding a vast heavenly might. "It's the young master." The dozen or so trial takers and prodigies all trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of incomparable surprise. The purple-haired man walked out from the thunderbolt and appeared in front of the octopus queen's corpse in an instant. Whoosh, he pointed at the void, and the light from his finger was extremely sharp. In an instant, the shackles on the dozen or so trial takers and prodigies were lifted. "What's going on?" An indifferent voice sounded. "Young master, after we entered the Eternal Emperor Road, we were ambushed by the octopus monster and captured here. We were to be offered to the octopus queen as food." A trial taker with fair skin, brown hair, and a tall figure did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and reported respectfully. "You're saying that the Third Heaven Imperial Lord young man killed the octopus queen and is now in her body?" The purple-haired young man's eyes were like lightning as he asked indifferently. "That's right. However, young master, that young man's strength is not too strong. The octopus queen's strength was greatly reduced after she laid her eggs. That gave him an opportunity to take advantage of her. There is a perfected heavenly filth origin pearl in the octopus queen's body." A trial taker and prodigy reported. "A perfected heavenly filth origin pearl? That's a treasure. If I bring it to the imperial city, I can exchange it for many treasures. These octopus eggs are also good treasures." The purple-haired young man nodded in satisfaction. He did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately kept all the octopus eggs. His gaze landed on the giant octopus beast's body and a hint of passion flashed across his eyes. The body of a peerless Emperor Realm ancient beast was full of treasures. In particular, the indestructible primordial spirit, origin pearl, and life origin were all supreme treasures. "Young master, only you are qualified to enjoy the treasures in the octopus queen's body. That young man is ignorant. I'm afraid he's refining the heavenly filth origin pearl now." A trial taker said flatteringly. "Refining the heavenly filth origin pearl? You're courting death." The purple-haired young man's eyes flashed coldly. Rumble, however, at that moment, before he could do anything, the giant octopus beast suddenly began to tremble violently. Its head even emitted a dazzling light. A young man in a snow-white robe, shrouded in chaotic light, stepped out of the giant octopus beast's head. The two people's gazes collided in the void, instantly igniting a blazing and dazzling light. "The heavenly filth origin bead is in your hands? Hand it over." The purple-haired young man looked down at Xianxia coldly and spoke in a commanding tone. "Who are you?" Xiao's eyes flashed with light. The purple-haired young man in front of him was enveloped in lightning and exuded a vast heavenly might. His aura was domineering and sharp. It seemed like he cultivated an origin source related to the Tao of lightning. The purple-haired young man was handsome but different from a human. He had a hooked nose and deep-set eyes. He might be a prodigy of a foreign race. His cultivation was extraordinary as he had reached the fifth heaven of the Imperial Lord Realm. However, that commanding tone of his made Xianxia feel a little displeased. "Lad, this is our young master of the Thunder God, Anux. If you know what's good for you, hand over the heavenly filth origin bead quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer the wrath of the Thunder God." One of the trial challengers sneered. "That's right. Lad, on account of your extraordinary cultivation, hand over the heavenly filth origin bead and kneel down to surrender. Our young master of the Thunder God doesn't mind taking you in as a follower." Another trial challenger sneered. The eyes of the dozen or so trial takers were full of pride. as if they had completely forgotten who had saved them from the octopus queen. Anux? I've never heard of him. Have you forgotten that if I hadn't killed the octopus queen, you would have become its food? How dare you make a fuss in front of me? Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed and spoke indifferently. He didn't mean to save those people. He just didn't want them to be eaten by the octopus queen and become her energy source. However, Ling Xiao had saved them after all. Ling Xiao's horizons were broadened when he saw how shameless these fellows were. Save us? Isn't that an honor for you? We are the great young master of the Thunder God's followers. Even without you, the octopus queen wouldn't have been able to kill us. Brat, don't tell me you still want to put up a resistance? One of the trial challengers laughed arrogantly. As for the purple-haired young man, the so-called young master of the Thunder God, Anux, he had an indifferent look on his face, and his eyes were filled with a blazing sharpness. His entire body exuded an incomparably terrifying destructive power, locking onto Ling Xiao in front of him. It was as if as long as Ling Xiao dared to refuse, he would immediately attack. You guys sure are confident. You repaid kindness with enmity, yet you still speak so righteously. You've really opened my eyes. Ling Xiao mocked. As for the three immortal trial takers, they didn't dare to run away, nor did they dare to stand together with the so-called Thunder God young master. They could only hide to the side and try their best to keep a distance from those idiots. However, their eyes were filled with sympathy. Perhaps they still didn't know how powerful this fiend was. What a bunch of idiots. Even a peerless emperor like the octopus queen had died in Ling Xiao's hands. Did they really think that this so-called Thunder God young master Anux could defeat Ling Xiao? He was really courting death. Looks like you're not planning to hand over the heavenly filth origin pearl? Anux said indifferently with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. I can see that the origin pearl in your body seems to be of good quality. Why don't you hand over your origin pearl to me? Ling Xiao looked at Anux with interest and smiled faintly. You're courting death. Murderous intent flashed in Anux's eyes. Boom, in his palm, the purple gold battle spear was surrounded by endless lightning. It was dazzling and looked like a twisting lightning dragon that pierced through the air toward Ling Xiao. His entire body exuded an incomparably terrifying power. It was a kind of destructive fluctuation that was violent and crazy. Eh? The lightning is just the surface. Destruction is the true origin? That's right. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Anux actually cultivated the extremely rare destruction origin. Therefore, the origin pearl that he condensed should also be the destruction origin vermilion. The lightning surrounding Anux was probably the power that came with the destruction origin pearl. Boom, in the face of Anux's purple gold battle spear, Ling Xiao's eyes were like lightning as he threw out a punch. Chaotic light surged and purple gas rose 30,000 miles. It made Ling Xiao's aura become extremely terrifying in an instant. His primordial immortal body was also known as the primordial immortal body. It contained the vast and mighty power that was created at the beginning of the primordial immortal body. A casual punch could erupt with the power to annihilate everything. Clang, sparks flew in all directions and the void distorted violently. Unparalleled divine power surged, and the violet gold battle spear in Anux's hand began to hum. Unparalleled divine power surged, causing Anux's arm to go numb, and the battle spear almost flew out of his hand. What a powerful physical body! Anux narrowed his eyes, and the battle intent around him became even more intense. Rumble, endless lightning surged and his purple hair fluttered. Bolts of lightning were as thick as mountains and pressed down on Ling Xiao. The purple gold battle spear in his hands was extremely sharp and it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. In an instant, it pierced through the lightning and shot towards Ling Xiao's glabella. Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He threw out a punch and went straight up. He did not dodge and faced the purple gold battle spear in Anux's hands. Clang! 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 Ling Xiao's fist print was powerful and overbearing. Every punch was surrounded by endless chaotic light as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. His fist print collided with the purple gold battle spear and dazzling lightning intertwined, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. How is this possible? He can contend against an extreme Dao Emperor weapon with his physical body? Anux's devouring eyes were filled with disbelief. The purple gold battle spear in his hands was called the Destruction Spear. It was a powerful Extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Even though it was suppressed on Eternal Emperor Road, it was still a powerful weapon. He realized that Ling Xiao did not suffer any injuries from using his fists to contend against the destruction spear. Occasionally, the spear radiance would pierce Ling Xiao's skin, but it would heal in an instant. Ling Xiao was like an extremely powerful Extreme Tao Emperor weapon. He continuously collided with the destruction spear and it seemed like he was going to suppress Anux. Moreover, the destructive lightning that filled the sky was formed by Anuk's destruction origin energy. However, when it landed on Ling Xiao, it was unable to break through his defense. Instead, it was devoured by an extremely strange force. The rebounding force from the destruction spear was getting more and more terrifying. Anuk's arms were about to lose feeling. At this moment, he finally understood how powerful Ling Xiao was. It seems like your destruction origin energy bead is really perfect. Even a 6th Heaven Emperor realm expert would not be a match for you. Let's make a deal. Hand over your destruction origin energy bead and I will spare your life. How about that? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't even think about it. Anux let out a roar as flames of fury surged in his eyes. Rumble, the aura around him was terrifying. Behind him, it was as if a black sun was rising. Streaks of God sequence chains shot through the air, wrapping around Ling Xiao. Everyone, attack together and kill him. Anux roared. The dozens of trial takers under him were all trembling with fear at this moment. They were completely stunned by Ling Xiao's powerful combat strength. After hearing Anux's words, they gritted their teeth and charged towards Ling Xiao. Even though most of them were at the 1st or 2nd level of the Imperial Monarch realm, they'd formed an extremely profound battle formation. Their vital energy was connected to each other, and it erupted with a peerlessly formidable sealing force. Destruction arrow, destroy. Anux's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ling Xiao's strength had triggered the madness in his heart. Rumble, mysterious runes appeared on his forehead and gathered to form an extremely mysterious arrow. It was completely black and filled with blood-red light. However, it made one's primordial spirit tremble. The mysterious arrow pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. A gleam of light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. The mysterious arrow contained an extremely terrifying destructive force. It was as if it could destroy his Yuan spirit, causing him to feel a sliver of danger in his heart. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Black chains of order intertwined around him and enveloped him in an instant. The powerful sealing power formed by the dozen or so trial takers added to Ling Xiao's body, making him look like a terrifying ancient divine mountain. Let's see how you can survive. Anux's eyes were filled with a cold smile as if he was looking at a dead man. The destruction arrow was his destruction origin and it was the strongest killing force that he could unleash. Once the destruction arrow was unleashed, his destruction origin bead dimmed significantly. Puff, a blood-red light seemed to bloom on Ling Xiao's forehead. In an instant, Ling Xiao was enveloped by endless light. Was that fiend really killed? The 3 geniuses of the immortal tribe were given a fright. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. It's hard to say. That arrow of destruction is too terrifying. I feel that if it had been shot at me, I would have definitely died. Someone said with lingering fear. You're definitely going to die, but that's not necessarily the case for that fiend. Even the 9th Prince and His Highness the Great-Grandson think highly of him. They think that he's one of the strongest people on the Eternal Emperor's road. How could he die in this backwater place? Someone said doubtfully. Just as the 3 of them were feeling extremely puzzled, the void suddenly vibrated as a boundless heavens might burst forth. Rumble, dazzling light blossomed in front of everyone. Divine rays of light shot out in all directions, and auspicious vapors rose. The surrounding void seemed to have been annihilated in an instant. Endless chaotic light gushed out, and a series of crackling sounds rang out, as if some kind of restriction had been broken. A powerful force that made one feel despair swept out like a storm, and instantly swept the dozen of trial challengers away. Ling Xiao stepped out from the chaotic light. His eyes were extremely sharp and dazzling, and no one dared to look at him directly. How is this possible? You can actually block the arrow of destruction? Anux's eyes were filled with disbelief. Once his arrow of destruction was shot out, even a sixth heaven imperial monarch would definitely die. Even a high-level imperial monarch would be heavily injured. That was the origin energy that surpassed time and space. It could ignore defense and shoot the arrow of destruction directly at the opponent's primordial spirit. Even so, it was still blocked by Ling Xiao. Your arrow of destruction is not bad, but it's still too weak. Ling Xiao sneered as a dazzling light rose in his eyes. Rumble, he punched down from the sky, and the surrounding void rumbled. The unparalleled fist intent that filled the sky condensed into a vast immemorial divine mountain that locked onto Anux. Although the arrow of destruction was powerful, Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit was protected by 17 origin Dao fruits and was suppressed by the wordless heavenly book. As soon as it entered Ling Xiao's mind, it was devoured by Ling Xiao. It did not even cause a ripple. Damn it! Anux was flustered and exasperated. However, in the face of Ling Xiao's terrifying fist, he had no way to avoid it. He could only raise the spear of destruction to meet his enemy. Boom! The unparalleled fist print pressed down on the spear of destruction, and the spear of destruction vibrated violently. It instantly flew out of Anux's hand. Anux spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was struck by lightning. Boom! Ling Xiao punched down again, and the unparalleled fist intent was domineering and arrogant. The surrounding void was instantly annihilated, and Anux's eyes finally revealed a look of horror. Crack, his chest caved in, and his entire body was penetrated by Ling Xiao's punch, leaving behind a huge bloody hole. His face instantly turned pale. Scram! Ling Xiao did not turn his head. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he slapped out. The dozen or so trial takers originally struggled to come to Anux's aid, but Ling Xiao's palm covered the sky and was extremely terrifying. It directly sent all of them flying. As if they had been struck by lightning, they spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their eyes were filled with despair. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao strode across the void, as if he was moving across the heavens, and an invincible aura filled the air. A vast aura pressed down on Anux, causing Anux's face to turn even paler. You can't kill me. My elder brother is the young Lightning Emperor. If you kill me, you will be hunted down and killed on the Eternal Emperor's road. No one will be able to save you. Anux stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. The young Lightning Emperor was where his confidence came from. With such an elder brother, he had nurtured his arrogant and domineering character, and he could do whatever he wanted on the Eternal Emperor's road. Young Lightning Emperor? What a boastful tone. I really want to see if your elder brother will stand up for you after I kill you. Ling Xiao sneered, and there was a trace of sharpness in his eyes. Boom! His unparalleled fist struck down, as if he did not see the anger and resentment in Anux's eyes at all. On the Eternal Emperor's road, it was a competition between supreme talents. The winner would live, and the loser would die. There was no room for mercy. It was just like how Ling Xiao had saved Anux's followers, but Anux still wanted to kill him for the heavenly taint origin bead. The strong were respected, and there was no logic to it. Strength was the only truth. Since that was the case, he would use his invincible fists to sweep through this chaotic world. Anux was dead, the destruction spear could not save his life, nor could the destruction arrow. He was killed by Ling Xiao with a single punch. Even his indestructible primordial spirit could not escape and was completely destroyed. The dozen or so trial takers had also died in Ling Xiao's hands. Before they died, their eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. If they had not been greedy for the origin bead, they would not have died. A black Dao fruit floated in Ling Xiao's palm. It was completely black and had mysterious lightning flashing around it. It contained a destructive energy fluctuation. This was the destruction Dao fruit, the source of Anux power. It is indeed a perfect origin Dao fruit. Looks like Anux's identity is not simple. The young Thunder Emperor? Ling Xiao looked at the destruction Dao fruit in his palm with satisfaction. However, when he thought of the young Thunder Emperor that Anux had mentioned, he had a strange feeling in his heart. Is the young Thunder Emperor related to the Thunder Emperor? Thunder God Great World? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Through the fragmented memories, he knew that Anux came from the Thunder God Great World and was known as the young master of the Thunder God. Anux had an older brother, Alex, who was known as the young Thunder Emperor, Alex was extremely talented and powerful. He was known as the #1 genius in the Thunder God Great World. Even the few great thousand worlds around the Thunder God Great World were overshadowed by Alex's existence. They were even conquered by the Thunder God Great World in the end. Everyone thought that the young Thunder Emperor, Alex, would one day be removed from the word young and become the real Thunder Emperor. Alex's name was known throughout the Great Thousand Worlds and he had developed an arrogant character. However, the tragedy was that Anux had met Xianxia when he had just arrived at the Eternal Emperor Road. He did not even have the chance to escape before he was killed by Xianxia. Swoosh, the destruction Dao fruit flew into Xiao's mind between his eyebrows and was slowly refined by Xiao. The 18th Dao fruit, Xiao was looking forward to the Eternal Emperor Road more and more. Perhaps he could really gather 3,000 origin source Dao fruits on the Eternal Emperor Road. My cultivation is only a step away from the 4th heaven of the Emperor realm. However, I will need a strong opponent to break through. Xiao thought to himself. His path was already set. Xiao wanted to be firm in every step he took. Therefore, every time he broke through, he had to reach the pinnacle. Under the pressure of a strong opponent, he had to break through to a higher realm. The Doom Spear flew away. The real owner of the Spear of Destruction was Alex, and it was useless for Xiao to stay, so he let the Spear of Destruction leave. I didn't expect to meet people from the immortal realm. Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the 3 people from the immortal race and said indifferently. Lord God, we are not in cahoots with them. We are very grateful to Lord God for saving our lives. We will never become enemies with Lord God. A genius from the God race said with trepidation. The fiend in front of him was indeed as vicious and merciless as the rumors said. He had killed Anux and more than a dozen of his followers. They were afraid that Xiao would kill them as well. After all, with Xiao's powerful battle prowess, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just tell me where the geniuses from the immortal realm are now. Xiao smiled faintly. He was a step too late, but a step too late was too late. The Eternal Emperor Road was very strange. Although it looked like a road that ran through thousands of worlds and led to the depths of chaos, it also seemed like a mysterious world. The evil spirit's memory was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Xiao needed more information before he could decide what to do next. Lord God, the geniuses from the immortal realm include the 9th Prince, His Highness Great-Grandson, the ancient experts from the 9 great immortal sects who were sealed, and some powerful geniuses from the eternal immortal dynasty. They have already left and are probably breaking through the Imperial City and heading towards the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. We were a step too late and were transported to this wildlands. We were also unlucky enough to fall into the hands of the octopus monster. The genius from the immortal race explained honestly. Breaking through the Imperial City? Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. He knew that there were a total of 108 Imperial cities on the Eternal Emperor Road. Legend had it that only by breaking through all 108 Imperial cities could one reach the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. How could the 9th Prince and the others be so fast? Lord God, we heard that the 9th Prince can directly locate the Imperial City. That's why they've already broken through the first Imperial City, but we've appeared in the wildlands. Another genius from the immortal race laughed bitterly. Master, I remember some information about the 108 Imperial cities. The evil spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Xiao's mind. Speak. Xiao said faintly. Master, the 108 Imperial cities are said to be formed by the heavenly Tao. They are meant to test the countless geniuses from all over the universe. They are both tests and opportunities. If you can break through all 108 Imperial cities, you will obtain the opportunity to become an immortal emperor. The 108 Imperial cities represent 108 supreme great Daos. If you can prove your Tao and become an immortal emperor, you will become an invincible immortal emperor and wield the great Tao origin. However, the 108 Imperial cities are different. The last 12 Imperial cities represent 12 supreme great Daos. They are the 12 great Tao origins formed by Master's 12 sky arts. The order of the 12 Imperial cities was fixed. One had to take one step at a time. Only by breaking through the 12 layers could one step reach the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. As for the other 96 Imperial cities, the order is not fixed. Geniuses from all over the universe will be randomly teleported. However, no matter which imperial city you appear in, you must break through all 96 imperial cities in order to reach the last 12 imperial cities. Therefore, when the geniuses from all over the universe step onto the Eternal Emperor Road, they will cherish every minute and second. They will look for opportunities to break through the 96 imperial cities and reach the last 12 imperial cities. The evil spirit explained. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He only knew that there were 108 imperial cities on the Eternal Emperor Road, but he didn't expect there to be such a thing about them. The 108 imperial cities should be the origin secret techniques recorded in the textless Heavenly Tome. What does the textless Heavenly Tome have to do with the Eternal Emperor Road? Ling Xiao thought to himself. After the wordless heavenly book had shattered and become a part of him, Ling Xiao had gradually comprehended all 108 origin source secret techniques under the nourishment of the origin source secret techniques. However, although the 108 origin source secret techniques contained the mysteries of the great Tao origin, their offensive power was not very strong. Therefore, Ling Xiao rarely used them and only used them to nourish his origin source Tao fruit. Now, it seemed that the 108 origin source secret techniques were not that simple. Master, it seems that we are the unluckiest ones. The place we were transported to is the wildlands of the Eternal Emperor Road. It is very far from any emperor city. The only thing we can do now is to find an emperor city before we can continue on. The evil spirit smiled bitterly. Then let's go. As long as we keep moving forward, we will find an emperor city. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he leaped into the air and flew forward. The three immortals looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Xiao really did not intend to kill them. They didn't dare to follow behind Ling Xiao. Instead, they headed in another direction. The Eternal Emperor Road was vast and boundless and led to the depths of the chaos. The destination was fixed, but the direction could be different. As soon as he stepped onto the Eternal Emperor Road, Ling Xiao could already feel that it wasn't an ordinary road. What he would face next would likely be dangers and bloody battles everywhere. On the Eternal Emperor Road, 100 million miles tall city floated in the chaos. It looked ancient and mysterious, flowing with the vicissitudes of time. It was eternal and immortal. Sky-piercing Emperor City, for ancient and mysterious words floated above the city, each containing a magnificent monarch aura. At this moment, in sky-piercing Emperor City, another figure suddenly opened his eyes. It was a young man with a head of purple hair. He had an imposing appearance and was extraordinarily handsome. Terrifying lightning flashed around him as if he could destroy everything. His face was similar to Anuk's, but his eyes were sharper and more domineering. There was an indescribable majesty and aura about him, the young lightning emperor, Anuk's. In front of him, the void trembled slightly. The destruction spear appeared in front of him, buzzing and vibrating as if it was transmitting some kind of message. Anuk's is dead. Who is so audacious? An indifferent yet dignified voice rang out like thunder, shaking the entire palace. The palace rumbled, and several figures with powerful auras outside seemed to feel Alex's anger. They all knelt down, trembling with fear. They were all followers of Alex, but they had never seen Alex so angry before. This was because there was simply no one who could anger the young Lightning Emperor. Anyone who had offended the young Lightning Emperor had already died long ago. What did they hear? Anux was dead. This was the young Lightning Emperor's most beloved little brother. In the entire Eternal Emperor's Road, who would dare to provoke the mighty young Lightning Emperor? He was simply courting death. Very good. I will remember you. I hope you don't die in the hands of others. I will personally break your bones one by one and let you experience a death 10,000 times more painful than Anuk's. An incomparably cold voice sounded. Whoosh, Alex exuded an aura of destruction as he stepped out of the palace. The lightning in his eyes seemed to be able to reopen the world. Young Lightning Emperor, are we going to hunt down that thief now? A follower mustered up his courage and asked. No. Let's go to the destruction forest now. We have our own things to do. Let's break through the Sky Emperor City first. Alex said indifferently. Yes. All the followers felt a chill in their hearts and bowed in response. Although the young Lightning Emperor was angry, he did not let his anger get to his head and chose to continue moving forward. On the Eternal Emperor's road, there was no room for retreat, and there was no room for retreat. The ultimate opportunity was the goal that everyone coveted. Although Alex was angry, he still chose to be rational. All the geniuses in the universe, from ancient times to the present, did not want to obtain the opportunity to become an emperor and the secret of transcendence. Whoosh! 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 All the followers followed behind Alex and turned into a dazzling stream of light, traversing the void. On the Eternal Emperor's road, countless geniuses stepped into the Emperor City and accepted the challenge. They wanted to break through the Emperor City one by one and advance forward. As for Xianxia, he was still moving forward in the wilderness of the Eternal Emperor's road. The surrounding chaotic void was ethereal and he could not see the Emperor City. However, danger could be seen everywhere. This was the wilderness of the Eternal Emperor's road. Although there were few people, it was more dangerous in a way. Many powerful creatures that were born on the Eternal Emperor's road loved to hunt the trial challengers and snatch their life origin and origin beads. It was inevitable that Xianxia would encounter many hunters and engage in battle after battle with them. Those hunters were deceived by the appearance of Xiao's cultivation. In the end, all of them died at Xiao's hands. Besides the hunters, there were other dangers. Powerful and strange ancient beasts, various strange insects, and even the terrifying array formed by the origin Great Tao. Xianxia fought a bloody battle as he moved forward. He was also inevitably injured. His battle prowess was strong, and he was invincible among his peers. However, he was not invincible in the world. Facing those powerful hunters and strange ancient beasts, he also suffered heavy injuries. In the end, he fought a bloody battle and killed all his enemies. Xiao's aura became more and more condensed. He was like an ascetic monk who had endured hardships. His aura was restrained to the extreme and he was like an ordinary person walking on the vast chaotic ancient road. However, his eyes became brighter and sharper. It was a kind of calmness that washed away the vanity and melted all things. It was also a kind of calmness that saw through the world and did not feel joy or sorrow. Although he did not set foot in the Emperor City, it was a rare experience for Xianxia. He did not know how long he walked like this. Perhaps it was a few days, a few months, or a few years. Time seemed to have become meaningless. There were no boundaries in space. The only thing Xianxia needed to do was to keep moving forward and fighting. And on this day, he finally saw the Emperor City. In the vast chaotic void, a giant city hundreds of millions of miles tall stood under the sky, sitting on the Eternal Emperor's road. The Emperor City was taller than the sky, wider than the earth, more eternal than time, and more solid than space. Any living being, even primeval beasts, would feel their own insignificance when they saw the Imperial City. It was because this was the Eternal Imperial City. It had once traversed 108 eras and witnessed the rise and fall of countless geniuses. It had seen all sorts of monstrous geniuses turn into dust. I've finally arrived at the Emperor City. Xianxia murmured to himself. He stared at the giant city with a smile on his face. Candle Dragon Imperial City, for ancient and mysterious words floated above the ancient giant city like a divine dragon soaring in the 9 heavens, exuding a domineering and majestic aura. Xianxia could feel that the Imperial City in front of him was exuding a vast dragon aura that was majestic and powerful. Candle Dragon Imperial City? Candle Dragon's secret skill, ranked 6th in the Earth Fiend realm, second only to the origin source secret skill of the 4 great sacred beasts. I didn't expect to come here. Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. Rumble, the Candle Dragon Imperial City exuded a vast and majestic aura that made any living being feel insignificant in front of it. No one knew how the Candle Dragon Imperial City was built. Even the prehistoric beasts were like ants compared to the Candle Dragon Imperial City. Xianxia walked towards the Candle Dragon Imperial City. Swoosh! 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 Chaotic mist covered the Eternal Emperor Road. However, because of the appearance of the Candle Dragon Imperial City, Xianxia saw streams of flowing light sweeping across the sky. Their target was the Candle Dragon Imperial City. Those figures exuded powerful auras and their gazes were sharp and cold. They were all supreme talents from various realms and had been teleported to the Candle Dragon Imperial City. They wanted to enter the Candle Dragon Imperial City and challenge the Candle Dragon Imperial City so that they could break through the Imperial City. Therefore, they were racing against time and did not rest for a moment. Are they mostly from the Demon Clan? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He could sense that most of those geniuses were members of the demon race. Their bodies were surrounded by demon qi, and their blood was boiling. Various mysterious and unfathomable phenomena were manifested. Of course, Ling Xiao felt that those supreme talents were unfamiliar. Perhaps they were not from the demon world. The demon clan was extremely large and spread across the heavens. Many powerful demon clans could open up a great thousand world and become ancestors. In comparison, the demon world had declined. Ever since the demon emperor fell, the demon clans in the demon world were struggling at death's door. Even the 5 great sacred tribes had suffered heavy losses. Therefore, the demon world was not taken seriously by those powerful demon clans. Maybe I can see Old Goat, Taoist Wuliang, and White Dragon Horse. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile and he was looking forward to it. Rumble, just then, a few figures riding on golden-horned dragon beasts arrived. Their auras were extremely powerful, and their eyes were cold and domineering. The people along the way all stepped aside. After sensing their powerful auras, they all knew that these people were not easy to deal with. They were 9 cold-faced young men. They looked somewhat similar, as if they were twins. They wore black armor, and the blood in their bodies surged. Above their heads, shadows of black dragons were intertwined. The roars of the dragons were endless, and the pressure was incomparably terrifying. They held all sorts of weapons in their hands. Even the weakest amongst them was at the 3rd heaven of the Imperial Monarch realm. The strongest amongst them was even at the advanced Imperial Monarch realm. This was an incomparably powerful force. The surrounding trial takers all made way for them. In the end, only Ling Xiao stood in front of them. Scram! A loud shout was heard. One of the young men in black armor looked cold, and he was surrounded by an ominous aura. The long whip in his hand was like a poisonous dragon, and it pierced through the void and lashed towards Ling Xiao. They were extremely fast, and they did not stop. The golden-horned dragon beast charged towards Ling Xiao, and its sharp beast claws looked like they were going to pierce through Ling Zhao's chest. Huh? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the long black whip. At the same time, he kicked out in the air towards the golden-horned dragon beast. Ling Xiao did not want to cause trouble, but it did not mean that he did not dare to. These people seemed to be used to being arrogant, and they acted as if they were number 1 in the world. They wanted to gain the upper hand and crush everyone who stood in their way. Ling Xiao naturally did not want to be their stepping stone. You're courting death. The young man in black armor looked cold, and the long black whip in his hand shone with a blazing light. In an instant, it was like a hedgehog, and sharp spikes grew out of it. It then lashed towards Ling Zhao's face at an even faster speed. The long black whip in his hand was a unique treasure. Although it was not an ultimate emperor weapon, it was extremely powerful. Who would dare to take it head-on? In his opinion, Ling Zhao's arm would be crippled very soon. Boom, the void shook, and there was an explosion. Ling Xiao looked calm, and he grabbed the long black whip. His unparalleled divine power exploded, and the spikes on the long whip burst into pieces. At that moment, Ling Zhao's leg landed on the golden-horned dragon beast. The golden-horned dragon beast had an extraordinary cultivation, and it was charging towards Ling Xiao with a terrifying divine power. Ordinary people would not dare to take it head-on. However, Ling Zhao's kick landed on its chest. In an instant, all the bones in its body were shattered, and it was like a pile of mud. It let out a shrill cry and exploded. What? The black-armored youth's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Before he could react, Ling Zhao's unparalleled divine power exploded. He grabbed the long black whip, and the young man in black armor flew towards Ling Xiao uncontrollably. Slap! Ling Xiao slapped the young man in black armor, and half of his face swelled up. Blood spurted from his mouth. You are courting death. The young man in black armor was furious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. However, before he could finish his sentence, he could no longer continue. Ling Zhao's figure appeared in front of him like a bolt of lightning. He stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. He did it so casually, as though he was picking up a little chick. When the young man in black armor saw Ling Zhao's cold eyes, his heart quivered, and he fell silent. How dare you? Let go of ninth brother. Brat, how dare you offend the 9 dragon kings? You are dead meat, and no one can save you. The remaining 8 young men in black armor surrounded Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they were extremely cold. They had originally wanted to watch the show, but they had not expected Ling Xiao to be so ruthless. In an instant, he had subdued the 9 dragon king. Which tribe is this young man from? How dare he offend the 9 dragon king of the winged dragon tribe? The 9 dragon kings are the 9 geniuses of the winged dragon tribe. They are extremely powerful and domineering, and no one dares to offend them. I'm afraid this young man is in trouble. That's right. Private fights are not allowed in the Candle Dragon Imperial City. However, this young man will die in their hands before he can enter the city. What a pity, the surrounding cultivators discussed, and their eyes were filled with different emotions. The 9 great dragon lords were famous amongst this group of people. Therefore, even if the 9 great dragon lords were arrogant and domineering, these trial challengers could only endure it, no matter how arrogant they were. Ling Zhao's cultivation level did not seem high. Although he had subdued the 9 dragon king in one move, the crowd was only slightly surprised. They did not think that he could defeat the 9 dragon kings. What if I let him go? Will you let me go? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He glanced at the 8 figures around him. His expression was extremely calm, without the slightest hint of fear. However, in the ears of the 9 dragon lords, his words sounded like a sign of weakness. Let you go? How is that possible? Who dares to offend the 9 dragon lords is still alive. Let 9th brother go, and we can leave your corpse intact. One of the dragon lords sneered. Kid, you're the one who doesn't know your place. How dare you think you can escape unscathed? Let me go and kneel down to apologize. Maybe my brothers will let you go if they're in a good mood. The 9 dragon lord in Ling Zhao's hand sneered. He was infuriated. Being held in the hands of Ling Xiao was a great humiliation. He swore to himself that he would torture Ling Xiao later. Since you won't let me go, your 9th brother can go to hell. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Crack, unparalleled divine power erupted from his hand and crushed the 9 dragons lord's neck. Then, he punched out in the air. The primal chaos fist imprint could suppress everything. Caught off guard, the 9 dragons lord was blasted into a bloody mist. The blazing heaven-devouring fire engulfed the blood mist in an instant, sealing the 9 dragons lord's indestructible primordial spirit and Tao fruit within. All of this happened naturally. It was so fast that no one was able to react in time. However, they were all stunned. They did not expect Ling Xiao to kill 9 dragon lord in the blink of an eye, despite looking like he was about to beg for mercy. The 9 dragon lords were one of the 9 skyprides of the winged dragon tribe. He had just stepped onto the Eternal Emperor's road, and one of them had already been killed. This kid is dead meat. Everyone thought to themselves. They looked at Ling Xiao as though they were looking at a dead man. The 8 dragon monarchs were stunned as well. They had not expected Ling Xiao to kill the 9 dragon monarchs so ruthlessly. However, they quickly reacted and were instantly enraged. Their eyes were surging with monstrous fury and murderous intent. You're courting death. Brat, how dare you kill my 9th brother? Pay with your life. Kill him. The 8 dragon monarchs were enraged. The killing intent in their eyes seemed to have materialized, and they were about to strike at Ling Xiao. The 8 golden-horned dragon beasts roared furiously, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Terrifying killing intent intertwined like a storm, enveloping Ling Xiao in the center. 9 dragon lords? Today, I'll turn you into 9 dead dragons. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Although he had killed the 9th dragon lord, the 8 dragon lords before him were still extremely strong. Their auras intertwined, and Ling Xiao felt a lot of pressure. Perhaps he could rely on the strength of the 8 dragon monarchs to break through to the 4th level of the imperial monarch realm. Chaotic light rose around Ling Zhao's body as a majestic aura spread out, preparing for an earth-shattering battle. Long, we haven't even entered the Candle Dragon Imperial City and you're already acting so presumptuously here? An ethereal and pleasant voice rang out in the void. Wang, the void trembled slightly, and a bright and holy light spread out. 7 figures came out of the chaotic mist. The 7 figures were all beautiful women with extraordinary temperaments. They were ethereal and untainted, like fairies from the 9 heavens. Their faces were exquisite and perfect as though they had been blessed by the Creator. They were flawless and breathtakingly beautiful. Their eyes were bright and resplendent, as if they contained a world of their own. They flickered with a myriad of colors, illuminating the Eternal Emperor's road. Most importantly, they had a pair of holy wings on their backs. They were as thin as a cicada's wings and looked flawless. It added a mysterious aura to them. They are, from the Feather Tribe? Someone trembled and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Feather Tribe? Could they be the tribe that Emperor Yu is from in the legends? Emperor Yu is the only remaining great emperor expert in the universe. The Feather Tribe is also a peerless sovereign tribe. How did they come to the Eternal Emperor Road? These 7 women seem to be the 7 fairies of the Feather Tribe. The one who spoke just now must be Fairy Jinghong. Some people recognized the identities of the 7 women and started to discuss them. Many people looked at them with eyes full of infatuation and passion. After all, the Feather Tribe was famous for their many beauties. However, no one dared to do anything to the Feather Tribe because of Emperor Yu. However, if one could gain the favor of the fairies of the Feather Tribe, it would be a meteoric rise. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with jealousy. They did not expect him to know the fairies of the Feather Tribe. No wonder he dared to kill the 9th Dragon Lord. Feather Tribe? Why would they stand up for me? A bright light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he felt a little puzzled. He had heard of the Feather Tribe before. It was an extremely mysterious tribe. They lived in seclusion and rarely appeared in the universe. However, he did not know anyone from the Feather Tribe. Why would the 7 fairies stand up for him? Fairy Jinghong? The 8 dragon monarchs shuddered. When they saw the Feather race, their eyes were filled with fear and passion. The Feather Tribe had Emperor Yu, which was not something the Winged Dragon Tribe could compare to. Long, the great dragon lord, had once proposed to the Feather Tribe to marry Fairy Jinghong. However, Fairy Jinghong had rejected him mercilessly. He took it as a great humiliation. He did not expect the Feather Tribe to stand up for Ling Xiao as soon as they appeared. Long, the Candle Dragon Imperial City is right in front of you. The test has not even begun. Are you trying to show off here? Fairy Jinghong said calmly. Even though the Feather Race Fairy was beautiful, she was still the most outstanding of the 7 fairies. Her veil danced in the wind. Her figure was graceful, and her beauty was unparalleled. This brat killed my brother. He must die today. What I do has nothing to do with you, fairy. Could it be that this brat is related to you in some way? Long said with a cold smile. Everyone's expression immediately changed. They couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao and Fairy Jinghong. Ling Xiao's robe was as white as snow. He was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. Many of the Skyprides thought that this handsome man might have a story with Fairy Jinghong. However, Fairy Jinghong was not angry at Long's provocation. Instead, she said calmly, I have nothing to do with him. I just can't stand your arrogance. Either you get into the Candle Dragon Imperial City now, or you don't have to. Fairy Jinghong's voice was calm and pleasant. However, there was an indescribable domineering aura in it that attracted everyone's attention. You? Long was infuriated and his face turned ugly. However, he did not dare to fall out with Fairy Jinghong. Although Fairy Jinghong's cultivation was similar to his, they were both high-level imperial emperors. However, there was an extremely talented ancient Skypride among the Feather Tribe. That ancient Skypride was the most outstanding existence in the universe. Long did not dare to offend Fairy Jinghong. Kid, I didn't expect you to be related to the Feather Tribe. However, what kind of ability is it to hide behind a woman? Just you wait. I don't believe that Fairy Jinghong can protect you forever. Long looked at Ling Xiao coldly. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. Let's go. The 8 dragon lords also looked ugly. Killing intent filled their bodies as they rode on their golden-horned dragon beasts and left for Candle Dragon Imperial City. I really don't know them. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He rubbed his nose and felt a little wronged. Why did the mysterious feather tribe treat him differently? Was it because he was too handsome? At this moment, Jinghong Fairy walked towards Ling Xiao. Her eyes were cold and she sized Ling Xiao up with a sense of scrutiny. You are Ling Xiao? An ethereal and cold voice sounded. Ling Xiao was stunned. You know me? He did not expect that this fairy Jinghong of the Feather Clan could actually call out his real name. Heaven's chosen one, Ling Xiao. You possess the heavenly fate chi and are known as the person with the highest chance of becoming an emperor in this era. However, it seems like you are a disappointment. There are too many geniuses who have yet to grow up. Without becoming an emperor, you are just a pile of bones. Your cultivation is inferior to the 9 dragon lords. You should not have provoked them. Otherwise, it would be a joke if you died on Eternal Emperor Road. Fairy Jinghong said coldly. The meaning behind her words was very clear. In her opinion, Ling Xiao was not a match for the 9 dragon monarchs at all. He should have endured and not provoked them. Otherwise, he would only end up dead. Although he had good intentions, why did these words sound so harsh? Fairy Jinghong, although I don't want to embarrass you, I still want to tell you that even if you don't show up, they can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao said very calmly. His eyes were clear and indifferent, as if he was stating a fact. What he said was the truth. If there were no feather race members, perhaps Ling Xiao could make use of this battle to break through to the 4th heaven of the Imperial Lord realm. Although the 9 dragon lords were powerful, they did not pose much of a threat to Ling Xiao. However, in the ears of the feather women, his words sounded like he didn't know what was good for him. Their expressions turned cold. What an ungrateful bastard. If not for Big Sister stopping Ying alone, you would have died in the hands of the 9 dragon sovereigns. How dare you spout such arrogant words? A pretty young girl glared at Ling Xiao. That's right. You are only a 3rd heaven of the Imperial Lord realm. Even if you were lucky enough to kill the 9th dragon lord, do you really think that the 8 dragon lords are so weak? Based on what you said, Big Sister saved you but delayed you instead? Another feather race girl sneered. That is how it is. Ling Xiao muttered to himself softly. His voice was barely audible. What did you say? Ling Xiao's words were like poking a hornet's nest. Instantly, the 6 feather race girls were enraged. Their expressions turned even colder. Forget it. Since he doesn't want to listen, let him be. Ling Xiao, I hope you know what to do. Fairy Jinghong stopped the 6 feather race girls and said to Ling Xiao indifferently. Then, she turned to leave. Wait. Ling Xiao took a step forward and stopped Fairy Jinghong. Is there anything else? Fairy Jinghong frowned slightly. Fairy Jinghong, may I ask where you know my name? Ling Xiao looked straight into Fairy Jinghong's eyes and asked. I can't tell you. However, I have one last thing to tell you. There is no absolute strength on the Eternal Emperor's path. You have to be careful, lest you offend someone you shouldn't offend and end up dead. Moreover, your old friends will worry about you. Fairy Jinghong said indifferently. Old friend? Ling Xiao's heart jumped. Just as he had guessed, an old friend of his must have told the feather race about his story. That was why Fairy Jinghong came out to protect him. I wonder who this old friend of mine is. Seeing that Fairy Jinghong was unwilling to say more, Ling Xiao did not force her. He cupped his hands with a smile and watched them leave for the Candle Dragon Imperial City. Many of the challengers looked at Ling Xiao with doubtful gazes, but no one dared to step forward and say anything to him. Be it the Winged Dragon tribe or the Feather race, they could not afford to offend them. Therefore, the best thing to do was to stay away from Ling Xiao to avoid being implicated. After all, Ling Xiao had killed the 9th dragon god. The 8 dragon gods would definitely not let Ling Xiao go. Ling Xiao did not mind. Light flickered in his palm and a black Dao fruit appeared. It was emitting a strange glow. Winged Dragon Dao fruit? It's a pity that this Winged Dragon Dao fruit is incomplete and not perfect. Otherwise, it could be my 19th Dao fruit. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself. Master, the Dao fruits of the 8 dragon gods must be the Winged Dragon Dao fruit. If you kill them all, the 9 winged dragon Dao fruits will merge into one and become the perfect winged dragon Dao fruit. The evil spirit said eagerly. Kill the 8 dragon gods? That's too cruel. We're not bandits. Why would we do something like that? If they don't provoke me, I don't mind sparing their lives. Xianxia said with a sigh. Hypocrite. You even killed their 9th brother. It would be strange if they let you go. The evil spirit cursed in his heart but did not have the courage to say it out loud. Let's go. Let's see what the test in the Candle Dragon Imperial City is. Oh, Xianxia said with an indifferent smile, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Rumble, the Candle Dragon Imperial City was located on the Eternal Emperor Road. Chaotic mist filled the air and lightning intertwined. It looked majestic. The closer they got to the Candle Dragon Imperial City, the more they could feel the vast pressure from the city. It made Xiao's heart palpitate. The city walls of the Candle Dragon Imperial City were grayish-brown. However, it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. It was modeled with the power of time but did not have any aura of decay. It was eternal and immortal. I wonder who built the Candle Dragon Imperial City? Xiao thought to himself. The gate of Candle Dragon Imperial City was tens of thousands of feet tall, sturdy, and heavy. The gate was wide open and there were powerful warriors in black armor standing guard on both sides. Their eyes were cold and murderous. They were all warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles and were extremely powerful. Although the genius trial takers from all over the universe had their own pride, they had to be careful when they sensed the aura of those powerful warriors. They lined up obediently to enter the city. Private fights are prohibited in Candle Dragon Imperial City. Those who dare to disobey will be killed immediately. Those who enter Candle Dragon Imperial City must follow the orders of the Guardian. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. Those who dare to burn, kill, and rob in Candle Dragon Imperial City will be killed without mercy. 3 days later, the contents of the test will be revealed in the central square of Candle Dragon Imperial City. Those who pass the test can leave Candle Dragon Imperial City. Those who are unwilling to participate in the test will be killed without mercy. A black-armored warrior was clearly the leader of the guards. He was extremely powerful and had reached the high-level Imperial Emperor realm. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the crowd. He held a bamboo scroll in his hand and read the contents in a thunderous voice. Hearing the words "kill without mercy," everyone was shocked. Guardian? Xiao's eyes flashed with light. He did not expect there to be a guardian in Candle Dragon Imperial City. The guardian is chosen by the Heavenly Dao. The powerful beings on the Eternal Emperor Road are the guardians. Those who guard the Imperial City are also experts from various races. The evil spirit explained. Beings on the Eternal Emperor Road? Don't they know how to snatch the opportunities? Xiao asked. It is said that the creatures on the Eternal Emperor's Road are cursed by the Heavenly Dao and will never be able to become emperors. Therefore, the Eternal Emperor's Road's opportunities and secrets of transcendence are of no use to them. On the contrary, if they are loyal to their duty and guard the Imperial City, they will be rewarded by the Heavenly Dao when the Eternal Emperor Road ends. The evil spirit said. I see. Xiao nodded and said. Xiao followed the crowd of trial challengers and entered the Candle Dragon Imperial City. Candle Dragon Imperial City was unexpectedly bustling, which almost made Xiao think that he had come to a city in the mortal world. On both sides of the wide street, there were many shops. Young men were shouting at the door, trying their best to attract customers. After obtaining the treasures, some individual cultivators immediately set up stalls on both sides of the street to trick the trial takers who passed by. Xiao felt that this scene was very familiar. Are they all from the Eternal Emperor Road? Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He could understand the situation. It was not easy for living beings on the Eternal Emperor Road to obtain cultivation resources. On the Eternal Emperor Road, the source energy was very thin, so it was difficult for them to improve their cultivation base even after countless years of cultivation. However, on the Eternal Emperor's Road, there were many heavenly treasures that could not be found anywhere else in the universe. These were exactly what the trial challengers and geniuses needed. This was especially true for the truly expensive origin beads. They might not be of much use to the living beings on the Eternal Emperor Road, but to the various world's trial takers and prodigies, they were supreme treasures that could increase their strength. As a result, the imperial city became a bustling place for trade. Origin bead? Perhaps I can buy some origin beads in the imperial city? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he looked at the stalls on both sides of the street. On those stalls, there were some heavenly treasures, some specialties of the chaos, and even more origin beads. However, without exception, those origin beads were all of mediocre and lower quality. Ling Xiao did not even see a single perfect origin bead. I should be able to buy a perfect origin bead in the Candle Dragon Imperial City, right? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Mediocre and lower quality origin beads were of no use to him. If he wanted to refine and integrate an origin bead, it had to be a perfect origin bead. Only then could his cultivation base increase without any hidden dangers. Ling Xiao walked forward at the thought of this. He strolled around the Candle Dragon Imperial City and finally stopped in front of a grand and imposing palace. Fortune Pavilion. The Fortune Pavilion was very imposing and dazzling. The servants inside were all at the heavenly venerate realm. Most of the customers coming in and out were extremely powerful trial challengers and skyprides. The Fortune Pavilion must be one of the bigger treasure trading hubs in the Candle Dragon Imperial City. Sir, welcome to the Fortune Pavilion. Seeing Ling Xiao walk towards the Fortune building, a handsome servant immediately came forward to welcome him. The servant was dressed in black and was at the first heaven of the Imperial Lord realm. There was a mysterious chaotic aura around him. He was a living being from the Eternal Emperor Road. His eyes were sharp and he could tell that Ling Xiao was extraordinary at a glance. He immediately came forward to welcome him warmly. What's in the Fortune Pavilion? Ling Xiao asked indifferently as he sized up the Fortune building. Sir, the Fortune Pavilion is the biggest treasure pavilion in the Candle Dragon Imperial City. It contains everything in the world and contains countless Fortune Realm treasures. There are branches of the Fortune Pavilion in most of the 108 imperial cities. The servant in black said proudly. It's a chain? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. It seemed like he had come to the right place. The Fortune Pavilion must have the treasures he needed. His heart was filled with anticipation. Is there an origin bead? Ling Xiao asked. Origin bead? Of course. May I know what kind of origin bead you need? Our Fortune Pavilion has low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade origin pearls. The servant in black nodded. I only need a perfect origin bead. Ling Xiao said calmly. Perfect origin bead? The servant in black shuddered, and he immediately gave Ling Xiao a deep look. Why? There aren't any perfect origin beads in the Fortune Pavilion? Ling Xiao frowned. Young master, our Fortune Pavilion naturally has perfect origin pearls. However, you should know that after the Eternal Emperor Road opens, countless trial challengers will enter the Eternal Emperor Road. Origin beads are in high demand. Perfect origin beads are especially expensive. The servant in black said awkwardly. Expensive? Don't worry. As long as I'm satisfied with the origin beads, origin pills are not a problem. Ling Xiao said calmly. Origin pills were the hard currency on the Eternal Emperor Road. On the Eternal Emperor Road, the origin source energy was thin. Hence, the living beings on the Eternal Emperor Road needed origin source pills very much. As for the powerful trial challengers, they had to go through countless battles and needed origin pills to replenish their energy. However, Ling Xiao's path was different from theirs. The primordial immortal body could devour everything and the energy in his body was endless. Moreover, Ling Xiao had accumulated countless origin source pills in the God world and immortal world. There were dozens of origin source pill rivers in his inner world. These origin source pills, which were originally of little value to him, were now in great demand on the Eternal Emperor Road. Sir, please follow me. The servant in black gritted his teeth and led Ling Xiao upstairs. The Fortune building had a total of 9 floors, and each floor was guarded by a powerful emperor. Finally, the servant in black brought Ling Xiao to the 8th floor. Miss, this sir wishes to purchase a perfect grade origin pearl. The servant in black stood outside a room on the 8th floor and bowed respectfully. Got it. Let him in. A clear and melodious voice rang out. Yes. The servant in black bowed respectfully again, then carefully pushed open the door and gestured for Ling Xiao to enter. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he walked into the room. The servant in black closed the door behind him, not even daring to look into the room. He then bowed again, turned around, and left. Are you the one who wishes to purchase a perfect grade origin pearl? A pleasant voice rang out. In front of Ling Xiao was a woman in a long black dress. Her back was facing him, and her hair was like a waterfall. She was tall and had an extraordinary aura. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded and said. A perfect grade origin pearl is very expensive. Even the most ordinary origin pearl requires 1 billion origin source pills. Do you understand? The woman in black said, still not turning around. Origin source pills are not a problem. I only want a perfect grade origin pearl. Ling Xiao said calmly. Esteemed guest, please take a seat. The woman in black's voice was more enthusiastic as she slowly turned around. She was a woman in her 20s. Her skin was fair, her face was beautiful, and her figure was extremely hot. Every frown and smile exuded a myriad of charm. With a wave of her slender finger, a chair appeared behind Ling Xiao. A teapot that was as white as jade poured out a cup of tea. A fragrant aroma filled the air as the teapot floated in front of Ling Xiao. Esteemed guest, please have some tea. The woman in black said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Good tea. Ling Xiao exclaimed in admiration. He could feel his mouth watering and his stomach full of fragrance. The cup of tea was like a flame rising in his stomach. Finally, it turned into a cool aura that rushed into his sea of consciousness and merged with his indestructible primordial spirit, making it seem as if his indestructible primordial spirit had become purer. To be able to make the immortal emperor's primordial spirit feel this way, this cup of tea was indeed incomparably precious. This is the impregnating snow tea. It's plucked from the depths of chaos and only ripens once every million years. You're in for a treat today. The woman in black said with a smile. How should I address you, miss? Now that we've drunk the tea, can I take a look at the origin bead? Ling Xiao said calmly. The black-dressed woman before him should be one of the upper echelons of the Fortune Pavilion. She was very powerful and was a high-level imperial emperor. Naturally, she exuded a charming aura that would cause others to be affected by her words. My name is Bai Luo, and I'm the Fortune Tower's lord. How should I address young master? May I know how many origin pearls young master needs? The woman in black smiled faintly. So it's the master of Bai Luo. My name is Ling Xiao. As long as the origin bead is perfect, the more the better. I'll take as many as you have. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. 1 billion origin pills wasn't expensive. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to buy more. Young Master Ling Xiao? Looks like I've really met an important guest today. Here are 10 origin pearls, and they're all perfect. Young Master, are you satisfied with them? The master of Bai Luo's eyes flashed. With a wave of her sleeve, 10 balls of light flew out from her sleeve. They were 10 jade boxes, and each box was made of warm jade that was 1,000,000 years old. A mysterious aura permeated the jade boxes. 10 perfect origin pearls? The Fortune Pavilion is indeed impressive. Ling Xiao sighed in admiration. He originally thought that it would be good enough if he could find 1 or 2 perfect origin pearls. He didn't expect to find 10. Ling Xiao naturally didn't hold back. He reached out and opened the 10 jade boxes. Buzz, the origin pearls emitted a dazzling light that was enshrouded in a mysterious aura. There seemed to be law lines intertwining within, vaguely forming a mysterious saber light that exuded a vast and unparalleled saber intent. It was a saber origin pearl. Other than that, the origin pearls in the other 9 jade boxes were also very common. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were 5 origin pearls of the 5 elements: earth origin pearl, frost origin pearl, thunder origin pearl, and wind origin pearl. Other than the saber origin pearl, which was incomparably expensive and rare, the other 9 origin pearls were very common. Even so, they were still incomparably precious. In order to condense a perfect origin pearl, One had to cultivate the Supreme Emperor scripture and comprehend the perfect great Tao of heaven and earth. Only when one became an emperor would they be able to condense a perfect origin pearl. I'll take all 10 origin pearls. Master of Bailuo, name your price. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was very satisfied. Young Master Ling Xiao is indeed generous. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. I'll give you a discount. How about 100 billion origin pills? The master of Bailuo's eyes flashed and smiled faintly. 100 billion origin pills, huh? That's a fair price. Here are 100 billion origin pills. Master of Bailuo, keep it well. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Among the 10 origin pearls, the most precious one was undoubtedly the saber origin pearl. It could be sold for at least 70 to 80 billion origin pills. Moreover, it was a priceless item. 100 billion origin pills was indeed a discounted price. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, an origin pill river flew out and flew towards the master of Bailuo. The master of Bailuo did not stand on ceremony and kept the origin pill river. 100 billion origin pills. Young Master Ling Xiao is really generous to take it out just like that. However, if I may be so bold as to ask, why does young master need so many perfect quality origin pearls? The master of Bailuo smiled faintly. After all, most of the trial challengers and sky prides had only condensed one origin pearl. Only those living on the Eternal Emperor's Road would condense more origin pearls to increase their strength when they knew that they had no hope of reaching the Tao realm. Of course, if those trial challengers and sky prides broke through to the Imperial Emperor realm and reached the peak of their Tao of origin, they could also comprehend other Taos of origin and condense more origin pearls to increase their foundation and eventually break through. However, Ling Xiao was only a third heaven Imperial Emperor. He was far from being able to condense more origin pearls. Master of Bailuo, my path is different from others. I need to comprehend these perfect origin pearls and will not fuse them into my body. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I see. Young Master Ling Xiao, I still have to give you a piece of advice. You have a bright future ahead of you. Now is the time to bravely advance and cultivate your Tao of origin. Do not be distracted by other things, lest you ruin your future. The Master of Bailuo said slowly. Thank you, Master of Bailuo. I will remember it. Farewell. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, he kept the 10 jade boxes and turned to leave the fortune pavilion. Come out, Sister Jinghong. The Tower Master of Azure Heaven said softly after Ling Xiao left. A woman with a graceful figure and a pair of wings on her back, dressed in a snow-white veil, stepped out. Her entire body exuded a holy and mysterious aura. It was Fairy Jinghong from the Feather Tribe. Sister Azure Heaven, do you think he's a robber? Fairy Jinghong had a complicated look in her eyes. Robber? To be able to buy so many origin pearls at once, he does seem like a robber. But I don't think he's a robber. The Jade Fall Overseer smiled lazily, exuding a myriad of emotions. Why? Fairy Jinghong frowned. I don't know, it's just a feeling. He's the chosen one with the heavenly Tao's providence. Why would he be willing to become a robber? You're underestimating the chosen one. Besides, a robber wouldn't dare to buy origin pearls so openly like him, right? The Tower Master of Azure Heaven smiled. The chosen one? The chosen one is more likely to become a target, right? Fairy Jinghong said slowly as she pointed her finger upwards. That's hard to say. Robbers hide very well. But Sister Jinghong, you're cold and only care about the Tao. You don't care about anything. Why are you so interested in this Ling Xiao? Could it be that you're secretly in love with him? The Tower Master of Azure Heaven said with a smile. Sister Azure Heaven, this joke isn't funny at all. You know that I don't want him to delay the Empress. It seems like the Empress' taste isn't very good. Fairy Jinghong frowned and said. Sister Jinghong, you're getting bolder. How dare you slander the Empress? But I think this kid isn't simple. He might give us a surprise. The Tower Master of Azure Heaven smiled. 3 days later, I won't have time for the test in Candle Dragon Imperial City. I only hope that he can escape the pursuit of the 8 Dragon Lords and pass the test. If he dies in the Candle Dragon Imperial City, then he, the chosen one, will be the biggest joke in the world. Fairy Jinghong said calmly. Then, without waiting for the Tower Master of Azure Heaven's response, she turned and left. 8 Dragon Monarchs? Those 8 iron fools are indeed not easy to deal with, but why do I feel that this kid is not afraid? The Tower Master of Jadefall mumbled to herself. Her eyes were filled with interest. Outside the fortune building, a strange light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. The aura of a harpy? Could it be Fairy Jinghong? Ling Zhao thought to himself. When he saw the Tower Master of Jade Heaven, he also sensed the aura of the feather race. Although it was well hidden, it did not escape Ling Zhao's notice. The aura of the feather race was pure and holy. Although Ling Zhao could not tell, he felt that there was a high chance that it was Fairy Jinghong. I wonder which old friend of mine she is acquainted with for her to pay so much attention to me. Ling Zhao guessed. He didn't sense any malicious intent, but it was too much of a coincidence that he had sensed the aura of a harpy in the Fortune Pavilion. Since he's an old friend, he'll know one day. Since the Candle Dragon Imperial City is so prosperous, I'll see if I can find more origin pearls of perfect quality. Ling Zhao suppressed the doubts in his heart and walked towards the majestic shops on the main street. Brother Ing, is that the kid who killed your ninth brother? In a restaurant not far away from the Fortune building, 2 young men with powerful auras sat by the window. One of them was wearing black armor and emanated a murderous aura. His face was cold and murderous. He was Ing Yilong of the Winged Dragon tribe, the leader of the 9 Dragon Monarchs. Opposite him sat a handsome man with a folding fan in his hand. He exuded a feminine aura. The handsome man saw Ling Zhao in the distance and gently waved the fan in his hand as he spoke with interest. That's right. Ing Yilong said in a low voice. This kid killed your 9th brother. Are you going to let him roam freely in front of you? If it were me, I would kill him right now. The handsome man said with a smile. Brother Zhu Chen, your ancestor is the guardian of the Candle Dragon Imperial City. If you want to kill him, it's fine. But if I do, won't your ancestor interfere? Ing Yilong said coldly. Zhu Chen was a skypride of the Illumination Dragon tribe. The Illumination Dragon tribe had entered the Eternal Emperor Road countless eras ago and remained hidden from the world. The Illumination Dragon tribe's ancestor was the guardian of the Illumination Dragon Imperial City. The Winged Dragon tribe and the Candle Dragon tribe were inextricably linked. That was why Ing Yilong was able to invite young Master Zhu Chen. Of course I'll interfere. No one is allowed to fight in the Candle Dragon Imperial City. This is an iron law and I, Zhu Chen, am no exception. Zhu Chen said with a smile. If that's the case, brother Zhu Chen, why are you being so sarcastic? Ing Yilong said coldly. Brother Ing, don't be hasty. Given the relationship between our clans, why can't I make a joke? Didn't you come looking for me this time to kill him? Zhu Chen said with a smile. That's right. This kid killed my 9th brother and we have an irreconcilable feud. I can't wait to kill him now. Therefore, brother Zhu Chen, please kill him for me. I'm willing to pay any price. Ing Yilong said coldly, not concealing the blazing killing intent in his eyes. You're really willing to pay any price? Zhu Chen said with a faint smile. That's right. Ing Yilong said with a nod. All right. Since brother Ing is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. A perfect grade origin pearl of the Winged Dragon tribe and 100 billion origin pills and I'll kill him for you. How about that? Zhu Chen closed the folding fan in his hand and looked at Ing Yilong seriously. That's too expensive. Behind Ing Yilong, the faces of the 7 dragon monarchs changed, turning somewhat ugly. Even Ing Yilong's face twitched. 100 billion origin pills was not a big deal. Although it was a hefty sum, it was nothing to the Rain Dragon tribe. This time, the 9 dragon lords had brought enough origin pills with them. However, a perfect grade origin pearl of the Winged Dragon tribe was a little hard to accept. Even though the 9 dragon lords were extremely talented, only 4 or 5 of them had condensed a perfect grade origin pearl of the Winged Dragon tribe. The others wanted to find opportunities in the Eternal Emperor Road to condense their own origin pearls. If he gave a perfect grade origin pearl to Zhu Chen, his cultivation would definitely improve greatly. He might even be able to pry into the secrets of the winged dragon tribe. However, after thinking about it, Yingyilong agreed. All right. Brother Zhuchen, here are 100 billion origin pills and a perfect grade origin pearl of the winged dragon tribe. I don't want that kid to live past today. Yingyilong slammed the table and said coldly. An origin pill river and a dazzling milky white jade box flew out from his sleeves. Zhuchen's eyes lit up. He immediately put away the origin pill river without hesitation. Then, he opened the jade box and checked the origin bead of winged dragon. Only then did he reveal an extremely satisfied smile. Very good. Brothering is indeed straightforward. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements now. That kid won't live to see tomorrow. Zhuchen smiled faintly. Then, he waved the folding fan in his hand and left in a carefree manner. Seeing Zhuchen leave, the expressions of the 7 dragon lords turned ugly. Big brother, one of the dragon lords couldn't help but speak. Shoo! Yingyilong hastily stopped him. Then he waved his hand. Immediately, a huge barrier enveloped the private room. Big brother, why did you give him the 100 billion origin pills and the perfected rain dragon origin pearl? Even if you want to give it to him, shouldn't you wait until he kills that kid? One of the dragon lords asked doubtfully. You don't understand. Zhuchen is the guardian's favorite great-grandson. He has extraordinary talent and is worth our effort to rope him in. Moreover, since I gave it to him now, he has to do his best to kill that kid. Yingyilong said slowly. Big brother, there's something I don't understand. Why do we have to attack that kid now? 3 days later, it'll be the Torch Dragon Imperial City's test. At that time, the Feathered Tribe won't have time to protect him. Isn't it better if we kill him then? Another dragon lord asked. 3 days later? Let's not talk about whether there will be any accidents in 3 days. Do you really think that kid is so easy to kill? Yingyilong said with a cold smile. Easy to kill? He's just a 3rd heaven imperial emperor. Big brother, you don't have to do anything. I can kill him myself. A 5th heaven imperial lord dragon monarch said with some dissatisfaction. You? You can't kill him. You might even die in his hands. Because his name is Ling Xiao. He's the chosen one of this era. Yingyilong said faintly. There was a trace of dark light in his eyes. Chosen one of the chosen ones? Ling Xiao? The other 7 dragon lords were shocked. There was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. The words chosen one of the chosen ones seemed to have some kind of magic that made them fall silent. Even if he's the chosen one, his cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the imperial monarch realm. A dragon monarch said unwillingly. 3rd heaven imperial lord? Could the heaven's chosen one be measured by cultivation? Have you all forgotten the former heavenly emperor? Yingyilong sneered. Celestial emperor? How can Ling Xiao compare to the celestial emperor when he has yet to prove his Tao and slay emperors? The 2nd dragon lord said in a hoarse voice. Then how do you know that he can't compare to the celestial emperor? He was the chosen one, so no matter how much one overestimated him, it would not be too much. Moreover, 9th brother was killed by him in one move, so we must be cautious. Even if we have to pay a price, it would be good to let Zhuchen test his strength. Yingyilong slowly said. What if Zhuchen is no match for him? Even Zhuchen is not his match? The corners of Yingyilong's mouth curled into a smile. Isn't that even better? Then he would have offended the Illumination Dragon Tribe and the Guardian. Even if he's the chosen one, do you think he'll be a match for the Guardian? If he offends the Guardian, he'll definitely die. In that case, our winged dragon tribe will only have to pay a price to kill our enemy. Big brother is truly brilliant. Ling Xiao strolled around the Illumination Dragon Imperial City again. In the end, he was extremely disappointed to find that other than the Fortune Pavilion, there were many low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade origin pearls in the shops, but not a single perfected origin pearl. Only one shop had a perfected origin pearl that was regarded as the treasure of the shop. When they saw that Ling Xiao wanted it, they demanded an exorbitant price of 100 billion origin pills. Ling Xiao left without looking back. Only then did he realize how lucky he was to be able to buy 10 perfected origin pearls in the Fortune Pavilion. 28 Dao fruits are enough for my cultivation to reach the peak of the third level of the Imperial Monarch realm. Now, I still lack a strong opponent. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Those 10 Dao fruits had already been integrated into Ling Zhao's primordial spirit consciousness and were being slowly refined by him. Powerful origin energy flowed throughout his body, causing his aura to become stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao felt that it would not be long before he could break through. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao was stopped by an uninvited guest. "You're Ling Xiao?" A cold voice sounded. It was a young man in black with a strangely shaped saber on his back. His face was cold and he exuded an extremely fierce aura. His appearance was very ordinary, but his eyes were incomparably sharp, as if they were blazing sabers. An incomparably powerful saber will emanated from his body, locking onto Ling Xiao in front of him. "I'm Ling Xiao. Who are you?" Ling Xiao frowned as he sensed that the newcomer had ill intentions. "I'm going to kill you. Do you dare to fight me in the arena of life and death?" The young man in black said slowly. "Kill me?" Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the young man in black to say such a thing. He clearly wanted to kill him and even wanted to fight him in the arena of life and death. However, Ling Xiao did not sense any killing intent from the young man in black. He only felt a wave of anger enveloping him. "Sorry, I'm not interested in fighting you in the arena of life and death. Please move aside," Ling Xiao said indifferently and turned to leave. "You must fight me in the arena of life and death." The young man in black was extremely fast. In a flash, he blocked Ling Xiao's path and said stubbornly. "What? You want to force me?" Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Killing was prohibited in Candle Dragon Imperial City, but there was indeed an arena of life and death. Only in the arena of life and death could one fight. Otherwise, one would be killed by the Guardian if one fought without permission. He did not expect that someone would want to force him into the arena of life and death. "You must fight me in the arena of life and death. As long as you agree, I can pay any price." The young man in black bit his lips and said in a hoarse voice. There was even a hint of pleading in his voice. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The young man in black in front of him was at the 6th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. He should have cultivated the origin of saber. However, why must he drag him into the arena of life and death? "Why must you drag me into the arena of life and death? Don't tell me that you're willing to kneel down and lose your dignity?" "What?" Ling Xiao sneered and said angrily. "I can't tell you the reason. However, as long as you fight me in the arena of life and death and let me kill you, I'm willing even if I have to kneel down." The young man in black gritted his teeth. His legs went soft and he knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was stunned. This was the first time he had seen such an action. The surrounding people were also in disbelief. They had never seen someone begging to enter the arena of life and death. "Is there something wrong with this black-clothed young man's head?" Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He sent a voice transmission to the black-clothed young man. "Is someone forcing you to enter the arena of life and death? Who is it? The 8 dragon monarchs of the Winged Dragon clan? I promised someone that I can't tell them. Now that I've knelt down, you can enter the arena of life and death with me, right?" The black-clothed young man replied stubbornly. Ling Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fellow is really stubborn. However, Ling Xiao had already guessed that the 8 dragon monarchs must be behind this. Perhaps they had something on the black-clothed young man that forced him to challenge Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. "All right. I promise you. Get up first," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He needed a saber that was sharp enough to allow him to break through. He hoped that the black-clothed young man's saber was sharp enough, however, Ling Xiao didn't have much hope. "Really? Thank you, thank you." The black-clothed young man's eyes were filled with excitement and joy. He quickly stood up and bowed to Ling Xiao. "You're welcome. Remember that you're here to kill me. You should at least let me know your name, right?" Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. "My name is Ba Dao," the black-clothed young man said seriously. "Ba Dao? This name is really domineering." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. More and more people came to watch the show. Especially when they saw a sixth heaven imperial emperor begging to kill someone on his knees, it piqued the crowd's curiosity. Ling Xiao turned around and walked towards the arena of life and death. However, after a while, he turned around and realized that Ba Dao was still standing there in a daze. "Didn't you want to enter the arena of life and death to kill me? Why aren't you leaving?" Ling Xiao said angrily. Oh. All right. Ba Dao was a little embarrassed. He seemed a little honest and his arrogance dissipated a little. Ling Xiao almost thought that he had mistaken him for someone else. This fellow, Ling Xiao shook his head. The arena of life and death was located at the center of Candle Dragon Imperial City. It was a vast and boundless space. Rumor had it that it was connected to Candle Dragon Imperial City's aura and was extremely sturdy. Even an extreme Dao Emperor weapon would not be able to damage the arena of life and death. The life and death arena was completely pitch black. It was formed from the blood of countless living beings over countless years, and it emitted a monstrous fiendish aura. Those with weak willpower would feel their legs go soft when they were hit by the fiendish aura. You want to fight in the arena of life and death? 1 million origin pills per person. In front of the life and death arena, a white-haired old man lazily reclined on a recliner as he spoke indifferently. You need origin pills in the arena of life and death? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. Of course. Do you think that the arena of life and death doesn't need energy to support it? 1 million origin pills were already the price of cabbages. If you don't have the origin pill, then scram. The white-haired old man said with his eyes closed. Good. Here are 1 million origin pills. Ling Xiao nodded and took out 1 million origin pills. What about yours? The old man glanced at Ba Dao and asked. I don't have origin pills. Ba Dao scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Then, his gaze landed on Ling Xiao. You don't have origin pills? Without origin pills, you still dare to drag me into the arena of life and death? Don't tell me you want me to give you origin pills? Ling Xiao was so angry that he almost laughed as he glared at Ba Dao. That's for the best. Thank you very much. Ba Dao said to Ling Xiao embarrassedly. The gratitude in his eyes grew stronger. You, Ling Xiao glared at Ba Dao. Ba Dao's face was filled with innocence. Ling Xiao couldn't even vent his anger when faced with such a Ba Dao. Good. I'll give you 1 million origin pills. Ba Dao, if you're not as strong as I thought, I'll settle the debt with interest. Ling Xiao glared at Ba Dao and said fiercely. For some reason, Ling Xiao didn't feel any anger when faced with someone who wanted to kill him. Instead, he even had a trace of anticipation. Am I being cheap? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He couldn't help but shudder as he hurriedly chased this thought out of his mind. Young Master Ling Xiao, don't worry. I won't hold back. My blade is very fast. I guarantee that you won't feel any pain. Ba Dao said seriously. Then, I'll thank you. Ling Xiao said angrily. After that, he leaped into the arena of life and death. He was afraid that if he spoke a few more words with Ba Dao, he would lose his mind due to anger. You're welcome. You're welcome. Ba Dao waved his hand and followed Ling Xiao into the arena of life and death. Zhu Qian and Ying Yilong sat opposite each other on the 9th floor of a huge 9-story pavilion not far away. In front of them were delicacies and wine. Brother Zhu Qian, can this Ba Dao really kill Ling Xiao? He's only a 6th heaven emperor. I think it's more reliable to find a high-level emperor. Ying Yilong asked doubtfully. Don't worry. Ba Dao isn't an ordinary person. He's the son of destiny in the saber world. Not only is he born with a saber body, but he also has a pure heart. His attainments in saber Dao are amazing. He once killed 7 high-level imperial monarchs by himself. Zhu Qian said slowly as his eyes were filled with admiration. He killed 7 high-level imperial monarchs in a row by himself? He's actually so strong? Even Ying Yilong couldn't help but gasp when he heard that. That's right. However, he was unlucky. When he and his sister entered Eternal Emperor Road, they were directly teleported to Burial Desert. They were surrounded by a group of sky burial ants. His sister was even bitten by a sky burial ant. In the end, he went berserk and killed the 7 ant kings of the sky burial ants. When I found him, he brought his sister out of burial desert. However, he was already at the end of his rope. I saved them, Zhuchen said slowly as his voice was filled with emotions. Burial desert? Sky burial ants? Yingyilong's heart skipped a beat. The Sky Burial Desert was a perilous place outside of the Candle Dragon Imperial City. The Sky Burial Ant was the absolute king. It used to be an untainted variant and was extremely powerful. Even a peerless Imperial Emperor might die if he fell into it. This Ba Dao managed to escape with his sister, and even slay the 7 great ant hive ants. Even Yingyilong felt that he was inferior to Ba Dao with such heaven-defying combat strength. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Ba Dao is really powerful, divine beasts have been running rampant recently. Some chapters may have been blocked. Muyu is currently editing them. If you encounter any errors or inconsistencies in the chapters, please delete them from the bookshelf and reload them. You'll be able to see the latest chapters. His sister was bitten by the sky-burying ant and was poisoned by the sky-burying poison. Although I managed to control the poison, it's not that easy to get rid of it. I made a deal with him. As long as he helps me kill Ling Xiao, I will save his sister, Zhuchen said with a smile. Sky-burying poison? Brother Zhuchen, you can't get rid of the sky-burying poison, right? As far as I know, unless you have condensed the poison origin or your cultivation has reached the Great Emperor realm, you will definitely die after being poisoned by the sky-burying poison, Yingyilong said with a frown. That's right. I lied to him. However, he won't be able to escape from me. After he kills Ling Xiao, I will subdue him and make him my most loyal subordinate, Zhuchen said with a smile. When Yingyilong heard this, he felt a little excited. If such a monstrous genius continued to make breakthroughs in his cultivation, he would not be any weaker than those ancient top geniuses. However, Yingyilong knew that Ba Dao was not someone he could covet. Brother Zhuchen, I only want Ling Xiao to die, Yingyilong said slowly. As you wish, Zhuchen said with a smile as he looked at the ring of life and death in the distance. Rumble, in the ring of life and death, blazing lightning rose and the surrounding void trembled violently. Ling Xiao and Ba Dao exuded a vast and terrifying aura at the same time. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by chaotic light and purple chi spread out for 30,000 miles. His eyes were like lightning and he seemed to be surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. Behind him, a vast scene of the 3,000 world appeared, making him look majestic and mysterious. The reason why Ling Xiao could release such a powerful aura was because of Ba Dao. At this moment, Ba Dao looked like a completely different person. He unsheathed his long saber and held it in his hand. His body exuded an extremely sharp aura and he looked like a peerless divine saber that had just been unsheathed. His eyes were like steel and his face was fierce. The saber essence around him surged and was as vast as the sea. Endless blazing saber radiance flashed around him. A heaven-piercing saber aura appeared behind him and merged with his body. It locked onto Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I'm sorry. If I don't kill you, my sister will die. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, you can tell me. I will definitely help you fulfill them. Ba Dao stared at Ling Xiao and said seriously. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Ba Dao, if you can't kill me, then what about your little sister? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Ba Dao was full of confidence. He believed that he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao in the life and death arena. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with anticipation. Perhaps Ba Dao would be able to give him enough pressure? If I can't kill you and die in your hands, I beg you to save my little sister. Ba Dao has nothing but a saber origin. I'm willing to give it to young master, Ba Dao said earnestly. There was a pleading look in his eyes. Then let's talk after the battle. Ling Xiao shook his head. Was Ba Dao really planning to rely on him? If Ling Xiao could not defeat him, he would die in his hands. If he could defeat him, why would this fellow entrust his sister to Ling Xiao? Come on, the two of us are going to fight to the death. It's not an exaggeration to say that we are enemies. Why do you trust me so much? Ling Xiao's stomach was filled with grievances. In the end, he was filled with fighting spirit. He decided that he would teach this fellow a lesson. Rumble, Ling Zhao's vital energy rose and the chaotic light gushed out. He threw a punch at Ba Dao. The chaotic fist print suppressed the surroundings. It was fierce and unparalleled. No one could withstand its sharpness. This was Ling Zhao's strongest chaotic fist. When it was activated by the primordial immortal body, it could erupt with destructive power. Fight! Ba Dao shouted. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Terrifying saber essence surged around him and intertwined in the void. In an instant, it turned into a terrifying saber realm. Swoosh, the black saber in his hand emitted a monstrous ominous aura. It was like a snow-white rainbow. Its speed was so fast that there were explosive sounds in the void. Before the saber arrived, the intent was there first, the terrifying saber essence was soul-stirring. It separated the heavens and the earth. It was as if it could cut everything in front of it into pieces. The snow-white saber slashed down from the sky. Its radiance was extremely dazzling. Rumble, the invincible fist print collided with the fierce saber essence. In an instant, a majestic airwave swept out in all directions. Around Ling Xiao and Ba Dao, a few huge mountains were swept by the terrifying shockwave and instantly exploded. The void shook violently. The terrifying energy was condensed to the extreme and then gushed out in an instant. Ling Xiao and Ba Dao could not help but tremble. They were both sent flying back at the same time. What a pure saber essence! Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The fighting spirit in his eyes was also getting stronger. He suddenly thought of the sword heart saint from the immortal world. He was also born for the sword and had an innate sword body. Unfortunately, his state of mind was not good enough. In the end, he was afraid and died in the hands of Ling Xiao. However, the saber essence of Ba Dao in front of him was even purer. It was as if he was a flying immortal. It was vast and majestic. It was majestic and domineering. Ba Dao had a pure heart. Therefore, he had gone further than the sword heart saint and the saber Dao. Another Dugu Chobai? They are not the same. Ling Xiao thought to himself. It was as if he saw the shadow of Dugu Chobai in Ba Dao. However, Ba Dao and Dugu Chobai were different. Ba Dao was born with a pure heart. He had the luck of the saber realm. He was born with the supreme talent of the saber Dao and was extremely confident in himself. However, Dugu Chobai was different. Dugu Chobai's talent was only average. However, his comprehension was superb. He had experienced all kinds of things in the mortal world. He had refined his heart and cultivated the sword in his hand. In the end, he had shed the ostentatiousness and left the purity behind to form his own supreme sword Dao. One was born and the other entered the world. However, both of them had reached the pinnacle of their respective Dao of origin. Your physical body is very strong. Young. Master Ling Xiao, I won't hold back from now on. Be careful. Ba Dao said in a serious tone. His eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. When experts fought, they would know each other's strength by testing each other's strength. Ba Dao did not treat Ling Xiao as an ordinary level 3 imperial emperor. Instead, he treated Ling Xiao as a real opponent. He wanted to fight with Ling Xiao. Don't hold back. Come at me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Kill. Ba Dao shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The saber in his hand shone brighter as he slashed down at Ling Xiao. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, Ba Dao's figure instantly split into thousands of figures in the void. Each of them slashed down with a saber. The saber radiance was surging like an endless wave. The terrifying saber essence could not only hurt the physical body. The ominous aura contained within it could also attack the spiritual soul and destroy everything. This was the ultimate killing saber essence. In Ba Dao's hand, a destructive energy fluctuation erupted. Rumble, Ling Xiao pushed the sun, moon, and stars as he moved forward. His unparalleled chaotic fist print swept across the area. The fist print was vast and unparalleled. It kept colliding with the saber radiance in the sky, creating sounds of metal clashing and sparks flying in all directions. Ling Xiao's primordial immortal body was extremely powerful and had reached the great perfection realm. His bones could even withstand an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. However, Ba Dao's saber intent made Ling Xiao feel cold all over. The saber radiance slashed his body, leaving tiny wounds on his body. Although more saber radiance was shattered by Ling Xiao, Ba Dao's saber radiance was extremely fast. There was actually a scene of space-time distortion, causing Ling Xiao to be unable to completely defend himself. What a fast saber radiance! Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The countless afterimages in the sky were distorted because Ba Dao's saber radiance was too fast. That was why there were countless Ba Dao attacking Ling Xiao at the same time. It was not a divine ability or secret technique but because Ba Dao's saber radiance was extremely fast. Moreover, Ba Dao's saber intent was extremely sharp and contained a kind of power that could destroy the soul. If Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was not strong enough and was protected by the 28 origin Dao fruits, his indestructible primordial spirit would have been affected by the saber intent. Not to mention, Ba Dao's saber radiance contained a kind of supreme power that could actually contend with Ling Xiao's fist print. It was overbearing and could sweep through and destroy everything. Although Ba Dao was only a 6th heaven imperial emperor, he was more terrifying than a high-level imperial emperor. Ling Xiao did not doubt that Ba Dao had the combat strength to kill a high-level imperial emperor. Someone has actually condensed such an immortal body? At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through his physical defense at all. Ba Dao thought in his heart. He was extremely shocked. Ling Xiao's chaotic fist print was unparalleled and could destroy everything. Every time they collided, there would be an extremely terrifying divine power that would attack him, causing his arm to feel numb. Most importantly, Ling Xiao's physical body was too strong. His saber radiance was so fast that it could even distort the void. However, it could not cause any fatal damage to Ling Xiao. Even if there were occasional wounds, they would be healed in an instant. It looked like he had the upper hand, but in reality, he could sense Ling Xiao's indifference and calmness. Ling Xiao's entire body was like a tortoise's shell, making him feel like he had nowhere to attack. Sky Tyrant slash! Ba Dao shouted. The fighting spirit in his eyes soared to the extreme. Rumble, endless broadsword will gathered, and the blazing light around him rose. The broadsword in his hand suddenly expanded in the void. Following the slash, it was as if the illusionary figure of a martial monarch had appeared behind him, holding a peerless monarch saber and slashing at Qin Nan. The real and illusory blade light instantly merged into one, turning into an extremely bright blade light. In an instant, it separated the heavens and the earth, causing the space in the arena of life and death to tremble violently. Good timing. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. The blade contained a majestic martial monarch's aura. It was a supreme martial monarch technique, and its power was unparalleled. Even he felt a strong sense of threat. Ling Xiao took a step forward, hugging the chaotic qi. Divine light surged, and purple qi filled the air. Behind him, chaos opened up, and the mysterious scene of the 3,000 worlds appeared. He threw out a punch, and the unparalleled fist print seemed to have blasted open the river of time. It penetrated through the 3,000 worlds, wanting to destroy all living things and create an epic. This was the epic fist. Ling Xiao's cauldron nurturing scriptures had merged all skills, and finally, he had created a peerless fist technique with his primordial immortal body as the foundation. As soon as the epic fist was thrown out, the heavens and earth changed. The sun and moon dimmed, and the surrounding void trembled. That huge blade light instantly stopped in the void, unable to slash down any further. The unparalleled fist print collided with the blade light, and finally, they were annihilated at the same time. Crack, the void distorted, and mysterious runes appeared, supporting the space, preventing it from shattering. That was because the space in the life and death arena was being reinforced. Otherwise, Ling Xiao and Ba Dao's attacks would have shattered the entire void. Boom, Ling Xiao's body was shrouded in chaotic light. He was unparalleled, and his eyes were extremely bright. He threw out another punch, and the blade light was shattered. The space seemed to be unable to bind Ling Xiao. He took a step forward, and appeared in front of Ba Dao. Then, he threw out another punch. Ba Dao's eyes suddenly narrowed. The chaotic fist print was already in front of him, and he quickly raised the blade in his hand to block it. Boom, the black battle blade trembled violently, and the light was dazzling. The runes on the blade shook violently, and they exploded one after another. A spiderweb-like crack appeared on the blade. Crack, the black saber emitted a buzzing sound and actually broke apart from the middle, Ba Dao's arm was about to lose feeling, and he was sent flying. Hiss. Who is Ling Xiao? He is a third heaven emperor, and he is so powerful. Ba Dao is about to be defeated. Outside the life and death arena, the crowd discussed animatedly, and their eyes were filled with shock. Ling Xiao? He is the one who killed the 9th dragon god outside Candle Dragon Imperial City, right? He seems to be related to the Feather tribe. Although the 8 dragon gods hate him to the core, they can't do anything about it. Someone said. Killed the 9th dragon god? This guy is really ruthless. Ruthless? I think he is just an idiot. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants with the Feather tribe behind him? When the test starts, he will still die in the hands of the 8 dragon gods. That's right, this guy won't live for long. In a restaurant not far away, the smiles on Zhu Chen and Ying Yilong's faces froze. The wine cups in their hands trembled slightly, and the wine spilled out, showing that they were extremely uneasy. Brother Zhu Chen, it seems like Ba Dao won't be able to kill Ling Xiao. Ying Yilong said slowly. Ling Xiao is really powerful, especially his physical body. It is comparable to an ancient beast. I really don't know how he cultivated. However, it is still too early to say that Ba Dao won't be able to kill him. Zhu Chen said. Why? Ba Dao still has a trump card? Ying Yilong asked. That's right. Ba Dao has yet to unleash his most terrifying power. That saber skill makes me think that an ancient emperor has come back to life. That is the saber skill that killed the 7 great ant kings. Ling Xiao will definitely die. Zhu Chen said with a sigh, and his eyes were filled with emotions. The saber skill that killed the 7 great ant kings? Ying Yilong's body trembled, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Seeing how powerful Ling Xiao was, the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. On the Eternal Emperor Road, the growth of those monstrous geniuses was simply unbelievable. He had no doubt that if Ling Xiao was allowed to grow, he would become a huge threat to the 8 dragon gods one day. Rumble, Ba Dao's aura was extremely sharp as he held a broken saber in his hand. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Although his saber was broken, the saber intent in his heart was blazing. The Tyrant Emperor's slash was a Supreme Emperor technique. Although it was destroyed by Ling Xiao's epic fist, Ba Dao's Emperor's aura intertwined as his extreme Dao force rose. Vast origin source Dao circled around him like a dazzling galaxy. He executed an extreme Dao Emperor technique and his origin source Dao turned into a sharp saber radiance as he slashed towards Ling Xiao. He could feel Ling Xiao's strength, so his attacks became even more ferocious. Great! Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose when he sensed the wild and violent saber intent from Ba Dao's body. His eyes were dazzling. His vital energy rose as a baleful aura filled the air. Chaotic light circled around his body as he activated the primordial immortal body to the extreme. He formed an invincible fist seal and swept it out continuously. It was like a chaotic divine mountain that soared into the sky and annihilated everything. The great pressure that Ba Dao brought to him caused his aura to condense to the extreme. His cultivation started to break through to the 4th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. This was the sublimation of an extreme battle. Ling Xiao needed a great battle to his heart's content in order to push his Dao of origin to the limit and then break through. Ba Dao did it. Regardless of why Ba Dao attacked him, Ling Xiao treated Ba Dao as his most respectable opponent and fought with all his might. Rumble, Ling Xiao's figure and Ba Dao clashed in the void. Every attack seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth as powerful fluctuations erupted. Blazing saber radiance rose. Although they were separated by the ring of life and death, the crowd still felt a chill run down their spines. The vast, masculine, overbearing, and majestic saber intent was like the heavenly might, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They could not imagine how much pressure they would have to endure if they faced the saber intent head-on. Kill! 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 Ba Dao shouted 3 times in a row. His killing intent surged as his eyes blazed with dazzling light. It was as if some kind of shackle in his body had been broken. Surging saber intent filled the air as if it was going to break the heavens and earth and return the heavens to chaos. He held a broken saber in his hand as if the ancient saber emperor had come back to life. He exuded a powerful aura that could destroy the universe and slaughter all gods and demons. Clang! 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 The saber radiance was dazzling radiance as if it was the heavenly river. Boundless chaotic light soared as Ling Xiao performed the Fist of Epic and the Fist of Fortune. The first fist restarted the epic and destroyed everything. The second fist created the heavens and gave birth to life. The intertwining of life and death seemed to form a vast and mysterious Taiji diagram. The endless saber lights slashed at his body, but were easily neutralized by him. However, Ling Xiao was already attacking with all his strength. Facing an opponent like Ba Dao, he had to fight with all his strength. In Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, the 28 origin Dao fruits intertwined into a mysterious light that enveloped Ling Xiao. The surging saber intent of the tyrant saber did not seem to be able to harm him. Domineering blade, this level of saber intent is not enough to kill me. Ling Xiao said loudly as his eyes shone brightly. Domineering blade was giving him a lot of pressure. He was about to break through. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was not enough. He needed to add fuel to the fire. Ling Xiao could feel that there was still a terrifying power in Domineering Blade's body. It made his heart palpitate. That might be Domineering Blade's ultimate strength. Is it not enough? Young Master Ling Xiao, although I don't want to kill you, I can only offend you for my sister. You have to be careful. I might not even be able to control myself. Ba Dao's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle. In the end, he said seriously to Ling Xiao. Bring it on. If you can kill me, it's because I'm not as strong as you. I won't blame you. Ling Xiao said, the light in his eyes blazing. It was the kind of light that one would get when they see a prey. Rumble, Ling Xiao felt the blood in his body start to boil. Purple chi surged, and chaotic light rose. His aura had reached the peak of the third heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Avicii Hell, Demon Burial Saber. Domineering Blade uttered an extremely obscure syllable. His eyes instantly turned into a strange black and white color. Endless terrifying demonic aura surged out of his body. His killing intent surged, and his aura changed drastically. He was like a demon god that had sunk into hell. His surroundings were filled with death, violence, cruelty, and terror. It was as if he could destroy everything. The 7 syllables seemed to be able to resonate with heaven and earth. The space in the arena of life and death trembled violently. A black saber light condensed behind Domineering Blade. It was as black as ink, as if it was poured with demonic blood. When Ling Xiao saw the black saber light, he instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. His eyes were filled with shock. How can there be such a terrifying saber intent in this world? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. Such madness, violence, bloodthirstiness, and death aura seemed to have surpassed any other power. Even a great emperor would be buried in this saber intent. Even the sword intent of the 4 great divine swords and the 4 great divine techniques, which were known to be the most lethal, could not compare to this saber intent. Rumble, Domineering Blade was like an ancient demon god. With the black saber light in his hand, he slashed down at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt chills all over his body. Before the saber and saber intent arrived, he felt as if his body was about to shatter. His body would definitely not be able to withstand this saber. I will die, Ling Xiao suddenly had such a thought. He felt as if his body had frozen. He could only watch as Domineering Blade slashed down at him. Is this the saber skill that killed the 7 great ant kings? How can it be so terrifying? Yilong's body trembled. His face was extremely pale. He stood up abruptly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This saber skill, what do you think of? Zhu Chen said slowly, and there was a tinge of fear in his eyes. You mean, the forbidden saber? Yilong's body trembled as he exclaimed. That's right. On the Eternal Emperor Road, legend has it that the forbidden saber will appear every time it opens. It has appeared again. Zhu Chen said, and there was a tinge of fanaticism in his eyes. With such a forbidden saber, Ling Xiao will definitely die. Congratulations, Brother Zhu Chen, for being able to obtain the forbidden saber. It is definitely the sharpest saber. Yilong said slowly, and there was a tinge of envy in his eyes. No. I won't die. This is just an illusion. No one can kill me, not even the heavens. In the arena of life and death, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. Boom, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. Blazing divine light rose and terrifying energy filled the air. Chaotic light surged and swept across the land. His cultivation instantly broke through to the peak of the third heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm and reached the fourth heaven. At this moment, Ba Tian's saber was already in front of him. Boom, Xianxia stomped on the ground and his blood energy rose. He grabbed the black saber light with both hands and a blazing chaotic light pillar gathered around him and shot up into the sky. Starting from Xiao's hands, spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared on his body. His life force receded like the tide. His body was like a withered flower, withering in an instant. Then, all of his flesh and blood scattered like ashes, vanishing into thin air. Clang, that black blade light tore through Xiao's flesh and blood, intertwining with his knuckles and exploding with a blazing flame. Then, in an instant, Xiao's entire body was submerged. Extremely terrifying killing intent surged and a storm of death swept across everything as if it wanted to annihilate all vitality. Ba Dao was the only one left in the arena of life and death. He was still in the posture of attacking. Such a terrifying scene shocked everyone. Is Xiao dead? Everyone had the same question in their minds. He should be dead. Ba Dao's saber essence is too terrifying. It's not something that Xiao can withstand. Someone said with uncertainty. The Forbidden Saber. Rumor has it that the Forbidden Saber is related to the secret of transcendence. It's very likely that it's a saber technique left behind by a transcendent. A saber technique that can destroy an extreme emperor's aura is indeed terrifying. Yingyilong exclaimed. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had chosen Zhu Chen. Xiao's strength was beyond his imagination. However, he still died under the Forbidden Saber in the end. That's just a legend. For the past 108 eras, the Forbidden Saber has appeared every time the Eternal Emperor Road opens. However, I've never heard of anyone obtaining the secret of transcendence. Zhu Chen smiled faintly. However, this era is different. This era is the beginning of the immeasurable calamity. The secret of transcendence will definitely appear. If Brother Zhu Chen subdues this person, he might really obtain the secret of transcendence. Yingyilong shook his head. He was extremely envious of Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen was really lucky to have encountered a taboo blade. Legend had it that the taboo saber could even slay a great emperor. Once Ba Dao grew to his peak, who could stop him? Perhaps only the other taboo sabers or the most powerful ancient prodigies would be able to contend against it. Not good, Xiao didn't die. Just as Zhu Chen was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Yingyilong's body trembled as he hurriedly looked towards the life and death arena. How is this possible? He opened his mouth wide, and his body trembled as he spoke with great difficulty. On the life and death arena, the light that filled the sky dissipated, revealing Xiao's figure. At this moment, Xiao looked incomparably miserable. All the flesh and blood on his body had disappeared, leaving behind only a crystal-clear skeleton that emitted an indestructible light. The black blade light stopped where Xiao's hands were, as if it wanted to pierce through his heart. However, it was firmly blocked by Xiao's fingers and finally dissipated. The Avicii Hell Demon's burial blade had buried Xiao's flesh and blood, but it had not buried his bones. Xiao had survived. In his heart, a majestic life origin spurted out, causing his flesh and blood that had disappeared to instantly grow back. However, Xiao's face looked extremely pale as if his vitality had been greatly damaged. What a terrifying Avicii Hell Demon's burial blade! Xiao sighed in his heart. He knew that in a sense, he was considered to have lost. This was because if his bones had not merged with the two chaotic treasures, he would definitely not have been able to block the blade and would have died. The chaotic treasures had given him indestructible bones, which was why he could block the Avicii Hell Demon's burial blade. However, Xiao was still severely injured. His cultivation that had just broken through to the fourth heaven of Imperial Emperor Realm almost fell back to the third heaven of Imperial Emperor Realm. Pfft, Ba Dao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. He was on the verge of collapsing, and his eyes were extremely dim. But I still lost. His voice was low, and there was even a trace of despair. Although he had obtained the power to destroy the world after using the Avicii Hell Demon's burial blade, the backlash to his body was also extremely great. At this moment, he no longer had any strength to continue fighting. Just like when he had killed the 7 great ant kings in Burial Desert, he was now in a state where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. It did not matter if he died because he had lost to Ling Xiao, but his sister. When he thought of this, Ba Dao hurriedly raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao with a pleading gaze. He said, "Young Master Ling Xiao, I know that I have wronged you. So, feel free to kill me. I have no complaints at all. I only beg you to save my sister. She's innocent." It was as if he had used up all the strength in his body to say this. He stared at Ling Xiao with bloodshot eyes. He looked as if he would not die in peace if Ling Xiao did not agree. "Why should I kill you?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. His words caused Ba Dao to be stunned. "You won't kill me?" But. This is the ring of life and death. We're fighting." Ba Dao stuttered. "Must you kill someone in the ring of life and death? Although you have offended me, I can see that your nature is not bad. So, I don't intend to kill you," Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ba Dao's eyes reddened, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. He did not expect that there would be such a righteous person on the Eternal Emperor's road. This young master Ling Xiao was so righteous. That saber technique just now was not ordinary. Moreover, Ba Dao is also a talent. If I can subdue him and learn that saber technique in an instant, it will be a great help to me. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at Ba Dao. But how can I subdue him? Perhaps I can start with his sister? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Ba Dao did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking. Otherwise, he might not be so grateful. "Ba Dao, can you tell me now why you want to drag me into the ring of life and death?" Ling Xiao waved his hand. Suddenly, a barrier enveloped the two of them, preventing people outside the ring of life and death from spying on them. "Young Master Ling Xiao, young Master Zhu Chen asked me to kill you. He seems to have accepted a request from the 8 great dragon kings. If I don't kill you, he won't save my sister," Ba Dao said slowly. "Young Master Zhu Chen? 8 great dragon kings?" Ling Xiao frowned slightly. "That's right. Young Master Zhu Chen is the pride of the Illumination Dragon tribe and the great-grandson of the Guardian. His power in the Illumination Dragon Imperial City is second only to the Guardian. My sister and I met him by accident. My sister was poisoned with heaven burial poison and young Master Zhu Chen said that he could cure her but the condition was to kill you," Ba Dao said slowly, and he explained the entire situation to him. "Heaven burial poison?" Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. "Master, heaven burial poison is the poison in the heaven burial ant's body. It's extremely terrifying and even an emperor would die without a doubt. However, Zhu Chen was boasting when he said that he could cure heaven burial poison. Unless he condensed the poison origin or broke through to the great emperor realm, he would not be able to cure heaven burial poison. He was lying to this silly boy." The evil spirit's voice rang in Ling Zhao's heart. "In that case, I still have to be the one to cure heaven burial poison? Looks like I have no choice but to take this boy in." Ling Xiao chuckled in his heart. "That's right. Master, although this silly boy looks silly, you must take him in. He cultivates the forbidden saber which is related to the secret of transcendence. If you take him in, you will have hope of finding the secret of transcendence," the evil spirit said. "Forbidden saber? The secret of transcendence?" Ling Xiao was stunned. What was this forbidden saber? The forbidden saber is a saber technique. Legend has it that it was left behind by a transcendent. It can destroy the extreme emperor aura and is extremely powerful. It is related to the secret of transcendence. Forbidden sabers have appeared when the Eternal Emperor Road opened in the past. The Avicii Hell Demon's burial saber that this boy cultivates is one of the forbidden sabers," the evil spirit explained. "I see." Ling Xiao nodded and said. It was no wonder that the Avicii Hell Demon's burial saber was so terrifying. When Ba Dao used it, he seemed to have transformed into an ancient chaotic divine demon. It turned out that it was a forbidden saber. Ling Zhao's heart burned with passion. Ba Dao, I can cure your sister's heaven burial poison. Zhu Chen was lying to you. He can't cure heaven burial poison. Ling Xiao looked at Ba Dao and said seriously. What? Ba Dao's body trembled as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. The space between Ling Xiao's eyebrows shone brightly. The poison origin Dao fruit flew out. It shone with a mysterious light, containing the strongest poison in the world. It was incomparably terrifying. Poison origin? Ba Dao exclaimed in surprise. That's right. It's the origin of poison. You may not know that the heaven burial poison can only be detoxified by the origin of poison. Zhu Chen doesn't cultivate the origin of poison. In this Candle Dragon Imperial City, there's almost no one who cultivates the origin of poison, right? So he must be lying to you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Damn it. Ba Dao's expression was somewhat unsightly, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had been used by Zhu Chen. Young Master Ling Xiao, not only are you not going to kill me, but you're also going to save my sister. What do you want from me? A Vichy infernal demon burying saber? Ba Dao took a deep look at Ling Xiao, as if he had become smarter. A Vichy infernal demon burying blade, are you willing to give it to me? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said without denying it. If you can save my sister, not to mention the Avicii infernal demon burying blade, I'll give you anything you want. Unfortunately, the Avicii infernal demon burying blade is a gift from heaven, and I can't pass it to you. Ba Dao said with a bitter smile. A gift from heaven? The smile on Ling Xiao's face was a little forced. Master, the Avicii infernal demon burying blade is a forbidden blade. The blade's skill has a spirit and can choose its own master. It can't be passed to anyone else. The evil spirit said. Bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao rebuked in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face. He smiled proudly and said to Ba Dao, why would I covet your blade skill? Don't worry, I don't want the Avicii infernal demon burying blade. I just think that your combat strength is not bad, and I want you to be my protector. Are you willing? Ling Xiao spoke his mind directly. Ba Dao had a pure heart and didn't hold anything back from him. If this continued, he would really be a villain in vain. He might as well express his intentions directly. Young Master Ling Xiao, as long as you can cure my sister of the heaven burial poison, I'm willing to be your follower. Ba Dao said seriously after taking a deep look at Ling Xiao. After he finished speaking, he immediately knelt on one knee to show his allegiance to Ling Xiao. I'm talking about protectors, not followers. You and I can call each other brothers. There's no need for so many formalities. Brother, please get up. Ling Xiao was laughing in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He quickly helped Ba Dao up. Hypocrite, too hypocritical. The evil spirit rolled his eyes and criticized in his heart. Thank you, big brother. Ba Dao said gratefully. That's right. Where's your sister? Let's go and cure her now. Ling Xiao said with a smile. My sister is in Zhu Chen's residence now. Big brother, please follow me. Ba Dao said quickly. Zhu Chen's residence? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Chen wouldn't hand over Ba Dao's sister so easily, right? In the restaurant, they saw that Ling Xiao was still alive and had even set up a barrier to protect Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. Zhu Chen and Ying Yilong's hearts skipped a beat. They had a bad feeling about this. Brother Zhu Chen, could it be that Ling Xiao wants to kill Ba Dao? Ying Yilong asked. I don't think so. If he wants to kill Ba Dao, why would he need to set up a barrier? I'm just afraid that he has also seen the forbidden saber on Ba Dao's body. Zhu Chen's face was no longer as calm and indifferent as before. Instead, it became extremely gloomy and his expression was extremely ugly. You're saying that he's also after Ba Dao? Ying Yilong's heart skipped a beat. It's very possible. Ba Dao is mine. I'd like to see what kind of bear's heart and leopard's guts did he eat to dare to snatch someone from me. Zhu Chen suddenly stood up and closed the folding fan in his hand. His eyes were filled with a terrifying light. He turned around and walked toward the arena of life and death. Ying Yilong quickly chased after him. When Ling Xiao and Ba Dao left the arena of life and death, it caused a commotion among the crowd. They looked at the two of them with reverence in their eyes. At this moment, no one dared to look down on them. It was as if everyone had already ignored their cultivation and acknowledged their unparalleled combat strength. After all, the great battle just now had made everyone addicted to it. However, the crowd was puzzled. Why did Ling Xiao not kill Ba Dao? Ba Dao. When Zhu Chen saw Ba Dao and Ling Xiao walk out side by side, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. However, he immediately revealed a gentle smile and called out softly. Young Master Zhu Chen. Ba Dao cupped his hands at Zhu Chen. No matter what, it was Zhu Chen who had stabilized his sister's injuries. Otherwise, his sister would have been dead. Although Zhu Chen had lied to him, he was still very grateful to Zhu Chen. Ba Dao, although you've lost this battle, it doesn't matter. Victory and defeat are common in war. Just win the next time. I've already found an expert. Come back with me. I'll ask the expert to cure your sister's poison. Zhu Chen smiled faintly. He did not even look at Ling Xiao. He stepped forward naturally and held Ba Dao's hand. Ba Dao took a step back and avoided Zhu Chen's hand. Zhu Chen's face turned a little ugly. Brother Ba Dao, what's the meaning of this? Zhu Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke in an extremely gentle manner. Master Zhu Chen, thank you for taking care of my sister these days. Master Ling Xiao has promised to cure my sister, so there's no need to trouble you. Ba Dao said seriously. Him? Zhu Chen was enraged. His worries had come true. This Ling Xiao actually had designs on Ba Dao. Ridiculous. How can he cure heavens? Burial poison? Brother Ba Dao, don't be fooled by him. I'm the only one in the entire Candle Dragon Imperial City who can save your sister. Zhu Chen said coldly with anger in his eyes. He could no longer hold it in. Master Zhu Chen, how are you going to save my sister? Ba Dao asked seriously. To cure heaven's burial poison, you have to gather the poison origin to cure it. I've found an expert who will come to Candle Dragon Imperial City in a few days. He'll be able to save your sister then. Zhu Chen said with a proud smile. But Master Ling Xiao has gathered the poison origin. Ba Dao said seriously and pointed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The light in his palm shone brightly. Suddenly, the poison fruit of Tao flew out. It shone with a strange light and emitted a powerful poison light. What? Zhu Chen was dumbfounded. He completely did not think that Ling Xiao actually really possessed the poison origin. But how was that possible? Zhu Chen's face instantly darkened. He had done everything he could to subdue Ba Dao and even used Ba Dao's sister as a bargaining chip. However, because of Ling Xiao, all his plans were in vain. His heart was filled with murderous intent. He could not wait to kill Ling Xiao now. I can't kill him now. Not only is his combat strength extraordinary, but he also has many trump cards. Although the Candle Dragon tribe is respected in Candle Dragon Imperial City, we're bound by the Heavenly Way. If I attack recklessly, I'm afraid I'll be devoured by the Heavenly Way. Zhu Chen thought to himself. The Torch Dragon Imperial City's test was getting closer and closer. The Torch Dragon clan was not the one who made the rules. At best, they were the guardians of the rules. Only the Heavenly Tao was the one who made the rules. If they went against the Heavenly Tao, they would probably end up in an incomparably miserable state. However, if he were to let Ling Xiao and Ba Dao off just like that, then he wouldn't be able to vent the resentment in his heart. Moreover, with Ling Xiao and Ba Dao's formidable combat strength, if they were to join forces, then it would probably be even more difficult to keep them in check. Ba Dao, are you sure you want Ling Xiao to cure your sister? Although he has condensed the essence of poison, he might not be able to cure the poison in your sister's body. Zhu Chen said expressionlessly. That's right. I believe in young Master Ling Xiao. Ba Dao said seriously. After hearing Ba Dao's words, Zhu Chen's heart burned with jealousy. He sneered and said, very well. Since you want to follow Ling Xiao, I won't force you. But after all, I was the one who saved you and your sister. If you just leave like this, I'm afraid it's a little unkind, right? Ba Dao frowned slightly. Although he had risked his life to bring his sister out of Burial Desert and killed the 7 great ant kings, he was already at the end of his rope. Although it couldn't be said that Zhu Chen had saved them, if Zhu Chen hadn't brought them back to Zhulong Imperial City, they probably wouldn't have survived on the dangerous Eternal Emperor Road. "Young Master Zhu Chen, do you want me to repay you?" Ba Dao said slowly. "That's right. I, Zhu Chen, am not someone who likes to help others. If you were to follow me, then so be it. However, since you've chosen to follow Ling Xiao, then don't blame me for demanding repayment." Zhu Chen said indifferently. "What do you want?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. "Don't worry, I won't ask for too much. I saved the 2 of you, so I want 200 billion origin pills." "That's not too much, right?" Zhu Chen said with a faint smile. 2 trillion origin pills? The surrounding trial challengers and Skyprides couldn't help but gasp. This number was absolutely terrifying. After all, most of the trial challengers and Skyprides only carried 1 trillion origin pills with them. In the universe, 1 trillion origin pills wasn't something that an Emperor Realm expert could casually take out. 2 trillion origin pills, a total of 20 origin pill rivers. However, when the crowd thought of Ba Dao's terrifying combat strength, it was reasonable for Zhu Chen to ask for 2 trillion origin pills since he had saved him and his sister. "I don't have any origin pills," Ba Dao said with a bitter smile. All of his origin pills had been consumed in Burial Desert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have no origin pills for the life and death ring. 2 trillion origin pills? Alright, I'll pay. Ling Xiao said slowly as he looked deeply at Zhu Chen. Swoosh, with a wave of his sleeve, 20 origin source elixir rivers appeared in the sky, exuding boundless origin source energy. They were vast and unparalleled. Zhu Chen's eyes flashed as he collected the 20 origin elixir rivers in an instant. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Young Master Ling Xiao is indeed generous. For Ba Dao, you actually took out 2 trillion origin pills without batting an eyelid. I'm impressed. Ling Xiao said faintly, "You've taken the origin pills. Now, can you hand Ba Dao's sister over to us?" "Don't worry. I, Zhu Chen, am a man of my word." Zhu Chen smiled faintly. His palm glowed brightly, and a sky-blue ice bed appeared. A beautiful girl was lying on top of it. She was surrounded by mist, as if she had been sealed in ice. "I'll kindly remind you that she has been frozen by my secret technique. It has temporarily blocked the invasion of the burial heaven poison in her body. If you want to detoxify her, you have to do it within 30 minutes. Otherwise, the burial heaven poison will completely contaminate her primordial spirit and physical body. At that time, even a great emperor won't be able to save her." Zhu Chen said faintly. With a wave of his hand, the ice bed flew toward Ba Dao. He then turned and left. Everyone felt that it was boring, and they dispersed one after another. They originally thought that since Ling Xiao had appeared in front of Zhu Chen wouldn't let Ling Xiao go and there would be a good show to watch. However, they didn't expect Zhu Chen to let Ling Xiao go so easily. "Tong Tong, I will cure you." Ba Dao looked as though he had received a treasure. He carefully hugged the ice bed and his eyes were filled with love. "There are too many people here. Follow me," Ling Xiao said faintly. He returned to Fortune Building. Behind Fortune Building was an exquisite courtyard. It also operated restaurants and inns. However, it was expensive and ordinary people couldn't afford to stay there. Ling Xiao directly booked a courtyard and brought Ba Dao into the courtyard. Then he set up a barrier and enveloped the courtyard. "Put her down," Ling Xiao said calmly. "Okay." Ba Dao nodded and quickly put the ice bed down. "Next, I'll detoxify her. You protect me," Ling Xiao said to Ba Dao. "Don't worry, big brother. Whoever dares to barge in will have to ask my blade first." Ba Dao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, a blazing flame rose from his palm and landed on the ice bed. Boom, on the ice bed, a majestic white gas rose up, and the frost that sealed the girl's body instantly dissipated. Ling Xiao saw an extremely hideous scar on the girl's arm. It was as if she had been bitten by some kind of strange beast. The black poisonous fog around the scar made it look extremely hideous. At this moment, the ice had disappeared. The black poisonous fog instantly spread into the girl's body. The black poisonous fog seemed to be very intelligent. It was extremely fast and rushed toward the girl's heart and primordial spirit. Buzz, the space between Ling Zhao's eyebrows glowed brightly. The poison origin Dao fruit flew out instantly and floated above the girl, sprinkling down multicolored light. The colorful light seemed to contain the most poisonous and evil power, but it also exuded the most pure and young aura. Instantly, the speed at which the black poisonous fog spread in the girl's body became extremely slow. Swoosh, at this moment. Xiao Jin, who had turned into a bracelet on Ling Zhao's wrist, seemed to have smelled something delicious. His eyes were filled with excitement and he instantly rushed up like a bolt of golden lightning. Xiao Jin lay on the girl's arm. Golden light shone around him as the black poisonous fog merged into his body. The heaven burial poison in the girl's body was extremely fierce. However, under the dual effects of the origin of poison Dao fruit and Xiao Jin, it quickly disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Although the heaven burial poison was fierce, the origin of poison Dao fruit was indeed its nemesis. Boom, however, at this moment, there was a sudden change. Suddenly, black runes rose from the girl's body and intertwined to form divine chains of order. Like a mysterious and powerful curse power, they instantly enveloped the girl's body. Originally, the majestic life origin in the girl's body was surging and she was about to wake up. However, at this moment, she fainted again. Not good. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. Boom, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and a bright light shone from his forehead. Another Dao fruit flew out and imprinted itself onto the girl's forehead like a powerful talisman. What happened? Ba Dao's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with worry. She's been tampered with, and a curse has been laid in her body. As long as the heaven burial poison is removed, the power of the curse will flare up. Ling Xiao said quickly, but the speed at which his hands were forming seals was getting faster and faster. The Dao fruit was a heavenly cursed Dao fruit. It contained the power of curse origin and was mysterious and unfathomable. It constantly devoured the curse runes in the girl's body. Curse? It was Zhu Chen. Why would he do that? Why? Ba Dao's body shook violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he let out a shrill roar. Don't worry, I can break this curse. Light flickered in Ling Zhao's eyes. Vast and boundless origin energy surged out from his body, rapidly surging towards the girl. As the heaven-cursed Dao fruit's power grew stronger and stronger, the curse runes in the girl's body began to shatter. Young Master Zhu Chen, although 2 trillion origin pills is a lot, it's nothing compared to Ba Dao, right? Have you really decided to let them go? Yingyilong asked in confusion. They had already returned to the central region of the Torch Dragon Imperial City, the Torch Dragon tribe's residence. Yingyilong did not expect Zhu Chen to let Ling Xiao and Ba Dao off so easily. Let them go? How is that possible? Zhu Chen smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with a vicious light. 2 trillion origin pills. Not only is it to calm the hearts of the masses and let them know that the Illumination Dragon tribe has always been fair and just, upholding the righteousness of the heavenly Dao. More importantly, it is to deplete the origin pills on Ling Xiao. One must know that on the Eternal Emperor Road, losing an origin pill is equivalent to losing everything. Yingyilong shuddered and quickly asked, does that mean that brother Zhu Chen already has a plan? That's right. I've already tampered with Ba Dao's sister's body. No one can break the curse that I set. Unless Ling Xiao has also condensed the curse origin, Ba Dao can only come back obediently and beg me in the end. Zhu Chen said with a cold smile. Brother Zhu Chen is brilliant. When we kill Ling Xiao in the Torch Dragon Imperial City's test, Ba Dao can only come back obediently and beg you. At that time, this taboo saber will still be yours. Yingyilong said with a smile. 3 days later, I will make sure that Ling Xiao dies without a burial ground. I've already made the arrangements. Brother Ying, you 8 dragon lords will have to help too. Zhu Chen said slowly. Don't worry. Brother Zhu Chen, we can't wait any longer. Ling Xiao must die. Yingyilong said with a sinister smile. Rumble, however, at this moment, there seemed to be a muffled explosion. Zhu Chen shuddered and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. A light flashed in his palm and a curse ball appeared. Strange runes intertwined on it and it looked very strange. However, at this moment, there were already cracks on the intertwined runes and they dimmed. In the end, they shattered with a loud bang. The curse in Ba Dao's sister's body has been broken? How is this possible? Zhu Chen's face was filled with disbelief and his eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. Even the power of curses can be broken? How is this possible? Could it be that Ling Xiao has condensed the curse origin source? Ying Yilong said in disbelief. It's not impossible. Have you forgotten about that group of people? Zhu Chen said slowly with a tinge of shock and fear in his eyes. You mean, the robbers? Ying Yilong shuddered and exclaimed in shock. In the courtyard behind the fortune tower, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and the poison origin source and curse origin source flew back into his mind between his eyebrows. Brother Ba Dao, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The heaven burial poison and the curse in your sister's body have been broken. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ba Dao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. Boom, he took a step forward and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Brother, thank you for saving my sister. Ba Dao's voice was choked with sobs. Brother, what's wrong? Right at this moment, a clear and slightly weak voice sounded. Tong Tong? Ba Dao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with surprise as he quickly turned around. The young girl was dressed in a white dress and had already stood up. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was snow white. Although she still looked a little weak, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, her eyes were very bright, as if they contained a mysterious vortex that could see through everything. Brother, who is this? Seeing Ba Dao kneeling in front of Ling Xiao, the girl's eyes were filled with confusion. You're Tong Tong, right? I'm Ba Dao's sworn brother. Ling Xiao smiled as he helped Ba Dao up. Ba Dao's eyes were filled with gratitude. He then nodded and said, That's right. Tong Tong, this is my big brother. He was the one who cured you of the heaven burial poison. Zhu Chen, that shameless bastard, is too insidious. He actually cursed you. Ba Dao recounted everything that had happened after Tong Tong had fainted. Is he such a person? Tong Tong frowned slightly. She then looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said, Thank you, brother Ling Xiao. You're welcome. You're Ba Dao's little sister, so you're my little sister. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Brother Ling Xiao, Zhu Chen cursed me. I'm afraid he's going to deal with you and my brother in the end. Tong Tong said slowly with a strange light in her eyes. Tong Tong, what did you see? Ba Dao asked with a trace of anger in his eyes. Previously, he was extremely grateful to Zhu Chen. However, ever since he knew that Zhu Chen had cursed Tong Tong, he was completely enraged. He could not wait to kill Zhu Chen and interrogate him. Zhu Chen first asked for 2 trillion origin pills to deplete brother Ling Xiao's stock of origin pills. After all, an ordinary trial tester only has 1 trillion origin pills at most. He cursed me to keep brother Ling Xiao in check and prevent brother Ling Xiao from helping brother Ling Xiao. In order to get rid of the curse, brother Ling Xiao had to beg Zhu Chen. If I'm not wrong, Zhu Chen doesn't want to kill brother Ling Xiao in Candle Dragon Imperial City. However, in the Candle Dragon Imperial City test 3 days later, he'll definitely try to kill brother Ling Xiao. Tong said slowly with a wisp of wisdom in her eyes. How dare he? Ba Dao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Zhu Chen is the great-grandson of the Guardian. There's nothing he wouldn't dare to do for your forbidden saber. But I'm very curious, how will he deal with me after 3 days? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Brother Ling Xiao, it's not just because my brother is a taboo saber. Most importantly, it's because you're the chosen one. It's because of the providence in your body. Tong Tong looked at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao gave Tong Tong a meaningful glance, showing a trace of surprise in his eyes. He didn't think that Tong Tong would see through his disguise so quickly. There's something wrong with her eyes. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. In Tong Tong's eyes, there seemed to be a river of stars flowing, the passage of time, the transformation of space, and the mysterious scenes of the birth and destruction of worlds. It was dazzling and resplendent, as if it could see through everything. It made people unable to help but sink into it with a single glance. This was clearly an extremely terrifying eye technique. Big brother, Tong Tong has the eye of the heavenly Tao, so I can see that you're the chosen one. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Tong Tong's eye of the heavenly Tao, we wouldn't have been able to escape Burial Desert. Ba Dao explained when he saw that Ling Xiao was a little confused. The eye of the heavenly Tao? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The eye of the heavenly Tao was said to be able to see through the heavens, illuminate the myriad of worlds, and see through everything. The eye of the heavenly Tao was said to be the #1 eye technique in the heavens. It was blessed by the heavens and was formed naturally. It was mysterious and powerful. Those who possessed the eye of the heavenly Tao were born with the providence of the heavens and were extremely heaven-defying. This was different from Ling Zhao's eye of the ruler. Ling Zhao's eye of the ruler was formed by unintentionally merging the 4 origins of chaos, destiny, karma, and reincarnation. It was no wonder that Ba Dao would bring Tong Tong into Eternal Emperor Road. Although Tong Tong's cultivation was only at the 3rd heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, her eye of the heavenly Tao could make anyone unable to hide from her. Big brother, Tong Tong is a strange girl. She secretly followed us into Eternal Emperor Road this time. Initially, she wasn't allowed to enter Eternal Emperor Road. However, don't worry. With Tong Tong around, no matter what schemes Zhu Qian and the others have, they won't be able to hide. Ba Dao said slowly. Brother Ling Xiao, I think this might be an opportunity for you. An opportunity for you to become the child of the heavenly Tao. Tong Tong suddenly said. Child of the heavenly Tao? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. That's right. Since Zhu Qian wants to deal with you, he has to rely on the Guardian. In Torch Dragon Imperial City, the Guardian has the support of the heavenly Tao. We're no match for him. However, if he dares to leave Torch Dragon Imperial City after 3 days, that might not be the case. Tong Tong said with a smile. You're saying that Zhu Qian will ask the Guardian to attack us? Ba Dao frowned slightly. It's very likely. Judging from Zhu Qian's actions, the Guardian is probably not a good person. At that time, if Zhu Qian dares to attack us, we'll capture him alive and then set a trap to lure the Guardian here. Perhaps we can kill the Guardian. Tong Tong said. Kill the Guardian? Tong Tong, you're too audacious. Ba Dao was slightly stunned. If he wants to kill us, why can't we plot against him? Brother Ling Xiao, the Guardian has the heavenly Tao fate on him. If you kill him and absorb his heavenly Tao fate, not only will your cultivation level increase rapidly, but it will also transform the heavenly Tao fate in your body and evolve towards becoming the child of the heavenly Tao. On this Eternal Emperor Road, if you become the child of the heavenly Tao, you'll be invulnerable. At least the heavenly Tao won't target or plot against you. Only then will you have a chance to compete with those ancient Skyprides. After all, countless ancient Skyprides have awakened in this Eternal Emperor Road. There's no lack of former chosen children and even children of the heavenly Tao. They have a strong foundation and we must quickly catch up with them. Tong Tong said slowly. In just a few words, she had already calculated Ling Zhao's future path. Tong Tong, you're indeed our little fox. Ba Dao swallowed his saliva and said with a bitter smile. Brother, you flatter me. Brother Ling Xiao, what do you think of my idea? Tong Tong looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. Tong Tong, although I have no enmity with the Guardian, if he wants to kill me, I won't show any mercy. We'll do as you say. 3 days later, I'd like to see what Zhu Qian wants. Brother Ling Xiao, leave it to me. I guarantee that I'll give Zhu Qian a surprise. Tong Tong smiled sweetly, a trace of craftiness in her eyes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All the trial takers and Skyprides in the Candle Dragon Emperor City were rubbing their palms together in preparation for the heavenly test. The Candle Dragon Emperor City was the first Emperor City that they had entered in the Eternal Emperor Road. Rumor had it that if one could pass the test at the fastest speed or even break the record in the first Emperor City, they would be protected by the heavenly luck. Therefore, countless trial takers and Skyprides were hoping to come out on top in this heavenly test. At the central square of the Candle Dragon Emperor City, thousands of trial takers and Skyprides were gathered there, surrounded by guards in armor. Each of them had a cold look in their eyes as they scanned the surroundings continuously to maintain order. There was a huge stone wall in front of everyone. It looked extremely smooth and crystal clear. This was the Heavenly Jade Wall, the place where the Heavenly Test was issued. Rumor had it that this was a test issued by the Heavenly Tao. Even the Guardian would not know about it in advance. Buzz, a bright light shone in the void as a figure appeared, emitting an extremely powerful aura. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked very kind and amiable. His eyes were incomparably deep, as if they could see through everything. He was the guardian of the Candle Dragon Emperor City, the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon was the embodiment of the Heavenly Tao in the Candle Dragon Emperor City. No one dared to challenge his authority. In the Candle Dragon Emperor City, the Candle Dragon could borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. He was an existence that was comparable to a supreme emperor, and his strength was unfathomable. Of course, his cultivation was not weak either. He had already reached the unparalleled emperor realm. Rumor had it that if the living beings in the Eternal Emperor Road did not have their path of cultivation cut off by the Heavenly Tao, the Candle Dragon would definitely be able to become an emperor. Is he the guardian, the Candle Dragon? In the central square, Ling Xiao, Ba Dao, and Tong Tong arrived and saw the Candle Dragon floating in the void. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with a strange light. He could sense an aura that was similar to his from the Candle Dragon's body. It was the aura of the Heavenly Tao Luck. The Candle Dragon seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's gaze. His eyes flickered as he glanced at Ling Xiao. He noticed me too? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm and did not avoid the Candle Dragon's gaze. The Candle Dragon's gaze lingered on Ling Xiao for a moment before shifting away. Everyone, welcome to Candle Dragon Imperial City. The Candle Dragon spoke. His voice was deep and old, as if it contained the vicissitudes of time. It was like a great bell that rang clearly in everyone's ears. All the cultivators quietened down and lifted their heads to look at the Candle Dragon in the sky. Candle Dragon Imperial City means a lot to all of you. I don't think I need to say more. Next, the Heavenly Tao Jade Wall will release the content of this Heavenly Tao test. I hope that all of you can pass it and embark on the journey to becoming an Eternal Emperor. The Candle Dragon sounded very calm, but it made everyone feel a sense of urgency. Many of the trial challengers and Skyprides looked at the people around them with vigilance. Everyone around them could be their competitor or even their enemy. In the upcoming Heavenly Tao trial, they would definitely kill them. If they wanted to reach the end, they could not trust anyone except themselves. That bastard Ling Xiao has indeed removed the curse in Sister Ba Dao's body. I won't let him off. In the distance, Zhu Chen and Ying Yilong stood together with cold murderous intent in their eyes. Brother Zhu Chen, if Ling Xiao is really a robber, then things will be easier. When his identity is revealed, everyone will definitely gang up on him. We don't even have to do anything. Ying Yilong sneered. Don't worry, I have already planned it out. This time, he will definitely die. Zhu Chen said coldly. Rumble. At that moment, the Heavenly Tao Jade Wall suddenly released a dazzling light. Vast heavenly power gushed out. The Heavenly Tao Jade Wall was crystal clear, and lines of distorted golden runes appeared on it. Those were primordial sacred runes, which were created by the God tribe after they comprehended the Heavenly Tao. They were known as the words that were closest to the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao trial had appeared, everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at the Heavenly Tao Jade Wall with their eyes wide open. The Heavenly Tao trial is in the burial desert? Ba Dao furrowed his brows. On the Heavenly Tao Jade Annulus, the location of the Heavenly Tao test was actually the burial desert. Moreover, it required everyone to enter the burial desert, find a burial fruit, and then safely leave the burial desert. Only then could they pass the test. However, no one knew the horror of the burial desert better than Ba Dao. He and Tong Tong had entered the burial desert by mistake. Moreover, they had already encountered the burial ants and 7 ant kings that were comparable to high-level imperial emperors in the periphery of the burial desert. In the end, they had to rely on the taboo saber to fight their way out. In the burial desert, there were not only the burial ants but also all kinds of beasts and dangerous places. Even imperial emperors would have a slim chance of survival if they entered. Burial desert? That is the most terrifying place around the Candle Dragon Imperial City. I did not expect the Heavenly Tao trial to be in the burial desert. Someone cried out in alarm, and a trace of deep fear appeared in his eyes. Coward, if you don't dare to enter the burial desert, then go home. Ha ha ha. I have long wanted to see the burial desert. That's right. Only the burial desert is worthy of us. There were also people who were eager to give it a try. Instead, they were very excited and mocked those trial takers who were afraid. The entire central square became extremely noisy. The Heavenly Tao trial has appeared. This is the revelation of the Heavenly Tao. Warriors, step on your journey. The candle dragon said slowly, and his voice was like thunder. He waved his sleeve and the void immediately shook. The air-sealing array above the candle dragon imperial city disappeared, and a rainbow bridge instantly traversed hundreds of millions of miles. It was also outside the candle dragon imperial city, in an unknown place. However, everyone knew that it was the burial desert. Let's go. Someone shouted loudly and took the lead to leap up, stepping onto the rainbow bridge and flying into the distance. This is our journey. Cowards are not worthy of the Heavenly Tao trial. Only true warriors dare to face the burial desert, shake the eternal Emperor Road, and compete with the geniuses of thousands of worlds. Who else can do it but me? Some people were full of pride and were overwhelmed with emotions. Tens of thousands of trial takers and geniuses leaped into the sky. Even those who were afraid of the burial desert clenched their teeth and stepped onto the rainbow bridge. After all, they could only advance on the eternal Emperor Road and could not retreat. Retreating meant death. They had no other choice. Let's go too. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered as he, Ba Dao, and Tong Tong leaped into the sky and embarked on the first expedition on the eternal Emperor Road. The sky was vast, the ground was vast, and yellow sand filled the sky. It was a gray world, as if the desert was the eternal theme. After leaving Candle Dragon Imperial City, the crowd entered the burial desert. The burial desert was an incomparably peculiar space. Although there were specks of oases here, and even small patches of forests and lakes, the desert was the most important existence. Endless sand swept over, as if it could even bury the sky. The space here was distorted and filled with uncertainty. Therefore, after entering the burial desert, most of the trial takers and sky prides in Candle Dragon Imperial City were sent to various places. Moreover, the slaughter had begun at the instant they entered Heaven's burial desert. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, a few tentacles that looked like they were made of metal shot out from the depths of the yellow sand. Like lightning, there were explosive sounds in the void. 2 to 3 trial takers who had just entered had their chests pierced through in an instant. They were sent flying into the void as they screamed in agony. They were extremely decisive. Radiance shone in their hands as they instantly took out powerful weapons and slashed at the tentacles. Clang, the sound of metal clashing was heard and sparks flew. The tentacles were extremely sturdy and only had a white mark on them. Oh no, it's poisonous. The 3 trial challengers felt their bodies go numb. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in alarm. Boom, at the same time, endless killing flew. A giant beast crawled out of the desert. There were thousands of eyes on its body like a blood moon, filled with bloodlust and cold-killing intent. A ferocious mouth appeared in front of them and swallowed them. It was a centipede that was thousands of feet long and exuded an insufferably ferocious aura. No. Their eyes were filled with terror and despair as they roared out loud. But soon, their voices stopped abruptly. Under the condition of being poisoned, the 3 of them could not resist at all and were swallowed by the giant centipede in an instant. The giant centipede's eyes revealed a trace of human-like satisfaction. In an instant, it crawled into the desert and headed into the distance. Rumble, further away, as soon as the geniuses of the trials entered the burial desert, they immediately realized that there were dozens of ants around them. Each of them seemed to be made of silver, emitting a brilliant glow and emitting a powerful aura. Oh no, it's the heaven-burying ant. Run. However, they had just leaped up when the dozens of heaven-burying ants had already flown over. They were like silver lightning, burying the few of them. Terrifying chewing sounds could be heard, causing everyone to shudder in fear. Some trial challengers were sent into the distorted space turbulence. These space turbulence were incomplete ancient emperor rays that contained the power of space source. Before they could see the burial desert clearly, they were instantly torn to shreds, not even their bones remaining. The trial takers who had entered the burial desert suffered a large number of casualties almost instantly. However, most of the people who died were cannon fodder with weak strength. They were people with low cultivation who wanted to get lucky and get lucky. Most of them were buried in the burial desert. Of course, there were also some lucky ones. Some people were sent to an oasis and actually discovered the origin source fruit tree. The origin source fruit that they plucked from the tree allowed their origin source power to condense and their cultivation base to improve greatly. Some people were sent to a lake that was completely formed by the origin source power. They were overjoyed and were about to cultivate when they were killed by a giant beast that was lurking in the lake. Some people encountered powerful weapons left behind by their predecessors and even obtained powerful inheritances. All in all, the trial of the burial desert was filled with a cruel and bloody aura from the very beginning. In order to prevent them from getting lost, Xianxia had hidden Ba Dao and Tong Tong in his internal world from the very beginning. He only let them out after entering the burial desert. The place where they appeared was the most ordinary desert. In the distance, the desert formed a continuous mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. They sensed the aura of living creatures. There were dozens of scorpion-shaped primeval mutants that wanted to sneak up on the three of them. They were easily killed by Ba Dao. Big brother, the burial desert is extremely dangerous. The most dangerous ones are the burial ants. Not only are they powerful, but they like to form groups. When they appear, there are at least hundreds or thousands of them. They are very difficult to deal with. Our top priority is to find the burial fruit. Ba Dao said slowly. Sky burial fruit. Do you know where it is? Xianxia looked around and asked. The space in the burial desert is chaotic. It changes every once in a while, so no one knows the detailed map of this place. However, the burial fruit grows in places where vitality and death gather. If you want to find the burial fruit, you have to go to places with oases, lakes, and forests. Ba Dao said slowly. Although he and Tong Tong had accidentally entered the burial desert, they did not stay in the burial desert for long. Then, they were extremely unlucky and encountered the burial ants, which attracted the 7 ant kings. They had inquired about the existence of the burial fruit. Buzz, Tong Tong's eyes were intertwined with dazzling light. 7 colors were changing and mysterious. He was activating the Eye of Heaven Dao to explore the surroundings. There should be an oasis 10,000 miles away. At the same time, I also sense a weak death aura. If I'm not wrong, there should be a burial fruit. Tong Tong pointed in a direction and said. Tong Tong is amazing. Ba Dao rubbed Tong Tong's little head and said. Then let's go. Xianxia said with a smile. Tong Tong's Eye of Heaven Dao was indeed amazing. He could actually find the aura of the burial fruit in the chaotic burial desert. In comparison, Xianxia's Eye of God was more focused on fighting. In terms of searching the sky, it might not be as good as Tong Tong's Eye of Heaven Dao. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, they leaped up, concealed their auras, and flew in the direction Tong Tong pointed. There were many dangers in the burial desert. They did not dare to be careless. Although 10,000 miles was nothing to them, there were all kinds of dangers in the desert. Many primitive beasts hid in the desert, waiting for an opportunity to hunt their enemies. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of powerful ferocious beasts, scorpions, venomous snakes, and spatial turbulence in the burial desert. In the end, they passed through safely. An oasis appeared in front of them. It was like a pearl in the endless desert. It was dazzling and contained exuberant vitality, making one feel comfortable. It is indeed an oasis. Tong Tong is amazing. Xianxia said with a smile. They leaped forward. The oasis in front of them was actually a lake. There was a small piece of land in the center, with green grass and a tree growing on it. The tree had a strange shape. It was only about the height of a person, but its branches were sparse. The branches were like dragons, and there was a black fruit hanging at the top of the tree. The black fruit was shrouded in black light and was filled with a thick death aura. However, Xianxia sensed an incomparably pure life origin from it. That was the sky burial fruit. Brother, be careful. The sky burial fruit is guarded by strange beasts. The sky burial fruit has a magical effect on the primitive strange beasts in the sky burial desert. I suspect that the strange beast is in the lake. Ba Dao said slowly with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Brother is right. That is a black dragon crocodile. It is 1,000 feet long. It is 520 feet in front of you. Tong Tong said softly with a glint in his eyes. Clang, as soon as Tong Tong finished speaking, Ba Dao attacked instantly, a snow-white saber radiance bloomed. His broken saber was unsheathed. It was like a long rainbow that contained a domineering and sharp saber essence. It slashed toward a certain spot in the lake. Roar, as if it felt the strong threat of Ba Dao's attack, there was a roar in the lake. In the next moment, a black figure rushed out of the lake. Endless waves rose and went toward the saber radiance. It was a huge crocodile that was 1,000 feet long. Its body was pitch black and covered in black dragon scales. There was a mysterious dragon aura around it. Its limbs were like dragon claws that shone with a sharp light. In its huge mouth, its sharp teeth were like swords that could pierce through everything. Its eyes were like blood moons that were filled with anger and killing intent. It had always been a hunter. Now that its real body was discovered and attacked, how could it not be angry? Facing Ba Dao's attack, the black light around its body swept out. It did not dodge. Instead, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Ling Xiao and the other two. Boom, the huge blade light slashed on the black dragon crocodile's body. Suddenly, a few pieces of its extremely hard dragon scales were broken, and a huge bloody wound appeared on its body. It cried out in agony and sped up in pain, arriving in front of Ling Xiao and the others almost instantaneously. Let me. Ling Xiao stopped Ba Dao, who wanted to continue attacking. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and then he punched out. Crack, the primal chaos fist seal was unparalleled. It contained a fist intent that could destroy everything. It swept out like a storm. Before the punch arrived, the black dragon crocodile's sharp teeth instantly shattered. Then, it violently shot into its mouth, causing it to spit out countless blood mist. The unparalleled fist landed directly on the head of the black dragon crocodile. The sturdy dragon scales shattered instantly, and the head of the black dragon crocodile exploded. Even the divine soul inside couldn't escape, and was completely destroyed. Boom, the black dragon crocodile fell from the sky and landed in the lake, creating a huge splash. Fresh blood dyed the lake red. Big brother, your physical body is so strong that I'm afraid many ancient beasts can't compare to you. Ba Dao exclaimed in admiration. Big brother Ling Xiao, are you going to walk the path of proving your Dao through strength? Tong Tong tilted her head and asked curiously. Proving my Dao through strength? Maybe. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It was too difficult to prove one's Dao through strength. That was when one's physical body had reached the pinnacle and broke through the origin of the Great Path. However, Ling Xiao's goal wasn't limited to that. Hurry up and collect the sky burial fruit. The smell of blood here is so strong. I'm afraid it will attract other ancient beasts. Ling Xiao said. All right. Ba Dao nodded. Then, he instantly leaped up and flew towards the land in the middle of the lake. He carefully took out a jade box, picked the sky burial fruit, and placed it in the jade box. Swoosh, at that moment, there was a dazzling golden light in the distance. It was surrounded by flames and it shot towards Ba Dao. It was an arrow, a golden divine arrow. It contained a powerful emperor's aura and it whizzed through the air. Its speed was extremely fast and it arrived before Ba Dao in an instant. Big brother, be careful. Tong Tong's face turned pale and she quickly reminded Ba Dao. Boom, a sharp light flashed in Ba Dao's eyes. The cold saber essence gushed out from his body. The space around him seemed to distort in an instant. The arrow flew towards Ba Dao's glabella. However, it instantly froze and couldn't go any further. Ba Dao slashed down with his palm. The arrow vibrated violently and gave off dazzling sparks. It seemed to have a mind of its own and it wanted to fly back. Boom, Ba Dao directly grabbed the golden divine arrow, allowing it to vibrate in his palm. The extreme emperor's aura that shot out even pierced his palm, causing blood to flow out. Who is it? Come out. Ba Dao said coldly. The golden divine arrow was an emperor's weapon. If Ba Dao hadn't used his trump card at the critical moment and caused the arrow to freeze, he wouldn't have been able to block the golden divine arrow given his physical strength. The person in the dark actually wanted to kill Ba Dao directly. I didn't expect you to be able to block my golden divine arrow. Not bad. You are indeed Ba Dao. You have some skills. A cold and arrogant voice resounded. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, there were a few air-rending sounds and more than 10 figures flew over from afar. They floated in the air and gave off powerful auras. The two leading them were young men with imposing appearances. One of them was wearing black armor and he looked cold. His eyes were like steel and they were filled with cold-killing intent. He was the leader of the 8 Dragon Kings, Yilong. The other one was wearing golden armor. He was tall and handsome. He carried a golden bow on his back and it looked ancient and mysterious. There were mysterious runes carved on it and an emperor's aura spread out from him. He was the one who spoke just now. Behind him, there were also a few young men in golden armor with longbows on their backs. Their expressions were cold and arrogant, and their noses were pointed to the sky. Big brother, it's Feng Fan from the Divine Arrow clan. Ba Dao returned to Ling Zhao's side and said slowly. Divine Arrow clan? Fate has brought us together. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with a strange look. The Divine Arrow clan was closely related to the Deity clan in the immortal world. When the Deity clan declined, some of them who had the bloodline of the Deity clan left the immortal world and formed their own clans. The Divine Arrow clan was one of them. The Divine Arrow clan was born with great talent in archery. It was rumored that the Divine Arrow clan used stars as their targets. An adult from the Divine Arrow clan could destroy stars and their strength was terrifying. Feng Fan was the supreme talent of the Divine Arrow clan. He was a 7th Heaven Imperial Emperor and he had condensed the origin of arrows. He held the Divine Arrow clan's emperor weapons, the Golden Bow and the Golden Divine Arrow clan. It was said that he never missed his target. He had made a name for himself the moment he entered the Candle Dragon Imperial City. Ling Xiao, you killed my 9th brother. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Yilong did not hide the cold-killing intent in his eyes and said coldly. You want to kill me? I will naturally accompany you. However, I am curious. How did you find us? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and asked curiously. Ling Xiao, don't you know that you're about to die? You killed my 9th brother. That's a crime that deserves death. But you actually dared to have designs on Ba Dao? Don't you know that he's the person that young Master Zhu Chen values the most? Young Master Zhu Chen is the Guardian's most beloved great-grandson. Do you think that you can escape young Master Zhu Chen's eyes? After you entered the burial desert, every action of yours was already exposed. Yilong sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhu Chen? Looks like it's just as I thought. It's really that despicable person who only knows how to hide. But I'm curious. Why didn't he come? Could it be that he's treating you as cannon fodder? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Facing the siege of Feng Fan, Yilong, and more than 10 other experts, there was no trace of fear on his face. What a sharp tongue. Do you really think that the 3 of you can escape from our hands? Yilong said coldly. Where's Zhu Chen? Ba Dao asked coldly. He was originally grateful to Zhu Chen. Even if Zhu Chen had used him, he was still grateful that Zhu Chen had saved him and Tong Tong. However, he never thought that Zhu Chen would be so crazy. In order to control him, Zhu Chen had actually placed a curse on Tong Tong's body. Tong Tong was Ba Dao's reverse scale. At this moment, Ba Dao hated Zhu Chen so much that he was about to go crazy. Ba Dao, let me give you a piece of advice. If you join young Master Zhu Chen now, you and your sister can live. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Yilong stared at Ba Dao and sneered. Where's Zhu Chen? Ba Dao asked again. His voice was low, and it was filled with suppressed anger. Stubborn. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die with your sister. Yilong sneered. Yilong, you talk too much nonsense. Just attack. Although I owe Zhu Chen a favor, I'm not his subordinate. Feng Fan said with a frown. Brother Feng is right. But Brother Feng, don't underestimate them. This Ling Xiao is the heaven's chosen one. Once you kill him, you can replace him and obtain his heavenly Dao fate. On the other hand, Ba Dao even killed 7 heaven burial ant kings in the past. So, we must attack with all our strength and strive to annihilate all of them. Yingyilong said with a smile. He couldn't afford to offend Feng Fan. This person's Dao of archery had already reached an extraordinary level. He had once injured a peerless imperial emperor with a single arrow. Many high-level imperial emperors had died at his hands. It was because of Feng Fan and the other prodigies of the Divine Arrow clan that he was so confident in killing Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. The chosen one? Very good. He's mine. Feng Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light, revealing a strong battle intent. Don't worry, brother Feng. Ling Xiao's life is definitely yours. His heavenly fate is also yours. We'll leave the long-range attacks to you guys. Yingyilong said with a smile. Don't worry. They can't escape. Feng Fan coldly said. His voice revealed a powerful wave of confidence. Divine Arrow clan, Divine Arrow piercing the heavens. In front of the Divine Arrow clan, no one could dodge their arrows. Once an arrow was shot, there would be no regrets. Once an arrow was shot, there would be blood. Divine Arrow return. Feng Fan stared at Ba Dao and said proudly. Boom, it was as if his mouth contained the heavenly law, and his voice contained a strange power. The golden arrow in Ba Dao's hand instantly shone brightly. Surging Emperor's aura filled the air. The arrow seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Ba Dao felt that if he didn't let go, his entire hand would explode. Give it to me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, he grabbed the golden arrow in Ba Dao's hand. Boom, unparalleled divine power erupted. The golden arrow in Ling Xiao's hand trembled violently. It wanted to escape from Ling Xiao's grasp, but it couldn't break free. The chaotic energy in Ling Xiao's palm annihilated everything. The arrow shattered one after another. Golden arrow? Take one of my arrows. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Swoosh, unparalleled divine power erupted from his body. He grabbed the golden arrow and threw it at Feng Fan. The golden arrow seemed to have been blessed with a terrifying power. In an instant, it swept across the void. It was extremely bright. It was like a golden sun, flying towards Feng Fan. If the golden arrow shot by Feng Fan was said to be sharp, piercing, and unstoppable, like a meteor. But now, the golden arrow shot by Ling Xiao was exuding a majestic aura. It suppressed everyone's heart and soul. Boom, after shooting the golden arrow, Ling Xiao also made his move in an instant. He threw out a punch. Chaotic light gushed out. Unparalleled fist print swept across all directions, suppressing Ying Yifan. Clang, the blade radiance was dazzling. In Ba Dao's hand, a long rainbow flew across the sky and shrouded the Divine Arrow clan. You're courting death. Feng Fan's eyes flashed coldly. He was shocked and angry. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to control his golden arrow. Moreover, there were signs that the golden arrow was going to backfire. Blazing light gushed out from his body. His slender fingers pointed in the void. In an instant, arrows flew across the sky and shot towards Ling Xiao's vital points. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and wanted to grab the golden arrow in his hand. Boom. The moment he came into contact with the golden arrow, he felt the terror of the golden arrow. That unparalleled divine power exploded, making him feel as if his arm was about to be shattered. He couldn't help but fall back. At this moment, Ba Dao had also charged towards him. You're courting death. Kill him. The eyes of the Divine Arrow clan's members were as sharp as iron. Their killing intent was boiling. They all held their bows and shot arrows. Many golden arrows were shot out at an extremely fast speed. Their movements were like afterimages. They kept drawing their bows and releasing arrows. The arrow radiance swept across the void and enveloped Ba Dao. Crack, the dazzling blade radiance fell like the Milky Way across the 9 heavens. The domineering blade intent shrouded the surroundings as if it could destroy everything. The sky full of arrow radiance exploded. Ba Dao held the broken sword in his hand, but there was an invincible aura about him as he charged towards the Divine Arrow clan. You're courting death. Feng Fan stabilized his body. His eyes flashed coldly. He regained control of the golden arrow in his hand. In an instant, he knocked it on the golden bow and shot it towards Ba Dao. The dazzling golden radiance was like a meteor falling from the sky. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Ba Dao felt a fatal threat coming towards him. Without hesitation, he slashed down with his blade. Boom, the unparalleled blade radiance collided with the golden arrow. Dazzling light bloomed and swept across the void like a storm. In the end, the blade radiance was shattered. The golden arrow was like a hot knife through butter. It directly hit the broken sword in Ba Dao's hand. Crack, the broken sword seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying force and shattered into pieces. The golden arrow pierced through Ba Dao's chest. His body shattered in the void. Afterimage? Feng Fan's eyes flashed. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger coming from behind him. Boom, Feng Fan did not even hesitate. Sharp arrow radiance shot out from his body as he turned his palm and slammed it behind him. His palm was extremely sharp, like thousands of arrows shooting out at the same time. The dazzling arrow radiance seemed to be able to shatter everything. It was extremely terrifying. Behind him, Ba Dao's eyes were extremely cold. A huge saber radiance like the Milky Way hung upside down in the 9 heavens as it slashed down from the sky. Boom, the void shook violently as Feng Fan and Ba Dao's saber radiance collided. Feng Fan's body trembled as the clothes on his arms were instantly torn apart. The terrifying saber radiance left bloody wounds on his body. Feng Fan felt as if his entire arm had lost all feeling as he was sent flying. However, Ba Dao's saber radiance was also shattered by his palm. Very good. You have thoroughly offended me. Feng Fan's eyes were cold as he exuded an extremely powerful battle intent. Rumble, he instantly soared into the sky like a golden bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast as blazing arrow radiance rose around him. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. The golden bow spewed out a powerful emperor's aura as it intertwined with the golden arrow. The two merged into one and an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation erupted. Although the power of an extreme Dao Emperor's weapon was suppressed in Eternal Emperor Road, it was still much stronger than other weapons. Especially since Feng Fan's cultivation had already reached the high-level Imperial Emperor realm. He had even condensed the origin of arrow. In terms of archery, he could be said to have reached the acme of perfection. Ba Dao also understood that Feng Fan's strength was extremely terrifying. That was why he chose to engage in close combat, not giving Feng Fan any chance to catch his breath. Seeing Feng Fan soar into the sky, he also slashed down with his saber. The saber radiance traversed the void and was extremely intense. Swoosh! 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 At that moment, the other geniuses of the Divine Arrow clan all looked at Ba Dao coldly. They had already distanced themselves from Feng Fan and raised their bows to shoot at him. The golden arrow radiance was like a meteor. Its speed was extremely fast, causing Ba Dao to feel slightly threatened. Boom, left with no choice, he faced the attack in the air. The terrifying saber intent around him rose and annihilated the golden arrow radiance. However, his body naturally slowed down by a little. At this moment, Windsail had already pulled away from him. Ba Dao, take my demon god world annihilating arrow. Feng Fan's face was incomparably cold, but his eyes became incomparably resplendent. His cold voice exploded in the air. His entire body shone with a resplendent golden light as if he was cast from gold. He pulled open the golden bow, and the golden arrow contained a peerless sharpness as it locked onto Ba Dao in the distance. His entire body was filled with a different kind of beauty, as if he was the incarnation of the archer god. His entire essence, energy, and spirit had fused into the golden arrow. Sky Tyrant slash. Ba Dao's fighting spirit rose in his eyes. He didn't choose to retreat in the face of this powerful arrow. Instead, he charged forward. Rumble, Ba Dao's entire body emitted an incomparably terrifying saber intent. Although the saber in his hand was shattered, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a peerless divine saber, emitting a monstrous baleful aura. Everyone could see that there seemed to be a huge astral saber that was tens of thousands of feet long in the air, slashing down at the sail. At the same time, the aura around Feng Fan's body was also extremely powerful. The golden arrow instantly left the bowstring and shot towards Ba Dao. Roar! The sound of the golden arrow piercing through the air was like the roar of a demon god. In the blazing golden light, it seemed as if a peerless demon god had emerged. In an instant, it split into millions of rays of light, enveloping Ba Dao's entire body. Demon god whirled annihilating arrow. With the power of a demon god, it carried out an act of annihilation. Crack! The unparalleled astral saber fell and collided with the demon god whirled annihilating arrow. In an instant, shocking divine light fluctuations erupted. The aura was terrifying to the extreme, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Rays of golden light were shattered one after another. The origin of the arrow and the origin of the saber, one focused on sharpness, while the other focused on dominance. Both were the most powerful origin of killing, incomparably terrifying. The collision between Feng Fan and Ba Dao was like a collision between two peerless geniuses. The power was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, the saber light and the arrow light were annihilated at the same time. However, Ba Dao charged over from the boundless storm. His eyes revealed a crazed expression. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't survive. Facing the rain of arrows, despite his body being drenched in blood and being pierced by thousands of arrows, he still charged through the sky. Of course, his physical body wasn't as strong as Ling Zhao's that could ignore an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. On the contrary, the golden arrow had caused him quite a bit of damage. However, he had paid the price of being injured in exchange for the distance between him and Feng Fan. He arrived in front of Feng Fan, clang. Ba Dao didn't have a saber in his hand, or rather, his hand was a saber. The saber light seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was terrifying to the extreme as it slashed down towards Feng Fan. The dazzling saber light was like a storm, sweeping across the void and enveloping both Ba Dao and Feng Fan. Tyrannical Blade's crazy fighting style caught even Windsail unprepared. This lunatic. Feng Fan felt the fatal threat from the saber light and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He revealed a trace of fear and quickly retreated. At the same time, the golden arrow was placed on the golden bow. The arrow light was dazzling and it was like a ray of light that pierced through the void, shooting towards Ba Dao. However, the saber light that filled the sky had annihilated all of the arrow light. The unparalleled saber light was like a mountain pressing down on Feng Fan, causing him to feel as though he had been struck by lightning. The golden bow in his hand trembled violently and he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Ba Dao, is this his true strength? Feng Fan muttered to himself, revealing a trace of incomparable madness in his eyes. Facing Ba Dao in front of him, he actually felt a sense of excitement as though he had seen a prey. The flesh on his body started to tremble. Ba Dao had injured him, and this made him value Ba Dao even more. This was a powerful opponent. Ba Dao, you are indeed very strong. You are qualified to receive my 3 world-extinguishing arrows. Feng Fan said slowly, his eyes filled with an incomparably strong fighting spirit. Cut the crap. Let's see if you can survive under my saber. Ba Dao's voice was incomparably cold. Amidst the divine light that filled the sky, his body was dripping with blood, but his aura was incomparably terrifying. A sharp and overbearing saber intent erupted, making him look like an ancient god fiend that had walked out from the primordial chaos, as if he could destroy everything. He did not have a saber in his hand, but his saber was everywhere. After the saber in his hand shattered, it was as if some kind of shackle on his body had been broken, causing his saber light to become even more tyrannical and fierce. Boom! The unparalleled saber light instantly pierced through heaven and earth. It was overbearing and terrifying, as if it was going to destroy the world, enveloping Feng Fan in front of him. Just as Ba Dao and Feng Fan were engaged in an intense battle, Ling Xiao was also engaged in a battle with the 8 dragon lords. Unparalleled fist imprints swept across the void as the surrounding sand danced wildly like a storm, emitting an incomparably tyrannical aura. The fist imprints that filled the sky were like gigantic ancient divine mountains, majestic and ferocious, exuding an unstoppable and invincible aura. Boom! Yingyilong was sent flying by Ling Zhao's fist, slamming heavily into the ground far away, creating a huge pit in the burial desert. The ground rumbled as Yingyilong soared into the sky, his eyes filled with incomparable shock. Although he had seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Ba Dao, it was separated by the arena of life and death after all. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was strong, he had never exchanged blows with Ling Xiao before, so he did not have much of an impression of him. But now, he finally experienced Ling Xiao's strength. That chaotic fist imprint seemed to be able to crush and shatter everything. It was majestic and incomparably vast. Before the fist arrived, the fist intent had already taken away one's soul, making one feel as though they were facing an invincible emperor. Naturally, fear would arise in their hearts. That was the feeling that Ling Xiao gave Ying Yilong. Although Ling Xiao was only a fourth heaven emperor now, Ying Yilong had unknowingly overlooked Ling Xiao's cultivation, and a feeling of being unable to contend with him arose in his heart. How can he be so strong? Ying Yilong's heart was filled with incomparable shock. At the same time, he felt extremely indignant. He was a self-proclaimed genius, the leader of the 9 dragon lords, and was known as the most talented monster in the Winged Dragon clan. He was the hope of the Winged Dragon clan. He had once suppressed countless geniuses and stood at the top, nurturing an invincible aura. That was why he stepped onto the Eternal Emperor's road, thinking that he could compete with all the geniuses in the universe on the Eternal Emperor's road. But he did not expect to meet Ling Xiao in the first Emperor's city of the Torch Dragon Emperor's city. This human was only a fourth heaven emperor who had just broken through not long ago, and yet he was able to give him such a strong pressure. Ying Yilong, didn't you want to avenge your brother? You can't even take a punch from me. How are you going to take revenge? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There seemed to be billions of rays of light shooting out from his eyes. He strode over, chaotic light surging around his body, as if he was pushing aside the sun, moon, and stars. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. Behind him, there seemed to be 3,000 worlds emerging from the chaotic fog. At the same time, there was also a mysterious scene of billions of chaotic gods and devils roaring. Every step Ling Xiao took was like he was stepping on the heavenly Tao. A majestic aura emanated from him, captivating everyone's souls. He was nurturing his strength, nurture the power of invincibility. Thus, when facing the 8 dragon sovereigns, he only used his fists to fight them. Even though the black spear in Ying Yilong's hand was a powerful Apex Emperor armament, he was still fearless. An extreme Tao Emperor weapon might be considered as an invincible weapon to experts below the Great Emperor realm. However, to great emperors, it was merely a worldly possession and was not that important. Many extreme Tao monarch weapons had been damaged during the monarch wars. Great emperors were strong because they had an invincible heart. Therefore, they were able to nurture the power of invincibility, allowing them to dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Ling Xiao's current strength was only in its embryonic form. However, it still made the 8 dragon sovereigns feel a chill down their spines. He had forced Ying Yilong back with a single punch and had already captured the hearts of the 8 dragon sovereigns. He had planted the seed of invincibility in their hearts. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Ying Yilong was shocked and furious. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Rumble, his arrogance rose. As an upper-level Emperor realm expert, if he could not even take a single punch from Ling Xiao and could not even avenge his younger brother, how could he compete for the Eternal Emperor path? Kill! He roared. The black spear in his hand emitted black flames. It was extremely cold and exuded a destructive aura as it pierced towards Ling Xiao. Kill! He's not that strong. Don't be fooled by him. Today, either he dies or we die. Let's fight it out with him. All the sky prides of the Winged Dragon tribe were filled with killing intent. They stimulated the powerful battle intent in their hearts as they charged towards Ling Xiao. The surrounding void shook. Destructive energy intertwined around them, causing them to exude an extremely violent aura. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. The surrounding void trembled violently. The Winged Dragon tribe was a branch of the Dragon tribe. Like the Shining Dragon tribe, they had been separated from the Dragon tribe for countless years. The Winged Dragon tribe specialized in destruction. Extreme darkness, extreme destruction, extreme killing, and extreme violence. All of this was because they had the bloodline of the Black Destruction Dragon in their bodies, the 3 primogenitors of the Dragon tribe, the Primordial Ancestor Dragon, the Genesis Dragon, and the Black Destruction Dragon, formed the 3 branches of the Dragon tribe, the Shining Dragon tribe, and the Winged Dragon tribe. The 9 dragon sovereigns were called the Hope of the Winged Dragon tribe because they had awakened a portion of the Black Destruction Dragon's bloodline. Among them, Yilong's bloodline was the strongest. It was almost at the level of atavism, rumble. The attacks of the 8 dragon sovereigns were like a storm, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. They completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes burned brightly. He was fearless in the face of the attacks of the 8 dragon sovereigns. His unparalleled fist imprint suddenly exploded. Behind him was the mysterious scene of the birth and destruction of epics and the reincarnation of all living beings. The unparalleled fist imprint seemed to pierce through the long river of time, breaking through the barrier of chaos and exuding an eternal power. The epic fist, it was also an extreme killing and destructive energy. The epic fist was extremely terrifying. It bloomed from the center of the 8 dragon sovereigns' attacks. Rumble, it was like a chaotic lotus had bloomed. It was dazzling and swept out in all directions. It destroyed the attacks of the 8 dragon sovereigns and then swept out in an instant. The 8 dragon sovereigns felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were like small boats in an endless storm. All of their attacks were destroyed and then sent flying. Clang, Ling Xiao's unparalleled fist imprint collided with Yilong's black battle spear. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and a blazing light blossomed. Yilong's entire body shook violently, and his arm went numb. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his imagination. Ling Xiao's physical body was so strong that it could withstand his apex emperor weapon. Although he had attacked with all his might, he could not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. If it was before the battle between Ba Dao and I, the 8 of you might have had the strength to fight me. However, you are too weak now. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he threw out a punch. The battle spear in Yilong's hand suddenly bent and blazing light exploded. Then, an unparalleled divine force exploded and he was sent flying. Ling Xiao walked out from the chaos. His eyes were indifferent, but there was a mysterious light shooting out from them. It was as though his eyes could illuminate the heavens. He was unstoppable and exuded an invincible aura. Before his battle with Ba Dao, he was only a 3rd heaven imperial emperor. If the 8 dragon monarchs had joined forces, it would not have been so easy for Ling Xiao to win. However, after that battle, Ling Xiao had broken through to the 4th heaven imperial emperor realm. Although it was only a small realm, it was a huge difference to Ling Xiao, who had accumulated a lot of experience. It allowed Ling Xiao's strength to soar. A mid-level imperial emperor could be killed with a flip of his hand. A high-level imperial emperor could only withstand a few more punches. Among the 8 dragon monarchs, only Yilong was a high-level imperial emperor. The rest were mid-level imperial emperors. In Ling Xiao's eyes, they were nothing. Brothers, Ling Xiao's strength is too terrifying. If we want to kill him and avenge 9th brother, we can only use the Black Destruction Dragon true form now. Do you believe me? Yilong looked at the remaining dragon monarchs and said solemnly. Big brother, of course we believe you. Then summon the Black Destruction Dragon true form. As long as we can kill him, it will be worth it even if we have to pay the price. That's right. Big brother, if we can't kill him today, we will probably die in his hands. There's no need to hesitate. The dragon monarchs said resolutely. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. All right. Summon the Black Destruction Dragon true form. If we can kill him today and devour his heavenly fate, it will be our fortune. Yilong roared. The murderous intent in his eyes was dazzling and there was even a trace of madness. Roar. 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 Roar, a series of dragon roars exploded in the void. Rumble, with Yilong taking the lead, the 8 dragon monarchs instantly revealed their true forms. They turned into 8 black dragons that were 10,000 feet long. Each of them exuded a monstrous dragon aura. They opened their mouths and a black dragon pearl flew out from each of their mouths. The 8 dragon pearls gathered in the void. In an instant, the sky shook and the void distorted. Endless destructive light rose. Streaks of blood-red light shot up into the sky from their bodies and condensed into a mysterious black dragon shadow in the void. Although the black dragon's silhouette did not look big and was not very solid, it had a ferocious aura that surged to the heavens. Black Destruction Dragon, kill! Yilong roared furiously. The black dragon's shadow instantly fused with him, causing his aura to skyrocket. A tyrannical and terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. His pair of blood moon-like eyes stared at Xianxia, containing a bone-deep hatred. The true body of the Black Destruction Dragon? It's a pity that the Black Destruction Dragon bloodline in your bodies is still too thin. Xianxia asked with interest. He did not interrupt the 8 dragon monarchs. He naturally knew of the winged dragon race's origins, and he had also sensed the bloodline aura of the Black Destruction Dragon within the 8 dragon monarchs. From the looks of it, the 8 dragon monarchs had been pushed to their limits. They had actually summoned the Black Destruction Dragon's true body. Shameless boasting. Xianxia, you deserve to die 10,000 times. A monstrous furious roar erupted from Yingyilong's mouth. Similarly, it contained a monstrous amount of hatred. Rumble, endless black light spewed out. It was incomparably viscous, and it instantly enveloped Xianxia like a black curtain. The black energy contained an incomparably tyrannical destructive power. At the same time, it seemed to be able to freeze the void. It made Xianxia feel as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his speed became incomparably slow. Yingyilong instantly spat out a black flame from his mouth. It contained a destructive aura as it shot through the air towards Xianxia. What a powerful destruction source! Xianxia exclaimed in his heart. The black flame made him feel quite threatened. If he was touched by the black flame, his bones might be able to withstand it, but his flesh and blood would probably be instantly incinerated. Rumble, a 9-colored flame also appeared in Xiao's palm. It contained the heaven-devouring source. It was the heaven-devouring flame. It turned into a 9-colored lotus and went towards the black flame. At the same time, Xianxia took a step forward and instantly traversed the void. Unparalleled fist intent swept out in all directions as he punched towards Yingyilong. The heaven-devouring flame and the destruction flame collided. In an instant, the flames distorted, causing the surrounding void to distort violently. They intertwined and destroyed each other. As Xiao's fist landed, it collided with Yingyilong's huge dragon claw. Boom, it was like a punch had landed on a mountain. Yingyilong's huge dragon claw was incomparably sturdy and sharp. After blocking Xiao's punch, it grabbed towards Xiao's head. Roar, Yingyilong seemed to have really turned into a black destruction dragon. His entire body was filled with the tyrannical destruction source. His strength was extremely strong, and he was not at a disadvantage when facing Xianxia. Xianxia instantly threw out hundreds and thousands of punches, but they were all blocked by Yingyilong. Xiao's unparalleled chaos fist imprint did not seem to be able to cause any damage to Yingyilong. On the contrary, the black dragon scales on Yingyilong's body were sturdy and indestructible. Even if they took Xiao's chaos fist imprint head-on, they were still shining brightly. Moreover, the destructive force continued to spread into Xiao's body, trying to destroy the life force in his body. It seems that other than your Dragon Dao fruit, your Black Destruction Dragon bloodline is also not bad. Xiao said with a faint smile. Your heavenly fate is also not bad. Yingyilong said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His voice was like thunder, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The two of them confronted each other with equal harshness, not giving in at all. He had fused with the bloodline powers of the 8 dragon monarchs and formed the true body of the world-destroying black dragon. He was finally able to contend with Xiao and even had the upper hand. Every strike seemed to be able to deal significant damage to Xiao. Rumble, chaos light swept out in all directions. The destruction energy intertwined and the dragon roar was extremely loud. The battle between Xiao and Yingyilong was extremely intense, as if it could destroy everything. The oasis where the sky-bearing fruit grew had long been destroyed. Yellow sand filled the sky and swept out wildly. The eternal theme of the battle was the desert. If it weren't for the fact that the burial desert was extremely special and protected by the power of the Skyway, the burial desert would have been shattered by this battle. While Xiao and Ba Dao were fighting fiercely against the strong enemy, they did not know that a conspiracy against them had unfolded in the Sky Burial Desert. Xiao is a Dao robber? A piece of news exploded in the Sky Burial Desert. Many of the trial challengers and Skyprides were incomparably shocked. In the beginning, they were skeptical. However, after the Guardian's order and the reward were announced, they began to believe it. According to the Guardian's orders and bounty, Ling Xiao was actually a Dao robber who wanted to kill the various trial challengers and steal their origin Dao fruits. The Guardian had ordered all the trial challengers and Skyprides in the Sky Burial Desert to surround and kill Ling Xiao. This news made everyone boil with excitement. Is Ling Xiao really a Dao robber? This is unbelievable. Isn't he the Chosen One? Who said that the Chosen One can't be a Dao robber? The Chosen One has the heavenly fate energy and is more likely to be chosen as a Dao robber. As the name suggests, a Dao robber wants to rob us of our Dao fruits. This is a test of the heavenly fate and also the natural enemy of many trial challengers. What a pity. I heard that Ling Xiao is from the human tribe. In the last era, the human tribe's heavenly emperor was invincible and dominated the eternal emperor road. He finally proved his Dao and became an emperor. He was even invincible and killed great emperor powerhouses. Ling Xiao has become a Dao robber. I'm afraid the human tribe doesn't have much hope this time. Young Master Zhu Chen has already said that anyone who can kill Ling Xiao will be able to inherit his heavenly fate energy and become the Chosen One. That's not all. Anyone who kills Ling Xiao will be rewarded with a large number of origin energy pills and various opportunities from the Guardian. Someone has discovered Ling Xiao's whereabouts. He is currently being held back by Lord Feng Fan and Lord Yinglong. Everyone, quickly go and support him. Let's go, let's go. In the Sky Burial Desert, some of the powerful trial takers and geniuses had been fighting against desolate beasts, while others had been searching for the Sky Burial fruit. However, when they heard this news, they were all tempted and headed towards Ling Xiao's location from all directions. The Guardian and young Master Zhu Chen had already informed everyone of Ling Xiao's location. In everyone's opinion, Ling Xiao was already dead. It all depended on who could kill Ling Xiao first and obtain the greatest opportunity. In the burial desert, in an origin energy lake, mist rose and multicolored light filled the air. This lake was formed from pure origin energy, and it contained boundless energy ripples. Zhu Chen sat cross-legged in the origin source lake, inhaling and exhaling origin source energy. He was like a primeval beast. Every time he exhaled, the surrounding void would rumble as vast amounts of origin source energy poured into his body. His aura was powerful and terrifying, causing the surrounding void to resonate at the same time. Young Master, the trap has been laid. Many trial challengers and Skyprides have been attracted by your and the Guardian's orders and are all rushing towards Ling Xiao's location. A beautiful maid in a long dress who had an extraordinary cultivation base and an extraordinary temperament spoke respectfully to Zhu Chen. Very good. It seems like it's time to reel in the net. We should also reap the fruits of our victory. I hope Ling Xiao can hold on a little longer. Otherwise, it will be boring. Zhu Chen slowly opened his eyes and a ray of light shot out. It was bright and resplendent. Rumble, he suddenly opened his mouth and a boundless world seemed to appear behind him. It possessed a terrifying pulse of power, devouring all the power in the origin lake. Light shone brightly and mist rose as Zhu Chen stepped out of the lake. A few beautiful maids who were guarding around him immediately came forward to help him change his clothes. They combed his hair carefully and wiped off the water droplets. Their actions were extremely gentle. Zhu Chen's eyes shone brightly. In front of him, there was an extremely mysterious light screen. There was a red dot on it and it showed the location where Ling Xiao was. Let's go, Zhu Chen said indifferently. Together with the maids, they turned into streaks of light and shot into the sky, heading towards Ling Xiao's location. Ling Xiao is a robber? Why would the Guardian spread such news? In the burial desert, in an oasis full of vitality, Fairy Jinghong frowned slightly and her eyes were filled with confusion. Around her were 6 other beautiful feather race girls, as well as a voluptuous woman in a black dress. She was the master of the Creation Tower and the master of the Falling Sky Tower. I heard that Ling Xiao seemed to have offended Zhu Chen and snatched away an expert that Zhu Chen fancied. I'm afraid that's why Zhu Chen hates him? Tower Master Bai Luo said slowly. Her eyes were also filled with confusion. They had been in seclusion before the battle between Ling Xiao and Ba Dao, so they had not heard about it. However, even if Ling Xiao had offended Zhu Chen, in their opinion, Zhu Chen did not have to make such a big fuss. After all, Ling Zhao's cultivation was not strong. He was only at the third heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. If Zhu Chen wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, it would be a very simple matter. There must be something strange going on. Sister Bai Luo, you're right. Ling Xiao can't be a robber. Then, it must be Zhu Chen and the Guardian's scheme. They actually set up such a huge scheme for Ling Xiao. Aren't they overestimating Ling Xiao? Fairy Jinghong frowned and said. Perhaps Ling Xiao is so strong that Zhu Chen does not dare to deal with him and can only rely on the trial takers and sky prides? Tower Master Bai Luo suddenly smiled and said. How is that possible? No matter how strong he is, his cultivation is only at the third heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. If the Guardian and Zhu Chen want to kill him, it will be a piece of cake. Fairy Jinghong shook her head and said. The reason behind this is not something we can speculate about. Sister Jinghong, you're not thinking of saving him, are you? I advise you not to act rashly. Ling Xiao is now an enemy of the entire world. You and I can't save him. Tower Master Bai Luo said slowly. I naturally don't want to save a stupid guy like him. However, for the sake of the Empress, let's go and take a look. Perhaps we can help. Fairy Jinghong said coldly. However, she still stood up and looked into the distance with clear eyes. That was where Ling Xiao was. Sister Jinghong, I advise you to act within your means. Although the Winged Tribe is strong, the trial takers and sky prides in the Eternal Emperor Road will not be afraid of the Winged Tribe. Tower Master Bai Luo shook her head and said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I hope that idiot is smart and knows how to hide. He won't foolishly go up there and wait for others to kill him. Fairy Jinghong shook her head and said. You're cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Tower Master Bai Luo shook her head and said. Whoosh! 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 The few of them took to the sky at the same time and left the oasis, flying towards Ling Zhao's location. Burial Desert was becoming more chaotic because of Ling Xiao alone. P.S. 2 chapters of a 4,000-word chapter combined into one. I have something to do tonight, so I'll update it in advance. Rest early after reading it. Rumble, Ba Dao's entire body seemed to have turned into a dazzling saber radiance. It instantly tore through the void and slashed across the sky. The golden arrow shot by Feng Fan was struck by Ba Dao and instantly shook violently. Blazing radiance burst out and the arrow was sent flying. Unparalleled divine power surged, tyrannical and terrifying. Feng Fan could not help but turn pale. His entire body shook violently and he was sent flying. As expected of the Sky Tyrant Slash. As expected of the successor of the Sky Tyrant Saber Emperor. Feng Fan stared at Ba Dao and said coldly. His eyes were filled with incomparable solemnity. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His 3 Armageddon arrows were extremely powerful and could pierce through the universe. He had once killed many high-level Imperial Emperors. However, all of them were broken by Ba Dao. Ba Dao's saber intent was majestic, mysterious, and tyrannical. It had an invincible aura as if he was the reincarnation of a saber emperor. No one could resist him. In particular, Ba Dao's method of exchanging life for life made Feng Fan feel uncomfortable. In order to close the distance between him and Feng Fan, Ba Dao did not care about the injuries he received from the golden arrow. He unleashed his supreme saber art and slashed down continuously. It was like a monstrous wave that was unstoppable. In the end, Ba Dao arrived in front of Feng Fan. Your strength is not bad. However, it's a pity that your archery skills are not up to par. Ba Dao said indifferently. The space between his brows, chest, and limbs seemed to have been pierced by arrows. Blood and flesh dripped from his wounds. Although boundless life force surged and constantly repaired his damaged body, it was still unable to completely heal his injuries. The blood that was dripping from his body made him look even crazier and more ferocious. After hearing Ba Dao's words, Feng Fan's face turned pale. He had the golden arrow and the golden bow, 2 supreme emperor weapons, together with his archery skills. However, he was still unable to kill Ba Dao, whose cultivation level was lower than his. This showed that his archery skills were not up to par. Ba Dao's words were like a slap to his face. Rumble, in the distance, Ling Zhao's chaotic fist print was unparalleled. It contained boundless power of creation. In an instant, it broke through the void and slammed heavily on Yingyilong's body. Fist of creation, it was as if thousands of layers of divine power had been superimposed, instantly magnifying Ling Zhao's physical strength to the extreme. It contained the power of creation and life. Yingyilong's entire body shook violently, and he was sent flying. An incomparably miserable dragon roar erupted from his mouth. Dozens of the black dragon scales on the body of the 30,000 zhang long black dragon were shattered. It was almost pierced through by soaring cloud, and a huge bloody hole appeared. The dignified, ancient and mysterious pressure on Yingyilong's body was slowly disappearing. That was the power of the true body of the black dragon of destruction, which was about to recede. In the battle against Ling Xiao grew more and more courageous. Furthermore, he was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. However, Yingyilong was unable to hold on. Damn it! If Ninth Brother was still here, the Black Destruction Dragon true body would definitely be able to kill him. Yingyilong's eyes were filled with shock and anger. His entire body was dripping with blood. He looked extremely miserable. The other dragon sovereigns were also greatly injured because they had formed the true body of the Black Destruction Dragon true body. When they saw that even Yingyilong, who had merged with the true body of the Black Destruction Dragon true body, was defeated by Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that the 8 dragon sovereigns were going to be defeated by Ling Xiao today? Swoosh! 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 When the few skyprides of the Divine Arrow clan saw that they could not interfere in the battle between Ba Dao and Ling Xiao, they decisively gave up and charged towards Tong Tong. In their opinion, Tong Tong was only a third heaven imperial emperor. If they could capture or kill Tong Tong alive, Ling Xiao and Ba Dao would definitely go berserk. At that time an opening would appear, and it would be the time of their deaths. Rays of dazzling arrow radiance swept across the sky like shooting stars, constantly shooting towards Tong Tong's vital points. Buzz, Tong Tong's eyes emitted a strange 9-colored light. It was like a mysterious whirlpool, causing the space around her to freeze. Those arrow radiance that flew towards her were instantly annihilated when they came into contact with the space around her. What? The few skyprides of the Divine Arrow clan could not help but change their expressions. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, when they came into contact with Tong Tong's eyes, they suddenly felt that their minds were attracted by Tong Tong's eyes. They were constantly being pulled, as if they were about to sink into the abyss of hell. Their expressions were blank as they stood there in a daze. It was as if they had forgotten to attack Tong Tong. Ba Dao walked towards Feng Fan, while Ling Xiao walked towards Yingyilong. The battle was about to end. Ling Xiao, do you really think that you have won? Yingyilong suddenly sneered. An incomparably strange expression appeared in his eyes. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Rumble, the ground shook violently as the surrounding void rumbled. At that moment, the void suddenly shattered. Swoosh! 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 One by one, powerful figures came across the sky. They were as fast as lightning and their eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Those were the skyprides of the trial challengers who had entered the burial desert. It was as if they had made an agreement. They all moved through the air and arrived here. Moreover, they were faintly approaching the clouds. Ba Dao, Tong Tong, and the other 2 were surrounded as they exuded an extremely strong hostility. Whoosh! When the skyprides of the trial challengers arrived, Feng Fan, Yingyilong, and the others seemed to have discussed it beforehand as they did not continue to attack Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. Instead, they quickly retreated and entered the crowd. Ling Xiao, do you really think that you have offended the 8 dragon kings? You have offended all the trial challengers. Let's see how you can survive today. Yingyilong sneered. Ba Dao, your talent is not bad. If you join me now, you might be able to keep your life. Following Ling Xiao will only lead to death. Feng Fan stared at Ba Dao and said coldly. Join you? You can't even withstand my blade. What qualifications do you have to accept my offer? Ba Dao sneered. You are courting death. If that's the case, then all of you can die together. Feng Fan sneered. There were at least 800 skyprides of the trial challengers here. With so many experts attacking at the same time, no matter how strong Ling Xiao and Ba Dao's forces were, they would definitely die. Among the skyprides of the trial challengers, there was no lack of mid-level and high-level imperial emperors. Have we fallen into an ambush? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he smiled faintly. Seems like it. Big brother, it must be that despicable Zhu Chen's doing. Only the Guardian can locate the three of us. Ba Dao said coldly. Zhu Chen? Brother Ling Xiao, it seems like he still hasn't given up on his evil intentions. Tong Tong said with a smile. There was no trace of worry on his face. Oh? In Tong Tong's opinion, where is Zhu Chen now? Ling Xiao smiled. I'm guessing he'll definitely come here. After all, he won't miss such a good show. Why don't we wait for him? Tong Tong said with a smile. No problem, we'll listen to Tong Tong. Ling Xiao patted Tong Tong's head and smiled. Seeing that Ling Xiao, Ba Dao, and Tong Tong were still chatting happily, the killing intent in the eyes of the crowd grew stronger. How dare you? Ling Xiao, you're about to die. Why aren't you kneeling and begging for mercy? I didn't expect that you, the chosen one, would willingly become a robber. You're simply degenerating. Everyone has the right to kill a demon like you. Everyone, the robber is our greatest enemy. If he doesn't die, we will. No matter what, we can't let him escape today. Kill him. Many of the trial challengers shouted angrily. The killing intent in their eyes was so strong that it seemed to have materialized. Ling Xiao, do you really think that only young Master Feng Fan and I are dealing with you? We're just holding you back. Your identity as a robber has been exposed. You're the enemy of the entire world. There's no place for you in the entire Burial Desert or even Eternal Emperor Road. Why aren't you coming out to die? Ying Yilong sneered. Ling Xiao, blame yourself for becoming a robber. You're about to die, and you still want to put up a desperate struggle? Feng Fan said coldly. Robber? That's a good excuse. Tong Tong, it seems like you've guessed correctly. Zhu Chen really did slander me as a robber. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. Zhu Chen, come out. Ba Dao roared, killing intent boiling in his eyes. Currently, he was extremely disgusted with Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen had schemed against him and Tong Tong, and even cursed Tong Tong. Now, he had schemed against Ling Xiao at the same time. He had never thought that the human heart could be so sinister. Zhu Chen, your plan is complete. Aren't you going to come out and enjoy this moment? Ling Zhao's gaze fell on the crowd of trial challengers as he said indifferently. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, space trembled slightly while dazzling and resplendent light flashed. Zhu Chen wore white clothes and held a folding fan in his hand. He had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary bearing, and he brought along a group of maidservants that wore light gauze as they strode through space. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, looking very gentle. His eyes were bright, as if he was the focus of this world. As soon as he appeared, he took away everyone's attention. It's young Master Zhu Chen. Greetings, young Master Zhu Chen. After seeing Zhu Chen, many trial challengers and geniuses came up to greet him. Even the proud geniuses with powerful cultivation bases nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Zhu Chen appeared in front of Ling Xiao like the leader of the many trial challengers. Ling Xiao, I really didn't expect you to be a robber. It was really too disappointing. Back in the day, how revered was the celestial emperor of the human race? You are a disgrace to the human race. Zhu Chen glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed softly, as though he was lamenting the state of the universe and the fate of mankind. Robbers? What proof do you have that I'm a robber? Ling Xiao stopped the furious Ba Dao and smiled faintly. Ling Xiao, do you still want to quibble? Ying Yilong sneered and said, your fighting style is obvious to all. You cultivate the Fist Dao, perhaps the Chaos Dao or the Five Elements Dao, but it is definitely not the Poison Dao. However, you possess the Poison Dao origin and cured Ba Dao's sister of the Heaven Burial Poison. Don't tell me that you cultivate both the Fist Dao and the Poison Dao at the same time. That's right. All of us have only condensed a single Dao of origin. There are only two types of people who can condense multiple Dao of origin. Either they are peerless imperial emperors who have reached the pinnacle of one Tao of origin before condensing a second Tao of origin. Or they are Tao robbers. Are you going to tell everyone that your Tao origin has reached the peak? Feng Fan also sneered. Everyone's eyes were incomparably cold as they landed on Ling Xiao. The killing intent and cold light became more and more intense. It seems that I really can't explain myself. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. You admit that you are a robber? Ling Xiao, seeing that you are the chosen one, if you cripple your own cultivation, I can make the decision to spare your life. Zhu Chen's eyes flashed as he smiled gently. Robber? I am not a robber. As for how I cured Tong Tong, what does it have to do with you? All of this is just your guess. If I guess that you, Zhu Chen, are a robber, does everyone want to kill you? Ling Xiao sneered. It seems that you are still stubborn even today. Zhu Chen sighed softly. Young Master Zhu Chen, you are kind-hearted, but you must not be soft-hearted. That bastard Ling Xiao is a robber, so he's our public enemy. We must tear him into 1,000 pieces and kill him. Someone shouted loudly. That's right. Young Master Zhu Chen, Ling Xiao must die. You don't have to say any more. Let's attack together. No matter how powerful he is, he must die. Someone sneered. Wait. At this moment, an anxious voice was heard. The Tower Master of Azure Heaven, Fairy Jinghong, and a few girls from the Feather Tribe flew over. Each of them was elegant and pure. Everyone, please listen to me. I can guarantee that Ling Xiao is not a robber. Please don't be rash. Fairy Jinghong stood in front of Ling Xiao and said sincerely to the crowd. This stupid woman again? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He was both amused and touched. At this moment, Fairy Jinghong still dared to stand up and stop him. It's Fairy Jinghong. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Fairy Jinghong was a genius of the Feather Tribe and was known as the #1 beauty in Candle Dragon Imperial City. She had countless admirers. No one expected her to stand up for Ling Xiao. Moreover, when they saw how certain Fairy Jinghong was that Ling Xiao was not a robber, they were a little doubtful. Fairy Jinghong? Fairy Jinghong, how can you guarantee that? Ling Xiao is a robber. This is already an irrefutable fact. Could it be that you don't care about right and wrong for the sake of your lover? A tinge of jealousy flashed across Zhu Chen's eyes as he sneered coldly. Lover? Fairy Jinghong is having an affair with Ling Xiao? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Instantly, Ling Xiao felt the hatred and murderous intent in everyone's eyes. They couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. This stupid woman. I'm afraid there's no turning back now. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly in his heart. Don't listen to Zhu Chen's nonsense. I have nothing to do with Ling Xiao, but I believe that he's not a robber. Zhu Chen, what are you trying to do by deliberately going against Ling Xiao? Fairy Jinghong stared at Zhu Chen and said coldly. Fairy Jinghong, you've wrongly accused me. I have no enmity with Ling Xiao. Why would I go against him? However, he's a robber and everyone's enemy. Therefore, he must die today. Zhu Chen said to Fairy Jinghong with a bitter smile. Such superb acting skills instantly deceived everyone, causing the killing intent around them to burn even more fiercely. Fairy Jinghong, thank you for speaking up for me. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to resolve today's matter. Zhu Chen is determined to kill me. You'd better back off lest you get splashed with my blood. Ling Xiao said to Fairy Jinghong with a smile. You still have the cheek to say that? Fairy Jinghong was instantly enraged by Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao, if you hadn't stirred up trouble everywhere, how would it have led to such a situation? If your cultivation isn't good enough, you should behave yourself. Why do you have to stir up trouble? Is Zhu Chen someone you can afford to offend? Fairy Jinghong stared at Ling Xiao and said angrily. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. Fairy Jinghong, I don't want to stir up trouble either. However, I can't be afraid of trouble, right? Some people are just looking for trouble. Since that's the case, I'll teach him a lesson today. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Fairy Jinghong, remember not to leave our side later. Charge out with us. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you die in the hands of the sky-burying ant. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Fairy Jinghong. What? Sky-burying ant? Where is the sky-burying ant? After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Fairy Jinghong was stunned. Her eyes were filled with vigilance as she scanned the surroundings. Ling Xiao ignored her and gave Tong Tong a look. Brother Ling Xiao, don't worry. Everything has been arranged. Since these guys don't know what's good for them, we'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Tong Tong said with a smile. Buzz, in her small hand, a bright light ball floated in the void. It emitted a mysterious and bright light as if there was nectar flowing in it. For some reason, when Zhu Chen saw the light ball in Tong Tong's palm, his heart skipped a beat and he felt a strong sense of danger. Everyone, let's kill them together. Zhu Chen instantly roared. His eyes were filled with an incomparably sharp killing intent. Boom, the blazing light around him rose, and a giant palm print appeared in the air. It came down majestically like an immemorial divine mountain, pressing down on Ling Xiao and the others. Kill. Kill them. Kill the robbers. Many of the trial challengers and geniuses roared in unison, their eyes filled with kindness. There was also a hint of burning greed. Almost everyone charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao was the chosen one and possessed the heavenly fate. As long as they killed him, they would be able to inherit his heavenly fate. This was an unbearable temptation for every trial challenger. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as blazing divine light swept out in all directions. Streaks of divine rainbow swept across the sky, containing incomparably powerful waves of attack. The geniuses of the trial immediately executed their powerful secret techniques, weapons, and even monarch arts. Their attacks rained down on Ling Xiao and the others like a storm. You're courting death. Ling Xiao sneered as a divine light flashed in his eyes. Boom, he soared into the air, and the chaotic light around him rose. In an instant, it spread out in all directions. It was like a chaotic realm that enveloped the entire universe and the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He punched out, and an incomparably powerful primordial chaos fist imprint containing an eternal and immortal fist imprint shot towards the crowd. Crack, heaven and earth shook, and the void in all directions was distorted. Ling Xiao's domineering primordial chaos fist imprint instantly destroyed all the attacks and sent dozens of trial challengers flying. Ling Xiao stood in the midst of the dazzling divine light. His aura soared, and he was so powerful that he was unbeatable. What? He's that strong? Fairy Jinghong's eyes widened instantly, her eyes filled with disbelief. This was the first time she had seen Ling Xiao in action. Outside Candle Dragon Imperial City, although Ling Xiao had killed the 9th dragon god with a single strike, she had not seen it with her own eyes. Moreover, she did not think much of a low-level emperor. However, the invincible aura that Ling Xiao displayed now made her, a high-level sovereign emperor, feel disbelief. Her beautiful eyes rippled with extraordinary splendor. I knew it. This guy is not simple. Tower Master Bai Luo said with a smile. The curiosity in her eyes towards Ling Xiao intensified. What kind of person was he? Rumble. Right at that moment, the ball of light in Tong Tong's hand exploded. Dazzling rain of light sprinkled down. The golden light was resplendent and incomparably mysterious. Moreover, it emitted a strange fragrance that spread out in all directions. At the same time, an extremely ancient sound rang out, as if it was summoning some kind of existence. That sound made everyone's heart skip a beat. As for Zhu Chen, after he had struck out with his palm, he had already retreated silently and hid outside the crowd. His eyes were filled with caution. Could it be? Zhu Chen suddenly thought of something. His eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with disbelief. Rumble, at that moment, the ground shook and the void distorted. An extremely ferocious aura exploded. The crowd did not even have the time to be shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength before they were shocked by the scene before them. In the yellow sand that filled the sky, 10 feet tall ants came from all directions and spread out like a tide. Those ants exuded an incomparably ferocious baleful aura. Their eyes were blood red, their limbs were sharp, and their bodies contained explosive power. Especially on their limbs, the blades flickered with a strange black light and emitted an incomparably powerful poisonous mist, causing people to tremble. Most of the ants were black, but there were a few hundred silver ants among them. Those silver ants were larger, stronger, and more ferocious. Sky-bearing ant, these 3 words appeared in everyone's hearts at the same time. Instantly, an incomparably terrified expression appeared on their faces. Sky-bearing ant, the most terrifying existence in the burial desert. It was not to say that the sky-bearing ant was very strong. There were many existences in the burial desert that were more dangerous than the sky-bearing ant. However, the number of sky-bearing ants was extremely terrifying. Every time they came, they would cover the sky and cover the earth. They were like an endless tide. Moreover, no one could cure the sky-bearing poison. Once one was poisoned by the sky-bearing poison, one would definitely die. Among the sky-bearing ants, the black ones were warriors, the silver ones were generals, and the gold ones were kings. Seeing the scene before them, everyone almost fainted. There were tens of thousands of sky-bearing ants, and there were even a few hundred silver sky-bearing ant generals. Were they going to capture them all in one go? Damn it! Why are there so many sky-bearing ants here? Run! If we don't run, we'll all die. Run? How? There are sky-bearing ants in all directions. The sky-bearing ants can also travel through the void. We have no way out now. Many trial challengers and skyprides were filled with horror. They could not understand why there were so many sky-bearing ants here. Ling Xiao, it's you. You lured the sky-burial ants here? Yingyilong suddenly looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with shock and anger as he roared. That's right. I lured the sky-burial ants here. Since you want to kill me, why don't we all die together? Let's see if you can escape from the sky-burial ants if you want to kill me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his eyes filled with incomparable coldness. ****. Ling Xiao, you're indeed a robber. Ling Xiao, you'll die a horrible death. Ling Xiao, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Many trial challengers and skyprides were furious. Their eyes were filled with monstrous rage and murderous intent. If not for the sky-burial ants, they would have charged forward and completely shredded Ling Xiao into pieces. Become a ghost? After being poisoned by the sky-burial ants, you can't even become a ghost. Tong Tong shook his head and said with a sigh. You really lured the sky-burial ants here? Are you crazy? If that's the case, you can't escape either. Fairy Jinghong stared at Ling Xiao and said in disbelief as though she had just met Ling Xiao. Everything about Ling Xiao today had refreshed her understanding of Ling Xiao. This heaven's chosen son was too strange. Of course I lured the sky-burial ants here. I can definitely escape. Remember to follow me closely later. Otherwise, if you fall into the sky-burial ants, I can't save you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. ****. Fairy Jinghong clenched her fists. Although she was furious with Ling Xiao, she felt a little relieved. Everyone saw it, right? Ling Xiao must be a robber. He's so crazy that he lured the sky-burial ants here. From now on, he's the public enemy of all of us. Everyone, attack together. Even if we die, we have to kill him first. Zhu Chen shouted at the crowd. Young Master Zhu Chen is right. Ling Xiao deserves to die. Kill him first. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. At this moment, their hatred for Ling Xiao even suppressed their fear of the sky-burial ants. The aura around each of them was terrifying beyond compare, and they were preparing a peerless attack. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao with their lives first. However, Zhu Chen's eyes flashed and he left the crowd silently. He wanted to tear open the space and escape from this place. Rumble, however, at this moment, space distorted violently. Terrifying auras rushed into the sky, completely locking down the space in an instant. 36 figures with terrifying aura soared into the sky from the desert. They floated in the sky, exuding an arrogant aura. Those were 36 heaven-bearing ants. They were 300 meters tall, and their bodies looked like they were cast from gold. They were dazzling with golden light, and they were filled with a sense of beauty. They emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. 36 heaven-bearing ant kings. This is too much. 36 heaven-bearing ant kings came at once? Ba Dao's and Tong Tong's expressions changed. Ling Xiao, Ba Dao, and Tong Tong had planned all of this beforehand. They had expected Xianxia to deal with them. Therefore, Tong Tong had refined the materials from the 7 heaven-burying ant kings that Ba Dao had killed into a strange liquid that could attract the heaven-burying ants and cause them to go crazy. However, Ba Dao and Tong Tong had not expected to attract so many heaven-burying ants. Moreover, there were 36 heaven-burying ant kings. Tong Tong could not help but look at his brother. Ba Dao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't look at me. Even if I use the forbidden saber, I won't be able to kill many heaven-burying ant kings. Instead, they will take revenge on us. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. Brother, you're useless. It seems like we can only rely on brother Ling Xiao now," Tong Tong said helplessly. Ba Dao suddenly felt that he was injured. Rumble, the 36 heaven-burying ant kings appeared in the sky as if they were extremely intelligent. They were not in a rush to attack. Instead, they sealed off the space around them. Beams of resplendent light shot into the sky like divine chains of order. The seal that the 36 sky-burying ant kings had set up together was like a huge prison, sealing everyone within. The eyes of the 36 heaven-burying ant kings were extremely cold with a tremendous murderous intent. They locked onto the cultivators below them. Meanwhile, Xianxia did not manage to escape in the end. He was knocked back. Damn it. Xianxia's expression instantly turned unpleasant. Everything was going according to his plan, but he never thought Ling Xiao and Tong Tong would be able to attract the heaven-burying ants. The crowd was in a panic when they saw so many heaven-burying ants. They could barely take care of themselves, let alone Ling Xiao. 36 heaven-burying ant kings? It seems like most of the cultivators are going to die to the heaven-burying ant kings. How pitiful. Ling Xiao said with a sigh. Stop being so pretentious, isn't this what you were hoping for? Hurry up and think of a way. We won't be able to escape when the heaven-burying ants attack. Fairy Jinghong rolled her eyes at him. Are you so sure that I have a plan? Ling Xiao asked with great interest. You asshole might like to stir up trouble, but I don't think you're crazy enough to seek your own death. Cut the crap, hurry up and think of a way. Fairy Jinghong urged him. Roar, roar, roar. Meanwhile, the 36 sky-burying ant kings roared furiously at the same time. Their voices were like rolling thunder that shook the sky. It was the signal to attack. When the tens of thousands of heaven-burial ants in the surroundings heard the roar, all of them roared toward the sky. At the same time, a murderous aura filled their eyes. Their killing intent was incomparably blazing as they instantly launched an assault. It was as if a huge wave had swept through the world. Endless heaven-burial ants came charging over, covering the sky and covering the earth as they charged towards the trial challengers. Let's go. Otherwise, we're all going to die. Xianxia roared anxiously. He no longer held back and attacked immediately. Rumble, a blazing light rose from his body as a silver-white ancient sword appeared in his palm. Sword chi swept across the place with unparalleled sharpness. Every slash was able to take the life of a heaven-burying ant 8th Heaven Imperial Emperor. What a powerful cultivation. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He finally saw Xianxia's true cultivation. He was an 8th Heaven Imperial Emperor, only a step away from becoming a peerless Imperial Emperor. He was so powerful that the heaven-burying ants could not stop him at all. However, he was soon noticed by the heaven-burying ant kings. In the blink of an eye, several sky-burial ant kings soared through the air and charged towards Xianxia. Brother Ling Xiao, what should we do? Tong Tong asked Ling Xiao. Ba Dao, Fairy Jinghong, the Tower Master of Heaven, and the rest of the feathered tribe were looking at Ling Xiao. They had unknowingly treated Ling Xiao as their backbone. What should we do? Of course, we have to fight our way out. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up and he soared into the sky. Rumble, heaven and earth shook violently. The chaotic fist print was fierce and overbearing. It swept across and instantly blasted the sky-burial ants in front of him. The sky-burying ant's physical body was incomparably tough and powerful. It possessed extreme speed. However, it was still unable to withstand Ling Xiao's ferocious and overbearing fist. Follow me closely. Ling Xiao roared. Like a sharp knife, he took the lead and charged out. Swoosh! 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 Ba Dao, Tong Tong, Fairy Jinghong, and the rest followed Ling Xiao closely and charged into the swarm of sky burial ants. Rumble, blazing divine light rose and the void shook. The battle between the heaven burial ant swarm and the many trial challengers and prodigies instantly erupted. In the sky burial desert, sand and pebbles flew and the void shook. Terrifying fluctuations swept out in all directions as if they were going to bury all life. Tong Tong, are you ready? Ling Xiao asked Tong Tong after entering the swarm of sky burial ants. Don't worry, brother Ling Xiao. I'm ready. I'm just waiting for your order. Tong Tong said with a smile. In that case, let's begin. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Buzz, in an instant, there seemed to be a long rainbow shooting out from Tong Tong's palm. It shone brightly and shrouded everyone in it. A ferocious aura burst out. In an instant, black armor appeared in the sky. Its shape was extremely strange and it covered everyone's body directly. When the divine light dissipated, Ling Xiao and the rest had disappeared. There were only a few sky burial ants left on the spot. However, those sky burial ants did not follow the swarm of sky burial ants to kill the trial challengers. Instead, they kept retreating. The surrounding sky burial ants seemed to be extremely fearful of them and they scattered to the sides like a tide. This is the shell of the sky burial ants? Fairy Jinghong's incredulous voice rang in Ling Zhao's mind. That's right. This is the armor that Tong Tong refined from the shell of the heaven-burying ant king. Although it looks exactly the same as an ordinary heaven-burying ant, it possesses the pressure of the heaven-burying ant king and can suppress ordinary heaven-burying ants. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You've made such ample preparations. Did you already know that Zhu Chen would deal with you? Fairy Jinghong found it hard to believe. I don't know who will deal with me, but no matter who it is, this heaven burial ant colony is a surprise that I have left for him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This guy, Jinghong Fairy was a little depressed. She had thought that Ling Xiao was arrogant, but she did not expect Ling Xiao to have schemed against everyone. Once the heaven burial ant swarm moved out, more than 80% of the trial takers would probably die. In the blink of an eye, he had killed so many powerful enemies. How could someone with such a temperament be arrogant and conceited? What kind of person is he? Fairy Jinghong's beautiful eyes glowed with a strong sense of curiosity. Everyone, speed up. Our heaven burial ant armor can only temporarily confuse the heaven burying ants, but it can't fool the heaven burying ant king. We will definitely be hunted down by the heaven burying ant king later. The most important thing now is to escape the siege of the ant swarm. Ling Zhao's face suddenly turned serious as he spoke with a solemn expression. Yes. Ba Dao and the others nodded and immediately sped up. Many trial takers and skyprides were now in a tough battle. Each of them unleashed their powerful combat strength and fought the heaven burial ant swarm. However, there were simply too many heaven burial ants. The strange liquid that Tong Tong refined from the corpses of the 7 heaven-burying ant kings not only attracted the heaven-burying ants, but it also completely aroused the hatred in their hearts. In addition, the sky-burying ants had extremely potent sky-burying poison. Many trial challengers and geniuses eventually died in the sky-burying ant swarm after a tough battle. Damn it! Ling Xiao, Ba Dao, I won't let you off. There was no longer a trace of calmness on Zhu Chen's face. He was extremely gloomy and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was besieged by 4 sky-burying ant kings. Divine light blazed all around him, dazzling and resplendent. Moreover, the sky-burying poison enveloped his surroundings like a cloud. Although his battle prowess was great, and he was constantly fighting against the sky-burying ant kings, he was still trapped for a time, unable to break free at all. Feng Fan and Ying Yilong were also entangled with the heaven-burying ant kings. Zhu Chen, Ying Yilong, and the others were extremely anxious when they saw the increasing number of heaven-burying ants. At that moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already silently escaped to the edge of the ant swarm. Roar, an earth-shattering roar was heard. The heaven-burying ant king in the void was shining with golden light as if it was cast from gold. Its extremely cold eyes suddenly landed on Ling Xiao and the others. They had been discovered. After all, a few black heaven-burying ants had a weak ant king's aura. How could this be hidden from the heaven-burying ant king? The dozen or so sky-burying ant kings were completely enraged. Killing intent surged in their eyes. They sensed the aura of the sky-burying ant king's death and immediately charged towards Ling Zhao's group recklessly. They were like golden bolts of lightning, extremely fast. Oh no! We have been discovered. Let's split up. Fairy Jinghong, protect Tong Tong. Ba Dao and I will lure them away. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he hurriedly said. Swoosh! Swoosh! He and Ba Dao instantly increased their speed and moved out of the encirclement of the heaven-burying ant kings. Then, like two arrows leaving the bow, they shot towards the distance quickly. Rumble, the dozen heaven-burying ant kings actually split into two groups. Only two ant kings led a large number of heaven-burying ants to chase after Fairy Jinghong and the others. Most of the heaven-burying ant kings chased after Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. After all, Ba Dao was the culprit who had killed the 7 ant kings. These heaven-burying ant kings hated him to the core. Therefore, they immediately locked onto Ba Dao and treated him as their greatest enemy. This was what Ling Xiao and Ba Dao meant when they left alone. They were sure that most of the heaven-burying ant kings would chase after them. Tong Tong, let's go. Although Fairy Jinghong's eyes were filled with worry, she gritted her teeth and instantly grabbed Tong Tong's hand. Then, she fled in another direction with the Firmament Tower Master and the Feather Tribe. Sister Jinghong, don't worry. With brother Ling Xiao and my brother together, they will definitely be fine. Tong Tong was not worried at all. He patted Fairy Jinghong's arm and comforted her with a smile. You have confidence in them. Let's leave this place first. Fairy Jinghong said with a helpless smile. Even though the two heaven-burying ant kings behind them were extremely powerful, they had significantly reduced the pressure on them. They were extremely fast. Even though the two heaven-burying ant kings were still chasing after them, they soon escaped the encirclement of the heaven-burying ant kings and flew towards the boundless desert. Ling Xiao and Ba Dao were extremely fast. They were like two bolts of lightning as they traversed the burial desert. Without the encirclement of the sky-burying ants, they displayed their extreme speed. They traveled thousands of miles in an instant, causing the void to emit a series of explosions. However, the dozen sky-burying ant kings behind them were also extremely fast. Ling Xiao saw that they had grown a pair of cicada-like wings on their backs. This allowed them to possess strength that was not inferior to Ling Xiao and Ba Dao's. In the blink of an eye, they were 1,000,000 miles away from each other. The burial desert was vast and boundless. Yellow sand and gobi were eternal themes. Ling Xiao and Ba Dao had only encountered 2 or 3 scattered oases over 1,000,000 miles of land. The burial desert was filled with danger. There were all kinds of primitive exotic beasts. However, no primitive exotic beast dared to attack Ling Xiao and Ba Dao during their escape. They had hidden long ago after sensing the aura of the sky-burying ant kings. The sky-burying ant kings were the undisputed overlords of the burial desert. Big brother, we can't keep running like this. Why don't we stop and fight them? Ba Dao's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight as he spoke to Ling Xiao. You're right. We can't keep running like this. However, I still feel an indescribable sense of danger. It's hidden in the burial desert. No matter how we run, we can't escape from that sense of danger. Therefore, now is not a good time to fight. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. He was extremely sensitive to danger, especially after he had become an emperor with the 12 great Dao origins. His understanding of fate and karma had deepened and he could sense those existences in the unseen world. Ling Xiao could sense that the danger didn't come from the dozen sky-burying ant kings behind him. Instead, it came from the depths of the burial desert. Danger? Ba Dao frowned slightly. That's right. I'm guessing that apart from the dozen sky-burying ant kings behind us, there's something else following us in the depths of the burial desert. Ling Xiao nodded and said. The depths of the burial desert? Could it be? Ba Dao's body shook. His eyes suddenly revealed a trace of disbelief. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked. Big brother, I've heard that the most terrifying thing in the burial desert is the heavenly burial ants. No primeval beast dares to provoke the heavenly burial ants. The heavenly burial ants come in an endless stream. I don't know how many thousands of them there are. But do you know where they come from? Ba Dao's expression was extremely solemn, and he said slowly, according to legend, there's a heaven burial ant queen in the burial desert, and all the heaven burial ants are her descendants and are under the command of the heaven burial ant queen. Even the heaven burying ant king is the descendant of the heaven burying ant queen. Sky burying ant queen? You wouldn't be trying to tell me that it was the heaven burial ant queen that pursued us in the burial desert, right? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. The heaven-burying ant king was already so powerful. Moreover, he could easily dispatch 36 heaven-burying ant kings. Just how powerful was the heaven-burying ant queen, peerless monarch, or a supreme great emperor? Ling Xiao shook his head and rejected this idea. The buried sky ant queen was definitely not a great emperor because it was impossible for a great emperor to exist on the eternal emperor road. This was the rule of the heavenly Tao. Even a great emperor couldn't defy this rule. Otherwise, those supreme great emperors would swarm into the eternal emperor road in search of the secret of transcendence. It wouldn't be these young supreme geniuses who would enter the eternal emperor road. However, even a peerless monarch would be difficult to deal with. The octopus queen's power was still vivid in his mind. Ling Xiao had no doubt that if the heaven-burying ant queen existed, she would definitely be far more terrifying than the octopus queen. It's very possible, Ba Dao said. If the heaven-burying ant queen is really pursuing us, why would she hide in the burial desert and not show herself? Ling Xiao asked. Ba Dao was also a little confused and said uncertainly, could it be that she can't leave the burial desert? That should be a possibility. No matter what, let's get rid of the danger in the desert first. Ling Xiao said slowly, his eyes shining brightly. Swoosh! Swoosh, the two of them unleashed their extreme speed, and more than a dozen heaven-burying ant kings followed closely behind them. In the blink of an eye, they had flown tens of millions of miles. Ba Dao, I found a problem. Every time we come across an oasis, forest, or lake, the existence in the burial desert will deliberately avoid it. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Ba Dao. Deliberately avoid it? You're saying that the heaven-burying ant queen is afraid of oases, forests, and lakes? Ba Dao asked. To be precise, it should be afraid of life. It's the same for the dozen heaven-burying ant kings, but they should be less affected. We need to verify it again. If that's the case, I think I found a way to get rid of these heaven-burying ant kings. Ling Xiao said slowly. We're very far away from the heaven-burying ant colony. However, if the heaven-burying ant queen is in the desert, we can't rule out new dangers. The best way is to kill those heaven-burying ant kings once and for all. Ba Dao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. You'll get what you want. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. They flew for another few million miles, and the verification in Ling Xiao's heart was gradually confirmed. The existence in the burial desert was indeed afraid of life. That kind of fear was different from the fear of the heaven-burying ant kings. The existence in the desert would automatically avoid an oasis when it was tens of thousands of feet away. In this way, Ling Xiao could choose to fight the heaven-burying ant kings with ease. Rumble, a terrifying storm swept across the land in front of them. It was mixed with blazing lightning and contained an extremely violent and destructive aura. Charge over. A sharp glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he roared. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged over. Ba Dao also followed closely behind. Rumble, the blazing teardrop struck Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. Chaotic light rose around Ling Xiao's body. His body was indestructible, and the destructive lightning couldn't do any harm to him. On the other hand, Ba Dao was surrounded by blazing saber radiance. It was like a boundary that completely enveloped him, blocking the attack of the wind and lightning. However, their speed wasn't affected at all. They charged out of the storm in an instant. That's, Ba Dao's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. A vast forest appeared in front of him and Ling Xiao. It was green and full of vitality. It stretched as far as the eye could see. The forest was filled with towering ancient trees. Trees that were hundreds of meters tall and even thousands of meters tall could be seen everywhere. It was shrouded in mist and rays of light. It looked extremely dreamy. The thunderstorm that Ling Xiao and Ba Dao had passed through was like a barrier between life and death. It had completely separated the forest from the burial desert. That is the burial place that we have chosen for the burial ants, Xianxia said with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with an extremely strong fighting spirit. Buzz, at that moment, he and Ba Dao heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind them. The dozen burial ant kings had also passed through the thunderstorm. Let's go, Xianxia shouted. Instantly, he and Ba Dao dashed into the vast forest in front of them. Rumble, after a while, 16 burial ant kings that were hundreds of meters tall appeared in their original position. Their bodies looked as though they were cast in gold. They were dazzling with golden light and exuded an extremely powerful aura. They have entered the forbidden forest. What should we do? We are not allowed to enter the forbidden forest. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. But what about the revenge of our brothers? That damned enemy is in the forbidden forest. Are we going to give up just like that? The Saint Empress is just outside the forbidden forest. Why don't we ask the Saint Empress to make a decision? That is the only way. The 16 burial ant kings' eyes were blood red. Their killing intent was overwhelming. Powerful mental fluctuations intertwined with each other as they communicated. Facing the mysterious forest in front of them, they hesitated. At the same time, Xianxia and Ba Dao had already entered the forest. Eh? They stopped outside the forest. Could it be that they are afraid of the forest and don't dare to enter? Ba Dao said in surprise. That should be the case. If the burial ant queen in the desert is afraid of life, then they might be afraid of the forest. However, I have a feeling that the burial ant queen is up to no good. We can't let the dozen burial ant kings go just like that. Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Then should we lure them in? Ba Dao said eagerly. He was a battle maniac in his bones, and he never knew what fear was. Facing the 16 sky-burying ant kings, not only was he not afraid at all, but his heart was also burning with fighting spirit. Previously, he had used the forbidden blade to kill 7 sky-burial ant kings. Now that he had teamed up with Xianxia, he might be able to kill the 16 sky-burial ant kings as well. These 16 heaven-burying ant kings might know something about the heaven-burying ant queen. Killing them should help us explore the heaven-burying desert. Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. Get ready for battle. Then, a bright light shone from his palm. In an instant, a bunch of messy things were thrown out by him. Rumble, the heaven-devouring fire rose from his palm, blazing and dazzling. It instantly enveloped those messy things, and then began to burn fiercely. The bodies of the 16 sky-burying ant kings involuntarily trembled. The murderous intent in their eyes instantly soared to the extreme. They went completely berserk. Big brother, you're too ruthless. Ba Dao's eyelids twitched as he licked his lips. His eyes were filled with an extremely strong fighting spirit. He finally realized that the messy things that Xianxia had thrown out were the severed limbs of the 7 sky-burial ant kings that he had killed. After the 7 heaven-burying ant kings were killed by Ba Dao, Tong Tong used a portion of their bodies to create a liquid that attracted the heaven-burying ants, as well as a heaven-burying ant armor that concealed their auras. The remaining limbs were all given to Xianxia. Xiao's actions were simply provocative. Throwing out the severed limbs of the 7 sky-burying ant kings wasn't enough. He had even triggered the heaven-devouring fire and burned them completely. The severed limbs of the 7 sky-burying ant kings were quickly reduced to ashes. The anger of the 16 sky-burying ant kings completely erupted. Roar, you're courting death. Kill them. The 16 sky-burying ant kings were completely enraged. They had the intelligence of a normal human and they also had various emotions. After being provoked by Xianxia, they immediately forgot about the forbidden forest and only had one thing on their minds. That was to kill Xianxia and Ba Dao. Rumble. The 16 sky-burying ant kings burst forth with terrifying and dazzling light at the same time. They were like 16 dazzling suns as they rumbled towards Xianxia and Ba Dao to suppress them. Big brother, do you dare to compete and see who can kill more? The sharpness in Ba Dao's eyes instantly became extremely bright. Let's try. Xianxia smiled faintly. Rumble, Ba Dao couldn't help but make the first move. An earth-shattering saber radiance instantly expanded in the void. It was dazzling like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens. It contained an extremely powerful saber intent as it shrouded the sky-burying ant kings. Ba Dao's body exuded boundless saber intent as his aura rose to the extreme. His entire body exuded a domineering and ancient aura. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the sixth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. At this moment, he actually showed signs of breaking through to the seventh heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Is he about to break through? Very good. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself softly. Rumble, Ling Zhao's chaotic fist print was unparalleled as he faced the sky-burying ant kings that were charging towards him. Although Ling Xiao was only a middle-level Imperial Emperor, he did not seem to take the group of sky-burying ant kings seriously at all. The unparalleled chaotic fist print pressed down like a mountain and instantly collided with one of the sky-burying ant kings. The sky-burying ant king's forelimbs were extremely sharp and shone with a dazzling golden radiance. When they collided with Ling Zhao's chaotic fist print, blazing sparks instantly erupted. However, an unparalleled divine power attacked and the sky-burying ant king was sent flying by Ling Zhao's punch. Its sharp forelimbs could not cause any harm to Ling Xiao at all. It only left a white mark on Ling Zhao's fist. Kill! Ling Zhao's roar was like divine thunder from the nine heavens as it rumbled. He pushed the chaotic light forward, and the void around him shook. 3,000 worlds appeared, and the primordial immortal body was fully activated by him. His entire body exploded with a strong divine might, and it pressed down on the sky-burying ant king. Although the sky-burying ant king was hundreds of feet tall, he felt extremely small at this moment. It was as if he was facing an invincible emperor in the primordial immortal world. In an instant, several sky-burying ant kings that wanted to fight Ling Xiao head-on were sent flying by Ling Xiao. They crashed heavily into the forest in the distance, smashing dozens of towering ancient trees into dust. Crack, the void shook and the earth rumbled. Boom, Ling Xiao was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, pushing the sun, moon, and stars as he moved. His body exuded an unparalleled and vast fist aura. He attacked from the sky. Every punch he threw could send the sky-burying ant king flying. The sky-burying ant king's strength was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary high-level Imperial Emperor might die in the sky-burying ant king's hands. However, the sky-burying ant king did not pose much of a threat to Ling Xiao. The sky-burying ant king's most powerful sky-burying poison had no effect on Ling Xiao. The sky-burying ant king's tough shell could not withstand Ling Xiao's unparalleled fist. The sky-burying ant king had divine strength and was good at close combat. However, it encountered Ling Xiao, whose physical body was even more terrifying. Naturally, it was extremely tragic. Most importantly, Ling Xiao realized that the sky-burying ant king seemed to be suppressed in this forest. Its strength had decreased significantly. There's something strange about this forest. A thought appeared in Ling Zhao's mind. Rumble, his fists traversed the void. One fist was for destruction while the other fist was for vitality. The fist of epic and the fist of creation alternated. It was unstoppable as if it could penetrate everything. Crack, the tough shell of the sky-burying ant king was shattered by his fist. The golden runes exploded and faint golden blood flowed out. The sky-burying ant king roared furiously in pain. Golden flames seemed to rise around his body as he charged toward Ling Xiao. Kill! Ling Xiao's eyes were like iron. His figure was extremely fast. He pointed in the air and a finger light pierced through the void, causing the surrounding space to distort violently. He arrived in front of the sky-burying ant king in an instant. Puff, blood filled the air. Ling Zhao's finger was extremely fast. It contained the power of time and destruction. It directly pierced through the sky-burying ant king's eyes and pierced its head. Age Destruction Finger. Ling Xiao used the unparalleled divine strength of an imperial emperor to perform the Age Destruction Finger. An extremely terrifying power erupted and instantly blew up the sky-burying ant king's head. Rumble, sky-devouring fire rose around Ling Xiao and enveloped the sky-burying ant king in an instant. It began to roast its flesh and blood and pulled out its primordial spirit and suppressed it. A heaven-burying ant king had fallen. The remaining heaven-burying ant kings were both shocked and furious. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They could feel that Ling Zhao's cultivation aura was not strong, but they could not figure out why Ling Zhao's strength was so terrifying. Ling Xiao had killed a sky-bearing ant king. Not only was this not enough to frighten them, but it also made them even more ferocious. All of them charged towards Ling Xiao without any fear of death. Boom! 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 Towering ancient trees exploded one after another. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, causing the ground to rumble as spiderweb-like cracks appeared. On the other side, Ba Dao's aura had also risen to its peak. His eyes were filled with an incomparably powerful fighting spirit. He already had the experience of fighting against the sky-bearing ant kings. Furthermore, he had killed his way out of the sky-bearing desert and even killed 7 sky-bearing ant kings. Now that he was facing even more sky-bearing ant kings, even though they posed an even greater threat to him, it also gave him an opportunity to break through. Rumble, saber intent rose from Ba Dao's body. His eyes were incomparably sharp. He seemed to have transformed into a peerless demonic saber, exuding an unparalleled aura. The radiance around his body was resplendent, and his aura became more and more terrifying. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He did not use the forbidden saber. Instead, he used various emperor techniques such as the Heavenly Tyrant Slash to fight against his enemies. It was hard to tell who would win the battle against the sky-bearing ant kings. In Ba Dao's eyes, an incomparably powerful saber intent condensed and gradually turned into a black saber light. The saber light seemed illusory in the beginning. However, it began to solidify in the end. When the saber light finally solidified, Ba Dao's aura rose to its peak. Break! He suddenly let out a loud roar, his eyes filled with incomparably maniacal killing intent. The aura around him rose like a surging river. His cultivation instantly broke through from the 6th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm to the 7th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, an advanced Imperial Emperor. Although it was only a small breakthrough, it was a qualitative leap. Especially for a peerless skypride like Ba Dao. The sky-bearing ant kings in front of him had made him feel extremely pressured. However, that pressure seemed to have disappeared now. Now, the hunt begins. The corner of Ba Dao's mouth curled into a cruel killing intent. Rumble, the killing intent around him was extremely terrifying. It contained dark, brutal, frenzied, and ancient fluctuations. It was like a chaos demon god that had been suppressed in hell for hundreds of millions of years had broken out. He exuded an insufferably arrogant aura. Avicii Hell's demon burial saber. Ba Dao gently spat out a few incomparably cryptic syllables. The killing intent around him instantly boiled to the extreme, a black saber light cut across the sky. It contained extreme killing power. The darkness was extremely dense. The sky-bearing ant king in front of Ba Dao did not seem to be able to resist at all. It was instantly cut in half by the saber, boom, just as the sky-bearing ant king was cut in half, the primordial spirit of the sky-bearing ant king shattered instantly. It turned into an extremely cold corpse that fell from the void. The first one. Ba Dao's eyes, which were filled with killing intent, landed on the remaining sky-bearing ant kings. In an instant, a black saber light rushed over again like a black saber light. Swoosh! 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 The black saber light seemed to be able to shatter everything. The sky-bearing ant king's sturdy outer shell was unable to withstand Ba Dao's forbidden saber. The taboo saber contained the legendary taboo power, the power of transcendence. It was an invincible saber technique. If Ling Xiao had not had so many trump cards in his previous battle with Ba Dao, he would have been caught off guard and died under the forbidden saber. Ling Xiao finally understood why Ba Dao had been able to kill 7 sky-bearing ant kings consecutively and escape burial desert. The forbidden saber was indeed terrifying. Rumble, Ling Xiao was shocked by the forbidden saber's terror. However, he did not show any dissatisfaction when he attacked. The chaotic fist print pierced through the void and sealed off the escape route of one of the sky-bearing ant kings. In the end, it pressed down from the sky and blasted the sky-bearing ant king into dust. Brute force defeats 10. Ling Xiao's physical body was unparalleled and he possessed indescribably terrifying divine power. Even the great desolation beasts could not be compared to him. Therefore, the sky-bearing ant kings were merely slightly stronger targets in front of him. Rumble, Ling Xiao's fist print was unparalleled as it swept through the sky-bearing ant kings. None of the sky-bearing ant kings were a match for him. However, in terms of efficiency in killing the sky-bearing ant kings, he was far inferior to Ba Dao. Ba Dao's cultivation had broken through to the seventh heaven of the Imperial Lord realm. When he executed the Avicii Hell's demon burial saber, he seemed to have transformed into the god of slaughter. The saber light was unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, 5 sky-bearing ant kings had died under his saber. The remaining sky-bearing ant kings were finally afraid. Although they were not afraid of death, they still felt despair and terror in the face of such an extreme massacre. The battle intent in their hearts began to dissipate slowly. Let's go. The 2 of them are too powerful. Saint Empress, please kill them. As long as they are in Burial Desert, they will definitely die. The eyes of the remaining sky-bearing ant kings were filled with both shock and anger. They wanted to fly out of the forbidden forest. You want to leave? Not so fast. Ba Dao's eyes were filled with killing intent. The saber essence around him was blazing like a black sea that covered the sky. The Avicii Hell Demon's burial saber was strange and could destroy everything. In Ba Dao's hands, it exploded with unimaginable power. Poof, in an instant, another burial ant king could not dodge in time and was cut in half by Ba Dao. His primordial spirit was destroyed and he died. Swoosh. 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 Ba Dao's speed was extremely fast. The saber radiance intertwined like an inescapable net that blocked the escape route of the burial ant kings. Rumble. Ling Xiao's fist prints were unparalleled. Every punch was like an ancient divine mountain that suppressed everything and sent the burial ant kings flying. Under the combined efforts of Ling Xiao and Ba Dao, the sky-bearing ant kings were actually trapped in the forest. They were unable to charge into the thunderstorm behind them. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar exploded in Burial Desert behind the thunderstorm. The terrifying sound wave spread out and caused the thunderstorm to tremble violently. It contained a majestic and mysterious fluctuation. After hearing the roar, all the ant kings seemed to have gone completely berserk. They desperately tried to escape from the forest. Is it the burial ant queen? Ba Dao's eyes flashed with light. It should be. However, there is a tinge of anxiety and fear in the burial ant queen's voice. Could something have happened? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly looked at the forest in the distance. Rumble. In the middle of the forest, a bright green light rose up, containing a tremendous amount of life force. It surged forward like a huge wave. Most importantly, the green light was silent and had escaped Ling Xiao and Ba Dao's senses. If they had not seen it with their eyes, they would have missed it. The green light that swept over caused the eyes of the sky-bearing ant kings to be filled with intense fear. Roar! At this moment, outside the thunderstorm, the heaven-bearing ant queen's roars grew more and more anxious. Burying Heaven Ant King is afraid of the green light? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. However, Ling Xiao did not feel any threat from the green light. Instead, he felt comfortable all over. Rumble. The sky-bearing ant kings all had crazed looks in their eyes. In the face of the threat of death, they charged fearlessly at the defensive line set up by Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. However, under the combined efforts of Ling Xiao and Ba Dao, they were still able to keep them in the forest, preventing them from charging into the thunderstorm. Boom! The green light surged forward silently like a tide. It was extremely quick too. Ling Xiao, Ba Dao, and the rest of the sky-bearing ant kings were enveloped by it in an instant. Ling Xiao and Ba Dao shuddered as they felt the green light surge into their bodies. It turned into an extremely powerful life origin that flowed through their bodies in an instant. The life origin in the green light was extremely vast. It was purer than any life origin that Ling Xiao and Ba Dao had ever seen. The 2 of them felt like they were being nourished and baptized by life. However, the sky-bearing ant kings were not so lucky. The sky-bearing ant kings trembled violently as the green light washed over them. Cracks appeared on their tough golden carapaces. The black sky-bearing poison that seeped out made them even more miserable. Their flesh began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brother, look at the corpses of the sky-bearing ant kings. Ba Dao said hurriedly. Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and saw that the corpses of the sky-bearing ant kings seemed to be corroded. They sizzled and disappeared without a trace. They had completely merged with the green light. Even the sky-bearing ant kings that were still alive were in a miserable state. Their bodies were invaded by the green light. They were in so much pain that they wanted to die. They cried out in agony. The life origin in the green light is actually so effective against the sky-bearing ant kings? Ling Xiao thought to himself. His eyes flickered. He immediately made his move. His finger pierced the sky-bearing ant king's head like a bolt of lightning. Chains of order soared into the sky, trapping the heaven-bearing ant king's soul and dragging it over. Rumble, at this moment, the terrifying green light became completely enraged as if it had a mind of its own. The green light surged and burned fiercely like a flame. It enveloped the sky-bearing ant king's body and soul. It even spread towards Ling Xiao through the chains of order. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered sharply. Scorching chaotic light rose up around him at that moment. A powerful force suppressed the green light. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the green light that surged into Ling Xiao and Ba Dao's body burst into flames. It turned into a strange green flame that surrounded them. As I thought, the life origin is just an illusion. I would like to see what it is that can confuse even me. Ling Xiao said with a hollow laugh. Rumble, lightning blazed around him. A magnificent heavenly might loomed over him. The force of heavenly punishment completely extinguished the green flames. He had attacked the sky-bearing ant king's soul because he was suspicious. He wanted to test it out. He now realized that there was indeed something wrong with the green light. The feeling of the life origin surging into his body was just an illusion. It had managed to fool Ling Xiao and Ba Dao's senses. As Ling Xiao made his move, the green light felt threatened. It immediately attacked the two of them. Big brother, these green lights are all creepy little bugs. Could it be that they were born from this forest? Ba Dao said with a solemn expression. He used the forbidden saber. The strange green light seemed to be extremely afraid of his forbidden saber. It was destroyed by the saber light. At this moment, Ba Dao realized that the green light was extremely strange insects. It was difficult to see them clearly with the naked eye, but they were extremely ferocious. Even someone as strong as the sky-bearing ant king could not do anything to the green light. It died in an instant and turned into nutrients. Rumble, the green light was like a violent wave that swept out in an instant. It turned into two huge storms that swept Ling Xiao and Ba Dao up and carried them into the depths of the forest. Rumble, lightning blazed all around them, and the light was resplendent. The strange green light completely enveloped Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. Moreover, the two of them headed towards the depths of the forbidden forest. This is, the forbidden forest? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. He and Ba Dao discovered that the strange green light contained an unimaginably terrifying power. It was like a prison that imprisoned the two of them within it. They were unable to escape for a time. However, Ling Xiao did not feel any danger. He seized this opportunity to start soul-searching the soul of the heaven-bearing ant king that he'd suppressed. Even though its memories were extremely scattered, it still allowed him to find some information related to this forest. Taboo Forest, the sky-bearing ants called this forest the Taboo Forest. Although the sky-bearing ants were the overlords of the sky-bearing desert, only the Taboo Forest was their taboo territory. They were deeply afraid of the Taboo Forest. Previously, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao's provocation and the fact that Ba Dao had killed 7 Heaven Burial Ant Kings and had a deep enmity with the Heaven Burial Ant Kings, those Heaven Burial Ant Kings might not have dared to chase after them. In the memories of the Sky-Bearing Ant King, the Taboo Forest was a synonym for terror, strangeness, and death. No Sky-Bearing Ant dared to enter it. Anyone who entered the Taboo Forest would encounter all sorts of mishaps in the end. However, the sky-bearing ant king did not know exactly what dangers lay within the forbidden forest. However, they did have a sky-bearing ant queen, and that ant queen should know some details about the forbidden forest. Rumble, Ba Dao's saber intent boiled around him. The saber light was dazzling as it continuously slashed in all directions. He wanted to cut through the strange green light that enveloped them. However, when his saber intent collided with the green light around him, it was as if he had slashed a hard mountain wall. Sparks flew everywhere. Don't waste your energy. This strange green light was enveloped by a type of heavenly Dao law and was very difficult to break. Let's see where this strange green light is taking us. Ling Xiao stopped Ba Dao and said slowly. Big brother, even the heaven-burying ant is afraid of this strange green light. Moreover, it is the heaven-burying ant's nemesis. Could it be left behind by a great emperor? Ba Dao asked curiously. The two of them seemed to be in a space with a radius of about 10 feet. Their surroundings were shrouded in a vast and mysterious green light, like a huge wave, surging violently, pushing them towards the depths of the forbidden forest. Although they couldn't break through the surrounding space, they could vaguely see the situation inside the forbidden forest. There were many powerful beasts in the forbidden forest, and some of them had already gone extinct in the universe. There was a gigantic ape taller than a mountain, a gigantic dragon with a pair of wings on its back, a gigantic crocodile tens of thousands of feet long, a gigantic white tiger with a sharp sword on its head, and a black chelan with a body as black as ink. The auras of those beasts were extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao could sense that most of them were at the Imperial Emperor realm. However, after seeing the green light, those strange beasts looked as if they had seen a ghost. They turned around and fled in terror. Even those strange beasts that couldn't escape in time were swept up by the green light. Their flesh and blood instantly dissipated, and their bodies shook violently. Then, they gradually disappeared within the green light. This scene caused Ling Xiao and Ba Dao's scalps to go numb. The green light contained a vast amount of life essence, but it was like a fatal poison that could bury all life. Ling Xiao and Ba Dao didn't know how long they had been swept away by the green light. Rumble, when a resplendent light rose in front of their eyes, the void shook and distorted violently, and the scene before them gradually became clear. Ba Dao's body suddenly shook, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. In front of them was a chaotic fog. It was as if they had come to the depths of the earth, and it was extremely dark. However, in the endless chaotic fog, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. Green light rose around his body, and it contained a vast amount of life aura. It made him look lifelike. His face was handsome, and his skin was translucent like glass. His eyes were deep and bright, and they landed on Ling Xiao and Ba Dao's bodies. In an instant, Ling Xiao and Ba Dao felt like they had been seen through. The middle-aged man in the Taoist robe exuded a vast and eternal saber essence. He was like a peerless divine saber, immortal and indestructible. However, for some reason, Ling Xiao felt that the figure was very unreal. It was like a projection. "Brother, this is the forbidden saber spirit." Ba Dao's eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke to Ling Xiao. "Forbidden saber spirit? What's that?" Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask. Could it be related to the forbidden saber? After bringing Ling Xiao and Ba Dao to this place, the strange green light around them dispersed and merged into the body of the middle-aged man in the green robe in front of them. A dense mist rose, mysterious and unfathomable. "Brother, the legendary forbidden saber has a total of 4 saber techniques. The Avicii Hell Demon's burial saber that I practice is one of them. These 4 saber techniques gave birth to the 4 forbidden saber spirits, which contained the true meaning of the forbidden saber. Only by merging with the forbidden saber spirits can one practice the forbidden saber. Therefore, those who practice the forbidden saber cannot pass the saber techniques to others unless they are killed and the forbidden saber spirits are forced out of their bodies before merging with them. Moreover, each person can only practice one forbidden saber technique. I already have the Avicii Hell Demon's burial saber. The forbidden saber spirit in front of you is prepared for you. Congratulations," Ba Dao said sincerely. His eyes were filled with excitement. "Forbidden saber?" Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He was not in a hurry to go forward. Instead, he observed the figure in front of him carefully. No wonder he felt that the middle-aged man in the green robe was very unreal. It turned out that he was not a real living being, but a saber spirit evolved from the forbidden saber. "However, brother, you must be careful. Merging with the forbidden saber spirit is also a matter of life and death. The forbidden saber spirit is unruly and extremely terrifying. If you are not careful, not only will you not be able to merge with the forbidden saber spirit, you might even become a saber slave," Ba Dao reminded him. "I see. In that case, the heaven burial ant is afraid of the forbidden saber spirit?" Ling Xiao said slowly. "It should be. The forbidden saber spirit contains a forbidden force that can annihilate everything. Furthermore, the 4 forbidden saber spirits have different powers. It's a force that is more terrifying than a monarch technique. It's reasonable for the Heaven Burial Ant to be afraid of the forbidden saber spirit. I suspect that I utilized the taboo saber during the battle with the Heaven Burying Ant and drew the attention of the taboo saber spirit. That's why it brought us here. Ba Dao explained. The taboo saber spirit floated in the void before Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. It looked lifelike, like a powerful living being that was cultivating in seclusion. However, it was not a real living being, but a manifestation of the taboo saber skill. It was extremely powerful and indestructible. Ling Xiao naturally coveted the taboo saber. However, Ba Dao could not pass it to him, so he felt a little regretful. Now, the taboo saber spirit had appeared before him. However, it was not easy to merge with the taboo saber spirit and pass the saber spirit's test. Ba Dao had merged with the taboo saber spirit and cultivated the taboo saber, but he had a narrow escape. His soul had almost been destroyed and he would never be reincarnated. After Ba Dao told Ling Xiao about the taboo saber spirit, Ling Xiao walked towards the taboo saber spirit. The taboo saber spirit floated in the void, surrounded by chaotic fog. Green light rose and a powerful life force surged. At the same time, it was accompanied by an unfathomable and vast saber essence. When Ling Xiao walked towards the taboo saber spirit seemed to have awakened. Its gaze was like a bright blade that pierced towards Ling Xiao. Boom! In an instant, Ling Xiao felt as if the world had been split open. The bright saber radiance was dazzling. It split the world and slashed towards him. The saber radiance seemed to have pierced through time and space. It was invisible and formless as it slashed towards Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. His majestic primordial spirit power rose. The dozens of origin Dao fruits around him intertwined with each other like an inescapable net that enveloped his primordial spirit. Moreover, the saber origin within it rose instantly. It was like a primordial spirit saber that was dazzling. Clang, the 2 saber radiances collided in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Sparks flew everywhere, causing his sea of consciousness to shake violently. In the end, the saber radiance was annihilated. It did not cause any damage to Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. However, this was just the beginning. As Ling Xiao walked towards the taboo saber spirit emitted a terrifying saber essence that was like the power of the heavens. It suppressed Ling Xiao. The strange green light around Ling Xiao's body instantly turned into fine saber radiance. It seemed to be able to destroy everything as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. The surrounding void vibrated, and saber light rose, as if it had turned into a saber domain. The center of Ling Xiao's brow shone brightly. The origin of the saber emerged, causing the saber will to surge around him. It continued to clash with the saber light around him. Rumble, Ling Xiao walked toward the forbidden saber spirit with great difficulty. The horrifying saber intent that the taboo saber spirit emitted was even stronger than Ba Dao's taboo saber. The green saber light had even cut through his flesh and blood and surged into his body, wanting to destroy all of his life force. He could even feel the crisp sound of the green blade cutting into his bones. Ling Xiao felt as if his entire body was about to be completely shattered in this blade domain. A mere saber spirit dares to attack its master? Ling Xiao's voice was thunderous, and his eyes were sharp. Chaotic light rose around him as he radiated with an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, he tore through the saber light and charged toward the forbidden saber spirit. Dao fruits appeared around him one after another, causing him to exude an aura of invulnerability. A vast devouring power rose and devoured all of the green saber light. Ling Xiao's aura became sharper, like a piece of rock that was gradually being forged into a peerless divine saber. Ba Dao stood in the distance to protect Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The second taboo saber has appeared. When the 4th taboo saber appears, it should be time for the secret of transcendence, right? Ba Dao thought to himself. The expedition to Eternal Emperor's Road this time was destined to be the most tragic one since ancient times. Countless geniuses had gathered in this era, not only to become an emperor, but also to transcend. For the past 108 eras, countless great emperors and powerful beings had been pursuing the supreme realm. It was about to appear in this era. Ba Dao was naturally looking forward to it. He watched Ling Xiao walking toward the forbidden saber spirit. The terrifying saber intent that the forbidden saber spirit emitted was unable to inflict any damage to Ling Xiao. Instead, it was like a whetstone that sharpened Ling Xiao's saber further. In the end, Ling Xiao arrived before the forbidden saber spirit. "You're here," the forbidden saber spirit said calmly as it fixed its gaze on Ling Xiao. "I'm here." Ling Xiao nodded with a calm look. The forbidden saber spirit before him was extremely unique. It even had its own consciousness, but it could only unleash its power when it was attached to a supreme expert. He wondered how powerful the legendary transcendents were. Even the 4 saber arts that they had left behind were able to evolve their own consciousness. "The forbidden saber is your fortune and destiny. I hope you'll be able to discover the secret of transcendence," the forbidden saber spirit said, giving Ling Xiao a thoughtful look. Bang! Without waiting for Ling Xiao's response, he instantly exploded and turned into a vast expanse of green light. It contained a vast amount of life essence and surged into Ling Xiao's body. At the same time, there was also an extremely sharp blade light within the majestic life essence. It came from the void and slashed toward the void. It was the power of the forbidden saber. Bang! Ling Xiao's divine sense felt like it was being opened up. At that instant, 7 ancient and mysterious words lined up and formed a peerless saber glow. Avicii Hell's heaven-burying saber. The 7 words were so sharp that Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness trembled violently. It emitted a domineering, terrifying, dark, evil, and ancient energy fluctuation, as if it was going to shatter Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Avicii Hell's heaven-burying saber? So this is the forbidden saber? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Rumble, his entire being was encapsulated by a peerless saber intent. A green glow rose around him as the life force gathered around him. Bolts of lightning flickered in a dazzling manner. Ling Xiao began to merge with the forbidden saber spirit to comprehend the forbidden saber. As Ling Xiao and Ba Dao entered the forbidden forest by mistake and Ling Xiao began to merge with the forbidden saber spirit, a figure with a terrifying aura appeared in the burial desert. Rumble, it was an ancient giant beast that was as tall as an ancient sacred mountain. Its entire body was golden with golden flames flowing around it. Its aura was extremely terrifying. It was a burial ant. However, its aura was much stronger than the burial ant king. Its eyes were like blood moons and they were filled with murderous intent. Roar, an earth-shattering roar was heard, causing the entire burial desert to tremble violently. All the ancient beasts in the burial desert were trembling in fear as they fled in all directions. The most powerful overlord of the burial desert, the burial ant queen, had arrived. Rumble, the entire burial desert began to descend into chaos. The appearance of the burial desert's overlord, the burial ant queen, caused all the burial ants hidden in the desert to move out. The sky-burying ants surged like a surging tide and began to chase after the trial takers who had entered the sky-burying desert. Even the ancient beasts in the sky-burying desert were caught in the crossfire. There were massacres everywhere in the burial desert. What's going on? Why did the burial ants suddenly go crazy? The burial ant queen has always been hiding in the burial desert and almost never comes to the surface. Who angered her? Everyone, leave the burial desert quickly. Otherwise, we'll all die here. In the burial desert, many of the trial takers revealed shocked and doubtful expressions. All of them trembled and felt their scalps tingle as they fled in all directions. The heaven-burying ants were very difficult to deal with. Not only were their shells hard, but they could also spit out heaven-burying poison. In addition, the heaven-burying ants appeared in swarms. They were like locusts passing through, leaving not even a blade of grass alive. Almost no trial takers could launch an effective resistance. Once one fell into the burial ants group, there was no chance of survival. Originally, in the battlefield where the 36 burial ant kings were, many trial challengers fought a bloody battle and escaped with great difficulty. However, they did not expect that even more burial ants would appear in the periphery. Everyone began to despair. Other than Zhu Chen, Ying Yilong, Feng Fan, and the others who saw that the situation was not good and charged out, most of the trial challengers were trapped in the burial ants group. Boom! 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 In the burial desert, there was a loud explosion. It was the trial challengers in the burial ants group. After falling into a desperate situation, they self-destructed in despair, killing many burial ants. However, the burial ants were not afraid of death. As if they had gone crazy, they kept attacking the trial challengers. In addition to the burial ants group on the ground of the burial desert, there were also dozens of burial ant kings that were as bright as the sun in the sky. The eyes of the heaven-burying ant kings were blood red, and their killing intent was boiling. Their bodies were shining with golden light, and they moved quickly in the sky as if they were searching for something. The entire sky burial desert seemed to have become a forbidden area. The sky burial ants formed an inescapable net and constantly hunted down numerous trial takers. In the center of the sky burial desert, there was an extremely clear lake. It was enshrouded in mist and auspicious energy. It looked very peaceful. Whoosh! 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 Several air-piercing sounds could be heard as Xianxia appeared in the middle of the lake. He looked very embarrassed and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. He fought a bloody battle all the way and exhausted all his trump cards. It wasn't easy for him to kill many heaven-burying ants and escape here. At the center of the lake, a white-haired old man appeared in front of Xianxia. His entire body was radiating with radiance. It was the guardian of the Candle Dragon Imperial City, the Candle Dragon. Greetings, Patriarch. Xianxia bowed respectfully to the old man. Get up. The burial desert is in chaos. It's no longer suitable for you to stay here. Leave quickly. The Candle Dragon said slowly. Patriarch, what's going on? Why did the heaven-burying ant queen appear and the heaven-burying ants start to riot? Xianxia asked in confusion. Someone touched the thing that the heaven-burying ant queen is guarding. That's why she's angry. I didn't expect that there would be a taboo saber spirit in the burial desert. The Candle Dragon said slowly with a burning gaze in his eyes. Taboo saber spirit? Could it be related to the taboo saber? Xianxia's body trembled and he quickly asked. That's right. The taboo saber spirit is the spiritual body of the taboo saber. After merging with the taboo saber spirit, one can obtain the taboo saber. I've been the guardian for so many years. Isn't it because of the taboo saber? The Candle Dragon said flatly. Taboo saber? Xianxia's eyes lit up and he suddenly thought of Ba Dao. The Ba Dao that you mentioned earlier is destined to be a taboo saber. I can't snatch his taboo saber spirit and I can't snatch it. As if he could read Xianxia's mind, the Candle Dragon said slowly, however, the taboo saber spirit in the burial desert is different. It's an ownerless taboo saber spirit. Even if it has been merged with someone, as long as I kill that person, the taboo saber spirit can still merge with me. Patriarch, is the taboo saber useful to us? Xianxia asked. Of course. Although my Torch Dragon tribe managed to escape the great calamity of the epic by coming to the Eternal Emperor Road, we have also lost all hope of attaining our Tao. Only the Forbidden Saber can touch upon the secret of transcendence and allow my tribe to break the curse of being unable to attain our Tao. The Candle Dragon said slowly with a burning gaze in his eyes. I see. Patriarch, do you know who obtained the taboo saber spirit? Xianxia's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. I have some guesses. However, I still need to verify it. I'll know when that person comes out of seclusion. No one in the burial desert can escape from my control. The Candle Dragon said with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with light as if the scene in the burial desert could be seen. It was extremely mysterious and could reflect everything. The riot in the burial desert put Fairy Jinghong, the Tower Master of Azure Heaven, Tong Tong, and the others in danger. They were initially being chased by two skyburying ant kings, but Fairy Jinghong and the Skyfall Master managed to find the two skyburying ant kings' openings under Tong Tong's command and killed them right away. However, killing two heaven-burying ant kings had instead brought about even greater trouble. Countless burial ants came out of the desert and surrounded Fairy Jinghong and the others like a tide. The densely packed heaven-burying ants numbered in the thousands. In the end, Fairy Jinghong and the others retreated as they fought. They came to a small oasis and were completely surrounded by the burial ant swarm. However, the burial ant swarm seemed to be intimidated by the oasis. They did not attack immediately. They chose to surround the oasis instead. In the end, 6 heaven-burying ant kings appeared from the heaven-burying ant colony. Each of them was over 100 feet tall, and their bodies were glowing with golden light. They were extremely ferocious, and their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Fairy Jinghong and the others were startled. They felt like a great battle was approaching. It was most likely that the burial ant swarm was about to attack. What should we do? Sister Jinghong, there are 6 burial ant kings and countless burial ants here. Once they attack, we won't be able to escape. A woman from the winged tribe said with a pale face. Can't we fight our way out? But we can only fight to the death. I'll think of a way to stop the 6 burial ant kings. Sky Barrier, please protect Tong Tong and the others and bring them out of here. Fairy Jinghong's expression was also incomparably solemn as she revealed a trace of determination. Sister Jinghong, you can't stop the 6 sky-bearing ant kings alone. Let me help you. Later, we'll create an opportunity for them to leave this place first. The Tower Master of Azure Heaven said slowly with a serious look in her eyes. No. Sister Jinghong, we'll go with you. We'll fight these sky-bearing ants. The Feather Race girl said with red eyes. Listen to me. You're the hope of the Feather Race. After leaving the burial desert, find the Empress as soon as possible. Fairy Jinghong's eyes were filled with reluctance, but she still said sternly. Yes. The Feather Race girls nodded dejectedly. Don't worry, I've already contacted my brother. When Brother Ling Xiao and my brother arrive, we'll be able to kill all these animals. Tong Tong wasn't worried at all. She said with a smile. Tong Tong, you've contacted Ling Xiao? How are they now? Fairy Jinghong's eyes lit up as she asked immediately. Not yet. My brother hasn't replied to me. He and Brother Ling Xiao might have entered some secret realm now. However, when my brother sees my message, he'll definitely rush over. Tong Tong said confidently. You haven't contacted them? Tong Tong, Ling Xiao, and Ba Dao probably can't even take care of themselves now. After all, they're being chased by 16 sky-bearing ant kings. Fairy Jinghong's eyes were filled with disappointment as she said bitterly. It was hard to say whether Ling Xiao and Ba Dao could escape from the 16 sky-bearing ant kings. How could they have the time to save them? Fairy Jinghong only thought that Tong Tong was being childish, so she didn't say anything to discourage her. Sister Jinghong, you've underestimated Brother Ling Xiao. It's one thing for my brother to be exhausted after killing the 7 heaven burial ant kings, but Brother Ling Xiao is different. If he comes, none of the 6 heaven burial ant kings will be able to escape. Tong Tong said with a smile. Her voice was filled with disdain when she mentioned Ba Dao, but her voice was filled with admiration when she mentioned Ling Xiao. You're confident in him. Fairy Jinghong shook her head with a bitter smile. Rumble. Meanwhile, the 6 sky-bearing ant kings in front of Fairy Jinghong and the others let out a furious roar as if they had lost their patience. Although the sky-bearing ant was a little wary of the oasis in front of it, the 6 sky-bearing ant kings were like 6 mountains. Their bodies emitted dazzling light, and their auras were incomparably terrifying. They emitted fluctuations that made everyone's hearts palpitate. The heaven burial ants in the surroundings seemed to have received some sort of order, and they lined up together. All of their eyes were blood red, and their bodies emitted monstrous baleful auras. Outside the oasis, which had a radius of several dozen miles, black mist rose, and killing intent pervaded the air. The black heaven-burying ants were like a tide, and there was no end in sight. The sky-burial poison was above the sky-burial ant's head. It was like a cloud that covered the sky, cutting off any chance for Fairy Jinghong and the others to escape. Under the command of the 6 great ant kings, the heaven burial ant colony finally prepared to launch an attack. Roar. Roar. Asterisk roar, asterisk in the end, 6 earth-shattering roars were heard. In an instant, the void in all directions trembled, and the ground rumbled. The 6 sky-bearing ant kings emitted dazzling light from their bodies. They floated in the void and took the lead to attack Fairy Jinghong and the others. Rumble. The sky-bearing ant colony roared and charged into the oasis in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The vitality emitted from the oasis seemed to contain some sort of strange energy, causing the sky-bearing ant colony to tremble violently. It was as if they had been poisoned, and they fell into the oasis, dead. Countless sky-bearing ants died in the oasis, and their corpses covered the ground. However, the sky-bearing ants behind them charged forward like waves. They were not afraid of death, and used their bodies to cover the oasis. They kept shrinking the oasis and charged toward Fairy Jinghong and the others. No wonder the sky-burying ants are so wary of the oasis. The vitality is their nemesis? Fairy Jinghong and the Tower Master of Jadefall looked at each other, and there was a hint of understanding in their eyes. However, the 6 sky-burying ant kings had already led the sky-burying ant colony over. They did not have time to think. They also attacked instantly. Ing Shui, take Tong Tong and leave with them. We'll stop the sky-burying ant kings. Fairy Jinghong yelled at a beautiful feather girl in a green dress. There was a hint of determination in her eyes. Rumble, her surroundings shone with dazzling light, and her aura was extremely pure and holy. A long sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in her hand. In an instant, sword chi swept out in all directions like a net of swords, sweeping through the air and descending toward the 6 heaven burial ant kings. Crack, the Tower Master of Jadefall slammed her slender palm forward. A dazzling pillar of light shot out from her palm, containing vast and powerful origin energy. It was like a rainbow bridge that pierced through the void. All the sky-burying ants that blocked the rainbow bridge were pierced through, and they exploded into nothingness. Let's go. The Tower Master of Jadefall swept up Tong Tong and the other feather girls with her sleeve, and sent them onto the rainbow bridge. Rumble, at this moment, the sky-burying ants' eyes were bloodshot. They began to attack the origin rainbow bridge in a frenzy. The sky-burying ants possessed extreme speed and great strength. They could leap thousands of feet in a single leap, and their sharp forelimbs were like blades as they slashed at the rainbow bridge. The origin rainbow bridge trembled violently, and the Tower Master of Jadefall seemed to have suffered some kind of backlash. Her face turned extremely pale. Boom, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The origin rainbow bridge shone brightly, and green flames rose up and enveloped the rainbow bridge. Any sky-burying ant that dared to jump onto the rainbow bridge or attack it was swept up by the green flames, and they were instantly reduced to ashes. Let's go. Fairy Xianxia looked deeply at the Tower Master of Jadefall and Fairy Jinghong. Although her eyes were filled with anxiety, she knew that they could not delay any longer. They had to leave. She pulled Tong Tong up, and with the other feather girls, they spread their wings and turned into streaks of light. They flew out of the rainbow bridge at an extremely fast speed. As long as they left the origin rainbow bridge and the sky-burying ants' encirclement, they would be safe. At that time, Fairy Jinghong and the Tower Master of Jadefall would have no worries, and they might have a chance to escape. Rumble, however, at this moment, the void trembled violently, and 4 figures with extremely terrifying auras descended. Another 6 sky-burying ant kings appeared in the void, exuding an unparalleled aura. They were ferocious and stood in front of Fairy Xianxia and the others. When Fairy Xianxia and the others saw the cold and bloodthirsty eyes of the 6 buried heaven ant kings, their faces turned ghastly pale. Although they were all mid-level imperial emperors, how could they compare to the 6 sky-burying ant kings? The sky-burying ant kings had a mocking look in their eyes as they attacked. Rumble, the 6 sky-burying ant kings shot out 6 beams of golden light at the same time. The light was dazzling and seemed to be able to destroy everything. However, their target was not Fairy Xianxia, Tong Tong, and the others, but the origin rainbow bridge. Oh no! The Tower Master of Azure Heaven trembled, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. She spat out 2 mouthfuls of pale golden blood, and the origin rainbow bridge shone brightly in an attempt to block the terrifying attack. However, the 6 sky-burying ant kings blocked by Fairy Jinghong seemed to have discussed this beforehand. They released an unparalleled aura at the same time to block Fairy Jinghong's sword chi. Then, 3 of the sky-burying ant kings charged at the Tower Master of Azure Heaven. Clang! 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 The sword chi swept across the surroundings with unparalleled sharpness. It slashed the sky-burying ant king's golden shells, but it only left a few white marks. It could not penetrate the sky-burying ant king's bodies at all. The 3 sky-burying ant king's attacks were one disaster after another for the Tower Master of Azure Heaven. She had no choice but to move away in an attempt to avoid the attacks of the 3 sky-burying ant kings. At this moment, the 6 blazing golden beams of light instantly blasted onto the origin bridge. Crack! The origin rainbow bridge trembled violently as the runes shattered. A crisp sound rang out as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the Origin Rainbow Bridge. In the end, the Origin Rainbow Bridge exploded with a loud bang. Endless sky-burying poison surged over, causing Fairy Xianxia, Tong Tong, and the others' expressions to change drastically. Without the protection of the Origin Rainbow Bridge, the heaven burial ant swarm from all directions was like a tsunami, instantly drowning the few of them. No! Fairy Jinghong let out an incomparably shrill roar, and her eyes instantly turned blood-red. At this moment, the 6 sky-burying ant kings did not care about Fairy Xianxia, Tong Tong, and the others. After all, they had fallen into the swarm of sky-burying ants and would soon die. Simultaneously, they charged towards Fairy Jinghong and the Tower Master of Jadefall. The 12 sky-burying ant kings shone with dazzling golden light at the same time. Their radiance was incomparably dazzling, and their bodies emitted immortal and indestructible fluctuations as if they could destroy everything. Before the 12 sky-burying ant kings, Fairy Jinghong and the Jadefall House Master felt powerless. "Looks like I'm going to die here today. Sister Bailuo, I've implicated you," Fairy Jinghong said with a pale smile. There was a hint of guilt in her eyes. "What are you talking about? If we're talking about being implicated, it's that bastard Ling Xiao who implicated us. Ling Xiao, if you have a conscience, come out and kill these bastards." Jadefall Hierarch sneered and shouted towards the sky. Although she knew that Ling Xiao would not appear, she needed to vent her anger. Dying in the hands of the sky-burying ants was not something she could accept. Rumble, the 12 sky-burying ant kings charged at the same time. The boiling golden light contained a terrifying destructive power. Fairy Jinghong and the Tower Master of Jadefall felt like they were small boats in the endless waves. They were in danger of being destroyed at any time. Both of them revealed a trace of determination in their eyes, and a terrifying aura fluctuation spread out from their bodies. They were ready to self-destruct. Even if they were to die, they would take these bastards with them. Crack, at this moment, the void seemed to shatter. An incomparably dazzling snow-white light appeared in front of everyone, illuminating the world. The world seemed to have been split into two. The snow-white light emitted a shocking saber intent as it fell from the sky. The saber light was so intense that Fairy Jinghong and the Tower Master of Jadefall were dazed for a moment. It was as if their minds were frozen. Everyone, including the 12 sky-burying ant kings, could only see that snow-white saber light. Rumble, the saber light slashed down and enveloped the 12 sky-burying ant kings. Then, the Tower Master of Jadefall and Fairy Jinghong saw that the 12 sky-burying ant kings were instantly cut in half by the saber. Their incomparably hard shells were like paper in front of the snow-white saber light. They were completely defenseless. Then, the 12 sky-burying ant kings trembled violently. Endless saber light poured out, and they were instantly annihilated in the void as if they had been cut into pieces. The huge saber light fell and plowed a huge abyss tens of thousands of feet long in the ground. It emitted endless destructive saber intent. All the sky-burying ants within tens of thousands of feet were smashed into pieces. Their souls were scattered and they died. The sky-burying ant kings died, just like that? Fairy Jinghong said in a daze. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, they're dead, the Tower Master of Jadefall nodded woodenly as if she was in a dream. The 12 sky-burying ant kings were so powerful that it made one despair. However, they were all killed by a single saber strike. Even the fearless sky-burying ants showed a trace of deep fear in their eyes. They seemed to be completely frightened. They all stood there in a daze and forgot to continue attacking. Tower Master of Jadefall, Fairy Jinghong, I'm not too late, am I? Ling Xiao walked over in the dazzling light that filled the sky. The light around him blazed like a peerless saber that had been unsheathed. He emitted an unparalleled energy wave, his eyes were bright and resplendent. The faint smile on his lips made the world lose its color. Domineering Blade followed closely behind him. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were sharp. He was like the most loyal guard. Ling Xiao, you bastard! Couldn't you have appeared earlier? We almost self-destructed. The Tower Master of Jadefall felt relieved after seeing Ling Xiao and Domineering Blade. However, she still gritted her teeth. He's that strong? Fairy Jinghong stared blankly at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with shock. Thinking back to what she had said about Ling Xiao, though self-righteous and shallow knowledge, her cheeks instantly turned red. Especially when she met Ling Xiao's bright eyes, Fairy Jinghong couldn't help but tremble. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Brother, that's not how you use the taboo saber. You should quickly consume the origin pill to recover your strength. Domineering Blade said softly. Cut the crap. How would I know that the taboo saber was so freakish? Even my primordial immortal body almost couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, the power of this saber strike was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been a joke. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said. He didn't have an ounce of strength in his body. If it weren't for Domineering Blade supporting him, he would have fallen from the sky. The grace of that saber strike was engraved in his heart. However, the taboo saber's freakish power also made Ling Xiao suffer. Avicii Hell's heaven-burying saber, this was the forbidden saber that Ling Xiao had comprehended after merging with the forbidden saber spirit. It was said to be able to bury all Daos in the universe, destroy the origin, and destroy everything. After merging with the taboo blade spirit, Ling Xiao's cultivation base didn't increase at all. However, the terrifying power of this blade was undoubtedly displayed by this strike. The forbidden saber was a saber technique that hurt both the user and the opponent. It was invincible and had to exhaust all of the origin energy in one's body to form the forbidden saber and destroy everything in its path. That was why Ba Dao was so exhausted after killing the 7 heaven-burying ant kings. In the end, Zhu Chen had brought him back to Zhulong Imperial City. Although Ling Xiao was prepared, the saber was still more terrifying than he had expected. The origin energy in Ling Xiao's body was almost completely depleted. Even the dozens of origin Dao fruits had dimmed slightly. Rumble, an origin elixir river exploded in Ling Xiao's body. The surging origin elixir quickly turned into pure origin energy and flowed through his body to replenish his depleted origin energy. However, Fairy Jinghong, Tower Master Bai Luo, and the others did not know about this. They were all shocked by Ling Xiao's saber. He had killed 12 heaven-burying ant kings with a single saber. Could it be that Ling Xiao's combat strength was comparable to a peerless imperial emperor's? Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, Ba Dao slashed in the air and the saber radiance was dazzling. In an instant, he killed dozens of heaven-burying ants. He killed all the heaven-burying ants around Ferrying Xue and Tong Tong and rescued them. Let's get out of here first. The heaven-burying ants are increasing in number. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. After experiencing a moment of chaos, the heaven-burying ants became increasingly violent. Their eyes were blood-red as they looked at Ling Xiao's group with eyes that were filled with bone-deep hatred. Moreover, there were still heaven-burying ants gathering around them and launching attacks at them. All right. Let's go. Fairy Jinghong and Tower Master Bai Luo looked at each other and nodded. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, everyone soared into the sky, killing the heaven-burying ants that surrounded them as they charged outside. Without the heaven-burying ant king's obstruction, the heaven-burying ants were no match for Ling Xiao and the others even though they were fearless. The heaven-burying ants in front of them were slaughtered one after another. Very soon, Ling Xiao and the others escaped the encirclement of the heaven-burying ants. The burial desert had already become incomparably chaotic. Ling Xiao, Ba Dao, and the others withdrew their auras and looked for a way out. They were prepared to leave the burial desert. They could feel the sky-burying ant queen's fury. Facing such a terrifying prehistoric beast, neither Ling Xiao nor Ba Dao had much confidence in defeating it. The harvest in burial desert this time was already very great. Have they already come out? Very good. Wanting to leave burial desert was probably not such an easy matter, right? Let me see if I'll be able to kill the heaven-burying ant queen after obtaining the blade of taboo. Otherwise, I'll be really disappointed. Above the peaceful lake, the candle dragon's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself softly. Buzz, his figure flashed, and the void distorted. He disappeared into the void in an instant, as if he had never existed. Rumble, the heaven-burying ant queen's body was dazzling with golden light. She was like a primordial divine mountain, exuding an insufferably ferocious aura. She opened her mouth and swallowed a black serpent dragon that was over 30,000 meters long. With a shake of her body, a terrifying aura scattered all the life in the oasis, turning it into a desert in the blink of an eye. those who touch the blade spirit die. The heaven-bearing Ant Queen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She was surrounded by an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation that was extremely obscure. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the void and looked in the direction of Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. Swoosh, in the next moment, she was like a dazzling golden light that instantly entered Burial Desert. The earth rumbled violently as she sped toward Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. Rumble, at that moment, all the heaven-bearing ants in Burial Desert gave up on killing the trial challengers and the numerous untainted beings. They gathered from all directions like a tide and chased after Ling Xiao and Ba Dao. The heaven-bearing ants left? What happened? Why aren't the heaven-bearing ants attacking us? Something big must have happened. Let's leave this place quickly. Burial Desert is too terrifying. Many of the trial challengers who were surrounded by the heaven-bearing ants were overjoyed to have survived the disaster. At the same time, they were extremely confused. They had already lost all hope and were about to die in the heaven-bearing ant swarm. However, they did not expect the heaven-bearing ants to retreat at that moment. They turned around at the same time and headed in a certain direction. Everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. Although they did not know what was going on, they all felt that something earth-shattering must have happened in Burial Desert. Many of the people who had obtained the heaven-bearing fruits were looking for a way out of Burial Desert. The untainted beasts were all scared to death. They hid in their own territories and trembled, afraid that the heaven-bearing ants would go crazy again and come after them. At that moment, Ling Xiao, who was looking for a way out of Burial Desert with Ba Dao and the others, could not help but feel his heart palpitate. What's going on? Could it be that there's some danger? Ling Xiao thought to himself. In Burial Desert, I'm afraid only the heaven-bearing Ant Queen and the Candle Dragon can make me feel this way. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. The heaven-bearing Ant King was no longer a threat to him. Even if the heaven-bearing ants attacked him together, he could still escape unscathed. However, the legendary heaven-bearing Ant Queen, especially when he saw bits and pieces of the heaven-bearing Ant King's primordial spirit, made Ling Xiao extremely fearful. There was also the guardian of Candle Dragon Imperial City, the Candle Dragon Imperial City. With the cultivation of an unparalleled emperor and the support of heaven's providence, he could be said to be the strongest person in Candle Dragon Imperial City. Or is the danger coming from them at the same time? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Ling Xiao felt that the heaven-bearing Ant Queen and the Candle Dragon might know about the Avici Hell Saber and the Taboo Saber Spirit in the Forbidden Forest. Could it be that they were waiting for the Taboo Saber to appear? I haven't completely merged with the Taboo Saber Spirit now. I can only become the real Taboo Saber after I leave Burial Desert and break through my cultivation. If they kill me now, they can obtain the Taboo Saber Spirit. Are the Candle Dragon and the heaven-bearing Ant Queen waiting for this moment? Ling Xiao thought to himself. A wisp of wisdom appeared in his eyes. His guess had already touched upon the truth. Fairy Jinghong, I'm afraid we'll have to split up again. Ling Xiao's gaze landed on Fairy Jinghong as he spoke slowly. Why is that? Fairy Jinghong frowned. The surroundings were filled with yellow sand. The world was vast and desolate. However, for some unknown reason, an indescribable sense of danger surged into everyone's hearts. I've obtained the Forbidden Saber Spirit and refined the Forbidden Saber. I'm afraid neither the Candle Dragon nor the Skybearing Ant Queen will let me go. You'll be in danger if you stay with me, so we'll have to split up. Leave the Burial Desert first, I'll lure them away. Ling Xiao said calmly. Brother Ling Xiao, I can feel it too. The Skybearing Ant Queen's rage is closely related to you. However, the Skybearing Ant Queen and the Candle Dragon are extremely powerful. I'm afraid you'll be in danger if you go alone. Tong Tong's eyes flickered with a mysterious glow as if they could see the future. She glanced at Ling Xiao worriedly. Brother, even if we have to split up, let them leave first. I'll deal with the Skybearing Ant Queen with you. Ba Dao said seriously. No way. The Burial Desert is getting more chaotic. If you follow me, Tong Tong and Fairy Jinghong's safety won't be guaranteed. Therefore, you must protect them and leave the Burial Desert. Ling Xiao patted Ba Dao's shoulder. Ba Dao was strong, but he was still no match for the Candle Dragon and the Skybearing Ant Queen. It was more convenient for Ling Xiao to move alone. In the end, Ba Dao had no choice but to nod helplessly after seeing Ling Xiao's persistence. Ling Xiao, I didn't think we'd become your burden. I apologize to you for my previous arrogance and conceit. Didn't you want to know who asked me to take care of you? Come out alive, and I'll tell you. Fairy Jinghong glanced at Ling Xiao thoughtfully. Ling Xiao, didn't you want a perfect origin orb? Come out alive, and I'll surely get you a few hundred origin orbs. The mistress of heaven said seriously. Don't worry, I'm the chosen one. Why would I die here? Maybe my cultivation will improve greatly after killing the candle dragon and the skyburying ant queen. Leave now. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Rumble, at this moment, the burial desert began to tremble violently. Yellow sand billowed and the world shook. One by one, burial ants emerged from the desert. Those densely packed heaven-burying ants made one's scalp tingle just by looking at them. At the same time, in the depths of the burial desert, there was an aura that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. It was like an ancient beast, causing the sense of danger in everyone's heart to reach its peak in an instant. The heaven-burying ant is here. Hurry up and leave. Ling Zhao's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted at Ba Dao and the others. Big brother, you must come back alive. Ba Dao gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red as he roared. Everyone was incomparably worried. However, at this moment, they did not waste any time. Under Ba Dao's lead, they swiftly leaped into the air, killed their way out of the heaven burial ants, and flew into the distance. Ling Xiao glanced at the backs of Ba Dao and the others. He also leaped up and flew in the opposite direction. Roar, behind Ling Xiao, an earth-shattering roar rang out. The ground instantly cracked open. Blazing golden light spewed out like a golden pillar of light that shot into the sky. Endless yellow sand rose like smoke signals. From the depths of the ground, a giant ancient beast rushed out. It was as if an ancient divine mountain had appeared, exuding an insufferably overbearing murderous aura. The burial ant queen had appeared. An ordinary burial ant king was only 1,000 feet tall, but the burial ant queen was tens of thousands of feet tall. Her entire body was dazzling with golden light as if she was cast in gold. Her 6 limbs were like heavenly pillars that were cold, shiny, and incomparably sharp. The huge golden head was like a golden sun that was suspended in midair. In particular, the pair of blood-red compound eyes were cold and cruel. When they landed on a person's body, it made them feel as if they were frozen, unable to move at all. This was definitely a peerless emperor, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Just a glance behind him and the terrifying aura of the burial ant queen caused his sense of danger to soar. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his extreme speed. Like a bolt of golden lightning, he moved through the void and flew into the distance. Rumble. The burial ant queen's eyes revealed a trace of human-like mockery. In an instant, she chased after Ling Xiao. The ground rumbled and the void shook violently. The burial ant queen was surrounded by the burial ant queen, surging like a tide. Their speed was extremely fast. Although the burial ant queen was huge, her speed was also extremely fast. She was not inferior to Ling Xiao at all. One chased while the other fled. In the blink of an eye, they had moved hundreds of thousands of miles. Boom! At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying aura rising in front of him. Dozens of burial ant kings appeared in front of Ling Xiao, blocking his escape route. The burial ant queen is smart. She actually knows to let the burial ant kings block in front of her? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Hand over, the forbidden saber spirit. The burial ant queen behind Ling Xiao looked extremely cold and contained a cold murderous intent. A few obscure syllables came out of her mouth, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Rumble, the dozens of burial ant kings were dazzling with golden light and filled with cold murderous intent. They locked onto Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, the burial ant queen was like a black sea that surged violently and covered the entire desert. They were all waiting for the burial ant queen's order. As soon as the burial ant queen gave the order, they would charge forward and tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Burial ant queen, do you know the candle dragon? He should be hiding nearby at this moment. Why don't we join forces and kill the candle dragon first? Then, I will give you the forbidden saber spirit. How about that? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he smiled at the burying heaven ant queen. In fact, that was exactly what Ling Xiao was thinking. The burial ant queen chased after him, but the guardian, the candle dragon, still did not appear. Ling Xiao did not believe that the candle dragon could not discover him. Otherwise, Zhu Chen would not have told everyone his location so clearly earlier. Since the candle dragon did not appear, the only possibility was that the candle dragon was hiding somewhere. Perhaps he was nearby and was planning to take advantage of the situation. This kid is smart. The candle dragon's hair and beard were all white in the chaotic fog above the 9 heavens. His eyes were extremely wise as he chuckled softly. He was paying attention to every movement below. Ling Xiao and the burial ant queen's movements and all the sounds were clearly heard by him. Patriarch, Ling Xiao is only a 4th heaven imperial lord. Although he's powerful, I'm afraid he's no match for the sky-burying ant queen. If he really dies in the sky-burying ant queen's hands and the forbidden saber spirit is refined by the sky-burying ant queen, it won't be easy for us to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, right? Zhu Chen said slowly. His gaze landed on Ling Xiao, revealing a trace of deep hatred. However, he was worried that Ling Xiao was no match for the sky-burying ant queen. If they wanted to benefit from the fight, they had to be evenly matched. Only then would both sides suffer. You're underestimating the forbidden saber. Zhu Jiuyin smiled faintly as a divine light flickered in his eyes. The forbidden saber is a forbidden power that surpasses the Emperor Dao. It can unleash unbelievable power. Only the forbidden saber can hurt the sky-burying ant queen. I don't need him to kill the sky-burying ant queen. As long as he can hurt the sky-burying ant queen, how can the sky-burying ant queen be my match? Although Zhu Jiuyin's voice was calm, there was a sense of pride in it. It was filled with confidence. You're right, Patriarch. Both Ling Xiao and the sky-burying ant queen have to die today. Zhu Chen said respectfully as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Previously, the Patriarch had asked him to lead the sky-burying desert, but he had not. He had chosen to follow the Patriarch because he wanted to see Ling Xiao die in front of him. He knew how powerful the Patriarch was, so he was even more confident in today's battle. Hand over the forbidden saber spirit, or die. The sky-burying ant queen stared at Ling Xiao as her voice was extremely cold. With her intelligence, it was impossible for her not to understand Ling Xiao's words. However, she did not bother to reply. To her, Ling Xiao was just a small bug that she could easily crush. What right did he have to negotiate with the great sky-burying ant queen? Regardless of whether Zhu Jiuyin was hiding nearby, she chose to snatch the forbidden saber spirit first. Looks like I've been underestimated. Ling Xiao sighed softly and smiled faintly. Obviously, he understood what the sky-burying ant queen meant. Since that's the case, let's see what right do you have to ask me for the forbidden saber spirit. Ling Zhao's eyes glowed brightly, and in an instant, chaotic light gushed out. Rumble, he leaped into the air and threw a punch at the buried heaven ant queen. When Ling Xiao soared into the sky, his entire body emitted a dazzling divine light. Chaotic mist filled the air, and his entire body directly expanded in the void. In an instant, he turned into a giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall. His huge fist emitted a dazzling light. Like an ancient divine mountain, it pressed down on the heaven-burying ant queen. Die. The heaven-burying ant queen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A golden limb rose into the air, turning into an unparalleled fist that charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao and the sky-burying ant queen collided in the void. The terrifying fist imprint erupted and swept out in all directions like a storm. The heaven burial ants in the surroundings were swept by the aftershocks and instantly exploded. With Ling Xiao and the heaven-burying ant queen as the core, the heaven-burying ants within a radius of 1,000,000 feet all exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Ling Xiao and the heaven-burying ant both trembled and retreated at the same time. What a powerful force! Ling Xiao praised in his heart. This punch was actually on par with the heaven-burying ant queen. He could feel the heaven-burying ant queen's terrifying power. It was endless, as if it could encompass the entire world. As expected of a great desolate beast, it possessed the great desolate bloodline. Every move it made was capable of unleashing destructive power. Ling Zhao's physical body was extremely strong and could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Ever since he became an imperial emperor, no one could compete with him in terms of physical body. Even the octopus queen and the sky-bearing ant king were much inferior to him. However, the heaven-bearing ant queen in front of him was indeed powerful. Ling Zhao's chaotic fist imprint was powerful and all-encompassing. It contained the power of creation and destruction of an era. Every punch contained the power of a supreme emperor technique. Therefore, Ling Xiao rarely used any emperor techniques. Instead, he used his strength to break through all techniques and his fist imprint to suppress everything. Ling Xiao was building up his strength, building up his invincible strength. However, when his fist imprint landed on the heaven-bearing ant queen's body, it caused his arm to go numb. The heaven-bearing ant queen's golden limbs clanged loudly. They were sturdy and indestructible. The heaven-bearing ant queen's eyes were filled with surprise. The little bug in front of her had such a powerful physical body. She was extremely surprised. However, the more this was the case, the more ferocious and murderous her heart was. Boom! The heaven-bearing ant queen threw a punch at Ling Xiao. The void trembled as if the heavens were beating. The terrifying sound waves could shatter the indestructible primordial spirits of ordinary imperial emperors. The heaven-bearing ant queen's fist imprint was as powerful as thunder. It was extremely fast and contained a power that could penetrate everything. It was as if all the energy in her body had condensed into one. It was an extremely mysterious fist technique. The heaven-bearing ant queen was an ancient beast. In addition to being able to suppress others with strength, she also had her own special abilities. For example, the heaven-bearing ant queen's heaven-bearing poison was her special ability. In addition to the heaven-bearing ant queen's powerful poison, she also had the heaven-bearing fist technique. Together with the heaven-bearing ant queen's strong physical body, she was invincible. Rumble, while the heaven-bearing ant queen and Ling Xiao were fighting, the ordinary heaven-bearing ants had received the ant queen's order. They were afraid of being affected and retreated thousands of miles away. The dozens of heaven-bearing ant kings charged at Ling Xiao at the same time. To them, there was no such thing as a one-on-one fight. When the heaven-bearing ant queen killed someone, it was always a group of ants that swarmed forward. The dozens of heaven-bearing ant kings were surrounded by blazing golden light. They charged at Ling Xiao in the air. Powerful divine chains of order condensed around them and then pierced towards Ling Xiao. Could it be that the heaven-bearing ant queen cultivates the great Tao of strength? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He had fought with the heaven-bearing ant king several times, but he had never seen the heaven-bearing ant king reveal a complete Tao fruit. Even the origin pearl of the heaven-bearing ant king that he killed was not complete. However, Ling Xiao could sense that the heaven-bearing ant queen's heaven-bearing poison was not its true power. Its true power seemed to be related to the legendary great Tao of strength. Rumble, Ling Xiao punched out like a dragon. Every punch seemed to be able to shatter everything. The battle was extremely intense as he fought with the heaven-bearing ant king and dozens of heaven-bearing ants. Although he was fighting against many, Ling Xiao did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Every punch that he threw out would send a heaven-bearing ant king flying. The one that posed the greatest threat to him was the heaven-bearing ant queen. Not only did the heaven-bearing ant queen possess extremely terrifying chaos power, but her 6 limbs were also extremely sharp and could pierce through everything. They were comparable to extreme Tao Emperor weapons and could cause Ling Xiao significant damage. Moreover, the heaven-bearing ant queen attacked extremely quickly. In addition to the interference of the dozens of heaven-bearing ant kings, Ling Xiao was soon injured. Ling Xiao's body was covered in blood and flesh. Although his powerful life origin was constantly repairing his body, it was obvious that he was gradually at a disadvantage. Kill! Ling Xiao roared angrily. His eyes shone with incomparable sharpness, and his body began to emit an incomparably tyrannical aura. Terrifying saber intent rose and blazing saber light flashed around him. A huge black saber aura appeared in his palm. It looked as black as ink and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Has he finally used the forbidden saber? Ling Zhao's combat strength is indeed impressive. The candle Join exclaimed in the sky. The powerful physical body that Ling Xiao displayed made him exclaim in his heart. Ling Zhao's talent was terrifying to be able to fight dozens of sky burial ant kings and sky burial ant queens by himself. It was already the first time the candle dragon had seen such a terrifying talent. However, Ling Zhao's cultivation was his weakness after all. He was only a fourth heaven imperial lord. In such a high-intensity battle, Ling Xiao was injured and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Therefore, he was forced to use the forbidden saber. Ancestor, can Ling Zhao's forbidden saber really hurt the Sky Burial Ant Queen? The Sky Burial Ant Queen's strength is too terrifying, Zhu Chen said slowly. His eyes were filled with a solemn expression. Although he was an advanced imperial lord, Zhu Chen felt that he was definitely not Ling Zhao's match based on the powerful combat strength that Ling Xiao had just displayed. The forbidden saber can't be judged by common sense. Let's wait and see. It won't be long before it's our turn to attack, the Candle Join said with a faint smile. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. Rumble, saber intent surged around Ling Zhao's body. There was also a violent murderous intent in his eyes. The vast aura around him was like the might of the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. He was extremely fast. When he slashed down with his saber, the saber light was unparalleled. It instantly slashed through the heads of the two Sky Burial Ant Kings. The two Sky-Burying Ant Kings were like paper in front of the forbidden blade. They didn't even have the slightest ability to resist before their heads were chopped off instantly. Their primordial spirits did not even have time to escape before they were annihilated by the forbidden saber. In the blink of an eye, the two Sky Burial Ant Kings were killed. Roar. The Heaven-Burying Ant Queen roared furiously. She was completely enraged after two of her Heaven-Burying Ant Kings had been slain. She soared through the air, golden light surging around her. In an instant, she turned into many golden mountains, stacking on top of each other and pressing down on Ling Xiao. She knew better than anyone how terrifying the taboo saber was. Therefore, the layers of golden mountains contained an incomparably strong defensive power in an attempt to block Ling Zhao's taboo saber. At the same time, under the command of the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen, the Heaven-Burying Ant Kings charged towards Ling Xiao fearlessly even though their eyes were filled with fear. Rumble, the saber light swept out for tens of thousands of meters, blazing and dazzling. The snow-white astral saber was like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens, and it contained a lethal glow as it swept past the Heaven-Burying Ant Kings. After using the taboo blade, Ling Xiao possessed extremely terrifying killing power. He was like a chaos demon god. In a single moment, Ling Xiao had slain 7 or 8 of the Ant Kings. Their souls dispersed, and their huge bodies fell from the sky, causing the ground to rumble. Crack, the golden mountains in front of Ling Xiao exploded as well. It was as if there was nothing that could block the taboo saber. However, after killing almost 10 of the Heaven-Burying Ant Kings, Ling Xiao's taboo saber still showed signs of weakness. In the end, it collided with the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen and left a deep wound on her body. Faint golden blood spurted out. The Heaven-Burying Ant Queen was in pain, and she let out an earth-shattering roar. Hiss! What a terrifying taboo saber. It killed 10 Heaven-Burying Ant Kings in a row and still managed to injure the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen? Zhu Chen gasped. His face was slightly pale, and he found the scene before him unbelievable. The Heaven-Burying Ant Queen is really vicious. She actually used the Heaven-Burying Ant Kings to block the attack for her? However, her injuries are a little light. Zhu Juin frowned slightly. The Heaven-Burying Ant Queen's injuries were much lighter than he had expected. Ling Zhao's taboo saber left a huge wound on the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen's body. It was dripping with blood and looked extremely miserable. However, Zhu Juin could tell that the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen's injuries were superficial and did not hurt her vital organs. If Ling Zhao's taboo saber could have cut off a few of the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen's limbs, the effect would have been much better. Rumble, the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen roared crazily. Her compound eyes were filled with murderous intent and deep hatred. Not only did the wound that Ling Xiao left on her body not frighten her, but it also made her completely crazy. Under the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen's command, all the Heaven-Burying Ant Kings and even the Heaven-Burying Ant Colony in the distance pounced on Ling Xiao crazily. She widened the distance between her and Ling Xiao to guard against Ling Zhao's taboo saber. At the same time, she spat out a golden beam of light from her mouth. It was like a destructive force that constantly interfered with Ling Xiao. The Heaven-Burying Ant Queen had learned to be smart. She wanted to use the ant colony tactic to exhaust Ling Xiao completely. After all, using the taboo saber required her to gather all of her origin energy. Although it would be extremely destructive in exchange, it would also be a huge burden on her body. When Ling Xiao's aura weakened, she would then attack and kill him in one strike. Heaven-bearing Ant Queen, do you want the taboo saber spirit? Let's see if you're qualified. Ling Xiao roared angrily. The blazing saber radiance around him surged out and gathered in his palm in an instant. It turned into a huge saber aura that was tens of thousands of feet long. It slashed down from the sky, clang, the saber radiance blazed fiercely and made a clanging sound. The snow-white saber aura seemed to have split heaven and earth in an instant. It directly slashed the two heaven-bearing ant kings in front of Ling Xiao into two halves and destroyed thousands of ordinary heaven-bearing ants. It plowed a 10,000-mile-long path. Whoosh, Ling Xiao instantly came across the sky. The blazing saber essence around him rose. The black saber radiance in his palm swallowed a destructive aura as it slashed down towards the heaven-bearing ant queen. Ling Xiao used a secret teleportation technique. His speed was extremely fast. He appeared in front of the heaven-bearing ant queen almost instantly. The heaven-bearing ant kings couldn't save her in time. Boom, the extremely terrifying taboo saber seemed to have condensed the void in time. It went from the ancient times to the endless future. It pierced through the river of time and destroyed the heavens of the epic. It was a peerless saber slash. The saber illuminated the heaven-bearing ant queen's compound eyes and reflected a trace of fear in them. No one could not be fearful. The saber technique that was said to be transcendent, the taboo saber that was said to be able to destroy all life, had bloomed in front of everyone. Roar, the sky-bearing ant queen let out a shrill roar. A golden beam of light shot out from her mouth, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. That beam of light met the forbidden blade in the sky, and dozens of sky-bearing ant kings instantly appeared from it. The sky-bearing ant king stood in front of the forbidden saber without fear of death. The scene before them was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had expected the sky-bearing ant queen to be so cunning and afraid of death. There were dozens of sky-bearing ant kings hidden in her body. Moreover, the dozens of sky-bearing ant kings shone brightly, and they chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Boom. 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 Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, tearing the void and the ground apart. The sky-bearing desert shook violently as if it was going to be destroyed at any time. Terrifying light swept out in all directions, drowning Ling Xiao and the sky-bearing ant queen in an instant. The sky-bearing ant queen is so cunning. Ling Xiao isn't dead, is he? Zhu Chen was also shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. If this move was directed at me, I might not be able to dodge it. However, the forbidden saber. Zhu Jiuwen's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. The forbidden saber spirit was only a legend. Although he had seen records of it in some ancient books, he had never cultivated the forbidden saber. Would Ling Xiao really be able to survive such a terrifying explosion? Crack, a blazing saber aura told them the answer. Although the black saber aura looked weak, it came from the terrifying divine light and slashed the sky-bearing ant queen's head. Ling Xiao was covered in blood and flesh. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was extremely weak. However, his eyes were extremely bright and resplendent, containing a hint of determination. Poof, the forbidden saber tore the sky-bearing ant queen's head apart and destroyed one of her eyes. However, it was a pity that the saber had become extremely weak, and that was the extent of its damage. The burying heaven ant queen was enraged. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed Ling Xiao, who was in the air, into its stomach. Ling Xiao didn't seem to have the slightest ability to resist as he was swallowed by the heaven burial ant queen. Not good. The candle dragon's expression changed. He hadn't expected the sky-bearing ant queen to move so quickly, and Ling Xiao was so weak. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight and had no way to resist the sky-bearing ant queen. The forbidden saber spirit can only belong to me. The heaven-bearing ant queen? You should just die. A strong killing intent burst out from the candle dragon's eyes at that moment. Rumble, without any hesitation, he dove down from the heavens in an instant. An ancient black and white saber appeared in his hand. One side contained endless light, while the other side contained endless darkness. The saber light was dazzling as it slashed down at the heaven-bearing Ant Queen's head. Candle Dragon. You're courting death, the heaven-bearing Ant Queen was furious. She swung out one of her limbs. It was dazzling like a dazzling saber and collided with the Candle Dragon's saber. Rumble, blazing light burst out. The Candle Dragon did not move, but the heaven-bearing Ant Queen was sent flying by the Candle Dragon's saber. What a pity! The Candle Dragon thought to himself. He then looked at the heaven-bearing Ant Queen and said calmly, "Long time no see, heaven-bearing Ant Queen. Hand over the forbidden saber spirit and I'll spare your life." You want the forbidden saber spirit? Die. The heaven-bearing Ant Queen's eyes were filled with killing intent. She roared angrily and charged towards the Candle Dragon. She was completely enraged by Xianxia earlier. Her killing intent was boiling, and her blood was boiling. Now that she saw the Candle Dragon appearing again and trying to get the forbidden saber spirit, she went berserk. Fortunately, Xianxia had warned her that the Candle Dragon was hiding nearby. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for her to dodge the Candle Dragon's saber. You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The Candle Dragon sneered. Murderous intent rose in his eyes and he instantly attacked. Rumble, a bloody battle broke out between the Candle Dragon and the heaven-bearing Ant Queen. It was as if they had known each other before. They were very familiar with each other and had fought countless times. The moment they attacked, they went straight for each other's vital points. The battle was extremely tragic. If the heaven-bearing Ant Queen was at her peak, she might be on par with the Candle Dragon. However, she was seriously injured now. However, the heaven-bearing Ant Queen was completely enraged. Together with the many heaven-bearing Ant Kings and the heaven-bearing Ant Colony, she was on par with the Candle Dragon. The terrifying shockwaves from the battle between the two peerless emperors spread across hundreds of thousands of miles. The powerful living beings in the burial desert all trembled and quickly left the place. Meanwhile, inside the heaven-bearing Ant Queen's body, Xianxia had already entered the heaven-bearing Ant Queen's huge stomach. The surroundings were filled with a black liquid that contained the purest heaven-bearing poison. It kept corroding Xianxia's body. Xianxia's flesh and blood had completely disappeared. Only a purplish-gold skeleton was left, still soaked in the heaven-bearing poison. Just as the heaven-bearing Ant Queen and the Candle Dragon were fighting fiercely, Xianxia opened his eyes. That Candle Dragon is really a sly old fox. How can he be so patient? To be able to deceive him is really not an easy thing to do. Xianxia thought to himself. That's right. Xianxia had planned everything. When he guessed that the Candle Dragon was hiding at the side and waiting to take advantage of the situation, Xianxia had already planned everything. He would first fight with the heaven-bearing Ant Queen and pretend to be defeated in the end. He would then be swallowed by the heaven-bearing Ant Queen and lure the Candle Dragon out. Then, he would become the fisherman. This plan sounded easy, but it was also very difficult to execute. The most difficult part was how to make the battle extremely realistic and make the Candle Dragon believe that Xianxia was exhausted while preserving his strength at the same time. Therefore, Xianxia displayed his powerful physical body and unparalleled fist technique from the very beginning. In the end, he was forced by the heaven-bearing Ant King and the heaven-bearing Ant Queen to use the forbidden saber and severely injure the heaven-bearing Ant Queen. Then, he was exhausted and swallowed by the crazy heaven-bearing Ant Queen. At this moment, Xianxia was indeed severely injured. Be it the heaven-bearing Ant King's self-destruction or the backlash from the forbidden saber, they were all serious injuries to him. However, Xianxia's recovery ability was beyond the Candle Dragon and the heaven-bearing Ant Queen's imagination. A few origin pill rivers exploded in Xianxia's body and rapidly repaired his origin energy. At the same time, the powerful life origin energy in his body surged out continuously to heal Xianxia. Moreover, in order to deceive the sky-bearing Ant Queen, Xianxia performed the heaven-shrouding secret skill at the same time. He did not reveal any aura so that the sky-bearing Ant Queen would think that Xianxia was being refined by her. All in all, Xianxia managed to deceive the Candle Dragon and the sky-bearing Ant Queen. While the Candle Dragon and the sky-bearing Ant Queen were fighting, he began to recover his strength rapidly. No matter who won, he would have to deal with the Candle Dragon and the sky-bearing Ant Queen. Rumble, the battle between the Candle Dragon and the sky-bearing Ant Queen was extremely intense. The swarm of sky-bearing ants and the sky-bearing Ant King could not harm the Candle Dragon at all. Instead, he killed many of them. The sky-bearing Ant Queen gradually lost the upper hand and her injuries worsened. She was about to die in the Candle Dragon's hands. The sky-bearing Ant Queen went completely mad. She ordered the sky-bearing Ant Kings and sky-bearing ants to charge at the Candle Dragon fearlessly. Then, they self-destructed, rumble, with so many sky-bearing Ant Kings self-destructing, the Candle Dragon was still injured even though he had reached the unparalleled Emperor realm. However, the sky-bearing Ant Queen still died in his hands in the end. However, the sky-bearing Ant Queen's final attack was extremely tragic. It pierced through the Candle Dragon's chest. The worst thing was that the sky-bearing poison was left in the Candle Dragon's body. Damn it! The Candle Dragon's expression was terrible. He had used his powerful cultivation to suppress the sky-bearing poison forcefully and consumed a special detoxification sacred pill. However, the sky-bearing poison was the purest energy in the sky-bearing Ant Queen's body. It contained an extremely powerful spirituality and was hidden in the Candle Dragon's body. He could not get rid of it immediately and could only suppress it. Blood flowed out from the corner of the Candle Dragon's mouth. He was also severely injured. However, the result of the battle was extremely satisfying. The sky-bearing Ant King's corpse was priceless. More than half of the ordinary sky-bearing ants were killed. The rest fled in all directions after the sky-bearing Ant Queen died. Most importantly, Xianxia was still in the sky-bearing Ant Queen's body. Even if he was not dead, he was probably on his last breath. The Forbidden Sword Spirit, when he thought about the Taboo Saber Spirit, even with the Candle Dragon's mental state, he could feel his heart burning with excitement. Ancestor, is Xianxia dead? Xianxia descended from the void and held on to the Candle Dragon. He looked at the huge corpse of the heaven-bearing Ant Queen with lingering fear and asked. He shouldn't be dead yet, right? However, the backlash from the taboo blade was incomparably strong. Even if he didn't die, he didn't have any strength to resist. Xianxia, take Ancestor's saber and dig Xianxia out. The Candle Dragon said calmly. Yes. Xianxia took the Candle Dragon's saber respectfully. The Candle Dragon's saber was the supreme emperor weapon of the Candle Dragon tribe. It was rumored that it was left behind by their ancestor and was extremely powerful. Now, it was in the hands of the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon's saber was extremely sharp. It was the Candle Dragon's saber that had destroyed the primordial spirit of the heaven-bearing Ant Queen and killed it completely. Xianxia approached the heaven-bearing Ant Queen with the Candle Dragon's saber in hand. Although the sky-bearing Ant Queen had been killed, the ferocious aura emitted by its corpse still made Xianxia's heart palpitate. It was hard for him to imagine how Xianxia had been able to fight the heaven-bearing Ant Queen head-on and injure her in the end. Am I really inferior to Xianxia? No. Wait until I kill you and take away your heaven path providence. I'll be stronger than you. Xianxia thought to himself. Poof, with the Candle Dragon's saber in hand, the saber radiance was dazzling as he slashed open the abdomen of the heaven-bearing Ant Queen. Boom, at this moment, an unparalleled fist print bloomed in front of Xianxia. The speed of the punch was extremely fast and it blasted out of the heaven-bearing Ant Queen's stomach. It was so close to Xianxia that he had no chance to resist at all. A figure was reflected in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia, boom, the punch contained the power of an epic's life and death. It landed on Xianxia's head in an instant and blasted it apart. Xianxia's indestructible primordial spirit did not even have the chance to escape. It was also annihilated by the punch, and its soul completely dispersed. Xianxia's headless corpse fell to the ground. Until his death, he still could not believe that he had died in the hands of Xianxia. Rumble, Xianxia stepped out of the heaven-bearing Ant Queen's body. The divine light around him was blazing and his eyes were bright and resplendent. There was a trace of cold murderous intent in them as he locked his gaze on the Candle Dragon. Xianxia? You deserve to die. The Candle Dragon's face instantly turned extremely gloomy as rage and murderous intent surged in his eyes. He did not expect Xianxia to not only be alive, but he also seemed to have preserved his combat power at his peak. Xianxia was not weak. His cultivation had reached the high-level Imperial Emperor level and he had many trump cards. However, he was still killed by Ling Xiao with a single punch. It was no surprise at all. Candle Dragon, you must be seriously injured after killing the heaven-burying Ant Queen, right? You're not a good fisherman. Why don't you fulfill my wish? Ling Xiao smiled faintly as his gaze turned extremely cold. He could see that the Candle Dragon's aura was a little chaotic at the moment and the huge bloody hole in his chest had not recovered completely. Most importantly, Ling Xiao also sensed a trace of the heaven-burying poison's aura. The Candle Dragon was also poisoned by the heaven-burying poison. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be such a scheming person. However, I'm afraid you're not qualified to be a fisherman. Since you want to die, I'll kill you again. The Candle Dragon said coldly as murderous intent surged around him. However, he was extremely cautious as he understood almost instantly that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. The powerful battle prowess that Ling Xiao had displayed previously had already shocked him. Now that he had such a deep scheming mind, it made him even more fearful of Ling Xiao. Kill me? Try me then. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he threw a punch out in the air. Rumble, chaotic light shot out from his body as his fist print swept through the void, causing the mysterious scene of the destruction of the 3,000 worlds to appear behind him. The power of the epic intertwined and the punch seemed to have pierced through the river of time, destroying the 3,000 worlds as it pressed down on the Candle Dragon. The powerful aura that rushed towards him made the Candle Dragon's expression turn serious. He naturally did not have the terrifying chaos divine power of the heaven-burying Ant Queen. Hence, he understood that he could not take Ling Xiao's punch with his physical strength alone. Swoosh, he moved his feet and retreated tens of thousands of feet in an instant, widening the distance between him and Ling Xiao. Light gushed out of his palm and a strong suction force came. The Candle Dragon's saber flew into his palm like a stream of light. With the Candle Dragon's saber in his hand, the aura around him changed drastically. Boom, the Candle Dragon's saber shone with a cold radiance as it slashed down from the sky. It was extremely sharp and wanted to chop off Ling Xiao's arm. Clang, Ling Xiao's punch sped up and collided with the Candle Dragon's saber. The Candle Dragon's saber hummed and an unparalleled divine power surged through. The Candle Dragon's saber felt numb in his arm and almost flew out of his hand. Damn it! The Candle Dragon's face turned pale. He could only unleash 50% of his powerful cultivation. Not only was he severely injured, but he also had to divert some of his energy to suppress the Heaven's Burial poison. In the face of Ling Xiao's ferocious fist print, he was powerless. Rumble, after Ling Xiao forced the Candle Dragon to retreat with a punch, his attacks became even more ferocious. The Chaos Fist print came crashing down from the sky like a huge river that would never stop growing. In the face of Ling Xiao's ferocious fist print, the Candle Dragon was flustered and could not block it. The wounds on the Candle Dragon's body were torn and fresh blood was seeping out. At the same time, his arms were about to lose feeling. Candle Dragon, don't you want the taboo saber spirit? Take my taboo saber first. Ling Xiao sneered and the saber essence in his eyes shot out. Rumble, a distorted spacetime appeared in his hands and a terrifying saber radiance gathered to form a strange black saber. It was as if it did not exist in this world. It was extremely distorted and mysterious. As soon as the taboo saber appeared, Ling Xiao's aura changed drastically. Taboo saber? The Candle Dragon looked extremely solemn and a terrifying aura rose around him. The surrounding void was vibrating violently. The Candle Dragon's saber in his hand shot out a dazzling radiance as if it had come back to life. It exuded a vast dragon power and a dragon roar at the same time. The Candle Dragon's aura became extremely sharp too. Boom, as Ling Xiao flew across the sky, the taboo saber slashed down and locked onto the Candle Dragon. The unparalleled saber radiance made the Candle Dragon feel chills all over his body. At that moment, he felt as if he had lost all his cultivation and was exposed to the boundless saber light. A deep sense of fear and helplessness arose in his heart. Although the Candle Dragon raised his Candle Dragon saber to counter it, the forbidden saber evaded the Candle Dragon saber strangely and slashed the Candle Dragon saber directly like a shadow. Pfft! No! Why is this forbidden saber different from the one you just used? How is this possible? The Candle Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned ghastly pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His Dao heart was as firm as a rock, but it was shattered by the forbidden saber. The forbidden blade that Ling Xiao used was completely different from the forbidden blade that he had used in the battle with the sky-burying Ant Queen. Although the saber strike was terrifying, it was aimed at the heaven-burying Ant Queen's body. However, the slash was invisible and it was aimed at the Candle Dragon's Dao heart. Caught off guard, his Dao heart was slashed apart. The Dao heart-severing saber technique was so strange that he had never heard of it before. You're right. This is the real forbidden blade, the heaven-burying saber of Avicii Hell, the saber technique that buries the heaven's Dao heart. Candle Dragon, you can rest in peace now that you're able to die under this saber. Ling Xiao said calmly with a sharp gaze in his eyes. Ling Xiao's voice was like the power of the heavens, causing the surrounding void to vibrate vigorously. The Candle Dragon could not suppress the fear in his heart at all, and even his body began to twist violently. His Dao heart was broken, and his battle intent dissipated when he faced Ling Xiao. His combat power was also greatly reduced. He felt a strong sense of danger. If he continued to fight with Ling Xiao, he would definitely die. Whoosh, the Candle Dragon was extremely decisive. He suppressed his broken Dao heart, and a blazing light rose around him. He immediately used the teleportation technique and flew into the distance. However, at this moment, the Candle Dragon did not realize that a ray of golden light had appeared in front of him silently and was biting his arm. It was a small golden snake that was as fast as lightning. It seemed to have been hiding around the Candle Dragon previously and seized the opportunity to bite the Candle Dragon's arm. Although the Candle Dragon reacted and wanted to slap the small golden snake away, he was still a step too late and was bitten. The Candle Dragon felt his arm go numb, and a black radiance immediately spread up his arm. Damn it! It's the origin of poison? The Candle Dragon's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with anger. The terrifying poison surged into his body and started to erode his vitality. It also wanted to surge towards his primordial spirit. The poison was as terrifying as the heaven-burying poison. Most importantly, when the snake's poison surged into the Candle Dragon's body, the heaven-burying poison that was suppressed in the Candle Dragon's body started to move. Trying to escape? Unfortunately, it's too late. Ling Xiao said calmly. When the Candle Dragon heard what Ling Xiao said, his expression changed drastically as if his voice was a soul-sucking messenger. Ling Xiao, you're despicable. The Candle Dragon growled and his eyes were filled with resentment. If the Candle Dragon was at his peak, Xiao Jin would not be able to get close to him even though he was elusive, let alone bite him and leave the origin of poison in his body. However, the Candle Dragon was severely injured in the battle with the heaven-burying Ant Queen and his Dao heart was broken by Ling Xiao's forbidden saber. As a result, he was terrified and wanted to escape. As a result, there was a flaw and Xiao Jin took advantage of it. Now that the heaven-burying poison and Xiao Jin's snake's poison were intertwined, the Candle Dragon could not suppress it at all and exploded in his body instantly. Ah! The Candle Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was shrouded by a black aura. He was emitting a pungent smell. Despicable? Weren't you despicable when you used Zhu Chen to gather all the trial takers to kill me? You lured the heaven-burying Ant Queen to kill me, but you wanted to reap the benefits. Aren't you despicable? Ling Xiao sneered as his eyes were filled with mockery. He walked towards the Candle Dragon, and his footsteps caused the void to tremble and the ground to rumble. It was as if he was stepping on the Candle Dragon's heart, and an extremely powerful aura pressed down on the Candle Dragon. Damn it! The Candle Dragon was extremely anxious. He felt an extremely strong sense of danger, and there was an unconcealable fear in his eyes. If he was in the Candle Dragon Imperial City and was protected by the rules of heaven, even a great emperor could not do anything to him, let alone the origin of poison. However, he had been greedy and put himself in danger by entering the burial desert. Now, he had even suffered a huge setback at the hands of Ling Xiao. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight and had no strength left to contend against Ling Xiao. Now, he was truly at his wit's end. Was the guardian of the Candle Dragon Imperial City really going to die here? Boom! Ling Xiao threw a punch and the chaotic fist print swept across the void, locking onto the Candle Dragon. An unparalleled fist intent exploded. The Candle Dragon's expression changed drastically. Caught off guard, he stretched out his arms to block the attack. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. The candle dragon's arms were shattered, and he was sent flying. He coughed out blood continuously. The blood at the corner of the candle dragon's mouth had turned black. It was as black as ink and emitted a strong stench. The heaven's burial poison and Xiao Gold's origin of poison intertwined and turned into an extremely terrifying poison. Even though the candle dragon was an unparalleled emperor, he could not suppress it anymore. Ling Xiao, how about we stop fighting? I'll let you leave Candle Dragon City safely. Don't be overbearing. Otherwise, without the guardian, you won't be able to leave Candle Dragon City. The candle dragon roared at Ling Xiao. Stop fighting? Don't you think it's too late? From the moment you set me up, we've been fighting to the death. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold and his voice was thunderous. However, he did not slow down at all. He threw another punch at the candle dragon. Rumble, the chaotic fist print was unparalleled. It was like a primordial mountain that suppressed the chaos. The candle dragon flew out again and blood spurted out of his mouth. Ling Xiao, do you really think I can't kill you? Don't go overboard. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The candle dragon roared furiously and his eyes were filled with exasperation. His hair and beard were fluttering and his body was stained with blood. He no longer looked as sage-like as before. Instead, he looked extremely haggard. He had lived for countless years and was the guardian of Candle Dragon City. The life and death of countless living beings were decided by him. He had always been in a superior position and had not experienced a life and death battle for a long time. However, the battle with Ling Xiao made him feel the threat of death. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes were as cold as steel. He ignored the candle dragon and continued to attack with his invincible fist print. The candle dragon's Taoist heart was broken by Ling Xiao. In addition to the poison in his body, he was only left with 10% to 20% of his strength. He was no match for Ling Xiao at all. He also didn't have the heaven-burying Ant Queen's insanely powerful physical body, so he couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's ferocious and domineering fist. Before long, his entire body shook violently, and his flesh was badly mangled. His physical body was almost annihilated under Ling Xiao's peerless fist intent. Damn it! Ling Xiao, since you want me to die, then let's die together. The candle dragon's eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent as he started to roar. Rumble, endless blazing light instantly gushed out from his body, emitting a tyrannical and crazy aura. There seemed to be a mysterious cloud in the candle dragon's glabella that was intertwined with a 9-colored glow. At this moment, it suddenly flew out and engulfed Ling Xiao. Whoosh! 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 The 9-colored rays of light intertwined like 9 brilliant light pillars, connecting the heavens and the earth. Instantly, Ling Xiao was sealed within. This is heavenly Dao Qi? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, revealing a look of incomparable astonishment. The light pillars that were intertwined with the 9-colored rays of light were actually formed by the heavenly Dao Qi. It contained an extremely powerful order of heaven that was sturdy and indestructible, sealing him within. However, the heavenly Dao Qi was shapeless and intangible. Ling Xiao had never heard of anyone who could use the heavenly Dao Qi to fight against their enemies. Pfft, the candle dragon spat out another mouthful of blood and his face turned extremely pale. A mysterious rune appeared in the middle of his glabella, intertwining with the heavenly Dao Qi. It was extremely terrifying. The mysterious rune lit up and the candle dragon's aura weakened rapidly. In the end, the rune flew towards Ling Xiao in the sky like a brilliant sun. On the other hand, the candle dragon had become a candle in the wind and looked like he was going to die at any moment. Ha ha ha. Let's die together. The candle dragon roared crazily. His entire body was engulfed by the origin of poison and turned pitch black. However, the madness in his eyes was terrifying. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He felt an extremely strong sense of danger from the rune. Unparalleled divine power exploded and he threw a punch at the light pillars around him. Clang! Clang! Clang, there was actually the sound of metal clashing. The 9 light pillars shook violently and shone brightly. However, they were extremely tough and firmly sealed Ling Xiao within them. the mysterious rune shone brightly and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. Then, it imprinted itself in the middle of his glabella. As if it was shapeless and intangible, Ling Xiao could not stop it at all. Boom, the mysterious rune imprinted itself in the middle of Ling Xiao's glabella and instantly shone brightly. Boundless heavenly Dao Qi surged into Ling Xiao's consciousness and flew towards his primordial spirit. When it entered Ling Xiao's consciousness, the heavenly Dao Qi actually started burning and turned into an ethereal fire of fate. It wanted to burn Ling Xiao's primordial spirit into ashes. The fire of fate was ethereal and intangible. It was extremely unique, but it was real. Even the dozens of origin of Dao fruits around Ling Xiao's primordial spirit could not stop it. At that moment, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was enveloped by the fire of fate. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit trembled slightly. He could even feel the pain of his primordial spirit burning up. At this moment, 3,000 mysterious streaks of light shot out from Ling Xiao's primordial spirit and vaguely formed the figure of the Fortune Jade Disc. The Fortune Jade Disc was ancient, mysterious, dignified, and unfathomable, although the Fortune Jade Disc had already fused with Ling Xiao, an extremely mysterious, clear qi surged out from it and immediately collided with the fire of fate. Boom, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness trembled violently. The fire of providence that had already ignited was actually extinguished directly. Afterwards, it turned into a tremendous amount of providence and slowly flew into Ling Xiao's soul. Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit seemed to have eaten a great tonic. It shone brightly at that moment and its aura began to skyrocket. Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit was already extremely powerful. After fusing with the heavenly Dao Qi, it seemed to have broken through some sort of bottleneck and reached the level of supreme emperors. Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit was like a chaotic fiend god in his consciousness. It sat in the chaotic space with origin of Dao fruits around it. It seemed dignified and mysterious. Is this, the candle dragon's heavenly Dao Qi? Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and there was a look of understanding in his eyes. What? The candle dragon, who was laughing maniacally, suddenly stopped laughing. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. The candle dragon could not believe that Ling Xiao was unscathed. He was the guardian of the candle dragon imperial city and had the fate of heaven bestowed by the heavenly Dao. Today, he was forced to the extreme by Ling Xiao. He did not hesitate to burn his own indestructible primordial spirit and turn it into the fire of fate, wanting to completely annihilate Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit. That was the heaven path fate fire. It was the power of the heaven path. The primordial spirit of any expert below the level of a great emperor could not withstand the burning of the heaven path fate fire. In his opinion, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Of course, he would die too. That was why he was so confident when he said that he would perish together with Ling Xiao. He did not want to use that move unless he had no other choice. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to survive. That was beyond his imagination. Candle Dragon, I have to thank you for your heaven path fate fire. If you did not give it to me, it would not be so easy for me to take away your heaven path fate fire even if I killed you. Ling Xiao looked at the candle dragon and said with a faint smile. If the candle dragon was killed, the heaven path fate fire would be taken back by the heaven path instantly. It would be almost impossible for Ling Xiao to take it away completely. The candle dragon wanted to kill him, but he had helped him in the end. Impossible. That's impossible. Pfft. Ling Xiao, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You will become the enemy of the entire Emperor Road of Eternity. The candle dragon's body trembled violently as he spat out blood continuously. His eyes were filled with resentment. However, his indestructible primordial spirit was destroyed and he was on the verge of death. The reason why he could last until now was because of his obsession. Ling Xiao's words made him explode in anger. In the end, the saint stopped abruptly and fell to the ground, dead. The guardian of the Candle Dragon Emperor City was dead. Phew. This old man is finally dead. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and mumbled to himself. He felt his entire body go limp and extremely weak. Although he had managed to break the Candle Dragon's Dao heart, he had basically used up all of his origin energy. If it were not for the fact that his body was strong enough to forcefully attack the Candle Dragon, it would have been difficult to tell who would have died. Fortunately, he managed to pull through. Little Gold, you've done a great service. Ling Xiao caressed Little Gold on his wrist and chuckled. If Xiao Jin had not given the candle dragon a fatal blow this time and caused him to be poisoned by the origin of poison, the candle dragon would have escaped. Once the candle dragon returned to the candle dragon imperial city, it would be impossible for Ling Xiao to pass through the city. Hiss, Little Gold whined and rubbed its head against Ling Xiao's palm intimately. Its eyes were filled with delight. The two most terrifying existences in the Sky Burial Desert, the Sky Burial Ant Queen and the Candle Dragon, had both died. Ling Xiao was deep in thought as he looked at the corpses of the Candle Dragon and the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen. With my current combat strength, I can crush and kill high-level Imperial monarchs. However, it's still very difficult to defeat or even kill a peerless Imperial monarch. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He had relied on the Taboo Saber's power to injure the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen and the Candle Dragon. Ling Xiao's combat strength might be able to fight against a peerless Imperial monarch, but it would be difficult for him to kill one. This time, if Ling Xiao had not schemed against the Candle Dragon and ended up as a fisherman, it would have been impossible for him to kill the Candle Dragon with the help of the Taboo Saber and Little Gold's power. If I had enough combat strength, why would I need to scheme against them? Whether it's the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen or the Candle Dragon, I would have killed them with a single punch. I still have a long way to go. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself. He realized his own shortcomings and knew what he should work towards. The most valuable thing about a person was to know himself. This was especially so for martial arts experts. Those who did not know themselves correctly were either dead or walking on the path of death. The Heaven-Burying Ant Queen was an ancient beast and the Candle Dragon was a guardian. Although they were powerful, they were still far from the peerless imperial monarchs of the past. Some of the peerless imperial monarchs were already peerless imperial monarchs before they sealed themselves. Moreover, it was easy for them to kill ordinary peerless imperial monarchs. There was still a huge gap between Ling Xiao and them. I will definitely be able to catch up to them before entering the last 12 imperial cities. Ling Xiao said slowly as a bright light shot out from his eyes. Swoosh, Ling Xiao waved his sleeves and immediately swept up the corpses of the Heaven-Burying Ant Queen and the Candle Dragon. Finally, Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the Candle Dragon saber. The Candle Dragon saber buzzed and was emitting a bright light. Saber chi spread and emitted an extremely ferocious aura. The Candle Dragon saber was the supreme treasure of the Candle Dragon tribe and the Candle Dragon was its true owner. Since the Candle Dragon was killed, the Candle Dragon saber naturally became an ownerless item. If this Candle Dragon saber was given to Ba Dao, he would be able to unleash the strongest combat strength with his hell-slaying saber. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the Candle Dragon saber. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself. The hell-slaying saber that Ling Xiao cultivated was a supreme saber technique that pointed directly to the Dao heart. It was invisible and intangible, making it impossible to guard against. There was no need for a powerful saber technique to supplement it. In comparison, the hell-slaying saber that Ba Dao cultivated was a supreme technique that pointed directly to the physical body. It could kill the physical body and destroy the primordial spirit. It was extremely ferocious. If he had the support of the Candle Dragon saber, he would definitely be invincible. The hell-slaying saber points to the Dao heart while the hell-slaying saber points to the physical body. Could it be that the remaining two forbidden saber techniques are directed to the primordial spirit and laws? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he secretly guessed. The legendary 4 forms of the Forbidden Blade were undoubtedly powerful, but Ling Xiao was also curious about them. Physical body, primordial spirit, laws, and Dao heart. Those were the 4 great Daos that a martial Dao expert had to cultivate. Previously, Ling Xiao became a martial sage with 4 Daos. However, before he attained the Dao and became an emperor, he might have his own focus. However, if he wanted to attain the Dao and become an emperor, he had to cultivate those 4 Daos to the extreme before he could sublimate them. If the 4 forbidden saber techniques were saber techniques that pointed directly to those 4 great Daos, it would make sense. It was indeed a martial technique left behind by a transcendent expert. I wonder who has the other 2 taboo saber styles? If I can exchange blows with them, it will definitely be beneficial. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Buzz, the candle dragon's saber in his hand buzzed and the primordial spirit imprint that the candle dragon left behind had completely dissipated. Ling Xiao put away the candle dragon's saber, then leaped up and flew into the distance. Since the Sky Burial Ant Queen and the Candle Dragon were dead, it was time to leave the Sky Burial Desert and return to the Candle Dragon Imperial City. However, what Ling Xiao didn't know was that the entire Candle Dragon Imperial City had begun to shake because of the Candle Dragon's death. Rumble, on the Eternal Emperor Road, the Candle Dragon Imperial City was like a giant beast that was hundreds of millions of feet tall, floating in the endless chaotic void. However, at this moment, the Candle Dragon Imperial City was shaking violently. Blazing light spewed out and the sky above the Candle Dragon Imperial City was filled with 9-colored clouds that were as vast as the sea. Moreover, there was a blood rain falling in the Candle Dragon Imperial City, which looked extremely eerie. The huge bounded domain that enveloped the entire Candle Dragon Imperial City was shattered at this moment. The entire Candle Dragon Imperial City began to fall into chaos. The heavenway boundary is broken and blood rain is falling from the sky. The Guardian has died? Someone trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This strange phenomenon had not appeared for countless years. It was so long ago that ordinary cultivators did not understand what was going on. However, with the explanations of some of the old men, everyone understood. It turned out that only the fall of a guardian who had obtained the providence of the heavenly Tao would cause the heavenly Tao to sense it and produce such a phenomenon. How is this possible? The guardian is a peerless emperor. Who can kill him? That's right. The guardian has the heavenway fate. Even great emperors can't kill him in the ancestral Dragon Imperial City. Who is it that can actually kill Lord Guardian? The crowd was filled with doubts. I heard that Lord Guardian entered the Burial Desert, and the Burial Ant Queen in the Burial Desert went on a rampage. Countless burial ants swept through the Burial Desert, killing many challengers. Could it be the Burial Ant Queen? Someone guessed. Very likely. The Burial Ant Queen is also a peerless emperor. Moreover, there are endless burial ants in the Burial Desert. It's very likely that the Guardian died in there. If the Guardian is dead, doesn't that mean that we don't have to take the test and can pass the Candle Dragon Imperial City? Ha ha ha. That's right. Everyone, let's go and rush out of the Candle Dragon Imperial City. I heard that the Guardian has accumulated a huge amount of origin elixirs over the years. I guess it's in the Guardian's residence. Let's go and rob the Guardian's residence. Rob. Many people guessed that the Candle Dragon had been killed by the sky-burying Ant Queen. Without a guardian in Candle Dragon Imperial City, there would be no spokesperson for the heavenly Tao. Naturally, the so-called test would no longer exist. Many of the trial takers who came later were extremely excited. They knew better than anyone the consequences of not having a guardian. The entire Candle Dragon Imperial City was in chaos. The iron law that forbade killing in the Candle Dragon Imperial City had become a piece of paper. Many trial testers relied on their powerful strength to burn, kill, and loot in Candle Dragon Imperial City. Then, they took the treasures and left Candle Dragon Imperial City. Some ambitious people even set their sights on the Guardian's residence. After all, the accumulation of the Illumination Dragon clan over countless years could be said to be mostly in the Guardian's residence, which made many people extremely envious. Amongst them, the Fortune Building in Candle Dragon Imperial City was the biggest commercial building and many people had their eyes on it. The guards, servants, and shopkeepers of the Fortune Pavilion suffered heavy casualties. Many of the treasures were stolen. When Ba Dao, the Tower Master of Azure Heaven, Fairy Jinghong, and the others returned to Candle Dragon Imperial City, they saw the Fortune Building burn to the ground. Those bastards deserve to die. The Tower Master of Azure Heaven's face was red. Her eyes were burning with anger and her body was trembling violently. To a certain extent, the Fortune Building was her private property. Now, all of her subordinates had been killed by those bastards, and her treasures had also been stolen. Sister Azure Heaven, the Candle Dragon's death might have something to do with Ling Xiao. Our top priority should be to head to the Guardian's residence and get the Heaven Dao seal. Fairy Jinghong's eyes flashed as she said slowly. Has something to do with Ling Xiao? Perhaps he died in Ling Xiao's hands. You're right. Whoever gets the Heaven Dao seal will become the new guardian. The Heaven Dao seal must not fall into the hands of those bastards. The Tower Master of Azure Heaven said through gritted teeth. That's right. Sister Azure Heaven, although they burned the fortune building, I'll compensate you with the Heaven Dao seal. With the Heaven Dao seal, you'll be the new guardian. Tong Tong said with a smile. Since that's the case, let's kill our way over and get the Heaven Dao seal. Ba Dao said slowly with a murderous look in his eyes. Ling Xiao was still in the burial desert. The Heaven Dao seal must be in the hands of their own people to ensure Ling Xiao's safety. If those with evil intentions were to get the Heaven Dao seal, Ling Xiao would be in danger. Everyone understood this point. Without any hesitation, they all soared into the sky and charged towards the central region of the Candle Dragon Imperial City. The central region of the Candle Dragon Imperial City was where the Guardian's residence was located. It was also the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon tribe. The entire Candle Dragon tribe was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere after the Candle Dragon's death. However, when it rains, it pours. Outside the Guardian's residence, thousands of experts gathered and continuously attacked the defensive formation of the Guardian's residence. Rumble, blazing light flickered and runes shattered. The defensive formation outside the Guardian's residence was being bombarded by the crowd. Streaks of blazing light landed on the formation barrier. Powerful weapons fell from the sky, causing the entire Guardian's residence to tremble violently. The people outside the Guardian's residence were divided into three major forces. Two of them were led by Feng Fan and Yilong. The leader of the other major force was a cold-looking young man in brown clothes with short hair. His eyes were bright, and he was very domineering. He was barehanded, but his whole body exuded a powerful fist intent that could destroy the world. The trial takers behind him all looked at him with awe and respect in their eyes. Crack, the cold-looking young man took a step forward and a terrifying aura rose around him. Then, he threw a punch in the air. An unparalleled fist intent exploded and swept out in all directions like a storm. That punch was extremely violent. In an instant, it landed on the formation barrier of the Guardian's residence, causing the barrier to tremble violently. Runes collapsed one after another as if it was going to be broken at any time. Hiss. As expected of the Fist Emperor. What a terrifying fist technique. Someone exclaimed and his eyes were filled with shock. Boom. Boom. Boom, every punch of the cold-looking young man called the Fist Emperor was like a meteor. It was extremely fast and powerful. It was domineering and terrifying, causing great damage to the formation barrier. His strength alone was comparable to the destructive power of hundreds of trial takers. It was truly terrifying. Even Feng Fan and Yilong's eyes were filled with seriousness. This Emperor of Fist made them feel extremely threatened. Brother Feng, this Fist Emperor is very strong. Why don't we team up and kill him first? Yilong's eyes flickered as he glanced at Feng Fan and said with a smile. Behind Yilong, only 3 of the 8 dragon rulers were left. In the Sky Burial Desert, Ling Xiao had attracted the Sky Burial Ants. Yilong, Feng Fan, and Zhu Chen had fought their way out, but they had suffered great losses. After returning to the Candle Dragon Imperial City, they had initially planned to leave the Candle Dragon Imperial City and head to the next Imperial City. However, to their surprise, the guardian Zhu Jiuyin had died. Both of them had a special thought in their minds. If they could wield the Heaven Dao seal and become the guardian of the Candle Dragon Imperial City, it would be better than fighting for their lives on the Eternal Emperor's road, right? Under their call, many trial challengers and geniuses gathered around them. Sure. A bright light flashed in Feng Fan's eyes as he nodded. The Fist Emperor made both of them feel extremely threatened. That incomparably fierce fist print seemed to be able to annihilate everything. As expected of the Emperor of Fists, it made them feel as if they were facing Ling Xiao in a trance. The Fist Emperor wore a black boxing glove on one of his arms. It flowed with a mysterious light and emitted a cold light. It allowed the Fist Emperor to possess an incomparably terrifying battle prowess. With a raise of his hand, he could pose a great threat to the spirit formation before him. Without the guardian Zhu Jiuyin's suppression, the formation barrier of the guardian's residence could not withstand the attacks of the trial challengers. In particular, some of the stronger trial challengers and geniuses had not only cultivated powerful emperor arts, but also possessed extreme emperor weapons. Under this kind of crazy bombardment, the formation boundary quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble, a frenzied killing intent burst out from the Fist Emperor's eyes. In the next moment, he leaped up, and the vital energy and blood around him rose. Unparalleled fist intent gathered, causing his arm to swell up intensely. It turned into a huge fist that came crashing down from the sky. Crack, that punch was like a falling star. It was extremely fast and contained the power to pierce through everything. It instantly blasted on the array barrier and blasted it apart. The runes exploded one after another, and turned into a bright rain of light that sprinkled down. The array formation had been broken. The trial takers and geniuses outside the Guardian Envoy's residence were all pleasantly surprised. They quickly rushed into the Guardian Envoy's residence. "Get out of my way!" The Fist Emperor's cold voice rang out. He swept out with a punch, immediately causing the dozen or so trial takers in front of him to retreat while coughing up blood. Their eyes were filled with rage, but they did not dare to say anything. "The heavenly Tao seal is mine. Anyone who stands in my way shall die," the Fist Emperor said domineeringly. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to look him in the eye. The Fist Emperor seemed to be very satisfied with this result. He turned around and strode toward the Guardian's residence. "Kill without mercy for trespassing into the ancestral land of the Illumination Dragon clan." A cold voice came from the Guardian's residence. The Illumination Dragon expert's eyes were filled with shock and anger as they charged towards the Fist Emperor. "With just you guys?" the Fist Emperor sneered. He did not stop in his tracks and was still very fast. Facing the Illumination Dragon experts who were charging towards him, he threw out a punch. Crack, the unparalleled fist print suppressed the surroundings as if it was splitting the world apart. It contained supreme divine power and instantly shattered the Illumination Dragon expert in front of him, exploding into a bloody mist in the void. Boom! 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 The Fist Emperor strode over like a tiger in a flock of sheep. His fist was extremely terrifying and suppressed the surroundings. The experts of the Illumination Dragon tribe who were rushing towards him were either killed or torn to pieces. No one was his match. Many trial takers and geniuses also charged into the Guardian's residence. While fighting the Illumination Dragon experts, they searched everywhere for the heavenly Tao seal. The entire Guardian's residence fell into a sea of corpses and blood. Zhu Jiuyin was the strongest expert of the Illumination Dragon clan, and Zhu Chen was a genius of the Illumination Dragon clan. When they entered the burial desert, they brought many Illumination Dragon Imperial Emperors with them, but all of them died inside. Now that the Illumination Dragon clan was extremely empty, how could they be a match for those powerful trial takers? Although the Illumination Dragon clan was fearless and kept charging forward to fight with those trial takers, the huge difference still caused the Illumination Dragon clan to be defeated continuously and retreat to the depths of the residence. In the center of the Guardian's residence, there was a huge altar that emitted 9-colored light and was filled with vast heavenly might. A mysterious ancient seal floated above the altar, as if it controlled the supreme authority of billions of living beings. It was daunting. Heavenly Tao seal, there was no need for anyone to explain. Immediately, the same thought appeared in everyone's minds and their eyes became extremely passionate. This was the authority bestowed by the Heavenly Tao, the Heavenly Tao seal. As long as they could refine the Heavenly Tao seal, they would be able to control the Illumination Dragon Imperial City and become the guardian of the Illumination Dragon Imperial City. This was an irresistible temptation for many people. At this moment, the remaining members of the Illumination Dragon clan had already retreated to the surroundings of the 9-colored altar. Their eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that the Illumination Dragon clan was going to be exterminated today? Get lost. The Heavenly Tao seal is mine. Those who block me will die. The Fist Emperor's eyes burned and his voice was like thunder. His fist was like a dragon, shattering everything. The Illumination Dragon experts in front of him were all killed by him. Even the trial takers and geniuses who could not dodge in time were implicated. The Fist Emperor seemed to have gone berserk as he strode towards the altar. Be it the people of the Illumination Dragon clan or the trial takers, they all died in his hands. A thick stench of blood permeated the air. Severed limbs were everywhere. The Guardian Envoy's residence had turned into an azure hell. the Fist Emperor arrived below the nine-colored altar. His gaze landed on the heavenly path seal, and his eyes burned with passion. Whoosh, however, at this moment, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. It was extremely fast. It was a golden arrow that was blazing and resplendent. Wherever it went, the void seemed to have solidified. It contained the power to pierce through everything as it shot towards the Fist Emperor's glabella. Clang, there was a loud clang that shook the void in all directions. Four incomparably powerful figures holding black war spears also charged towards the Fist Emperor. "You're courting death." The Fist Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. Vast fist intent surged out from his body and the gloves on his arms emitted a deep light. The golden arrow had already reached the Fist Emperor's glabella, but at this moment, it seemed to have been distorted by some kind of power and flew out diagonally. However, it still left a bloody mark on the Fist Emperor's face. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a sharp killing intent shot out from the Fist Emperor's eyes. His entire being was shrouded in a frenzied aura. Only now did he realize that it was Feng Fan who had shot the golden arrows at him. The four figures were none other than Ying and the three dragon monarchs. The four of them attacked with all their might, displaying their supreme emperor techniques. Their attacks seemed to be able to pierce through everything, aiming for the Fist Emperor's vital points. "All of you deserve to die." The Fist Emperor's voice was low and hoarse, containing a trace of intense killing intent. He threw out 4 punches in succession. Each punch was ferocious and domineering to the extreme, as if they could annihilate everything. He didn't dodge at all, instantly clashing with Ying and the others. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk sparks flew in all directions. Ying and the others couldn't help but tremble. The black war spears in their hands vibrated incessantly, and an unparalleled divine force was transmitted from the war spears. The 4 of them were simultaneously sent flying. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the Fist Emperor stomped his foot, and his entire body shot up like lightning, punching towards Feng Fan. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk Feng Fan's eyes were cold. The golden bow in his hand locked onto the Fist Emperor. His fingers moved like afterimages, and golden arrows shot out like dazzling light, drowning the Fist Emperor in an instant. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the Fist Emperor's fist was ferocious and domineering. It was as if he didn't know what fear was. Facing the golden arrows, the tyrannical aura in the Fist Emperor's heart was stimulated. The golden arrows were directly blasted away by the Fist Emperor. However, the arrows were incomparably sharp, and they also pierced through the Fist Emperor's arms and body, turning him into a bloody mess. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk exchanging injury for injury, the Fist Emperor arrived in front of Feng Fan in an instant. He punched down, causing the void to explode. Feng Fan's expression changed, and he raised his golden bow to meet the enemy. A powerful emperor's aura gushed out from the golden bow, protecting Feng Fan like a barrier. However, the Fist Emperor's punch was incomparably domineering. It instantly broke the barrier and slammed into the golden bow, causing it to tremble violently. Feng Fan was also sent flying. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk swoosh. Whoosh. Ying and the others joined up with Feng Fan and surrounded the Fist Emperor. "Kill him." Feng Fan and Ying exchanged glances. Killing intent flashed in their eyes as they both charged toward the Fist Emperor. They all felt the great threat of the Fist Emperor. The more it was so, the stronger their desire to kill the Fist Emperor became. Otherwise, with the Fist Emperor around, it would be impossible for them to snatch the Heaven Path seal. Rumble, the Fist Emperor was fighting 1 against 5, and his battle intent soared into the sky. Although he was fighting a bloody battle, he was not at a disadvantage at all. As for Feng Fan, Ying and the others, they were able to unleash an incomparably powerful killing power. Feng Fan's golden divine arrow was extremely sharp and could pierce through everything. Together with the golden bow, an extreme Dao imperial weapon, it could pose a great threat to the Fist Emperor. In addition, Ying and the other three's teamwork was extremely ingenious. Combining long-range and melee attacks, they actually managed to trap the Fist Emperor. It would not be easy to determine the victor in a short period of time. As for the other trial challengers and Skype brides, they all had their own ulterior motives. When they saw the Fist Emperor, Feng Fan, Ying Yilong, and the others fighting among themselves, they all had their own ulterior motives. They kept charging toward the altar to kill the experts of the Illumination Dragon tribe, waiting for an opportunity to snatch the Heaven Path seal. Rumble, the nine-colored altar was shrouded in a mysterious light. It looked ancient and majestic, and there was a mist around it that intertwined with a vast heavenly might. The Heaven Path seal at the top was everyone's target. However, at this moment, no one could get close to it. The nine-colored altar had an extremely powerful defense. Ordinary people would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. Once they entered the nine-colored altar, with the help of the numerous trial challengers and Skype rides, everyone was pinned down. However, at this moment, a figure quietly arrived. It was a woman in a long white dress with a veil covering her face. Although her face could not be seen clearly, she exuded a peerless aura. Rumble, she stretched out a slender palm and gently patted the nine-colored altar's barrier. In an instant, heaven and earth shook as blazing divine light erupted. The nine-colored altar's barrier shattered with a loud bang. The white-clothed woman directly passed through the layers of light and entered the nine-colored altar, grabbing at the Heaven Path seal. "You're courting death." At this moment, Feng Fan caught a glimpse of the white-clothed woman from the corner of his eye. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he shot the golden arrow in his hand towards the white-clothed woman. "Put down the Heaven Path seal. You want to pick peaches? You're courting death. Kill her." Many trial challengers were also alarmed. All of them were furious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. They all gave up on attacking each other and charged towards the white-clothed woman at the same time. Buzz, the white-clothed woman waved her sleeve, and a mysterious heaven and earth chi rose from her sleeve, transforming into an incomparably powerful heaven and earth boundary that enveloped her. As if she did not hear the crowd's berating, she still reached out to grab the Heaven Path seal. Boom, the Heaven Path seal suddenly spewed out a dazzling light, and mysterious runes appeared one after another. A vast and terrifying heaven's might erupted, as if it wanted to annihilate everything in its surroundings. However, the white-clothed woman's clothes fluttered in the wind, and her hair fluttered in the wind. Her entire body did not move at all. Her palm was sparkling like jade, and it was filled with an immortal luster. The Heaven Path seal trembled violently, as if it was about to fly out of the white-clothed woman's hand at any moment. The white-clothed woman formed a seal with both hands, creating afterimages. Runes flew out one after another, constantly striking the Heaven Path seal. Buzz, a mysterious ancient mirror floated above the white-clothed woman's head. The ancient mirror was black on one side and white on the other. The aura of life and death interweaved, and it was incomparably powerful. As the ancient mirror appeared, a mysterious green lotus bloomed, causing the white-clothed woman's surroundings to be enveloped in a mysterious aura of primal chaos. That heaven and earth boundary also became sturdy and immortal. Boom, the golden divine arrow struck the boundary, causing it to tremble violently. However, it was unable to penetrate the heaven and earth boundary. Everyone's attacks landed on the heaven and earth boundary, but it only caused ripples to appear on the boundary, and then it was annihilated in an instant. The Heaven Path seal? Let me see if the Heaven Path is here or not. An ethereal voice rang out. The white-clothed woman did not seem to care about the surrounding attacks at all. She directly sat down cross-legged on the nine-colored altar. The space between her eyebrows glowed, and mysterious runes flickered, vaguely reflecting a mysterious figure. The Heaven Path seal seemed to be suppressed, and it slowly floated up. It flew to the space between her eyebrows, and began to intertwine with the light between her eyebrows. Rumble, many trial challengers were enraged. They attacked the barrier around the white-robed lady in a frenzy. Each of them unleashed powerful emperor techniques and took out their strongest emperor weapons in an attempt to annihilate the white-robed lady. They were fighting with their lives on the line and were about to get the Heaven Path seal. They did not expect the white-robed lady to snatch it from them. Moreover, the white-robed lady's attitude was blatant disregard. "Everyone, let's kill her. Refining the Heaven Path seal is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Let's kill her and snatch the Heaven Path seal. How dare she look down on us? Does she really think that she can withstand all of our attacks? Everyone was enraged as they shouted with righteous indignation. Even the King of Fist, Feng Fan, Yilong, and the others had given up on fighting. Their eyes were cold as they charged towards the nine-colored altar. Boom! 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 The King of Fist's unparalleled fist print was like an ancient sacred mountain. It pressed down from the sky as though it could break everything. The Heaven Path seal shook violently. Feng Fan's golden arrows shot out continuously. They were like golden lightning that contained the power to pierce through everything. When they landed on the Heaven Path seal, they shattered one rune after another. Yifan and the other dragon kings held black war spears in their hands. They were like black dragons that could destroy the world. They roared as they charged forward, causing the light of the Heaven Path seal to dim. Although the white-clothed woman's heaven and earth boundary was very strong, and it had the support of the ancient mirror and the mysterious green lotus, under the constant attacks of the trial challengers, it was quickly weakened. It trembled violently as if it would shatter at any moment. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Ba Dao, Fairy Jinghong, and the others had arrived. The Heaven Path seal has been snatched away? Ba Dao's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the nine-colored altar. He was filled with a strong fighting spirit. It has indeed been snatched away. That person, is the Empress? Fairy Jinghong nodded. However, when she saw the white-robed figure on the nine-colored altar, she could not help but tremble. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Is it really Her Majesty? The Tower Master of Jadefall shuddered as well. Her eyes were filled with excitement. That's right. Yes, Her Highness the Empress, these people deserve to die. How dare you beseech Her Majesty? Fairy Jinghong nodded. Her eyes were filled with fanatical adoration. Finally, she swept her gaze across the trial challengers and geniuses. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. Damn it! Jinghong, the enchantment set up by Her Majesty the Empress would probably be broken soon. Let's hurry over and protect Her Majesty. The Jadefall Manor Master hurriedly said. All right. Fairy Jinghong nodded her head. The many geniuses of the feather race behind her were equally fanatical as their battle intent shot through the heavens. Your Majesty? Ba Dao's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Brother, the Empress that Sister Jinghong mentioned is very powerful. But since she's one of us, let's protect her first. Tong Tong's eyes were solemn as he said slowly. Although Ba Dao was curious, he knew that someone who Tong Tong said was very powerful must be extraordinary. But he knew that the situation was urgent, so he didn't ask too much. Fairy Jinghong and the Tower Master of Jadefall took the lead. Ba Dao followed closely behind as they charged towards the nine-colored altar. Rumble, their attacks were incomparably sharp, containing the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was as if they could destroy everything. The trial challengers and geniuses all thought that Fairy Jinghong and the others were here to snatch the Heaven Dao seal and attack the Xianxia enchantment, so they didn't pay much attention to them. But soon, they were in trouble. Domineering Blade finally saw how powerful a woman could be when she was angry. Almost instantly, more than 10 trial challengers had their physical bodies smashed by Fairy Jinghong and the Tower Master of Jadefall. Then, their primordial spirits were turned into ashes. Fairy Jinghong and the Tower Master of Jadefall seemed to have gone completely berserk as they exploded with terrifying killing power. Fairy Jinghong spread her wings and was extremely fast. She held an ancient sword in her hand, and sword chi filled the sky. Countless people died under her sword, their souls scattered. The Tower Master of Jadefall seemed to be surrounded by a river of the underworld. The river water rolled over, and anyone who was swept by the river had their physical bodies corroded. Even their primordial spirits only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. The Empress that they were talking about seemed to provide them with endless motivation, allowing them to explode with terrifying battle strength. In an instant, they tore a hole in the enchantment. Clang, Ba Dao didn't slow down at all. A sharp sword light slashed down like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens. It was snow-white and dazzling. It killed a few trial challengers, and then forced the others to retreat. They leaped up and flew to the Xianxia enchantment to protect the white-robed woman. Who are you people? Fairy Jinghong of the Feather Tribe? damn it, they're with that white-robed woman. So what if she's Fairy Jinghong? The Heaven Dao Seal is mine. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Many trial challengers and geniuses were shocked and angry. They all shouted loudly, their eyes filled with incomparably cold killing intent. They actually came out alive? Feng Fan and Ying Long also looked at each other, and a trace of bewilderment appeared in their eyes. They're all still alive. That Ling Xiao can't be still alive, right? Could it be that the death of the Guardian has something to do with Ling Xiao? Ying Long's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Impossible. Even if that Ling Xiao didn't die, how could he be a match for the Guardian? The Guardian's death should be caused by the heaven-burying Ant Queen. Don't make wild guesses. The most important thing now is to snatch the Heaven Dao Seal. Feng Fan shook his head. That's right. As long as we get the Heaven Dao Seal, even if that Ling Xiao is still alive, as long as he dares to enter Candle Dragon Imperial City, he will die without a burial ground. Ying Long gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with incomparable resentment. Scram! The Fist Emperor roared, killing intent boiling in his eyes. He shattered Qi Lei's saber light with a punch and his gaze landed on Ba Dao. He felt a strong threat from Ba Dao's body, causing the battle intent around him to burn even more fiercely. You're very strong. Ba Dao's eyes flashed as he also saw the Fist Emperor. You're not bad either. Come. If you can take 3 of my punches, I'll spare your life. The Fist Emperor sneered. The vast fist intent around him rose, and without the slightest hesitation, he pounced towards Ba Dao. Fairy Jinghong and the Tower Master of Azure Heaven were both high-level Imperial Emperors. They were powerful and killed many trial takers in one move. However, they were soon entangled by Ying Long and Feng Fan. At this moment, there were more than 1,000 trial takers gathered at the Guardian's residence. Although they were powerful, they were outnumbered. As time passed, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. This was because the trial takers' main target was the Heaven Dao Seal. They all wanted to break the Heaven Dao Seal and snatch it. Otherwise, if they focused on Fairy Jinghong and the others, they would have been defeated long ago. Under such an intense battle, the Heaven Dao Seal grew dimmer and dimmer. The runes were crumbling as if it would break at any moment. However, the white-robed woman sitting within was still unaware. Her glabella shone brightly and intertwined with the Heaven Dao Seal as if she was refining it. What should we do? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on. Fairy Jinghong was a little anxious and transmitted her voice to the Tower Master of Azure Heaven. There's no other way. We have to hold on. Her Majesty is refining the Heaven Dao Seal and we can't let anyone disturb her. When the Heaven Dao Seal breaks, I'll stop them and you take Her Majesty out of here. The Tower Master of Azure Heaven said. Firmly. These bastards are crazy. They're willing to give up their lives for the Heaven Dao Seal. Fairy Jinghong gritted her teeth. At this moment, the Guardian's residence was like Azure hell. There were probably more than 1,000 trial takers who had died, the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Terrifying energy rose in the surroundings. If not for Candle Dragon Imperial City's incomparable sturdiness, this level of chaos would have destroyed the entire Candle Dragon Imperial City. However, they were all crazy for the Heaven Dao Seal. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already left Burial Desert. When Ling Xiao returned to Candle Dragon Imperial City, he noticed the chaotic battle that was taking place in the Guardian's residence. He caught a trial taker who was plundering and learned about the chaos in Candle Dragon Imperial City from him. After the Candle Dragon died, Candle Dragon Imperial City became a masterless city? They're all fighting for the Heaven Dao Seal? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a strange look. Only now did he realize that the culprit behind the chaos in Candle Dragon Imperial City was actually him? Heavenly Dao Seal? I want to see who's so reckless as to dare snatch my things. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and headed towards the Guardian's residence. Since he was the one who killed the Candle Dragon's Heaven Dao Seal should naturally be his. After a while, Ling Xiao saw the 9-colored altar. Ba Dao, Tong Tong, Fairy Jinghong, Jade Fall, and the others have all returned safely? When Ling Xiao saw Ba Dao and the others, he felt relieved. At that time, the situation in the Burial Desert was so chaotic. He was also very worried about Ba Dao and the others. Seeing that they were safe and sound, Ling Xiao was relieved. However, when Ling Xiao saw Feng Fan and Ying Yilong, a cold light flashed in his eyes. These two fellows were actually so lucky to actually leave the burial desert alive. However, they were still too greedy. How dare they covet the heavenly Dao seal? Just as Ling Xiao was about to make a move, his gaze landed on the nine-colored altar and he saw the white-robed figure. Ling Xiao's body trembled and his eyes were filled with shock. Although the white-robed figure had a veil covering her face and her face couldn't be seen clearly, Ling Xiao still recognized her in an instant. Ji Feishuan. Ling Xiao didn't expect to meet Ji Feishuan here. The white-robed lady looked holy and noble with peerless elegance. Her entire body exuded a majestic and mysterious aura. She was like a peerless empress that no one dared to look at. At that moment, she seemed to have forgotten everything as she was completely immersed in the resonance with the heavenly Dao seal. The profound yellow barrier around her was already on the verge of shattering. Boom! After the King of Fists took Ba Dao's attack head-on, his unparalleled fist print landed on the yellow barrier. The yellow barrier trembled violently and instantly shattered. Just as Ling Xiao was about to make a move, he suddenly stopped and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura gushed out from Ji Feishuan's body, her eyes opened. It was a pair of incomparably beautiful eyes. Her gaze was clear and deep as if it contained the stars in the sky. Chaotic yin and yang flowed, causing people to unconsciously sink into it. In an instant, the world lost its color. Ji Feishuan waved her sleeve, and a vast chaotic light instantly rose. The yin and yang qi flowed like a blazing light that instantly swept out in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. The surrounding trial takers who wanted to take the opportunity to kill her all trembled violently and spat out blood. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they flew backward at the same time. Even the King of Fists, Feng Fan, Ying Yilong, and the others trembled and took a few steps back before they could stabilize themselves. You guys, want the heavenly Dao seal? Ji Feishuan stood up, and her voice was incomparably cold. Her voice contained a majestic heavenly might that caused everyone to tremble involuntarily and their hearts to palpitate. Wherever her gaze swept, no one dared to look at her directly. They all involuntarily lowered their heads. Peerless Emperor? The King of Fists said slowly as an extremely powerful battle intent surged in his eyes. Feng Fan, Ying Yilong, and the others also looked solemn, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Earlier, they did not see Ji Feishuan's true cultivation level clearly. It was only when Ji Feishuan attacked that they realized that Ji Feishuan actually had the cultivation level of a peerless emperor. Moreover, the aura that Ji Feishuan emitted seemed to be able to sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 lands and suppress billions of living beings. It was an invincible aura. Legend had it that only a great emperor could cultivate such an invincible aura. Your Majesty! Fairy Jinghong's eyes were filled with excitement as she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Fortunately, the Empress woke up in time. Otherwise, she would not know how to protect the Empress. Her cultivation level was still too weak. Jinghong, thank you for your hard work. Ji Feishuan glanced at Fairy Jinghong and nodded indifferently. It's my honor to protect your Majesty. However, my cultivation level is too weak. Fairy Jinghong's eyes revealed a trace of shame. Ji Feishuan raised her head, and her eyes were as clear as water. However, everyone felt an incomparably dangerous aura from her body. The Heaven Path seal had fallen into the hands of this peerless emperor, so who would dare to snatch it? Everyone was secretly nervous, afraid that Ji Feishuan would unleash her wrath, and all of them had thoughts of escaping. However, at this moment, Ji Feishuan's eyes flashed as she saw Ling Xiao in the distance. When their eyes met, Ji Feishuan's heart could not help but tremble. It's actually him. P.S. Yesterday, my little Muyu was born. At that moment, I felt like my heart was about to melt. Sharing this good news with my readers, I feel that my life is complete. I will have to work harder from now on. When Muyu is not so busy, there will be a way. Thank you for your continued support, the Apex Ling Xiao. Ji Feishuan did not expect to see Ling Xiao here. I knew that you would reach this point, that you would reach the pinnacle and conquer the path of the Eternal Emperor. You're still you, but unfortunately, I'm no longer me. Ji Feishuan looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. She had a deep relationship with Ling Xiao since the God of War's boundary. She was only able to get to where she was today because of Ling Xiao's help. It could be said that Ling Xiao had left an incomparably deep imprint in her heart. Long time no see. Ling Xiao smiled at Ji Feishuan. His eyes were clear and bright. Ji Feishuan was a little dazed. The Ling Xiao in front of her seemed to have overlapped with the white-clothed young man in her memory. Long time no see. Ji Feishuan nodded at Ling Xiao. Although her heart was pounding, her face was still cold. It's Ling Xiao? Ying Yilong and Feng Fan also noticed Ling Xiao's figure. They could not help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao actually made it out of the burial desert alive. Before they left the burial desert, they had heard from Zhu Chen that the Guardian would personally kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Burial Ant Queen's rebellion was deeply related to Ling Xiao. Now that the Candle Dragon was dead, Ling Xiao was still alive. Could it be that the Candle Dragon's death was related to Ling Xiao? Ying Yilong and Feng Fan's hearts palpitated when they thought of this. Especially when they saw that Ling Xiao knew Ji Feishuan, they were even more terrified. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Let's go. Ying Yilong and Feng Fan looked at each other and cried out in a low voice. After which, they turned around in an extremely quick manner and teleported into the distance. Boom! At this moment, a snow-white saber ray fell from the sky. It was domineering and sharp as if it was going to split the heavens and earth in half. Ying Yilong and Feng Fan felt their scalps go numb. They forcefully stopped themselves and threw out a punch to collide with the saber ray. Boom! The space shook as the two of them were sent flying. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Ba Dao descended from the sky. His face was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Ba Dao, don't go too far. There are tens of thousands of trial takers here. Do you want to make everyone your enemy? Ying Yilong tried to put up a strong front as he roared. Many of the trial challengers' expressions changed as they looked at Ba Dao with eyes full of hostility. Make everyone my enemy? Ying Yilong, I'm afraid you think too highly of yourself. Listen up, I was the one who killed the Candle Dragon. Other than Feng Fan and Ying Yilong, if you leave now, I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, a bright light flashed in his palm and a head appeared. That head's hair and beard were all over. It had a ferocious expression and died with its eyes wide open. It was the Candle Dragon's head. What? Everyone's body shook violently, and their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Is he really the one who killed the Guardian? Lord Guardian is a peerless Imperial Emperor. He can actually slay a peerless Imperial Emperor? Hiss. This Ling Xiao is the chosen one. His strength is so terrifying. How can we be his match? Let's go. We can't make this person our enemy. After the trial challengers saw the Candle Dragon's head, their battle intent instantly dissipated. Only deep respect was left in their eyes. Someone took the lead and shouted. Immediately, many trial challengers leaped up and dashed out of the Guardian's residence. Their speed was extremely fast, as if they were running for their lives. At that moment, how could they still care about the Heaven Path seal? They were afraid that they were not fast enough. If Ling Xiao went back on his words and wanted to kill them all, who would be Ling Xiao's match? Did he really kill the Guardian? Ying Yilong and Feng Fan's faces instantly turned pale. Their eyes were filled with despair. He's Ling Xiao? A fourth Heaven Imperial Emperor can kill a peerless Imperial Emperor? Only this person is worthy of being my opponent. The Fist Emperor's gaze landed on Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with eagerness as a powerful battle intent emanated from him. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had also noticed the Fist Emperor. He felt an extremely powerful fist intent from the Fist Emperor. It was vast and pure, and it made him curious. Who is this person? Big brother, this person is the Fist Emperor. He possesses extreme fist intent and is extremely powerful. Ba Dao explained to Ling Xiao through voice transmission. The Fist Emperor? Ling Xiao nodded. He was not bothered. This saber is yours. Ying Yilong and Feng Fan are yours. Is that okay? Ling Xiao smiled faintly at Ba Dao. Then, a light flashed in his palm and the Candle Dragon saber appeared. This is the Candle Dragon saber? Big brother, don't worry. Their lives are mine. A cold light flashed in Ba Dao's eyes. He immediately took the candle dragon saber. Buzz, the candle dragon saber hummed and emitted a dazzling light. Saber intent surged, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Yingyilong and Feng Fan had schemed against them in the burial desert. This had made Ba Dao angry for a long time. Although the culprit, Zhu Chen, was dead, Yingyilong and Feng Fan were still alive. Ba Dao could no longer hold back. Yingyilong and Feng Fan's expressions changed when they saw the candle dragon saber in Ba Dao's hand. Rumble, blazing saber radiance rose from Ba Dao's body. With the candle dragon saber in his hand, Ba Dao slashed at Yingyilong and Feng Fan. The blazing saber radiance shrouded the surrounding void. It was extremely terrifying. It was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, enveloping everyone. You're courting death. Feng Fan and Yingyilong were shocked and furious. They did not expect Ba Dao to attack them directly. Moreover, the candle dragon saber in Ba Dao's hand made their hearts palpitate. That was the candle dragon saber, the supreme emperor weapon of the candle dragon tribe. The candle dragon had died in Ling Zhao's hands. There was no longer any doubt. Swoosh! 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 Feng Fan and Yingyilong wanted to escape. After all, other than Ba Dao, there were still two extremely terrifying experts, Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan. Without needing Ling Xiao to say anything, Fairy Jinghong and the other experts of the Feather Tribe surrounded them. The members of the Feather Tribe possessed extreme speed. Moreover, they were extremely talented in the Sword Dao. Every one of them was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the sky. Yingyilong and Feng Fan roared furiously. However, they were unable to break out of the encirclement, let alone leave the Guardian residence. They were caught in the middle of a huge battle. The candle dragon saber in Ba Dao's hand was dazzling. In an instant, it brought them a huge threat. Feng Fan, Yingyilong, and the others were dead. The 8 from the Divine Arrow clan and the 4 Dragon Kings from the Winged Dragon clan had all died in Ba Dao's hands. Their fates were sealed the moment Ba Dao used the forbidden saber with the candle dragon saber. The Avicii Hell Demon's burial saber could destroy the physical body and destroy everything. No one in the same realm could stop it. Their physical bodies were destroyed and their primordial spirits were destroyed. Even their Dao fruits were taken out by Ba Dao. Fairy Jinghong and the experts from the Winged Dragon clan had set up an inescapable trap under Tong Tong's Eye of the Heavenly Dao. There was no way for them to escape. Big brother, I did not let you down. Ba Dao strode towards Ling Xiao. He was surrounded by a murderous aura and his blood was boiling. The murderous intent in his eyes had yet to fade. The blood-stained golden bow, golden divine arrow, and 12 dazzling Dao fruits floated in front of Ling Xiao. Although Ba Dao looked a little weak from the backlash of the forbidden saber, his aura had risen to its peak. His eyes were blazing and his body was emitting a radiance that no one dared to look at him directly. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Xiao nodded and said. After this battle, Ba Dao's aura had risen and his cultivation base had improved. Moreover, the knot in his heart had been untied. From then on, he had improved tremendously and his future was limitless. Ling Xiao kept the golden bow and golden divine arrow. The 2 supreme emperor weapons buzzed and shone with a dim light as if they were mourning the passing of their owners. The 12 Dao fruits were kept in Ling Xiao's primordial spirit consciousness. They merged and gradually formed 2 perfect Dao fruits. One was the arrow Dao fruit and the other was the winged dragon Dao fruit. Brother Ling Xiao, I'll bring my brother to treat his injuries first. Tong Tong blinked his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan for a moment before he said with a smile. Let's go and clean up the battlefield. Fairy Jinghong and Tower Master Bai Luo nodded and said. Although they were extremely excited and wanted to pay their respects to the Empress, they could see that Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan had a lot to talk about. Therefore, they left. In the Guardian Envoy's residence, apart from a small number of people who managed to escape, most of the experts of the Illumination Dragon lineage died here. There were broken limbs everywhere, and blood and flesh were dripping everywhere. Other than the 9-colored altar in front of him, which was still pure and holy, the other areas had turned into hell. Wang, Ji Feishuan waved her sleeve and instantly, a transparent barrier spread out and enveloped Ling Xiao and her. At the same time, an ancient mirror floated up and supported the barrier, making it seem as if the barrier had evolved into layers of the void, mysterious and unfathomable. The ancient mirror was the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror that Ji Feishuan had once obtained. Ling Xiao could tell that the barrier was extremely powerful. He was also very curious about Ji Feishuan's cautiousness. All right. You can speak now. Ji Feishuan smiled at Ling Xiao. Her smile was like the melting of ice and snow, causing the world to lose its color. Even Ling Xiao was momentarily dazed. After so many years, Ji Feishuan had become even more peerless. Her temperament was extraordinary, especially her majestic aura, just like a peerless empress. What are you guarding against? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Ji Feishuan smiled faintly and did not speak. She stretched out a jade-like finger and pointed at the sky. Ling Xiao could not help but be shocked as he nodded his head. Heaven's Way, Ji Feishuan was guarding against the illusory Heaven's Way? Ling Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here. We haven't seen each other for a few hundred years since we parted ways in the divine world, right? Ji Feishuan smiled faintly. That's right. After we parted ways in the great Zhou divine nation, I haven't seen you since. Later on, I heard that you entered a forbidden area. Where have you been all these years? Ling Xiao nodded his head and asked curiously. All these years, that's a long story. Back then, I held the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror and entered the demon burial abyss. Later on, I accidentally entered the feather world and became related to the feather world. Ji Feishuan smiled faintly. Her expression was very calm as she began to talk about her experiences over the years. As it turned out, Ji Feishuan entered the feather world through the demon burial abyss and accidentally entered the feather race. In the forbidden area of the feather race, Ji Feishuan's cultivation improved greatly and awakened a certain power in her body that allowed her to control the power of life and death. The forbidden area of the feather race was where the Life Empress was worshipped. Legend had it that although the Life Empress was from the human race, she had a deep relationship with the feather race. Ji Feishuan controlled the power of life and death and obtained the inheritance of the Life Empress. Hence, the feather race thought that she was the reincarnation of the Life Empress and was respectfully addressed as the Empress. The feather world lived in seclusion and was independent from the other worlds. In order to prevent the great calamity from affecting them, they had very little interaction with the outside world. All these years, Ji Feishuan could be said to have been cultivating diligently. It wasn't until the Eternal Emperor's road opened that she entered it. You're the reincarnation of the Life Empress? Ling Zhao's body trembled as his eyes were filled with disbelief. Among the 9 emperors of the human race, the Life Empress was extremely mysterious. Legend had it that she was the only female among the 9 emperors of the human race. It was also said that the Green Lotus Empress was also a female. However, too much time had passed and it could no longer be verified. The Life Empress controlled the Life Tao. When the human race was resisting the invasion of the other races and even conquering the other worlds, the Life Empress had saved countless people and was remembered by countless people. Ling Xiao did not expect the feather race to think that Ji Feishuan was the reincarnation of the Life Empress. Do you believe it? Ji Feishuan smiled faintly with a hint of loneliness in her eyes. I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head and answered honestly. There was a feeling of mutual appreciation between him and Ji Feishuan, and they were both soulmates. It was natural for them to be extremely happy to reunite after such a long time. However, for some reason, Ling Xiao felt a strange aura from Ji Feishuan. It was unattainable and unapproachable. That's right, I don't know either. I don't know if I'm the reincarnation of the Life Empress, but I've indeed obtained the inheritance of the Life Empress. Ji Feishuan smiled faintly. However, her smile looked a little bitter and made one's heart ache. Only Ji Feishuan knew that the figure in her sea of consciousness seemed to be in a deep sleep. However, she had a feeling that it would wake up at any time. If that figure woke up, would she still be herself? Whether you're the reincarnation of the Life Empress or not, you're still you. You're Ji Feishuan, the Ji Feishuan that I've known since I was in the God of War realm. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Feishuan seriously. Seeing Ling Zhao's serious expression, Ji Feishuan was a little dazed. Unknowingly, she seemed to have relaxed and smiled at Ling Xiao. P.S. I didn't have the time to update last night at the hospital. I'll update now. There are 2 more updates tonight. Although you're trying to deceive yourself, I've decided to believe you. Ji Feishuan's smile was a little mischievous, but she seemed much more relaxed. Alright, let's not talk about me anymore. I didn't expect you to be the chosen one. You must have merged with the Candle Dragon's Heaven Path Providence, right? There's still quite a bit of Heaven Path Providence in the Heaven Path Seal. It might not be enough for you to condense the Heaven Path Pearl, but it should be soon. Ji Feishuan smiled and handed the Heaven Path Seal to Ling Xiao. You didn't refine the Heaven Path Seal? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Of course not. Refining the Heaven Path Seal won't benefit me. I don't want to be bound by the Heaven Path. Moreover, I don't know what the Heaven Path is. Ji Feishuan said slowly. What is the Heaven Path? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he felt that Ji Feishuan was implying something. That's right. Ling Xiao, do you know what I saw in the Heaven Path Seal? Ji Feishuan said. What did you see? I just obtained the Heaven Path Seal and wanted to use the Heaven Path Providence to find out where the Heaven Path is. However, I realized that the Heaven Path isn't on Eternal Emperor Road. Ji Feishuan's words made Ling Xiao's body tremble. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You might ask, if the Heaven Path isn't on Eternal Emperor Road, where does the Heaven Path Providence come from? Who gave you the authority to be a guardian? That's what I want to know. Ji Feishuan looked deeply at Ling Xiao and said. The Heaven Path isn't on Eternal Emperor Road? Maybe the Heaven Path is really in a deep slumber. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His eyes flashed as he suddenly thought of the mysterious old man Heavenly Tao that he met during the Heaven Choice Convention. If the old man Heavenly Tao said that he was the incarnation of the Heaven Path and the Heaven Path was severely damaged for some reason, then what was the Heaven Path Providence on Eternal Emperor Road? The Heaven Path might not be on Eternal Emperor Road in this era, but it has been in a deep slumber since countless eras ago. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Feishuan and told her about his encounter with the old man Heavenly Tao. The incarnation of the Heavenly Tao, old man Heavenly Tao? Countless eras ago, the great Tao of Heaven fell into a deep slumber due to its severe injuries. Then, who stole the authority of the great Tao of Heaven? Ji Feishuan's eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. It looks like the Eternal Emperor Road isn't as simple as it seems. Although I've just entered Candle Dragon Imperial City, the fate of Heavenly Tao, the Guardian and the legendary robber are all related to Heavenly Tao. I really want to see what the culprit wants to do. Ling Xiao sneered. If someone stole the authority of the Heavenly Tao, they would become the Heavenly Tao of the Eternal Emperor Road. The mastermind had sent down the fate of the Heavenly Tao, set up the guardians of the 108 imperial cities, and even the legendary Tao robbers. There had to be a motive. Although this goal was still unknown, Ling Xiao believed that one day, the fox's tail would be revealed. You are the chosen one, and now that you have fused with the providence of the Heavenly Tao, perhaps you have long been targeted by the fake Heavenly Tao. Ji Feishuan looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Don't worry, it's better to enter the trap. Not only am I the chosen one, but I also want to become the son of the Heavenly Tao and lure the fake Heavenly Tao out. Only then can I see its true motive. Ling Xiao sneered. He wasn't worried. Since he had been targeted, he might as well turn the world upside down. Ling Xiao believed that the fake Heavenly Tao must have been caught off guard after he killed the Candle Dragon, or it might have already affected the fake Heavenly Tao. It seemed like the Heavenly Tao seal wasn't a good thing at all. It was ridiculous that the trial takers were still fighting for it, even at the cost of their lives. In Ling Xiao's mind, the fate of the Heavenly Tao was enshrouded in a mysterious and ancient aura. It had already fused with Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Ling Xiao's fate of the Heavenly Tao wasn't strong enough. Legend had it that if the fate of the Heavenly Tao was strong enough and condensed into the Heavenly Tao Pearl, he would be able to obtain the protection of the Heavenly Tao and be invulnerable. Therefore, Ling Xiao really wanted to see what would happen after condensing the Heavenly Tao Pearl. You must be careful. It's simply unheard of to be able to replace the Heavenly Tao. I'm afraid that even the Supreme Emperor would find it difficult to do so. Ji Feishuan looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. If the fake Heavenly Tao is really so strong, I'm afraid that I'm just an ant to it. It's not enough for it to deal with me. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. He was incomparably carefree. However, since Ji Feishuan had given the heavenly Dao seal to Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately took the heavenly Dao seal and executed the heavenly Dao secret skill to devour the fate of the heavenly Dao seal. The fate of the heavenly Dao seal was the result of countless years of accumulation in the Candle Dragon Imperial City. At this moment, it was all given to Ling Xiao. The majestic fate of the heavenly Dao seal entered Ling Xiao's mind and fused with his primordial spirit, causing the pressure of his indestructible primordial spirit to become more and more intense. Originally, the fate of the heavenly Dao seal was like a dense fog. At this moment, it had turned into a purple glow, like a purple robe draped over Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit. Ling Xiao had a feeling that he was like a fish in the sea, allowing him to adapt to the Eternal Emperor Road. What are you going to do with this heavenly Dao seal? Ji Feishuan asked curiously. Although this heavenly Dao seal doesn't look like anything good, it can't fall into the hands of unrelated people. Didn't Bai Luo want to become the guardian? I can give it to her. Ling Xiao played with the heavenly Dao seal in his hand and smiled. At this moment, there was only a wisp of fate of the heavenly Dao seal left. The rest had been devoured by Ling Xiao. It would take many years to accumulate the majestic fate of the heavenly Dao seal again. However, a wisp of fate of the heavenly Dao seal was enough for the owner to communicate with the heavenly Dao and become the guardian of the Candle Dragon Imperial City. Bai Luo? She has already entered the Eternal Emperor Road and her Emperor Road has been severed. Becoming the guardian is a good choice for her. Ji Feishuan nodded and said. She glanced at Ling Xiao and said slowly, however, there's one more thing that you must be mentally prepared for. Now that the Candle Dragon has died in your hands, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to enter those imperial cities in the Eternal Emperor Road. This? Ling Xiao's face froze and he felt a little troubled. Ji Feishuan was right. This was probably the biggest disadvantage after he killed the Candle Dragon. The news of Ling Xiao killing the Candle Dragon would probably spread to all 108 imperial cities in no time. It would be strange if the imperial city's guardian envoys allowed him to enter the imperial city. Moreover, with the heavenly Dao seal in hand, Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide. It would be difficult for him to disguise himself. The Eternal Emperor's road ran through thousands of worlds. It was vast and boundless, filled with dangers, forbidden lands, and many ancient beasts. It was extremely dangerous. The 108 imperial cities were also safe places prepared for the trial takers. Although they had to pass the test in the imperial city, it was much safer than outside the imperial city. If Ling Xiao could not enter the imperial city, he could only cross the dangerous areas of the Eternal Emperor's Road alone. That was where the greatest danger lay. If they really don't allow me to enter the imperial city, I can only cross the Eternal Emperor's Road. This is nothing. Perhaps there will be more opportunities and rewards outside the imperial city. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You still don't know the dangers of the Eternal Emperor's Road. However, if the guardian envoys don't allow you to enter the imperial city, we can just kill our way in. Ji Feishuan said faintly with a trace of murderous intent in her eyes. Looking at Ji Feishuan in front of him, although she was a little unfamiliar, Ling Xiao was still amazed. He did not expect Ji Feishuan's cultivation to be so terrifying after not seeing her for so long. The Ninth Heaven Imperial Emperor Realm, the Peerless Imperial Emperor Realm. This was an existence that had touched the Imperial Realm. In the Eternal Emperor's Road, she was already considered a prodigy among the prodigies. The Guardian Envoy's residence was cleaned up very quickly. Fairy Jinghong and the Feathered Tribe went to greet Ji Feishuan while the Firmament Tower Master came to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, these are the origin beads that I promised you. They are all perfect quality. The Firmament Tower Master's eyes twinkled as she handed over a jade box and smiled at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao opened the jade box. Immediately, brilliant rays of light shone from within as the origin energy intertwined, looking mysterious. There were more than 50 perfect quality origin beads, which surprised Ling Xiao greatly. There are so many perfect quality origin beads? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with shock. After all, although there were many trial testers in Candle Dragon Imperial City, there were not many true geniuses. Ordinary trial testers could not condense a perfect origin bead. Ling Xiao originally felt that it would already be pretty good if he could collect a few perfect quality origin pearls from these dead trial takers. Some of these origin beads are treasures of the creation building, some were taken from the bodies of the trial takers, but most of them were found in the treasures of the Illumination Dragon lineage. I'm afraid they were gathered by the Illumination Dragon lineage over countless years. Now, they're all yours. The Jadefall House Master smiled. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Ling Xiao smiled. He did not stand on ceremony and kept it. With these over 50 origin pearls, the number of perfect grade origin pearls in his body would most likely exceed 100. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. Consider it my thanks for saving my life. However, what I'm curious about is, are you a robber? If you're not a robber, why do you need so many origin pearls? The Tower Master of Jade Heaven looked at Ling Xiao curiously. Robbers? Take a guess. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, he took out the Heaven Path seal and handed it to the Tower Master of Jade Heaven. Since you're so generous, I can't be stingy. The Heaven Path seal is yours. From now on, you're the guardian of Jade Heaven in Illumination Dragon Imperial City. Heaven Path seal? The Tower Master of Jade Heaven trembled. Her eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. She looked at Ji Feishuan in the distance with hesitation. Ling Xiao understood her thoughts. He smiled at her and said, "Don't worry. Your Empress doesn't need this item. She agreed to give it to you." Thank you, Empress. The Tower Master of Jade Heaven's eyes were filled with incomparable excitement and admiration. She bowed respectfully to Ji Feishuan. Illumination Dragon Imperial City has been in chaos for too long. I'll leave the rest to you. After Ba Dao recovers, we should leave. Ling Xiao looked at the Tower Master of Jade Heaven and said. Don't worry. Thank you. The Tower Master of Jade Heaven looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. Then, he found a secret room in the Guardian's residence and went into seclusion. While Ba Dao was recovering, Ling Xiao went into seclusion in the secret room. He was preparing to refine the dozens of origin pearls. More than 50 origin pearls contained a vast amount of origin energy. Most importantly, they contained a vast amount of origin energy of the Great Tao. For others, refining an origin pearl might not be an easy task. However, for Ling Xiao, with the sky-devouring secret technique and the good fortune jade disc, refining an origin pearl was as simple as eating and drinking. Half a month later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. Rumble, his body emitted a vast heavenly aura. Blazing divine light rose, making him look extremely mysterious. In his divine sense, 108 origin Tao fruits revolved around his indestructible primordial spirit like stars. They emitted an eternal and eternal light. Ling Xiao's eyes were as bright as the stars. No one dared to look at him directly. After refining all the origin pearls, Ling Xiao's cultivation did not break through. However, he had reached the peak of the fourth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. He could enter the fifth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm at any time. After digesting all of this, Ling Xiao's combat strength had increased by a lot. It's time to go. Ling Xiao's eyes were bright and deep as he looked at the sky. It was still vast and chaotic as if nothing had changed since ancient times. Ji Feishuan, Ba Dao, and the others were already waiting for Ling Xiao outside the Candle Dragon Imperial City. After the chaos, the Candle Dragon Imperial City was no longer as prosperous as before. It had become a little cold and cheerless. However, order had been restored. Ling Xiao arrived outside the Candle Dragon Imperial City and met up with Ji Feishuan and the others. They smiled at each other before leaping up and flying into the distance. Heaven and earth were vast and chaotic mist filled the air. The huge figure of the Candle Dragon Imperial City became smaller and smaller behind them. In the end, it was hidden in the chaos and disappeared without a trace. The Imperial City was just a temporary resting place. The Eternal Emperor Road was a path of conquest. It was a path of bloodshed. There were always all kinds of unknown dangers blocking their way. They passed by many desolate ancient stars, crossed the desolate mountains, flew across the boundless Dead Sea, passed through all kinds of uninhabited regions, and encountered all kinds of dangers. Prehistoric beasts that were taller than the sky lay dormant on the Eternal Emperor Road as if they were waiting for the trial takers to arrive and become its food. There were all kinds of strange plants, flowers that sucked people's souls, ancient trees that devoured bodies, vines that contained deadly poison, strange fruits that had spiritual intelligence. Along the way, they had experienced countless battles and killings. Even though Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan were extremely powerful, they were still injured. Even a few of the Feather Tribe's girls had died. They became more and more silent. On the Eternal Emperor's Road, even a peerless monarch would find it difficult to protect himself, let alone protect others. They had seen all kinds of dangers. In comparison, the dangers in the Candle Dragon Imperial City and Burial Desert were not worth mentioning. Just when they thought they were lost in the Eternal Emperor Road, they finally saw the Second Imperial City. In the vast and boundless chaotic space, a huge city stood between the heavens and the earth like a giant beast from the primeval times. It was still an ancient city wall that was taller than the sky. The majestic aura that came from it made one's heart palpitate. Kuanping Imperial City. These four ancient and mysterious characters were carved into the walls of the Imperial City. It was as if they could devour the minds of everyone present. We're finally here. Everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, and a joyful smile appeared on their faces. Their faces were filled with the vicissitudes of life and they were tense at all times. They were alert to any danger that might appear at any time. Now that they saw the Kuanping Imperial City, they finally felt relieved. The two bronze gates of the Kuanping Imperial City were tens of thousands of feet tall. Many trial takers had lined up outside the gates to enter the city. On both sides of the bronze gates, there were 2 rows of experts in black armor. Each of them was filled with a murderous aura. Their eyes were sharp as they constantly scanned the trial takers entering the city. There was an illusory ancient seal floating above the city gates. It emitted a bright light that shone on every trial taker entering the city. The Kuanping Imperial City's security is so tight? Ba Dao frowned and said. This posture, it can't be prepared for me, right? Ling Xiao smiled and said. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. To be able to make the Kuanping Imperial City act like they were facing a great enemy and even carefully inspect every trial taker entering the city, who else could it be other than Ling Xiao who was so bold as to kill the guardian? Ling Xiao, if this is really against you, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the city. Ji Feishuan said slowly. It's fine. Let's give it a try first. I want to see if this Kuanping Imperial City is prepared for me. Ling Xiao smiled freely. Then, he performed the heaven-shrouding secret skill to conceal his cultivation level and aura. At the same time, fate of the heavenly ways spread out from between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, adding to his heaven-shrouding secret technique. His aura changed drastically, adding an extremely powerful layer of disguise. Although everyone was a little worried, they still nodded their heads. He hoped that it was not because of Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would really be in trouble. After all, they'd encountered too many dangers along the way. They'd narrowly escaped death, fought bloody battles many times, and barely managed to kill their way here. If one couldn't enter the Imperial City, then reaching the end of Eternal Emperor Road would be as difficult as hell. Everyone lined up behind the trial takers and entered the Imperial City. Boom, the heavenly Dao seal in the void shot out an extremely bright light that shone on everyone's body. Everyone's expression was normal, but they felt like they were being spied on. However, Ling Xiao's expression changed. He felt a vast and terrifying fate of the heavenly ways descending on him. It was blazing like fire. The heavenly ways of the heavenly ways that he used to disguise himself was instantly shattered, and his aura was exposed. Oh no! Is it really targeting me? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and a thought appeared in his mind. Boom, his aura instantly soared into the sky, and a figure appeared in the void. It was Ling Xiao's true appearance. Swoosh! 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 The guards on both sides of the city gate stared at Ling Xiao with steely eyes. Then, they unleashed an extremely terrifying aura. They held long spears in their hands and flew across the sky, surrounding Ling Xiao in the middle. You're finally here. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to still dare to come to my Kuanping Imperial City. A middle-aged man in black armor who looked like a commander walked over. His eyes were like an eagle's as he stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. The aura around him was extremely terrifying. Murderous intent filled the air, and it locked onto Ling Xiao. It was a high-level imperial monarch, however, Ling Xiao could clearly see that there was a trace of deep fear in the guard commander's eyes. Ling Xiao gestured to Ji Feishuan and the others. He transmitted his voice to them, telling them not to act rashly and to pretend that they didn't know Ling Xiao. This was also the countermeasure that they had discussed previously. They wanted to prevent themselves from being treated as Ling Xiao's accomplice and being rejected at the door. Lord Commander? Why are you stopping me from entering Kunpeng Imperial City? Ling Xiao pretended to be puzzled as he asked. Ling Xiao, don't even think about sneaking into my Kunpeng Imperial City. The Guardian has already given the order that you are not allowed to enter Kunpeng Imperial City. Are you going to leave by yourself, or do you want us to ask the Guardian to take action? The guard commander sneered. Boom, the Heaven Path seal in the void shone brightly and emitted an extremely dangerous aura, locking onto Ling Xiao. It was as if the Heaven Path seal would attack as soon as Ling Xiao made any move. Guardian of Kunpeng Imperial City, we have no enmity between us. Why are you not allowing me to enter Kunpeng Imperial City? Aren't you afraid that you will be punished by the Heaven Path? Ling Xiao laughed bitterly in his heart, but he still looked at the Heaven Path seal and asked loudly. Buzz, as soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the Heaven Path seal shone brightly and the void vibrated slightly. An old man in a black robe with a sinister face appeared in the sky. Greetings to the Guardian. When the guards and commanders saw the old man, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Ling Xiao, you have killed the Guardian of Torch Dragon Imperial City. You are the public enemy of all the Imperial cities. How dare you enter Kunpeng Imperial City? The punishment of the Heaven Path? You have killed the emissary of the Heaven Path. Even if the Heaven Path wants to punish you, you will be the first to be killed. The black-robed Guardian sneered. What? Ling Xiao killed the Guardian of Torch Dragon Imperial City? No wonder the security in Kunpeng Imperial City is so tight today. It is to prevent Ling Xiao from entering Kunpeng Imperial City. If he can't enter the Imperial City, he will be in danger in the wilderness of Eternal Emperor Road without a chance to catch his breath. How did he do it? The Guardian of the Imperial City has unfathomable strength. With the support of the Heaven Path, even a great emperor can't kill the Guardian. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The black-robed Guardian's words finally answered their doubts. Kunpeng Imperial City had gone to such great lengths to prevent Ling Xiao from entering the Imperial City. So this was the reason. Many of the trial testers came from other Imperial cities and did not know what had happened in Candle Dragon Imperial City. Lord Guardian, what happened in Candle Dragon Imperial City was an accident. I promise that I won't cause any trouble. Are you really not willing to let me enter the Imperial City? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Do you dare to enter if I let you in? The black-robed Guardian sneered. There was a cold killing intent in his eyes. I don't dare to. Ling Xiao shook his head and said honestly. What a joke. If he entered Kunpeng Imperial City now, the black-robed Guardian would kill him immediately. In Kunpeng Imperial City, the Guardian would be able to unleash the unparalleled power of an emperor with the support of the Heaven Dao seal. Ling Xiao was naturally no match for him. If he could sneak into Kunpeng Imperial City, it would be fine. However, since he was discovered, Ling Xiao would not take the risk. Then why aren't you leaving? The black-robed Guardian sneered. His words were like thunder, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Very well. I'll leave. Lord Guardian, I hope you won't leave Kunpeng Imperial City for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stared at the black-robed Guardian. Are you threatening me? Ling Xiao, do you think I'm the Candle Dragon? If you don't know what's good for you, come and find me. The black-robed Guardian said coldly. Goodbye. Ling Xiao did not waste any more time and turned around to leave. He left without hesitation. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, Ji Feishuan, Fairy Jinghong, and the others were deeply worried. Ba Dao even clenched his fists tightly as his eyes revealed a trace of anger and killing intent. However, they knew that they could not show it at this moment. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's efforts would be wasted. They only hoped that Ling Xiao could leave safely and reach the next Imperial City. The black-robed guardian looked at Ling Xiao with a trace of burning killing intent in his eyes. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao immediately. He was very doubtful as well because Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Imperial Monarch realm, so how exactly did he kill the Candle Dragon? However, he did not dare to take the risk. In the end, he snorted and let Ling Xiao leave. He turned around and entered Kunpeng Imperial City. After all, he was invincible in the Kunpeng Imperial City. This person called Ling Xiao is really a ruthless person. However, if he can't enter the Imperial City, he'll have to take a longer detour and experience more dangers. Moreover, he won't be able to rest and replenish his energy. I'm afraid he won't be able to last much longer, right? Some people looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure with eyes full of sympathy. Who asked him to be so audacious? He actually dared to kill Lord Guardian. This time, I'm afraid there won't be a place for him in the 108 imperial cities. Someone mocked. Everyone shook their heads. After all, they did not have Ling Xiao's charisma. They could only line up obediently and enter the Rock Emperor City. After leaving Kunpeng Imperial City, Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. The 108 Emperor Cities are the 108 nodes of the Eternal Emperor's Road. They are also the fastest places to clear the stage. If you can't enter the Kunpeng Monarch City and want to take a detour, you'll have to go through some forbidden areas and dangerous places. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. In the Eternal Emperor's Road, there were many layers of space and it was extremely chaotic. Only the 108 Emperor Cities were eternal. It was easy to get lost in the endless wilderness. Moreover, there were many unimaginable dangers in the wilderness. On the way from Torch Dragon Imperial City, Ling Xiao had already deeply understood this point. I'll find a safe place to break through first. Then, I'll think of a way to cross the wilderness. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. After leaving Kunpeng Imperial City, the surroundings were filled with chaotic fog. The space changed and he came to a large swamp. In front of him were lakes and swamps. There were a few sparse withered trees. They looked half dead but were still stubbornly growing. However, Ling Xiao discovered that there were traces of battle in the swamp. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he followed the traces of battle. Finally, he found a withered peach tree in the swamp. There were traces of freshly picked fruit on it. It looked like the fruit had been picked not long ago. There was even a trace of strange origin energy remaining. This is the origin energy herb, the longevity peach? Amazing. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. The longevity peach was extremely precious. It was of the same quality as an extreme Dao metal. It could be used to refine the Supreme Emperor pill. It was already extinct in the universe. There were signs of a fight in the surroundings. Could it be for this longevity immortality peach? Ling Xiao was very curious. He withdrew his aura and continued to chase forward. After flying for tens of thousands of miles and passing through several large swamps, Ling Xiao finally heard the sounds of intense battle. Above a clear lake, dozens of experts in black armor, under the leadership of a middle-aged man in a black robe, surrounded a little black fatty. The dozens of experts in black armor were surrounded by a murderous aura. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. There were also formation flags in their hands. They intertwined with each other to form an extremely powerful boundary, trapping the little fatty in the middle. The little fatty was extremely fast. He constantly left behind afterimages as he tried to rush out of the boundary. However, he was blocked. Are they the guards of Kunpeng Imperial City? Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. The aura of the experts in black armor was exactly the same as the aura of the guards outside Kunpeng Imperial City. The black-robed middle-aged man should be the guard commander. His cultivation had already reached the high-level Imperial Emperor realm. When Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the little black fatty, his heart skipped a beat and he revealed a look of surprise. It's actually him? Wasn't that little fatty the Kunpeng fellow? Ling Xiao did not expect that the wretched little black fatty would also enter Eternal Emperor Road. However, this little fatty was a little unlucky. He had somehow offended the guards of Kunpeng Imperial City and was chased all the way here. Moreover, the little fatty's current condition didn't look good. The little fatty was extremely fast, but he was trapped and couldn't escape at all. Longevity grass? No wonder this fellow was trapped. It turns out that he fell into a trap. Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the lake below. There was a huge rock in the center. Half of a purple grass grew in the cracks of the rock. It was filled with a majestic aura of life. The other half was in the little fatty's hand. It looked crystal clear and contained a large amount of immortal matter. It was the legendary longevity grass. Thinking of the longevity immortality peach, Ling Xiao roughly guessed what had happened. The guards of Kunping Imperial City probably saw that the little fatty was extremely slippery and possessed extreme speed. Therefore, they used the longevity grass as bait to set up a trap. When the little fatty was plucking the longevity grass, they activated the formation flags and trapped the little fatty. Fatty Xiaohei's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Imperial Monarch realm, so the extreme speed that he took pride in had been restrained. So, he seemed to be in a difficult position while being besieged by a group of guards, and it didn't take long for him to fall into a disadvantaged position. Bastard! You lackeys of Kunping Imperial City, release the barrier if you dare. I'll fight you for 300 rounds. What's the point of using tricks? Fatty Xiaohei cursed as he dodged the attacks of the guards. Release the barrier? Shameless Fatty Xiaohei, are you trying to trick us? Aren't you just fast? Without speed, you're just a coward. When I catch you later, see how I'll deal with you. The black-robed middle-aged man said viciously with a sneer in his eyes. It seemed like he had suffered quite a bit at Fatty Xiaohei's hands. You bunch of lackeys of Kunping Imperial City. If it wasn't for that old bastard young Kongzi coveting my origin pearl, how could I have been forced to escape from Kunping Imperial City? You're helping the tyrant and want to capture me? Dream on. Fatty Xiaohei shouted with a mocking look in his eyes. He possessed extreme speed and was able to shift the heavens, leaving behind afterimages in the void. Although he was trapped in the extremely narrow space of the array flags, he was extremely slippery, causing most of the attacks from the guards to miss. However, the formation flags also restricted his speed. Many attacks still landed on his body, causing Fatty Xiaohei to cry out in pain. Fatty Xiaohei, just you wait, I'll tear your mouth apart. The black-robed middle-aged man was furious. His eyes were filled with anger. A sharp saber appeared in his palm. In the next moment, he charged into the space of the array flags. The saber light was unparalleled as it enveloped Fatty Xiaohei. With the black-robed middle-aged man joining in, Fatty Xiaohei was immediately in danger. Fatty Xiaohei was only at the 3rd heaven of the Imperial Monarch realm. Although he possessed extreme speed, he was still somewhat lacking when facing a high-level Imperial Monarch. The saber light in the black-robed middle-aged man's hand was incomparably sharp. Every time the saber landed, it would cause the void to tremble violently. It was like mud, restricting Fatty Xiaohei's extreme speed. Fatty Xiaohei's palm flickered with light. He actually took out a brick from somewhere and constantly blocked the saber light. Then, he looked for an opportunity to travel through the void. However, he was still trembling from the impact. His eyes were filled with incomparable anxiety. The space within the array flag was still shrinking. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Fatty Xiaohei was captured by the guards. This Fatty Xiaohei is weak, but his ability to cause trouble is top-notch. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was prepared to save Fatty Blackie. After all, they were old friends. Moreover, he was also very displeased with the attitude of the Rock Emperor's city guard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into his current predicament. Ling Xiao, aren't you going to make a move? If he didn't make a move now, his grandfather would be hacked to death. Hurry up and kill these bastards. Right at this moment, Fatty Blackie howled, instantly giving Ling Xiao a big fright. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He thought that Fatty Blackie had discovered him, but he saw Fatty Blackie's eyes darting around. It was obvious that he was up to something. However, when the surrounding guards heard Fatty Xiaohei's words, they instantly became extremely vigilant and hurriedly scanned their surroundings. Ling Xiao? That Ling Xiao who killed the Torch Dragon Empire city guard. Was he in cahoots with this fatty? Everyone, be careful not to be sneak attacked. The black-robed middle-aged man roared. The surrounding guards were extremely vigilant and were all guarding against Ling Xiao's sneak attack. Naturally, there was a flaw in their control of the formation flags. Boom, Fatty Blackie's eyes lit up. He seized this opportunity and forcefully blocked the black-robed middle-aged man's saber with the brick in his hand. Then, he leaped up and suddenly attacked the barrier. The barrier trembled violently and the runes shattered one after another. A crack appeared on the barrier. Fatty Blackie's spirit was greatly lifted and his eyes were filled with excitement. "Bastard, how dare you trick me? You're courting death." Only then did the black-robed middle-aged man realize that Fatty Blackie was actually trying to take the opportunity to escape. He was instantly enraged. His entire body trembled violently and his eyes were filled with rage. Boom, a blazing saber radiance swept across the sky. This was the black-robed middle-aged man's furious attack. It contained the power of wind and thunder as if it could shatter the void. Fatty Blackie immediately felt his scalp go numb. If he could attack the barrier again at this moment, the barrier might break. However, he would also be struck by the black-robed middle-aged man's saber. The terrifying power contained in the saber strike made Fatty Blackie not dare to take it head-on. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still instantly teleported away. Clang, the brick in Fatty Blackie's hand shone brightly and forcefully blocked the saber strike. Instantly, sparks flew in all directions. Fatty Blackie's arm went numb and the brick in his hand almost flew out of his hand. His entire body trembled violently and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The high-level Imperial Emperor's saber intent was incomparably sharp, but it still injured him. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Seeing that the high-level Imperial Emperor had already gone berserk, Xianxia shook his head. This Fatty Blackie is really courting death. He's not good at trickery and was immediately discovered. Boom, Xianxia directly revealed himself and punched out in the air. A mighty chaotic light rose up as if an ancient divine mountain had appeared in the chaos. It suppressed the surroundings and swept across the boundless world. It contained a chaotic fist intent of great destruction. Even though the guards were already on guard, they still felt an unparalleled aura in the face of this fist, causing them to be suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe. Crack, Xiao's fist instantly landed on the formation flag barrier. A crisp sound was heard, and the array flag barrier shook violently. The runes collapsed, and a huge crack appeared in the barrier in an instant. Boom, the array flag barrier that was able to seal Fatty Blackie could not even withstand a single punch from Xiao. It instantly shattered. The surrounding guards trembled violently as if they had been struck by lightning and were directly sent flying. F***ck, Xiao? Fatty Blackie was dumbfounded. Fatty Blackie rubbed his eyes hard as he looked at Xiao, who was smiling at him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was just casually speaking just now to create an opportunity to escape from the formation flag barrier. He didn't expect Xiao to appear here at all. But now, Xiao really appeared? Who are you? The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao coldly. He could feel an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Xiao's body, making him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. If that punch had been thrown at him, he wouldn't have been able to block it at all. I'm Xiao, the one who killed the candle dragon. Xiao smiled indifferently. What? The black-robed middle-aged man's heart trembled, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Xiao. This name reverberated like thunder in the Kuanping Imperial City. Ever since the Guardian had banned Xiao from entering Kuanping Imperial City, the news of Xiao killing the Guardian of Torched Dragon Imperial City had caused an uproar in the Imperial City. These guards naturally knew about it. They had never imagined that they would run into Xiao when they were ordered to kill Fatty Blackie. But in next to no time, the black-robed middle-aged man became slightly suspicious. Xiao only seemed to be at the fourth heaven of the Imperial Monarch realm, so how was he able to kill the Guardian of Candle Dragon Imperial City? Xiao, ha ha ha. I knew it was you. These bastards from Kuanping Imperial City dared to hunt me down? Quickly kill them all. Fatty Xiaohei laughed out loud after a short moment of shock. His eyes were filled with excitement and he was very smug. Let's go. The black-robed middle-aged man's expression changed. He ordered everyone and instantly turned around to teleport away. He was extremely decisive. Although he was puzzled as to why Xiao was only a fourth heaven imperial lord, he knew that Xiao was not someone he could provoke. Although he was very decisive, Ling Xiao was even faster. Boom, an unparalleled fist print pressed down from the sky. It was mighty and seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. The black-robed middle-aged man felt that his whole body had been locked down. His eyes were full of shock and anger. With a roar, he raised the saber in his hand. It was extremely dazzling, and he chopped towards Ling Xiao's arm. Crack, the unparalleled fist print landed like an ancient divine mountain. In an instant, the saber light shattered. The saber in the black-robed middle-aged man's hand was directly broken by Ling Xiao. The black-robed middle-aged man's body shook violently. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he was sent flying. Swoosh, Ling Xiao charged forward. His gaze was indifferent as he pointed his finger in the air. Spare, the black-robed middle-aged man trembled. His eyes were filled with extreme fear as he opened his mouth to beg for mercy. He finally understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. However, it was too late. Before he could even beg for mercy, Ling Xiao's finger tapped the space between his brows, directly destroying his indestructible primordial spirit. Boom, his corpse fell from the sky and landed on the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and fear. Whoosh! 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 As for the remaining dozens of guards, none of them were able to escape. Little gold shot out from Ling Xiao's wrist like a bolt of golden lightning. The origin of poison filled the air and enveloped the guards. Grandsons, watch Grandpa's power! Fatty Xiaohei shouted even more arrogantly. His eyes were filled with excitement, and his figure was extremely fast. A pair of black and white intertwined wings appeared behind him. They were incomparably sharp and could destroy everything. In an instant, they swept past a guard and cut him in half. Even the indestructible primordial spirit couldn't escape. Xiao Jin and Xiao Hei's cooperation was amazing. Not long after, dozens of guards died under their joint attack. Ling Xiao, ha ha ha. I didn't think it would really be you. Previously in Kunpeng Imperial City, that old bastard young Kongzi said that you killed the guardian of Torch Dragon Imperial City. I didn't believe it. I didn't think it would really be you. Fatty Xiaohei pounced toward Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with excitement. Slap, Ling Xiao slapped Fatty Xiaohei's head and swept him away. He was afraid that Fatty Xiaohei's dirty blood would stain his body. His eyes were filled with disdain. Fatty little black, you're really causing trouble wherever you go. How did you offend the guardian of Kunpeng Imperial City? He didn't even let you go after you left the Imperial City and even sent guards to kill you? Ling Xiao asked angrily. I'm innocent. When did I cause trouble? Ever since I entered Eternal Emperor Road, I've always kept a low profile and never caused trouble. It was that old bastard young Kongzi who took a fancy to my Kunpeng Dao fruit and wanted to harm me. That's why I escaped from Kunpeng Imperial City. Fatty Xiaohei shouted that he was wronged. He took a fancy to your Kunpeng Dao fruit? If he really wanted to attack you, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to leave Kunpeng Imperial City alive, right? How did you escape? Ling Xiao was very curious. The guardian of Kunpeng Imperial City had the power of a great emperor. It was terrifying and could suppress everything. Fatty Xiaohei's cultivation was only at the third heaven of the Imperial Lord realm. How could he have escaped from the guardian? Hee, that old bastard wants to capture me? Dream on. When he revealed his hostility towards me, I was the first to escape from Kunpeng Imperial City. He didn't even have the chance to attack me. Fatty Xiaohei said proudly. What? Revealed his hostility towards you? You think he covets your Kunpeng Dao fruit just because of that? Ling Xiao stared at Fatty Xiaohei in disbelief. Isn't that so? Other than my Kunpeng Dao fruit, what else do I have that's valuable? Moreover, if he doesn't covet my Kunpeng Dao fruit, why would he send people to kill me? Fatty Xiaohei said eloquently. All right. You have a point. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and felt a little helpless. However, no matter what the guardian had taken a liking to, he could only suffer in the face of such a cunning little thing like Fatty Xiaohei. Ling Xiao's depressed mood improved a little at that thought. Ling Xiao, why are you here? Don't tell me you were also chased by that old bastard young Kongzi? Fatty Xiaohei asked curiously. I wasn't chased by him and he didn't dare to chase me. However, he didn't allow me to enter Kunpeng Imperial City. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't allow you to enter Kunpeng Imperial City? Does that mean you really killed the guardian of Torch Dragon Imperial City? How did you do it? Fatty Xiaohei asked with his eyes wide open. Don't worry about that. I was just lucky. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Ling Xiao, do you want to take revenge? That old bastard Young Kongzi isn't a good person. Why don't we do something big and kill that old bastard? Fatty Xiaohei rolled his eyes and chuckled. Kill Young Kongzi? You're really daring. Ling Xiao couldn't keep up with Fatty Xiao's train of thought. He glared at him and said. What a joke. Young Kongzi was very cautious and had been hiding in Kunpeng Imperial City. Even if he left the Imperial City, it wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to kill him. Ling Xiao only managed to kill the Candle Dragon with the help of the Sky-Burying Ant Queen. Fatty Xiaohei wanted to take revenge for himself, but he wanted to use Ling Xiao as a tool. Did he really think the guardian was a fat pig that could be easily killed? Ling Xiao, do you know who Yan Kongzi is? I suspect that he's a robber. Fatty Xiaohei said mysteriously to Ling Xiao. Robber? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He did not expect to hear about robbers from Fatty Xiaohei. That's right. He's a robber. Do you know? I've been in Kunpeng Imperial City for more than a month. Over the past month, tens of thousands of trial takers have participated in Kunpeng Imperial City's test. However, most of them died or were injured. Less than 10% of them survived. However, the strangest thing is that most of their corpses have disappeared after they died. Even the fruits of Tao in their bodies have disappeared. According to my observations, their corpses and fruits of Tao might have fallen into Yun Kongzi's hands. Yun Kongzi is a peerless imperial emperor with unfathomable cultivation. He's also the guardian of Kunpeng Imperial City. Why would he want so many origin source fruits? I can't think of any reason other than his identity as a robber. That's why I didn't dare to participate in the test. In the end, I was targeted by Yun Kongzi and had no choice but to escape from Kunpeng Imperial City. Fatty Xiaohei said to Ling Xiao. Yun Kongzi is a robber? That's not impossible. However, even if he's a robber, it won't be that easy for us to kill him, right? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. I've already asked around. Kunpeng Imperial City's test is in the Mountain Sea Marsh. Yun Kongzi has a manor in the Mountain Sea Marsh that's guarded by Kunpeng Imperial City's guards. It's extremely tightly guarded and is protected by a powerful formation. I suspect that Yun Kongzi's secrets are in that manor. Fatty Xiaohei said cunningly. You've already asked around. Looks like you've been eyeing Yun Kongzi for a long time, right? Ling Xiao looked at Fatty Xiaohei and said with a faint smile. Hee, you can't say that. Who asked Young Kongzi, that old guy, to want to harm me? Even if there's no evidence that he's a robber, there must be many treasures in that manor. Let's go and rob his manor to vent our anger. What do you think? Fatty Xiaohei chuckled and instigated. If Young Kongzi is a robber as you said, there might be something shameful in this manor. Very good, I also want to see the legendary robber. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. Robbers were scurrying rats on the Eternal Emperor Road. Everyone wanted to beat them up. The goal of robbers was to plunder Origin Dao fruits. The more Origin Dao fruits they plunder, the stronger they would be. Not only were many trial challengers and geniuses likely to be robbers, but even the living beings on the Eternal Emperor Road could be robbers. If Yin Kongzi's identity as a robber was exposed, he would be torn to shreds by the enraged trial challengers even without Ling Xiao saying anything. Then let's set off now. The Kunpeng Imperial City's test is in 3 days. During these 3 days, Yun Kongzi won't be going to the Mountain Sea Great Marsh. He won't be paying attention to the Mountain Sea Great Marsh. This is our best chance. Fatty Xiaohei rubbed his palms and said excitedly. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and said. In the Imperial City's test, as the supervisor, the Guardian could use the Seal of Heaven path to observe the actions of all the participants. At that time, if Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie had entered the mountain sea marsh, they would have been instantly discovered by young Kongzi. Only the gap before the test would be the best opportunity to do so. Fatty Xiaohei, show your true form and bring me into the mountain sea great marsh. I don't know the way. If you want me to take revenge for you, it will depend on your performance. Ling Xiao smiled and patted Fatty Xiaohei's head. Don't even think about it. Fatty Xiaohei's face was filled with hostility as he snorted. He knew what Ling Xiao was planning. However, it was impossible for him, the mythical Kuan Peng, to be his mount. Boom, Fatty Xiaohei's aura rose and emitted a ferocious aura. The light was dazzling as he turned into a small Kuan Peng. His wings were like the clouds in the sky. Black and white intertwined and contained the chi of yin and yang. He compromised in the end. Ling Xiao smiled and jumped onto the back of the Kuan Peng. Swoosh! In the next instant, the Kuan Peng shot up into the sky like a bolt of black lightning and disappeared from the Great Marsh. The Mountain Sea Great Marsh was the largest forbidden area outside of the Kuan Peng Imperial City. It spanned thousands of miles and was filled with mountains and lakes. It was like a vast ocean. Many mountains floated above the lakes. Clouds and mist floated above the lakes. It was like a mysterious island. However, the Mountain Sea Great Marsh was also extremely dangerous as it was a forbidden area. Those mountains were occupied by ancient beasts. There were many ferocious fishes in the lakes. If the trial challengers were careless, they would be eaten by the fishes. There was a space barrier between the Mountain Sea Great Marsh and the outside world. However, it was easy to enter but difficult to leave. It was not easy to leave the Mountain Sea Great Marsh. Swoosh, Ling Xiao rode on the back of the Kuan Peng and shot through the space barrier like an arrow. He entered the Mountain Sea Great Marsh. Almost instantly, some powerful living beings were alarmed. In the sparkling lake, a few strange fishes that were shining with golden light jumped out. They wanted to attack the Kuan Peng. On the surrounding mountains, there were birds that were covered in flames flying over. Their screeches were extremely sharp. It was as if they could pierce through metal and stone. Roar, the Kuan Peng roared furiously. He opened his mouth and a powerful devouring force exploded. He swallowed the strange fishes and birds into his stomach. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of your grandfather? You don't know your place. The Kuan Peng said proudly. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Rumble, at that moment, the calm lake below started to shake violently. Huge waves surged and the void shook. A ferocious aura exploded. In the next instant, a huge 9-headed snake that was 10,000 feet long charged out of the lake. Its body was as black as ink and the 9 snake heads looked extremely ferocious. It spat out blue flames that contained an extremely cold power. It was as if it could freeze everything. The 9 blue flames intertwined with each other and moved at an extremely fast speed towards the Kuan Peng. Ancient beasts? Oh no. The Kuan Peng's eyes changed and a terrifying aura exploded around him. He shot up into the sky and spread his wings. He left an afterimage on the spot and appeared 1,000 miles away. Boom, the blue flames rose and there was an earth-shattering roar. It froze the space within a few hundred miles. The Kuan Peng was shocked. It did not dare to stay any longer. It flapped its wings and flew away at top speed. Behind it, the 9-headed snake could not catch up. It let out a loud hiss, causing the water to explode. Many ancient beasts around it trembled in fear. Let's see if you still dare to show off. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The strength of the 9-headed snake was extremely terrifying. It was comparable to a peerless monarch. It should be one of the kings of the Mountain Sea Marsh. Normally, it would hide in the depths of the lake. For some reason, it was disturbed by the Kuan Peng today. If the Kuan Peng did not have top speed, it would not have been able to escape from the 9-headed snake. Humph. I don't want to lower myself to its level. I'll take care of it later. The Kuan Peng snorted coldly. However, it did not dare to be so arrogant. Although it was still flying in the sky, it carefully concealed its aura and behaved itself. After all, this was the Mountain Sea Swamp. Powerful ancient beasts could be seen everywhere. Although it had top speed, it did not dare to be too arrogant. Their journey was considered peaceful. The Kuanping did not dare to provoke some of the powerful ancient beasts. Even if it was discovered, it would immediately use top speed to escape so that the ancient beasts would not be able to catch up. Some of the weaker untainted land creatures, after sensing the Kuanping's aura, avoided it obediently. Soon, they arrived at the manor that the Kuanping had mentioned. A tall mountain floated above the sea of clouds. It was covered with tall ancient trees. It looked lush and auspicious. It was filled with a majestic aura of life. It was extraordinary. One could vaguely see that there were jade palaces on the mountain. Exquisite pavilions were hidden among the trees. It looked very unique. However, this floating mountain was enveloped by a huge barrier, which contained an incomparably strong defensive power. Moreover, there were many figures with powerful auras in the barrier. They were the powerful guards of the Kuanping imperial city. They were constantly patrolling the floating mountain to prevent others from getting close. The floating mountain seemed to be a forbidden area in the mountain sea swamp. Ling Xiao realized that there were no auras of ancient beasts around. Ling Xiao, this is the manor of the old man Xianxia. He would come here every time there is a test in the mountain sea swamp. There must be treasures inside. Fatty Xiaohei's eyes lit up as he said to Ling Xiao eagerly. This barrier is very strong. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled. The boundary outside the floating mountain contained a powerful emperor's aura. The great Tao laws intertwined and origin energy permeated the air. It was an extremely powerful emperor's formation. Although it looked incomplete, it was still powerful enough. Ordinary imperial emperors couldn't break the barrier at all. Even if a peerless imperial emperor came, it wouldn't be so easy to break the barrier. Moreover, there must be powerful guards on top of the floating mountain. Once the barrier was attacked, it would immediately be discovered by the guards. This spirit formation looked mysterious and unfathomable. Furthermore, there was an incomparably vast heavenly might that was capable of blocking the prying eyes of those monstrous beasts. Young Kongzi had spent so much effort to protect this matter. It seemed that there must be some secrets in this matter. This barrier is indeed very strong. I tried to sneak in a few times, but I was discovered. So, we can only rely on you. Fatty Xiaohei chuckled as if it was a matter of course. Let's take a look first. Ling Xiao said in a noncommittal manner. He ordered Fatty Xiaohei to conceal his aura and circled around the huge barrier outside the floating mountain. The enchantment looked flawless, without any flaws. From the sky to the sea, the entire floating mountain was covered by the barrier. Ling Xiao, can we sneak into the barrier? Fatty Xiaohei asked with great anticipation. It's very difficult. But we should be able to give it a try. Perhaps we can use a diversion tactic. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Diversion tactic? Are you saying that we can lure some exotic beasts to attack the barrier? I'm afraid that's very difficult to do, right? Fatty Xiaohei immediately understood Ling Xiao's idea. That's right. We can break through from the bottom of the sea and lure some exotic beasts to attack the barrier. We can take advantage of the chaos to break in. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Young Kongzi must have added the qi of the way of the heavens to this formation. It exudes a powerful heavenly might, which prevents those primitive strange beasts from approaching. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to attract those primitive strange beasts. Fatty Xiaohei said. He had thought of this idea before, but he failed in the end. Let's give it a try first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly with an indifferent expression. Fatty Xiaohei was also very curious. How exactly would Ling Xiao lure the exotic beasts over? Whoosh, under Ling Xiao's command, Fatty Xiaohei immediately rushed into the lake below like a black bolt of lightning. The barrier of the floating mountain was like a huge ball of light. It extended all the way to the deepest part of the lake and connected with the soft surface of the lake. No living creature dared to approach the ball of light for 100 miles. The mysterious and vast heaven's aura made any exotic beasts tremble from the depths of their primordial spirits. Ling Xiao and Fatty Xiaohei came to the place where the ball of light and the lake connected. Ling Xiao's palm flashed and a milky white jade bottle appeared. What's this? Fatty Xiaohei asked curiously. He could feel that there seemed to be an extremely precious treasure in the jade bottle. It made him feel a strong desire in the depths of his heart. Good stuff. It's something that can make exotic beasts go crazy. You have to control yourself later. Otherwise, you'll be torn to pieces by those crazy exotic beasts before you even enter the barrier. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He opened the jade bottle. Immediately, an extremely rich fragrance spread out from the jade bottle. It was a ball of sparkling liquid. It was like nectar that contained an extremely powerful spirituality. It twisted in the lake, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. A mysterious wave spread out from the ball of liquid. At the same time, it was accompanied by a strong fragrance. Fatty Xiaohe shuddered. His eyes widened in an instant, and his breathing became extremely rapid. His eyes were filled with an incomparably blazing expression. This is life essence? Fatty Xiaohe was so excited that he almost jumped out. However, Ling Xiao grabbed him. What are you trying to do? This is bait for those exotic beasts. If you eat this, how are you going to lure them? Ling Xiao said unhappily. What a waste. What a waste. Ling Xiao, you actually used the life essence flower to lure the ancient beasts? I'll fight it out with you. How much life essence flower do you have? Hurry up and hand it over. Fatty Xiaohe was about to go crazy as he glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. No, that's all I have. In Candle Dragon Imperial City, I killed a peerless Imperial Emperor Realm desolate beast to refine this much. Ling Xiao said with a shrug. The life essence flower was the life essence condensed from the life essence of a peerless Emperor Realm ancient beast. It was an irresistible temptation to ancient beasts. Didn't you see that even Fatty Xiaohe was about to go crazy? The life essence flower could help ancient beasts improve their level of life and be reborn. It would give them powerful talents and even awaken their intelligence. Fatty Xiaohe didn't expect Ling Xiao to take out the life essence flower. If he knew that Ling Xiao had the life essence flower, he would have snatched it. The life essence flower was refined by Ling Xiao from the heaven-bearing Ant Queen's body with Tong Tong's help. Although this thing was precious, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He didn't feel the pinch at all when he used it to lure ancient beasts. However, Fatty Xiaohe's face was full of pain as he glared fiercely at Ling Xiao as if Ling Xiao owed him money. What a sin! What a sin! If you had said that you had the life essence flower, why would we need to lure ancient beasts? I'll help you restrain the guards in the barrier and create an opportunity for you. You just have to give me the life essence flower. Fatty Xiaohe wailed. Give it to you? You're only at the third heaven of the Emperor Realm. Even dozens of guards almost captured you alive. How can you restrain the guards in the manner? Who are you kidding? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with suspicion. Fatty Xiaohe was speechless. He immediately felt extremely hurt. He was despised, he was a divine beast, the Kuan Peng, one of the overlords of the ancient mythological era. He could devour heaven and earth and was omnipotent. Now, he was actually despised by Ling Xiao? Don't talk, there's movement. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he hurriedly signaled for Fatty He to be quiet. Then, the two of them silently hid in a crack in a rock far away, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Rumble, the heavens and earth quaked as the lake surged like a raging ocean, going completely berserk. Waves after waves of ferocious chi swept across the sky, setting off giant waves that emitted ancient and terrifying murderous intent. The life essence radiance was like a small sun, blooming with dazzling light. At the same time, it exuded a fatal fragrance that tempted those exotic beasts. A black crocodile tens of thousands of feet long appeared. Its body was covered in dragon scales, and its eyes were cold and indifferent. Its aura was monstrous as it opened its bloody mouth and bit toward the origin flower of life, boom. However, at this moment, a golden swordfish that was shining with golden light and as sharp as a sword came across the sky and crashed into the black crocodile. Black poisonous fog surged in the surroundings, and the ground violently trembled. A massive black dragon turtle with a savage dragon head pounced through the air. Hiss. Hiss. However, a series of hissing sounds were heard as terrifying waves swept across. In an instant, a giant snake with 9 heads appeared and pounced toward the dragon turtle. Besides that, countless beasts swarmed over and filled up the lake. Then, a fierce battle broke out between them, boom. Boom. Boom, they seemed to have gone completely crazy. The origin flower of life was extremely intelligent. It didn't stop there. After Xianxia removed the seal, it instantly turned into a stream of light and moved around in an attempt to escape. Those exotic beasts went completely crazy in order to snatch the origin flower of life. Why would they care if this was a forbidden area? Even the vast heavenly might emitted by the boundary was thrown to the back of their minds. They ignored it and only focused on snatching the origin flower of life. They crazily collided with the boundary, causing it to tremble violently. Dazzling runes intertwined with each other like a huge net, providing a strong defensive power. This is too much. There are actually 4 of them? Xiao's body trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of incomparable shock. The black crocodile, the golden swordfish, the dragon turtle, and the 9-headed snake exuded a terrifying aura. They all had the power of a peerless emperor. These were the 4 peerless emperors. Especially the 9-headed snake. It was the same 9-headed snake that chased after Xiao and Fatty Blackie. Xiao thought that it would attract some exotic beasts to attack the boundary, but he didn't expect that even the giant beasts would be attracted. 4 great ancient beasts? Xiao, these 4 great ancient beasts won't directly tear apart the boundary of the floating mountains formation, right? Fatty Xiaohei was also shocked as he asked nervously. It's hard to say. Now, we can only hope that the boundary of the formation is strong enough. With such a big commotion, the people in the floating mountain should be alarmed, right? Xiao said slowly. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. The scene in front of him was beyond his expectations. However, the more chaotic it was, the easier it would be for them to fish in troubled waters. In the floating mountain. What's going on? Why are there so many exotic beasts attacking the boundary of the formation? The boundary of the formation is supported by the heavenly Tao's providence. The exotic beasts shouldn't dare to come here. Why are they so crazy? Not good. Hurry up and strengthen the boundary of the formation, then kill those exotic beasts. We can't let them barge in. Otherwise, if the guardian is furious, we'll all die. Powerful figures came across the sky. They were all the guards of the floating mountain. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock and their faces were very ugly. So many exotic beasts attacking the boundary of the formation caught them off guard. Rumble, the formation was shaking violently. Runes were destroyed one after another, and then reformed, blocking the crazy attacks of the prehistoric beasts. Especially the 4 primeval beasts. They were overlords comparable to supreme monarchs, and they were extremely powerful. Normally, they rarely appeared in the mountain sea marsh. Who would have thought that a single piece of life origin radiance would actually draw all 4 of them out? Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of guards flew out from the floating mountain. Among them were 5 guard commanders. They were all wearing black armor. Their faces were cold and their auras were extremely powerful. Their cultivations were at the high-level emperor realm. With such strength, they should be more than enough to guard the floating mountain. However, what happened today was beyond their expectations. Under the lead of the 5 guard commanders, the hundreds of guards activated their powerful strength to kill the exotic beasts. They wanted to reduce the pressure on the boundary of the formation. Soon, the lake was dyed red with blood. The smell of blood spread out, arousing the killing intent of the exotic beasts. They roared and killed each other even more fiercely. Rumble, the boundary of the formation left by young Kongzi was indeed powerful. However, under the attacks of the 4 great ancient beasts, it became dimmer and dimmer. It seemed like it would shatter at any time. The guards of the floating mountain have been attracted. This is our chance. Next, we should enter the floating mountain. Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Hee, leave it to me. In such a chaotic situation, they definitely won't notice us. We have to hurry up. Before the boundary of the formation collapses, we have to take all the treasures in the floating mountain. Fatty Xiaohei said eagerly. His eyes were filled with excitement. Let's go. Xiao nodded and said. Whoosh, the fatty was like a black bolt of lightning. He silently rushed out of the bottom of the lake and flew towards the floating mountain. Rumble, at this moment, the barrier that enveloped the floating mountain was trembling violently. Runes shattered one after another, and the barrier became dimmer and dimmer. The guards of the floating mountain were all gathered at the bottom of the lake. They were killing beasts and preventing them from destroying the barrier. No one was patrolling the mountain, which created the perfect opportunity for Fatty Xiaohei. Buzz, the fatty's body emitted a mysterious spatial fluctuation, like a ripple, enveloping him and Ling Xiao in an instant. The spatial ripple was extremely mysterious. It was as if Ling Xiao and Fatty Xiaohei had become one with the space. At the same time, Fatty Hei's body exuded a powerful devouring power, which devoured all the surrounding space energy. They quickly approached the spatial enchantment. Taking advantage of the fact that a few runes were destroyed, they instantly rushed into the enchantment. Rumble, the surrounding space seemed to have solidified in that instant. An incomparably terrifying pressure came crashing down, wanting to crush Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie into dust. Fatty Xiaohei's space origin and devour origin erupted at the same time. He resisted the spatial pressure and devoured the spatial energy as he rushed into the barrier. The boundary of the formation shook violently and emitted a dazzling light. It was as if someone had forced their way in, and it began to issue a warning. However, it was so chaotic that the guards didn't notice that someone had rushed into the barrier. Space origin Dao fruit and devour origin Dao fruit? Fatty Xiaohei, you're good. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Fatty Xiaohei had actually condensed 2 origin Dao fruits. This was unexpected. Hehe, I'm the Kuanping Divine Beast. I have the talent of space and devouring. I'm naturally compatible with these 2 great Dao origins. When I became an imperial emperor, I condensed 2 great Dao fruits of origin. It can be said that this is unprecedented. The Kuanping race will respect me. Fatty Xiaohei said proudly. Even the Kuanping clan could only choose to condense a space Dao fruit or a devour Dao fruit. Not only was it extremely difficult to condense 2 origin Dao fruits at the same time, very few people were willing to do so. You've condensed 2 origin Dao fruits, but if I'm not wrong, your cultivation speed has slowed down a lot, right? Ling Xiao looked at Fatty Blackie with a faint smile on his face. Condensing 2 origin Dao fruits at the same time, and trying to advance simultaneously, the speed at which his cultivation improved was far inferior to that of someone who had only condensed 1 origin Dao fruit. Ling Zhao's words seemed to have poked at Fatty Hei's sore spot, causing him to almost jump up. So what if my cultivation is a little slower? I'm invincible in the same realm. Can any expert at the 3rd level of the Imperial Monarch realm be a match for me? Once I break through to the 4th level of the Imperial Monarch realm, I'll definitely not be inferior to you. Fatty Xiaohei said angrily. I hope so. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and decided not to hurt Fatty Blackie's feelings. If Fatty Blackie knew that he had a total of 108 origin Dao fruits in his body right now, he would probably be so depressed that he would kill himself. As they spoke, they had already passed through the formation barrier and entered the floating mountain. The floating mountain was majestic and towered into the clouds. Towering ancient trees stood in a forest, and mist rose. It was filled with majestic vitality. Streams of auspicious qi intertwined and filled the air, making it look like an immortal's paradise. What a great place! The origin energy here is so dense. That old fellow Yang Kongzi must have put in a lot of effort. There must be treasures here. Fatty Blackie's eyes lit up as he spoke excitedly. Ling Xiao closed his eyes slightly and then slowly opened them. A mysterious 9-colored light shot out as if it could penetrate everything. The origin energy of this floating mountain is emitted from the belly of the mountain. The densest place is there. If there's really a treasure like you said, it should be there. Ling Xiao pointed to the front, his eyes shining brightly. The belly of the mountain? What exactly is that old fellow Yang Kongzi hiding? Fatty Blackie's curiosity was piqued. He had only sensed that there was something wrong with the floating mountain before, but he didn't know what was inside. Using his incomparably powerful spatial talent, he swaggered over the floating mountain with Ling Xiao without being discovered by anyone. Soon, Fatty Blackie found an extremely large manor on the hanging mountain. In the deepest part of the manor, there were pavilions and terraces hidden between the trees. They were simple in design and looked exquisite. There were a few beautiful maids in the manor. Their figures were graceful, and although their cultivation wasn't high, they all had extraordinary temperaments. However, at this moment, they were all hiding everywhere. Their eyes were filled with terror, and they were trembling all over. There was a herb garden in the manor. Dense origin energy rose like mist in the herb garden. It shone with dazzling light. Stalks of origin energy that flickered with the glow of treasures were planted in the garden. They were of various shapes and appeared rather extraordinary. Hiss, there are so many origin energy herbs? Good heavens, did that old fellow Xianxia plunder all the origin energy herbs in the mountain sea great swamp and bring them here? Fatty Xiaohei's eyes lit up with a fervent look. Those origin energy herbs were incomparably precious. Many of them were even extinct in the universe. Fatty Blackie couldn't take his eyes off them after seeing them. Don't waste time. These origin energy herbs aren't the most precious. Think of a way to enter the belly of the mountain first. Ling Xiao slapped Fatty Blackie and said. Oh no. The formation boundary can't hold on any longer. Hurry up and inform the guardian. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Following that, an extremely terrifying sound of self-destruction was heard. It shook the heavens and the earth, and the void shook. It contained an incomparable wave of despair. It was a guard commander. In order to protect the formation boundary, he chose to self-destruct. He directly blew up one of the 9-headed snake's heads. The 4 prehistoric giant beasts seemed to be enraged. They attacked the formation boundary even more ferociously. The eyes of the guards were filled with anxiety. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. They had no idea how long the barrier could last. Oh no. Such a big thing has happened here. I'm afraid Xianxia will be here soon. Listen to my command. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. He knew that the guards of the floating mountain couldn't hold on for much longer. The formation boundary here couldn't hold on any longer. According to the situation, it wouldn't be long before Xianxia arrived. They had to hurry up. Wang. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he activated the Eye of the Ruler. Chaos, fate, karma, and reincarnation intertwined, instantly making his eyes mysterious and majestic. In front of Ling Xiao's eyes, there were no more secrets in the floating mountain. Everything was revealed to him. Ling Xiao saw that the belly of the floating mountain had been hollowed out. Rich origin energy intertwined within, just like a herb garden. That was the biggest secret. Go straight for 20 miles and enter the palace on the far left. Open the seat of honor, there's a passageway to the belly of the mountain. Following Ling Xiao's instructions, Fatty Xiaohei did not hesitate. Like a bolt of black lightning, he charged into the palace in an instant. Boom! Fatty Xiaohei didn't care if he was discovered or not. He swept his wings across the table and blew up the seat at the head of the table. Dazzling light shone in front of his eyes, interweaving with dazzling runes, sealing up a passage. This was the passageway to the belly of the mountain. In the palm of Ling Xiao's hand, the devouring flame appeared and flew towards the runes, enveloping them. The runes burned fiercely, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Soon, a crisp sound was heard. The runes shattered, and the power within was directly devoured by the sky-devouring fire. The seal had been opened. Let's go. Ling Xiao took the lead and entered the passageway. Fatty Blackie also hurriedly followed after him. Huge luminous pearls were embedded in the passageway, making it look as bright as day. One could clearly see that the passageway was made of some kind of special divine metal. Mysterious patterns intertwined on it, forming an indestructible seal. Only this passageway could lead to the belly of the mountain. It was completely isolated from the outside world. Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie were extremely fast. After passing through the long passageway, they quickly arrived at the belly of the mountain. In the belly of the mountain was an incomparably vast cave. Rich origin energy surged violently and had completely vaporized. It surged into Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie's bodies, making them feel comfortable all over. However, the scene in front of them left Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie dumbfounded. A black ancient tree was rooted in the ground. Its branches and leaves were strong and powerful, shining with sharpness as if it was cast from metal. It was very mysterious. Most importantly, there was a person on each of the branches. Thousands of figures hung on the ancient trees. Their hearts were pierced. Their eyes were wide open, filled with hatred, anger, pleading, grief, despair, and so on. Being stared at by thousands of figures, Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie couldn't help but tremble. The scene in front of him was too strange. The thousands of figures were shrouded in a thick aura of death. They looked like corpses, but there was still a trace of life in them. They were like the living dead. Their eyes were dim, like candlelight in the wind. Their lives could be extinguished at any moment. Above their heads, the tree branch pierced through their hearts and came out from the top of their heads. It bore a mysterious fruit that was interwoven with the source power of the great Tao. It looked mysterious and unfathomable. Origin Tao fruit, these words surfaced in Ling Xiao's heart almost instantly. They had actually been imprisoned here, and through such an evil method, all for the sake of nurturing their Origin Tao fruit. What is this thing? They're all trial takers? Did Yin Kongzi imprison them here? Isn't Yin Kongzi too crazy? Fatty Blackie grabbed Ling Xiao's arm tightly. He felt his hair stand on end. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his heart was filled with questions. They're trial takers, and they're all trial takers who have cultivated different Tao fruits. Ling Xiao's eyes were deep and flashed with a cold light. These people should be trial takers who had entered Kunping Imperial City. However, for some unknown reason, they had been captured and imprisoned here by Yun Kongzi. The ancient tree was very unfamiliar. Ling Xiao didn't recognize it either, but it was filled with an evil aura that sent chills down his spine. It's the Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree? I didn't expect someone to condense such an evil thing in this epoch. Is he trying to nurture a perfect Origin Tao fruit? What a guy. At this moment, the evil spirit's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree? What's that? Ling Xiao asked when he heard that the evil spirit seemed to recognize the ancient tree. The Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree is an extremely evil thing. It needs the blood of 10,000 spirits to grow. TSK, even the flesh and blood of 10 million spirits won't be enough to grow a Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree to such a tall height. This Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree probably doesn't belong to this epoch. When the Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree grows up, it's similar to a cauldron. It can absorb the flesh, blood, primordial spirits, and Tao fruits of living beings to condense a powerful Origin Tao fruit. I wonder who left this Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree behind. Is he trying to nurture a perfect Origin Tao fruit? Over 1,000 Origin Tao fruits at once, how extravagant. The evil spirit clicked his tongue in wonder. Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree? Using the blood of 10,000 spirits to condense the strongest Origin Tao fruit? Then these trial takers. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with astonishment. Although these trial takers are still breathing, they're no different from being dead. Their flesh, blood, and primordial spirits have merged with the Tao fruit. If you take them down, they will die immediately. I advise you to kill them and give them a quick death. It's better than living a life worse than death. The evil spirit said with a sigh. Living a life worse than death? The guardian of Kunping Imperial City was truly extravagant. As a guardian, it's fine if he doesn't preside over the Heavenly Path trials properly, but he's actually targeting the trial takers, and the so-called Heavenly Path. Is it really fair? Ling Xiao said with a cold grin. His eyes flickered with strong murderous intent. He had a strong urge to kill young Kongzi. No wonder young Kongzi had protected the floating mountain so well. He had even set up all kinds of seals, formations, and boundaries, and left guards to guard the place. As it turned out, this was his greatest secret. Ling Xiao told Fatty Blackie what he had learned from the evil spirit. Fatty Blackie was dumbfounded too. He's using the trial takers as cauldrons to condense the strongest Origin Tao fruit with the Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree? Is young Kongzi, is he out of his mind? Fatty Blackie's voice was trembling. He could not help but shudder. He finally understood why so many trial takers had disappeared in the previous trials. There were so many casualties. As it turned out, they did not die in the trials. Young Kongzi had captured them and brought them here. Luckily, he was extra careful. Otherwise, he would be hanging on the Million Spirit Blood Demon Tree by now. Young Kongzi, damn it. Fatty Blackie said through clenched teeth. He was trembling all over. Fatty Xiaohei finally confirmed his guess. Young Kongzi was indeed after his Dao fruit of Devour. Moreover, young Kongzi did not want to take his Dao fruit of Devour. Instead, he wanted to hang him on the million spirits blood fiend tree and use his primordial spirit and flesh to nourish the perfect origin Dao fruit of origin. If he had not found a chance to escape from Kuanping Imperial City, he would have ended up like this. Fatty Xiaohei could not help but shudder at the thought of this. He was terrified. Ling Xiao, didn't you already kill the guardian of Candle Dragon Imperial City? Young Kongzi is not that bad. He has committed such heinous crimes and must die. Why don't you kill him too? Fatty Xiaohei looked at Ling Xiao with great anticipation. Kill young Kongzi? Do you really think the guardians are cabbages? I can't defeat young Kongzi now. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said. Previously, he had killed the guardian of the Candle Dragon Imperial City, Candle Jiuyin, due to various factors. It was not his true strength. If he had to face young Kongzi head-on, he would not be able to kill him. Can't defeat young Kongzi? Are we going to let him be so arrogant? Why don't we use the strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf and let the 4 primitive beasts fight young Kongzi? Fatty Xiaohei was a little frustrated, but he quickly came up with an idea. It's a good plan, but how are you going to make the 4 primitive beasts fight young Kongzi? The 4 primitive beasts are not idiots. They won't be at your mercy. Ling Xiao said slowly. That is indeed a problem. Fatty Xiaohei scratched his head in frustration. But, maybe there's still a chance. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he looked at the million spirits blood fiend tree. The formation boundary outside Floating Mountain was already on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao felt that if he could open the belly of the mountain and let the 4 primeval beasts see the 10,000 spirits blood-sucking tree, they would probably not let go of the origin Dao fruit on the tree. After all, the origin Dao fruit was an unbearable temptation to the primitive beasts and primitive beasts. What is it? Fatty Xiaohei's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. Let's try it first. Ling Xiao said noncommittally. Seeing that Ling Xiao was keeping them in suspense, Fatty Xiaohei scratched his head anxiously. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation. He only had a single wish now, and it was to kill Yun Kongzi. Yun Kongzi made Fatty Hei feel deeply threatened. If Yun Kongzi didn't die, Fatty Hei wouldn't feel safe at all. Fellow cultivators, I know you can all hear me. You should be well aware of your physical condition. Your origin spirits and flesh have been nourished by the origin Dao fruit and the myriad spirits blood fiend tree. Therefore, I will kill you and set you free. Ling Zhao's voice was clearly transmitted to the 10,000 spirits blood fiend tree and into the minds of all the trial takers. But don't worry, after I kill you, I will make young Kongzi pay the price. At that time I will send young Kongzi to accompany you and avenge you in this battle. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly as he spoke seriously. Then he clasped his hands at the trial takers in an extremely solemn manner. The trial takers on the 10,000 spirits blood fiend tree seemed to have heard Ling Zhao's words. Their dazed and despairing eyes shone with astonishing light. Their gazes landed on Ling Xiao at the same time. They were filled with judgment, reluctance, anger, and despair. Ling Zhao's gaze was calm and composed. In the end, all the trial takers revealed pleading and grateful gazes. There was a sliver of relief in their eyes. Boom, the 10,000 spirits blood fiend tree suddenly began to tremble violently. Blazing flames surged on some of the trial takers at the same time, burning fiercely. That was the fire of life, releasing its final resplendent light. The trial takers were all powerful. They were the cream of the crop. At this moment, they frantically activated their fire of life, burning their origin spirits and flesh. They began to rapidly transform into a resplendent rain of light. Their origin Dao fruits, on the other hand, shone with dazzling light. Daoist rhymes filled the air as they quickly reached perfection. Hum. Hum. Hum, the origin Dao fruit trembled slightly. In the end, they intertwined with 9-colored light and became complete. Then, they broke free from the branches of the 10,000 spirits blood fiend tree and flew towards Ling Xiao. The origin Dao fruit were complete and flawless. They shone with 9-colored light like stars, enveloping Ling Xiao's entire body. This was the final gift from the trial takers. Ling Xiao's eyes surged with a sliver of emotion. He understood what the trial takers meant. The origin Dao fruit was filled with their expectations. It was heavy and carried their hopes of revenge. Don't worry. I know what to do. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He did not stop the gift. He allowed the perfect origin Dao fruit to fly towards him. He then opened his sea of consciousness. It shone with resplendent light and absorbed all the origin Dao fruit. The consciousness within the origin Dao fruit had completely dissipated and was easily refined by Ling Xiao. Among the thousands of trial takers, there were more than 100 origin Dao fruits that had become perfect. Although a small portion of them overlapped with Ling Xiao's origin Dao fruit, Ling Xiao still took all of them. In the end, the number of origin Dao fruits in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness increased by 72, reaching a shocking 180. 180 perfect origin Dao fruits surrounded Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit like stars. They floated in the space of his sea of consciousness, intertwining with mysterious and resplendent light. Majestic origin energy surged within Ling Xiao's body, pushing his aura to rise continuously. His cultivation base also rose rapidly. Ling Xiao's cultivation base naturally broke through the fourth sky of the Imperial Lord Realm and reached the fifth sky of the Imperial Lord Realm. Fatty Blackie was incomparably excited when he sensed Ling Xiao's breakthrough. It seemed like his chances of killing young Kongzi had increased. Everyone, take care. Young Kongzi will be with you very soon. Ling Xiao said slowly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then, sword chi rose from his palm. In an instant, more than 10,000 rays of sword chi soared into the sky. They pierced through the heads of the remaining trial takers at an extremely fast speed and killed them. The light in their eyes gradually dimmed, but they all showed a trace of relief. Chaotic light surged around Ling Xiao. Unparalleled divine power erupted. He punched out and suddenly struck the belly of the mountain. After his cultivation base had broken through, his strength had increased again. This punch was unparalleled and could destroy everything. The originally indestructible belly of the mountain was like tofu under his invincible fist. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. Runes were annihilated. The belly of the mountain was blasted apart by his punch. All the mountain rocks flew out. The Million Spirits Blood Demon Tree was completely revealed in front of everyone. Rumble, the floating mountain shook violently and exploded from the belly of the mountain. The floating mountain was split in half. Bloody light filled the air and demonic chi filled the sky, revealing the scene inside. What is that? Everyone on the floating mountain trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared at the Million Spirits Blood Fiend Tree. At this moment, there were still hundreds of trial takers' corpses on the Million Spirits Blood Fiend Tree. Above their heads was a dazzling origin Dao fruit. The scene in front of them shocked many of the guards. They had never seen such a scene before. They also didn't know that the belly of the floating mountain hid such a huge secret. At this moment, the boundary outside the floating mountain was incomparably dim. It was on the verge of collapse. While the guards were still in a daze, for terrifying beastly roars sounded. Then, there was an incomparably terrifying collision. Rumble, the magic formation shook violently. In the end, the runes on the magic formation shone brightly to the extreme. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. The boundary was shattered. The guards who were still fighting with the desolate beasts didn't even have time to react before the desolate beasts opened their bloody mouths and swallowed them whole. Scram! The remaining guard commanders roared furiously. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. However, they were already at the end of their rope. They were in danger of being eaten by the desolate beasts at any time. How dare you! At this moment, a furious roar sounded. The void rippled like water, and an old man in a black robe with a sinister face and an unfathomable aura appeared. It was young Kongzi. Young Kongzi was trembling all over. His face was flushed red, and his eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. He had been in seclusion in Kuanping Imperial City. After receiving the news from the guard commanders, he only delayed for a moment before rushing over. After all, he had spent a lot of effort on the formation outside the floating mountain. Even a peerless imperial emperor wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene when he arrived at the floating mountain. Roar! 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 Roar, the four great prehistoric beasts roared wildly. When they saw the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree, their eyes turned completely red. They revealed an incomparably greedy expression and immediately pounced on the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree. All of you, die. The million spirits blood fiend tree is mine. Xianxia was completely enraged. He didn't know why such a scene would happen. Although he instinctively felt that something was wrong, the four desolate beasts had their eyes on the million spirits blood fiend tree, which made him completely nervous. Rumble, he slammed his palm down. His palm print was extremely ferocious, like an immemorial divine mountain. In the blink of an eye, it blocked in front of the four primitive beasts. Then, Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared around the tree. A small black bell rose from his palm and began to expand in an instant, protecting the tree in the center. Was Xianxia. As long as the Myriad spirit blood fiend tree was fine, even if the hanging mountain was destroyed and all the guards were killed, he wouldn't feel any heartache. The million spirits blood fiend tree was his foundation. Although he noticed that the million spirits blood fiend tree had lost hundreds of trial takers' corpses, he didn't pay much attention to it. The four desolate beasts were charging at him. Rumble, the four desolate beasts had monstrous divine power. They broke Xianxia's palm in an instant and slammed into the huge black bell. Buzz, the huge black bell buzzed, making Xianxia's body tremble. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and his eyes were filled with a ghastly expression. Damn it! Why did the four overlords of the mountain sea marsh come to the floating mountain and attack the spirit array so crazily? Is someone behind this? Xianxia said, gnashing his teeth. He sensed a conspiracy. The four prehistoric giant beasts were infuriated. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Xianxia with murderous intent. The million spirits blood fiend tree was a supreme delicacy to them. They were especially excited about the thousands of origin Dao fruits on it. But now, Xianxia had taken the million spirits blood fiend tree. They were enraged and regarded Xianxia as their greatest enemy. Boom, each of the four desolate beasts was like a mountain. Their auras were terrifying. They locked onto Xianxia, making his hair stand on end. Damn it! If I find out who's behind this, I'll tear you to pieces. Xianxia roared furiously. Then, he leaped up in an attempt to leave this place. If he encountered one of the four desolate beasts in the mountain sea marsh, he wouldn't be afraid. However, if the four desolate beasts worked together, he would feel his scalp tingle. His top priority was to leave this place and move the million spirits blood fiend tree to another place. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to the origin Dao fruits. Rumble, but how could the desolate beasts let him escape? The four desolate beasts emitted terrifying auras. They disrupted the void and prevented Xianxia from teleporting. Then, they pounced on Xianxia. Blazing destructive divine light intertwined. Their powerful talents shrouded the area. The four desolate beasts were determined to keep Xianxia here. Although Xianxia roared, he couldn't get away. An incomparably fierce battle instantly unfolded in the sky above the floating mountain. Ling Xiao, isn't this all thanks to my plan of driving the tiger to devour the wolf? If it weren't for me, how could you come up with the plan to lure the four desolate beasts to fight Xianxia? Hee. I hope they fight as fiercely as possible. It'd be best if they die together. Fatty Hey said to Ling Xiao with a smug smile. The two of them didn't leave. Fatty Hey used the space ability of the Kunping and Ling Xiao's sky-shrouding secret technique. The two of them hid in a nearby lake and watched everything that happened on the floating mountain. Seeing the fierce battle between Xianxia and the four desolate beasts, they were finally relieved. They had achieved their goal. I'm afraid it's impossible for them to die together. But if Xianxia is severely injured, it'll be beneficial for us to kill him later. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he said slowly. Hee, I think Xianxia is doomed this time. Ling Xiao, you killed the candle dragon. If you kill Xianxia, I'm afraid you'll be famous on the Eternal Emperor's Road. By then, there won't be a place for you in any of the imperial cities. Fatty Xiaohei said confidently. He rolled his eyes and his gaze landed on Ling Xiao. Then, he grinned gloatingly at Ling Xiao's misfortune. Ling Xiao's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. Fatty Hey, you jinx. Maybe you're right, the Imperial City was already on high alert after he killed the Candle Dragon. If he killed Xianxia as well, none of the Imperial City's guardian envoys would tolerate him. Let's take it one step at a time, Ling Xiao said helplessly as he touched his nose. Rumble, on the floating mountain, the black crocodile, the golden swordfish, the dragon turtle and the nine-headed snake had completely surrounded Xianxia. The surrounding space was disrupted. Chaotic mist filled the air, divine light rose, and the origin energy intertwined, forming a terrifying domain of destruction. If the ordinary emperors dared to get close, they would die instantly. The million spirits blood demon tree on Xianxia was an irresistible temptation for the four great primitive beasts. How could they let Xianxia go so easily? Hand over the tree, or die. The black crocodile roared. Its eyes were cold and emitted a dim light. The black scales on its body shone with a metallic light and were extremely sharp. They covered the surrounding space and surrounded Xianxia. Those black scales formed a mysterious formation boundary. It not only had strong defensive power, but it could also release destructive saber light that constantly attacked Xianxia's vital parts. The golden swordfish was shining with golden light and sword chi rose. It gathered the most powerful sword origin. Together with the powerful sword principal talent super skill, it could unleash terrifying power. The dragon turtle was hibernating above the lake. It could control the surrounding lake and build a water boundary. Water pillars rose into the sky like white dragons, forming a huge prison. The nine-headed snake was even more ferocious. Its 9 heads respectively contained the power of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, and destruction. They constantly spat out beams of light that also contained deadly poison. The 4 prehistoric giant beasts had gone completely mad. They unleashed their most terrifying attacks. Although the primitive mutants were limited by the heavenly way and didn't have high intelligence, once they reached the level of primitive beasts, their intelligence was no less than that of ordinary people. The reason why they didn't speak usually was that they regarded everything as ants and prey. They didn't care to communicate. Xianxia was an old acquaintance of theirs. They usually got along well with each other, but today, a fierce battle broke out because of the million spirits blood demon tree. Damn it! You want the million spirits blood demon tree? Don't even think about it. Xianxia's face was extremely ugly as he roared. The giant black bell above his head emitted powerful sound waves that spread out in all directions, capable of shattering everything. The black bell also contained an extremely powerful devouring power, which blocked most of the attacks for Xianxia. His attacks were as fast as lightning. His palms were like immemorial divine mountains, constantly slapping the sky and colliding with the 4 primitive beasts. Destructive shockwaves erupted. The Myriad spirit blood fiend tree was his foundation. It was a supreme treasure that he had painstakingly obtained from the tomb of a great emperor. It was the foundation of his Tao, so how could he possibly hand it over? Even though he was surrounded by the 4 great desolate giant beasts, he was still fighting with his life on the line. Furthermore, he was looking for an opportunity to escape. The shockwaves from the great battle made Fatty Blackie's scalp go numb, and he secretly thanked his lucky stars. If he hadn't been smart enough, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Xianxia's clutches. Who is scheming against this old man? This old man will definitely grind your bones to dust and roast your soul with the 9 underworld's flames for billions of years. Only then will the hatred in my heart be appeased. Xianxia roared madly, his eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. He was now almost certain that someone was scheming against him. Otherwise, how could an outsider know that the Myriad spirit blood fiend tree was hidden in the belly of the mountain and protected by the array? Even the guards of the floating mountain didn't know about it. However, he couldn't figure out who was scheming against him no matter how hard he racked his brains. Rumble, the 4 great desolate giant beasts seemed to have gone mad as they kept attacking Xianxia. All kinds of killing moves were thrown at Xianxia. Xianxia almost instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. He could only passively defend, unable to launch an attack. With the black crocodile and dragon turtle's powerful confinement superpowers, it was extremely difficult for him to escape. Puff, the 9-headed snake seized the opportunity and shot a destructive light beam through the void, directly piercing Xianxia's chest. Xianxia coughed out blood as he retreated, his face turning pale. The golden swordfish's sword chi swept across the area. The golden light was dazzling, as if it could destroy everything. It also left many wounds on young Kongzi's body. The black crocodile and dragon turtle were the most terrifying. These two great desolate giant beasts possessed unparalleled divine power. Their physical bodies were extremely tough and young Kongzi was no match for them. Young Kongzi had a huge black bell that looked like a powerful emperor weapon. It constantly released powerful emperor's aura to fend off the attacks of the two great desolate giant beasts. However, the powerful rebounding force still caused young Kongzi's body to tremble violently. Dense cracks even appeared on his body as if his physical body would shatter at any time. Beat this old man to death. That huge black bell is really a good thing. It must be the most precious treasure of my Kunpun clan. It is like a pearl covered in dust in the hands of this old guy. Only when it is in my hands will it shine brightly. Fatty Xiaohe, who was a distance away, cursed as he stared at the huge black bell and drooled. The huge black bell looked simple and mysterious. It could release a powerful devouring force and its sound waves could destroy everything. Its power was unparalleled. This supreme treasure was simply a divine weapon that Fatty Xiaohe had been dreaming of. Now, other than wanting to kill young Kongzi, he also wanted to snatch young Kongzi's weapon. Young Kongzi can't hold on any longer. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly as he said slowly. Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, the four great desolate giant beasts launched their attacks at the same time. Blazing light beams swept across the void and shot towards young Kongzi. The destructive power destroyed the surrounding lakes and mountains and flattened the land within a radius of 10,000 miles. Young Kongzi coughed out blood continuously. He was severely injured and his eyes revealed a trace of madness. Bastards, you're courting death. You want to snatch my million spirits blood demon tree? Go to hell. Young Kongzi roared furiously. Boom, his chi and blood surged and the terrifying power shattered the surrounding void. His aura began to soar wildly and he exuded an extremely dangerous aura fluctuation. Young Kongzi opened his mouth and spat out a light ball that was filled with blood and thunderbolts instantly. As soon as the light ball appeared, the surrounding void began to tremble violently. The chaotic light surged madly and the light ball began to expand and emit extremely dangerous fluctuations. The eyes of the four great prehistoric beasts were filled with astonishment. It was as if they had sensed danger and wanted to scatter into the distance. However, it was too late. Whoosh, there was a pained look in young Kongzi's eyes. The ball of light in his hand flew out in an instant. In an instant, a domain of bloody light and lightning emerged, enveloping the four great primeval beasts in an instant. The top, that's a great emperor's heart? Fatty Xiaohe exclaimed in shock. His eyes were filled with horror. There was a heart within the ball of light that was intertwined with blood and lightning. Thump. Thump. Thump, the heart was still beating violently, spewing out a terrifying emperor's aura. Vaguely, there seemed to be a mysterious figure emerging. The figure exuded an invincible aura that swept across the heavens. It was terrifying to the extreme, even though they were far away. Ling Xiao and Fatty Xiaohe felt their hearts palpitate. A great emperor's heart? Young Kongzi is so lucky. Where did he get the great emperor's heart? The four primitive giant beasts might not die, but young Kongzi is probably going to escape. Ling Xiao said slowly, a sharp glint in his eyes. He had not expected young Kongzi to have a great emperor's heart in his hands. A great emperor represented invincibility, peerlessness, and the power to suppress everything. As long as it was related to a great emperor, even the most ordinary things would become extraordinary. A great emperor's heart was enough to suppress the four primitive giant beasts. It might not be able to kill them, but it was enough to create an opportunity for young Kongzi to escape. Young Kongzi wants to escape? Ling Xiao, don't let him escape. You must kill this old man and take my giant bell back. Fatty Xiaohe said viciously. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said, fortunately, young Kongzi was forced to sacrifice the great emperor's heart. Otherwise, if he sacrificed it while we were chasing after him, it would be a big joke. Not to mention the giant bell, I'm afraid you would be hung on the Myriad spirit's bloodsucker tree. Fatty Xiaohe was stunned after hearing Ling Zhao's words. He also showed some lingering fear and said, you're right. Young Kongzi is too treacherous. But a great emperor's heart is a good thing. How could he sacrifice it? If he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, do you think he would sacrifice the great emperor's heart? He must be severely injured now. However, what makes me curious is why a mere guardian like him wants the myriad spirit's blood fiend tree to nurture so many perfect Dao fruits. Ling Zhao's eyes showed a trace of curiosity. Why? Of course, it was because he was a robber. I've long guessed his identity. Killing him can be considered as upholding justice for the heavens. Fatty Xiaohe said proudly. On behalf of the heavens? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at the sky with deep meaning. Rumble, at this moment, the heart of the emperor had exploded completely. Young Kongzi burnt his own origin energy and poured it into the great emperor's heart. He detonated the great emperor's heart and enveloped the 4 great primeval beasts. For the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree, he was willing to give up the heart of a great emperor. This showed how important the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree was to him. Blazing divine light wreaked havoc, enveloping an area of 10,000 kilometers in an instant. A terrifying destructive force swept out like a storm, illuminating the region as if it was daytime. The furious roars and miserable howls of the 4 great prehistoric beasts came from the center. The auras of the 4 great prehistoric beasts weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Young Kongzi was very decisive. He didn't wait to see whether the 4 primitive beasts were dead or seriously injured. He instantly activated the black bell to protect himself and flew away. Let's go. Follow me. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. Fatty Xiaohe nodded immediately. His eyes were filled with excitement. He used his void travel superpower and chased after young Kongzi silently. Young Kongzi was escaping in the direction of Kuanping Imperial City. He was the guardian of Kuanping Imperial City. As long as he returned to Kuanping Imperial City, he would be able to heal himself with the help of the Heaven's Fate Chi. No one would be a match for him. Young Kongzi had already sensed a conspiracy. The conspiracy was getting closer and closer, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. Damn it. No matter who it is, I won't let you off. Young Kongzi thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. Boom, however, at this moment, the sky cracked open. An unparalleled fist print, wrapped in vast chaotic light, pressed down from the sky like an immemorial sacred mountain. That punch was peerlessly ferocious, and it contained a force that could destroy everything. It pressed down on the surrounding space to the point it exploded into pieces, and it contained an invincible aura. Coward who hides his head and shows his tail. Come out. Yun Kongzi's pupils shrank. Then, he roared furiously. You're right. Yun Kongzi shouted furiously. He knew that the person who had plotted against him had finally made his move. Boom, he activated his black bell and charged forward. The black bell expanded in the void and emitted a powerful devouring force. It was like a black sea that could devour everything. Clang, when the fist landed on the black bell, the bell let out a thunderous buzz. Powerful sound waves swept out in all directions, turning a few lakes and a few mountains into dust. The black bell was knocked back by the fist. It buzzed and trembled. The powerful recoil caused young Kongzi's body to shake violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. 2 figures appeared in front of him. A black and white bird with yin and yang qi flowing around it flew across the sky. It looked like a big black fish, but it also had a pair of wings that reached the sky. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura. His eyes looked wretched and proud, especially when he stared at the black bell. His eyes were filled with passion. The other figure was dressed in white and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was surrounded by chaotic aura and his eyes were bright and clear. It was as if 3,000 worlds were born in his eyes. They were Fatty He and Ling Xiao. It's you? Young Kongzi's body shook violently and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He immediately recognized Ling Xiao and Fatty He. Moreover, the 2 of them left a deep impression on him. Ling Xiao, the chosen one of this era, attracted the attention of all the guardians as soon as he entered Emperor Road of Eternity. He even killed the Candle Dragon in the Candle Dragon Imperial City and shocked Emperor Road of Eternity. Even young Kongzi was afraid of him and did not want him to enter Kuanping Imperial City. Fatty He was a pure-blooded divine beast Kuanping. After young Kongzi discovered him, he coveted young Kongzi's bloodline and origin Dao fruit. However, before young Kongzi could do anything, Fatty He had escaped from Kuanping Imperial City. Why were the two of them together? Did that mean that the two bastards were the ones who discovered the million spirits blood-sucking demon tree and caused him to fight with the four ancient beasts? Young Kongzi was furious when he thought of this. He hated Ling Xiao and Fatty He so much that he wanted to tear them into pieces. Young Kongzi, I didn't expect this to happen to you. If you know what's good for you, you'd better kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, give me your black bell with both hands. Maybe I'll be merciful and leave you a complete corpse. What do you think? Fatty Xiaohe grinned, his eyes filled with pride. Black bell? Do you want me to send you off? Young Kongzi's eyes were cold as he sneered. Most of his attention was on Ling Xiao, who had a calm expression on his face. Fatty Xiaohe was naturally not worth mentioning. Even if he was severely injured, it would be easy for him to kill Fatty Xiaohe. However, Ling Xiao was different. Although Ling Xiao looked like a fifth heaven imperial lord, he had killed the candle dragon. Moreover, the overbearing and terrifying chaotic fist print made young Kongzi feel as if he was facing an untainted behemoth, which made him extremely fearful. This was a great enemy. Send you off? Send you my ass. Young Kongzi, you're about to die, and you still dare to be arrogant? Do you know my brother? My brother specializes in killing the guardian. You're dead today. Fatty Xiaohe's face darkened as he glared at young Kongzi. Ling Xiao's forehead was filled with black lines. Who did Fatty Xiaohe learn from? He was becoming more and more shameless. Specialized in killing the guardian, if this name was spread, he would probably become the enemy of the entire world on the Eternal Emperor Road. Specialized in killing the guardian? Ling Xiao, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Young Kongzi was so angry that he laughed and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. You're a guardian, but you used your position for personal gain and killed the innocent. You used the flesh and blood of many trial takers to nourish the Myriad spirit blood fiend tree and refine the origin Dao fruit. Therefore, you deserve to die. Ling Xiao said calmly. You know about the Myriad spirit blood fiend tree too? Looks like I can't let you live today. Young Kongzi's eyes were filled with killing intent as he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Although young Kongzi was severely injured, his aura was still extremely terrifying. Fatty Xiaohe couldn't help but tremble. Rumble, the huge black bell in young Kongzi's hand instantly shone brightly and wrapped him up. Then, he shot into the distance like a black lightning bolt. He actually fled. Is this old thing so shameless? Fatty Blackie was also stunned. Just a moment ago, he had been prepared to face Yun Kongzi's attack. Unexpectedly, Yun Kongzi had fled. He's smart. He knows that the most important thing right now is to heal himself, not to fight with us. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as if he was not worried at all. Quick, chase after him. If we don't chase after him, this old thing will really run back to Kuanping Imperial City. Fatty Xiaohe urged. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao said. Indifferently. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, young Kongzi, who had already fled 10,000 kilometers away, let out an earth-shattering roar. Scorching divine light rose up around him, and the black bell buzzed as if it was going to shatter at any moment. Whoosh! 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 Strands of sword chi shot into the sky. They were extremely sharp as they lined up around young Kongzi. They formed an extremely powerful sword formation, trapping young Kongzi in the center. A ray of light flickered under Ling Xiao's feet. He immediately teleported and caught up with young Kongzi. Buzz, the heaven-devouring sword pierced through the rift. It was ancient and mysterious, emitting a brilliant glow. Below the heaven-devouring sword, there were 4 illusionary swords in 4 different directions. They were like 4 heavenly pillars, emitting a sharp sword intent that felt like it could shatter everything. Young Kongzi was trapped in the sword formation. He was unable to escape. After the heaven-devouring sword merged with the 4 great immortal swords, not only did it possess the sharpness of the 4 great immortal swords, but it was also able to set up a heaven-devouring sword formation to unleash a peerless killing force. Ling Xiao had already set up a sword formation on Yang Kongzi's way to Kunping Imperial City. He was just waiting for Yang Kongzi to take the bait. As he had expected, Yang Kongzi still managed to enter the sword formation. Ling Xiao, do you really think that I am the same as the Candle Dragon? If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yang Kongzi was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Rumble, blazing blood light rose around him. The black bell suddenly emitted a terrifying sound wave. Then, it began to expand. It protected Yang Kongzi in the middle and slammed into the sword formation. Sword chi swept out in all directions. Rays of sword chi were annihilated one after another, but they quickly reappeared, stacking on top of each other in an endless manner. Don't waste your energy. If you were not injured, you might have a chance to escape. But now, you should die. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with sharpness. Boom, he threw a punch across the sky and landed on the black bell. The black bell buzzed and the void around it shook violently. An unparalleled force was transmitted into Yang Kongzi's body. His body shook violently and he coughed out blood. Rumble, Ling Xiao's aura rose. His fist intent was vast. He threw out one punch after another. It was vast and boundless like a huge wave. The unparalleled fist intent completely enveloped Yang Kongzi. At the same time, the sky-devouring sword shone with unparalleled sharpness. Sword chi rose and constantly attacked Yang Kongzi's vital points. The black bell was a powerful apex monarch weapon. It had strong defensive power and could block most of the damage for Yang Kongzi. This was also the reason why he could withstand the attacks of the four great desolation beasts for so long. However, Ling Xiao had the primordial immortal body. His fist intent was powerful and his chaotic fist prints were unparalleled. He could go against an emperor weapon. Thousands of heavy fist waves came and Yang Kongzi felt that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Yang Kongzi's face was ghastly pale and his eyes were filled with shock. He could not imagine how Ling Xiao, who was a fifth heaven imperial emperor, could unleash such terrifying combat strength. The powerful force made Yang Kongzi tremble violently. His injuries worsened rapidly and he could not hold on for long. The sky-devouring sword's sharpness contained a powerful destructive force. Ling Xiao used the sword origin to activate it and Yang Kongzi felt threatened. He had no doubt that he would be in a worse situation if he left the protection of the black bell. Damn it! Why aren't they here yet? Yang Kongzi was extremely anxious. In fact, when he was fighting with the four ancient beasts and realized that there was a conspiracy, he had decisively asked for help. However, for some reason, the reinforcements had yet to arrive. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be in danger. End of chapter 3186. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.